Chapter 801 You're in trouble. That's right, he is under the protection of Shajir-Ching, but he has to be linked to the world government. It can be said that he has two boats. It is normal for Shajir-Ching to be dissatisfied. Yes, I want to fight, I can't let Otahime's efforts go to waste. Although Shajir-Ching's eyes were a bit attractive, Nipton still answered with a bold face. Preparation with both hands is also good, but you should also understand the hardships of the process. Given your current situation, there should be no need to do so. Shajir-Ching sighed and said, when the world government attends the meeting, you may not have the power to protect yourself. Fishman and mermaid are now the hottest goods in the sea. Besides, the kings of the major kingdoms on the land who are afraid of you may not be willing to accept you, and your desire to live in peace with human beings may not be realized. Hearing Shajir-Ching's words, Nipton also sighed and said, I know what you said, but we still need to take this step. This is my wish. Seeing that Shajir-Ching was not so angry, Nipton couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It is harmful to Fishman Island to be in a relationship with the Ching of Sha. Hey, as you like. However, kindness needs to be sharp, you can't just endure and retreat, it will only make others think you are easy to bully. Shajir-Ching looked at Nipton, this is a good man, he doesn't act sharp at all. If you join the world government with this mentality, there will be no scum left to be eaten. I see, thanks for the reminder. Hearing Shajir-Ching's words, Nipton was stunned for a moment, and then said gratefully. Come, have a drink, and I'll give you a toast. The atmosphere that I saw became relaxed again, and the shark star immediately made a sound, which enlivened the atmosphere. After 3 rounds of wine, you will be full of food and drink. Next, it's time to deal with that guy. It affects my drinking and scares my bakesing. It's really daring. Seeing Shajir-Ching standing up with a sunny smile, everyone present couldn't help feeling a chill. Being targeted by this guy is not a good thing. They couldn't help but hold a few seconds of silence for Van D. Duncan IX in their hearts. On a small boat in the distance of Fishman Island, a wretched 4-legged fishman suddenly shivered for no reason. He is not Sumi Yang's target, Van D. Duncan IX. What's the matter with this sudden cold feeling behind my back? Why do I feel a little flustered? He felt a little bit of hair on his back, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. Fishman Island, who can make me feel this way? Inexplicably, a smiling face appeared in his head, and when he thought of this face, he couldn't help shivering. This face once gave him endless fear, so that he didn't dare to close his eyes, and he was almost tortured crazy. Later, God finally opened his eyes. That person was besieged by Marine, his life and death were unknown, and there was no news for 2 years. He cheered and jumped up and down, no news for 2 years, it must be dead. Then, forgetting that person's warning again, he started playing with Princess Shirahoshi's idea. It's just, I don't know if it's because of being scared out of the psychological shadow. Recently, he has often dreamed of that man in his dreams, the face that brought him endless fear. Every time, he can be scared into a cold sweat and can't sleep at night. For fear that the next moment, that person will appear in front of you again. No, that man is already dead, how can he reappear? Van D. Duncan shook his head, shook off the unrealistic thoughts in his head, and looked at the Fishman Island in the distance, as if he saw through Dragon Palace City and Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, you're mine, I'll get you. With you, I can rule the world. The sinister issue of Van D. Duncan IX has a treacherous look on his face. Brother, what is it that makes me laugh so happily that it makes me laugh? At this time, a voice came from behind him. Van D. Duncan IX sneered. Hey, I will get Princess Shirahoshi soon, and then I can dominate the world, how can I be unhappy? Before Van D. Duncan finished speaking, he stopped slowly, cold sweat broke out suddenly, and his pupils slowly shrank. He is the only one on this boat, who is this extra voice? Moreover, let him have no sense at all, so a little too powerful. He turned around in awe, and saw a terrifying face that appeared in his dreams countless times. At this moment, he stood in front of him with such a smile. "How is it possible? How is it possible that you are still alive?" Fandy Duncan's voice was sharp, and he screamed and backed away in fright. "What, you were surprised to see me?" Fandy Duncan the Ninth. Looking at the terrified and sweaty Duncan the Ninth, Shazher Ching's smiling eyes were gone. But Duncan the Ninth only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was stiff. All the fears of the past came to my mind one by one. You, Duncan the Ninth was so frightened that he couldn't say it clearly. "Why, I was surprised to see me." Shazher Ching walked towards Duncan the Ninth, and Fandy Duncan the Ninth retreated directly to the corner of the ship, trembling uncontrollably. "Why are you here?" Duncan the Ninth looked like he had seen a ghost, watching Shazher Ching extremely nervous. "Why can't I be here?" Shazher Ching looked at Duncan the Ninth and smiled happily. "I heard that you were disturbing the peace of my sister Shirahoshi. Why do you think this head doesn't want to stay on your neck?" Shazher Ching's eyes were like knives as he swept around Duncan the Ninth's neck, and he was frightened when he saw it. He had the feeling that his head was about to be chopped off by Shazher Ching. "Nothing, you must have heard it wrong. How could I have hit Shirahoshi's idea? You must have heard it wrong. It's too late for me to protect her. How can I disturb her peace?" Duncan the Ninth wiped the cold sweat from his head, trembling again and again. This man Shazher Ching was so terrifying that he didn't have the courage to fight at all. "Oh, so, when I was drinking just now, all the movements were fake. If I remember correctly, that kind of huge axe attack seems like only you can do it." Shazher Ching looked at Duncan the Ninth, fiddled with his fingers, and said with a chilling murderous intention in his tone. No, then how could I do it?" Duncan the Ninth waved his hands quickly, panicking. "Forget it, it doesn't make any sense to continue acting with you. It's a scourge to keep someone like you, so please go to sleep." Shazher Ching put away his smiling face, pulled out the fire sword from his waist, and murderous intent boiled over. Chapter 802 Come Back to Sabayati. When Duncan the Ninth saw this, his eyes suddenly darkened, and he said, "It's really too hard to be like this. He, Duncan the Ninth, is not a master who can be needed. Kill me and Fishman Island will be destroyed, you better think about it." He believed that Shazher Ching had a clear distinction between the priorities, so that even if he wanted to be detrimental to himself, he would have to weigh them. HMPH, Fishman Island destroyed. You take yourself too seriously. Shazher Ching disdained Isho, and with a flash of cold light, the long sword stabbed at Duncan the Ninth's chest. "Then let's die together." Duncan the Ninth shouted fiercely, and suddenly there were several more muskets in his hand, and all of them pulled the trigger. Humph! In the face of the surging bullets, Shazher Ching's figure flickered, and all the bullets were dodged. Then, his Sharingan glared, and the Sharingan illusion was released. No! Duncan the Ninth's pupils suddenly dilated. Shazher Ching withdrew the knife and stood with contempt at the corner of his mouth. "Just because you are also equipped with stray fire to kill, I am afraid that the knife will be dirty. You will become my puppet, run according to my ideas, forever guard Noah's Ark, and guard Fishman Island." Looking at Duncan the Ninth again, his expression was sullen and he lost his sense of autonomy. Under the order of Duncan the Ninth to guard Fishman Island, Shazher Ching left. "How is it resolved?" When Shazher Ching returned to Fishman Island, Neptune looked at Shazher Ching with great anticipation and asked. It was about the safety and freedom of his daughter, and he naturally took it to heart. "You should have guessed it by looking at my relaxed expression." Shazher Ching was confident in Isho after hearing this, then picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it. It's still cold and cold. In the past, there was Wenju to kill Washong, and now Shazher Ching ice wine flattened Duncan. The same is passed on as a fairy tale. Okay, great. Hearing Shazher Ching's answer, Neptune couldn't help but shouted okay, and then raised his glass to respect Shazher Ching. "Thank you so much, the kindness is beyond repayment." Neptune revealed his true feelings, and his face was full of emotion. If it wasn't because Shajur-Ching just regarded Shirahoshi as his sister, Shajur-Ching would have wanted to marry Shirahoshi to Shajur-Ching. I believe that it must be a very beneficial thing to have a quick son-in-law like Shajur-Ching. Shajur-Ching stayed on Fishman Island for 2 days, and after accompanying Shirahoshi to some places she wanted to go, she left. Big brother Shajur-Ching, be sure to visit Shirahoshi often. Shirahoshi bid farewell to Shajur-Ching with teary eyes, which made Shajur-Ching smile bitterly. He will have more time to see Shirahoshi in the future. Everything is ready. Next, wait for the 4th guiding stone to appear. When he returned to the sea again, Shajur-Ching was already in the windless zone. In the next time, it's time for him to hide and cultivate for a while. 2 years later, everyone, let's see you again. Shajur-Ching looked at the vast sky and sea, and could not help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. When he came to this world, he never thought that he would have such achievements as he is today. His original idea was to live well. As for the secret of the world, he never thought about the final place. But now, he wants to know the truth of the world, covet the secrets of the final land, and want to get the One Piece. Sure enough, people's desires will change, and greed is the best embodiment of human nature. After such a sigh, Shajur-Ching slowly disappeared into the windless zone. New World. Batong Wan, how's the line of defense? A young man with red hair was holding a phone bug with a Kainu's characteristics in his hand, and a Kainu's slightly hurried voice came from the phone bug. Don't worry, Master Marshal, of course there is no problem. Make sure to complete the task exactly. Batong Pil Isho relaxed and said nonchalantly. Hearing his answer, a Kainu's dissatisfied expression was perfectly conveyed through the phone bug. I really want to try Shajur-Ching's strength. Although Kaido is indeed quite powerful, it is still not as strong as I imagined. Only a strong person like Shajur-Ching is the attitude that a strong person should have in my imagination. This Batong Wan actually wanted to provoke Shajur-Ching. I advise you to get rid of this idea. Of course, if you want to court death, I didn't say such a thing. A Kainu's gloomy words came from the phone bug, full of warnings. Enla, Master Marshal, I know the importance. Then I asked to be stationed at the Sabayati archipelago, you must agree. Batongmaru asked, his eyes full of cunning. Sabayati archipelago is not far from Hydra Island. Maybe I will meet Shajur-Ching. If Shajur-Ching knew that she was being targeted, I don't know how it would feel. According to his words, it should be, oops, what a headache, what a panic. However, it is unclear how credible this statement is. Where is Shajur-Ching at this moment? He didn't go on with things anymore. Instead go on vacation. According to Shajur-Ching himself, there is nothing to do anyway, it is better to take a good vacation and rest. And their vacation place, unfortunately, is in the Sabayati archipelago. No way, this is a paradise for vacation, and the business here is too developed. Almost everything that can be produced on the sea can be seen here. Again, there are all kinds of things women want here. Although its own is one of the largest business groups. However, after all, they are just a group, and the specific objects can only be seen in various offline physical stores. As one of the largest gathering places of brick-and-mortar stores in the first half of the Great Airline, Sabayati Archipelago is naturally a very good choice. Shajur-Ching has not come here to relax for a long time. Okay, let's go and play, you don't need to accompany me here. As soon as he came to the business district, the man Shajur-Ching was disliked. The person who spoke was naturally Anna. She directly put Shajur-Ching aside, and led Hancock, Robin, and Nami several girls into the business district humming a little song. Ah, this is a bit out of the way. Shajur-Ching scratched his head with a wry smile, then shook his head and left helplessly. My little brother is so fortunate to be able to win the favor of 4 beautiful girls. It's really a blessing. The shopkeepers around were joking like this. Brother's means are really high. Even if you enjoy the blessings of all people, can you teach your little brother some of these skills? There are also tourists around the single dog who look at Shajur Ching with admiration and ask for advice. Go, you'll be teasing me. Shajur Ching's head was full of black lines. Then, he walked in the direction of Aunt Xiao's ripping bar. Chapter 803 I am so lucky. Alas, the current Sabayati archipelago is not good, damn it. Who said it wasn't? Alas, the marine headquarters moved to the New World, now those pirates can be unscrupulous. Yeah, although it is difficult for Tenryubito to come here again, those pirates are the ones that threaten us the most. Walking on the street, under the seemingly prosperous scene, there is a deep sadness hidden. Feasting, singing and dancing, but also cannot hide the anxiety in the air. It would be great if it could be like the branch of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. With the headquarters of the Summer Chamber of Commerce covered, no pirates dare to mess around. The owner of a fruit shop looked enviously at a small shop across from him and said so. Unfortunately, we are not that lucky. If it can be related to your Summer Chamber of Commerce, what if I pay 10,000 baileys every month? I also recognize it. The owner of a seafood restaurant sighed, very disappointed. In Sabayati Archipelago, you also need to pay marine, 10,000 baileys per month. But this one bailey cannot exchange for absolute safety. After all, Sabayati Archipelago is the entrance to the New World, and there are too many pirates gathered here. There are too many strong ones. In the past, there was a deterrent that the marine headquarters was nearby, and those unruly pirates didn't dare to do anything, but now. Marlene Van Du's prestige has plummeted since becoming AG1 branch. Although Marine sent a branch here and established a pacifist corps. However, this kind of deterrence is too low for those newcomers who are unruly and have not yet known the horrors of the world. Only Marine Admiral can deter them. Therefore, although Marine Van Du became the G1 branch, it has only been less than half a month. However, the law and order of Sabayati Archipelago began to become chaotic. Vice Admiral, who stayed here, couldn't hold back these reckless pirates. It is unimaginable that 2 months ago, this place was in good order. After all, the top battle just started 2 months ago. It seems that this is also a business opportunity. Shajur Ching, rubbing her chin, thought so in her heart. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took out a phone bug from his arms and got through. Sky Island. Yes, I see. I'll send someone over right away. Gilzer put down the phone bug in his hand and sent Bentham out. As for what it is naturally the matter of discussing those bosses. Didn't they want to be sheltered by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, then Shajur Ching would satisfy them soon. This is what Shajur Ching likes to do the most. Naturally, these bosses didn't know that they and Shajur Ching passed by like this. Naturally, I didn't know the complaints of myself and others, so I thought about it and executed it. They were still sighing inwardly, and then, when the guests arrived, they resumed their smiling faces, and it was no more than a second to change their faces. Shajur Ching continued going. And at the same time, area number 65. By a port. Is this the Sabayati Archipelago? It's a bustling place. Not bad, I like it. Batong Maru looked at the scenery in front of him with a look of satisfaction. Next, you can't be as lazy as you used to be. Next, we will carry the safety of hundreds of thousands of people on our shoulders. We must do our duty and not take it lightly. Behind Batamaru, there was a man wearing a bellyband and looking at a huge axe. There was a bit of sharpness in his voice. Well, don't be so strict, Zan Taomaru. Batongmaru said to the man in the bellyband, his face full of laziness. It turned out that the man in the apron was Zan Taomaru. You are exactly the same as the old man. I really don't understand why you have been lazy for so long. It's not good to be serious. In the face of Batong Wan's laziness, Zan Dao Wan complained very dissatisfiedly. The two are finally here, and the old man can finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the shore, there was already a Marine Vice Admiral waiting with a relaxed look on his face. Let him deal with so many pirates alone, he is really overwhelmed. After all, he is more suitable for management positions than fighting. Don't worry, leave the combat to us. Kerr's Vice Admiral will take care of the management, and we're not good at these things anyway. Batongmaru said with a smile, and the Vice Admiral named Kerrs nodded repeatedly. Let me see what kind of surprise the elites from the seas from all over the world can bring me. Don't let me down, everyone. Batongmaru licked his lips with a warlike expression on his face. It's time for the Hepinist troops to let the world see our strength. You rubbish in the sea, this is not a place for you to run wild. Zontaomaru looked at the distant sea, with hot flames burning in his eyes. Hey, interesting, I didn't expect to be able to sense this level of aura here, it's really time for me to come. Batongmaru suddenly showed infinite fighting intent, that violent aura, like a fierce beast, was startling. I'll go first, Zontaomaru, I'll find you later. After he finished speaking, Batongwan actually took a step forward and disappeared from his sight while Zondaowan shouted, hello. This guy, what the hell is going on? Zontaomaru released observation haki, but I didn't feel any abnormality. No way, he's not very good at observation haki, he's only good at armament haki. So, what did Batongwan sense? It's really exciting, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This kind of breath, can't go wrong, this is definitely the breath of a strong man. This feeling that makes my cells tremble is really exciting. This kind of excitement, he had only felt it on the 4 Admiral and Marshal Akainu in the headquarters before. Looks like I really got my wish. I said I wanted to compete with Shui Tong, and I actually met him. In the vicinity of Sabayati Archipelago, the breath of Admiral, the Marshal, and the person who popped out of Batongwan's head for the first time was Shajirqing. Only he can have this kind of breath. Shajirqing is here. Little devil, use your life to borrow some money to spend, don't you mind? Looking at the big man who was at least 3 meters tall in front of him, Shajirqing looked at his fierce expression, raised his hand and said, Era, it's really scary, if I don't pay, will I be killed? An LT, P and GT. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? Although he is now, no drop of water, but it does not affect the great devil Shajirqing's heart to play with these people. Chapter 804 Batong Pill is coming. Kizaru Borsellino can. One bite is terrible, one kick is a supernova, why can't he Shajirqing? Although this person in front of him is not a supernova. But it doesn't matter. Play it, the picture is to have fun. As for the knife this big man put on his neck, he didn't take it seriously at all. HMPH, boy, you're quite the way. Yes, if you make our brothers unhappy, we can't guarantee that your life will be yours. This big man lowered his body and leaned in front of Shajirqing, showing his big yellow teeth, and said with a stench. But what if I say no? Shajirqing raised her head and grinned Isho, her face full of provocation. The big man's face suddenly turned gloomy. Such a little devil with no power to tie a chicken, dare to provocate him. It is bearable, and it is unbearable. PFF'd, this fool actually provoked the captain, it's really an old birthday star who eats arsenic and seeks death. Gia, kid, our captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 75 million Baileys. Killing you is as easy as squeezing a chicken. If you don't want to die, you'd better kneel down and apologize immediately. The younger brothers beside the big man also sneered, with a look on their faces that didn't seem like a big deal. Hearing their words, Shajirqing not only was not afraid, but smiled. The little brother at the back, I bid 100 million Bailey, you help me kill him. Hearing these words, the big man hurriedly looked behind him, but there was no one there. He was immediately annoyed and shouted, Little devil, you dare to make me happy, I want you. Before he could finish speaking, his younger brother exclaimed, Boss, be careful. What? Before he could react, A huge hole was opened in his chest, and a cold voice came, 9 dark claws. Ho! The sudden severe pain made his consciousness blurred all of a sudden. He fell to the ground heavily, and his 7 orifices bleed to death. Asshole! Facing this sudden change, this big man's younger brother was instantly angry, and all looked at the murderer and went away. Then, they couldn't help but shrink their pupils. The person I saw was dressed in a Vice Admiral marine robe, with long red hair, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Marine Vice Admiral. This group of people was completely frightened, and their voices trembled. It's okay to let them bully those Marines. Marine Vice Admiral, an existence that can easily suppress and kill them. Moreover, the one in front of them, they also know each other. Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, Red Ogre Batong Maru why are here? One of them pointed at the person who came, this red-haired young man. The crotch of fear was wet, and the smell of fishy was extremely pungent. He was terrified. What, is that the Batong Maru who killed the 400 million bounty pirate Kubela? Hearing this, the rest of the people shivered in fright, their lips turned white, as if they were all emptied of all their strength, they couldn't move at all when they stood there. In the dark, many pirates were attracted by Batong Maru, with vigilance in their eyes. They all want to know what a Marine Vice Admiral like Batongwan wants to do when he comes here at this time. Oh, did you recognize me? Since you know I'm scary, why don't you face him anymore? Provoking him is more serious than provoking me. Batong Maru said with a playful smile. Seeing these pale-faced pirates shaking like a sieve of chaff, their faces were dazed. He laughed like a demon. This one is the Emperor of the New World, Shui Tong Shajirqing. What? Hearing the 3 words of Shajirqing, these people were so frightened that they fell to the ground, and their pupils shrank into a ball. They only felt an endless coolness digging into their pores, and the cold sweat immediately wet their bodies, sweating like rain. This is really scary. Emperor of the New World, this is a name enough to make them lose any courage. And now, he is standing in front of him. When they thought that they had threatened the Emperor just now, they felt their hearts would twitch and spasm. The body is even more unstoppable, trembling in fear. Even if Shajirqing has not admitted his identity yet, will Marine Vice Admiral Batong Wan admit the wrong person? Of course not. My luck is really good, to meet a strong man like you here. Come on, Shajirqing, fight me. Batong Maru took off his robe with great excitement, clenched his fists and made a fighting stance. It's boring to reveal your identity, Batong Wan. Why is this necessary? Shajirqing sighed, looked at these terrified pirates who had become muddy, and said, I'm not interested in fighting monsters like you. You should go home with those monsters in Marine Headquarters. Hit it. Having said that, Shajirqing is about to leave, and he has no intention of doing anything at all. Hey, Shajirqing, that's not what your expression said. Your eyes are full of fighting intent. Batong Maru's voice sounded from behind Shajirqing, and it was an extremely powerful punch. Baji collapse. Bang. No one saw how Shajirqing turned around, and Batong Wan's fist collided with him. Boom. The ground beneath the two of them burst open, and the sea water surged up. Very good strength, almost catching up with a guy like Kaido. You are very strong. Shajirqing looked at the excited Batong Pill in front of him and praised loudly. At the center of the fight between the two, storms and waves erupted violently, knocking the pirates who were secretly observing them back a lot. Cut, 2 monsters. Someone scolded and ran away. Then, Rangkyaku, Tempest Kick. Shajirqing raised his feet indifferently, and a violent sword wave flew out. The forced Batong Maru couldn't help but change his face, and immediately retreated. You lost, Batong Wan. When Batong Wan just landed, Shajirqing's voice came from behind him. Batong Maru's pupils shrank, and then he noticed that Shajirqing in front of him had disappeared. I didn't lose. But Batong Maru didn't intend to end the battle just like that. He came from a long way, and it ended like this. Wouldn't it be too boring? Ability. Iron Power, on. Batong Wan shouted violently, and his breath suddenly became several times manic. An extremely fast iron rod flew out from behind him, piercing Shajar Ching. But of course this can't help Shajar Ching, but Batong Wan never thought that he could hurt Shajar Ching by this. His purpose is to force Shajar Ching back. It doesn't have the aura of devil fruit ability, but it has the ability of an ability person, which is a bit interesting. Looking at the batong pill wrapped in a strange pattern on his body, Shajar Ching smiled. Chapter 805. The movement is a bit louder. Now is my real state. Shajar Ching, come on, fight to your heart's content. Batong Maru took a step forward, and the ground exploded. He roared like an arrow from the string, that heavy aura of power. Even Shajar Ching couldn't help but be a little surprised. Bang! He punched out, emission hockey released, and collided with Batong Maru across the space. But it turned out to be like hitting the metal, and suddenly there was a crisp sound of gold and iron. Sand and iron palm. Batong Wan shouted and slapped his hands together. Shajar Ching felt a strange fluctuation on it. That kind of fluctuation, thick, violent, makes people feel very uncomfortable. Boom! The fists and palms collided, sparks splashed, exciting and intense, the air waves were continuous, and the shaking sea surface was full of waves. To be able to fight on a par with Shajar Ching, this red ogre really deserves its reputation. Looking at the excited Batong Maru, many pirates who were observing secretly thought so in their hearts. What's the matter? Is there only so much strength? Shajar Ching, don't hide it, show your true strength. Batong Pill drank fiercely, and his face was full of provocation. Hey, why bother? Shajar Ching sighed, but his skills suddenly changed. Even he has to admit that Marine Rokushiki alone really can't win Batong Pill. His sand and iron palms can crush the air for a while. For a while, Bajabang has the power to crack the mountain. After a while, it was the demon fist. One punch was stronger than another. The strength is strong and powerful, even Shajar Ching feels some arms go numb. Since entering this state, Shajar Ching has felt that Batong Pill's power and defense are increasing. His emission hockey couldn't even be too effective. Chidori! Shajar Ching shouted, his body was wrapped in lightning, and the rolling thunder and lightning roared out. Batong Wan's pupils shrank immediately, and he immediately settled down. His hands suddenly hit Tai Chi and shouted, fighting and star shifting. See. Batong Wan's right shoulder suddenly bleeds. He snorted and stepped back, saying, as expected of Shajar Ching, melee combat is so powerful. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Iron Dragon Roll. In an instant, the world changed. All I could hear was a loud crash of iron objects, and a tornado-like iron storm swept across the sky and wrapped up towards Shajar Ching. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Libo. Shajar Ching's face was dignified. This tornado was afraid that Admiral would have a headache, and the degree of condensedness was terrifying. Moreover, it also exudes an aura of destruction, which is the aura of the demon vanquishing fist that Shajar Ching is very familiar with. Bah! The huge thunder and lightning sword wave and the iron storm collided fiercely, and it seemed as if the entire Sabayati archipelago would be destroyed. The violent aftermath directly tore the sea, causing a wild tsunami to roar in all directions. These two monsters. Those onlookers have the heart to scold their mother directly. Is it necessary to make such a big move? Rayleigh and Marine Admiral Kazaru didn't have a fight, but it's not as high profile as you. It's not over yet, the image of the demon. Batong Maru folded his hands together, making the appearance of slapping mosquitoes. In the 2 weeks of Shajar Ching's land, 2 huge iron palms appeared directly, pressing the air to come. Shajar Ching dodged. Isho, who succeeded in Batong Wan's conspiracy, iron strikes the rain. I saw that under Shajar Ching's feet, a dense pile of iron bullets flew out in an instant, all of which were as big as duck eggs. Hey, it's too much. Shajar Ching scratched his head, and went in the iron bullet like a fluttering fox, and the leaves did not touch his body. Thunder escaped Chidori flow. Shajar Ching formed a seal leisurely, and the surroundings suddenly turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, and everything was completely shattered. Without waiting for Batang Maru's next move, a light-speed thunder gun pierced through Batang Maru's hard defense. Chidori's spear. Shajurching placed his finger with thunder and lightning in front of Batang Maru. His body was full of thunder, as if the god of thunder, "It's over." Ha ha ha, as expected of Shajurching, she is really powerful and despairing. Very well, I'm getting more and more interested in you. After that, Batang Wan turned into a steel puppet, and the main body was gone. Ah, what a novel way to escape. Shajurching looked at the lifelike iron statue in front of him and couldn't help knocking on it. Ding ding ding. Well, let's not say it, the sound is very crisp. What kind of ability is this? Shajurching looked at the iron doll and couldn't help but fall into thinking. Devil Fruit ability has absolutely no such effect. He can also feel the breath of Batang Wan without the power of Devil Fruit. Maybe, he is really like me, a transmigrator. Batang Maru is not the only one who does not have Devil Fruit but also has abilities similar to Devil Fruit. After all, Shajurching himself is a 8 poles collapsed, the stars moved, the demon-busting fist, the sand-iron palm, it really has a strong atmosphere of ancient martial arts. Hey, if I had known this earlier, I should have asked him where he came from. Shajurching scratched his head in great distress. He just went to the battle and didn't think about this problem. With a sigh, he glanced at the pirates who were watching, and saw that their faces changed greatly, and then they rushed in a hurry. Just kidding, being targeted by Shajurching is over. They are not monsters like Batang Wan. Really, am I that scary? Shajurching shook his head helplessly, and then, thinking of Aunt Xiao's ripping off, he walked to the bar. After the battle is over, drinking a little wine can't be more pleasant. But he didn't know that the news of his appearance had begun to cause panic on the island. 65. Wow. Batang Wan suddenly appeared in front of the entrance of the marine branch, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face was as pale as wax paper. There is a big black hole in the right arm, still flashing thunder and lightning, sizzling sound. Shuitong Shajurching really deserves his reputation. Before waiting for the guards to come over, he passed out in a coma. Don't look at his fists against so many emission hockey looks okay. It was just that he endured it. Of course, if it wasn't for the last thunder gun, he wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. It was the last blow, too fast, too fierce. The violent and thick thunder and lightning made him feel that every cell in him was about to be devoured and torn apart. He even felt death. Originally, it was a little difficult to endure Shajurching's emission hockey, and the last shot directly gave him a break. What is this guy doing? Shajurching, how can he make such a big noise? Can't he just go shopping quietly? The violent battle between Shajurching and Batang Wan naturally also affected Anna's 4 daughters, and Anna complained with black lines all over her head. Chapter 806 The Land of Sabayati where the heroes gather. However, to make the president make such a move, who is the opponent? So powerful, Nicole Robbins said guessing. Maybe he is depressed. Nami's face was full of playfulness, and only Hancock was a little more serious, saying, "How can you say that, my lord, my concubine will never allow it." But looking at the flickering color in her eyes, obviously, it may not be sincere. If Shajurching knew about these things, he would definitely sigh in the sky. Even Hancock had learned badly, it was unreasonable. Marine area. Nani, you mean, that fellow Shajurching is also on this island? When the seriously injured Batang Wan woke up and told Zandao Wan the news, Zandao Wan took a deep breath. Who else but him could recreate me like this? Hearing this, Batang Wan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This Shajurching is really powerful and well-deserved. He easily inflicted heavy damage on himself, and did not try his true strength at all. This makes Batang Wan somewhat unhappy. Why did he fight with Shajurching? Isn't it just to test Shajurching's strength? Otherwise, why would he go to death? You guys are really bold, but Mr. Kizaru doesn't dare to single-handedly exist. You came to the door alone, really? Zan Taomaru doesn't even know what to say about Sha Muyang. This kind of person is too bold. Hey, there is such a strong power on the island, how can you not go to ask for advice? Seeing Zan Taomaru's expression, Batongmaru said with a grin. Although Zan Taowen wanted to refute, he had to admit that Batongwan was right, and there was nothing wrong with it. Aunt Xiao's ripping bar. Era, here comes an amazing character. When Sha Muyang pushed the door and walked into the bar, Aunt Xiao's voice sounded in his ears. After so many years, Aunt Xiao is still so radiant, even younger, which is really enviable. Sha Zhiqing sat down in front of the bar and looked at Aunt Xiao jokingly and said, Hee, your mouth is the sweetest, but you are the only one who dares to tease me like this, what can I drink? Aunt Xiao, Isho, can't be denied. Some words, just listen to them, don't take them seriously. Come to a bottle of Jubuzong's sake bar. The taste is not bad, it is more in line with my taste. Sha Zhiqing skillfully ordered a bottle of wine. This is a low-purity rice wine, which is very suitable for romantic and quiet taste. I heard that you are collecting historical texts. Why, Shitong, who has always been only interested in business and freedom, is suddenly interested in big secret treasures. Big secret treasures don't necessarily have money. Aunt Xiao took a breath and looked at Sha Zhiqing with interest, wanting to know his inner thoughts. People's needs are always changing. The past is the past, the present is now, the status is different, the height is different, and the needs are naturally different. It's okay to be interested in the great secret treasure, the final land. Isn't that what Roger was like back then? Sha Zhiqing took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Era, he really looks like the Roger kid back then. He said the same thing back then. When Aunt Xiao heard this, a strange look flashed in her eyes, full of admiration. Sha Zhiqing, ha, it seems that on this matter, I still have a common opinion with the previous generation One Piece King of Pirates. The so-called heroes see the same thing, maybe that's what it means. A certain area where pirates are infested. To be able to meet Shui Tong Sha Zhiqing, one of the legendary 5 emperors, in such a place, I can't help but get excited. I really want to see his style up close. A rebellious pirate wiped his mouth, and his eyes were full of excitement and madness. Let's leave quickly. Although the marine headquarters has moved out, a guy like Shui Zhiqing is too dangerous. No one knows what will happen next. It's better to observe from a distance if we exist like little scumbags. A prudent pirate took care of himself, immediately retreated, and ran to the port. The entire Sabayati archipelago was completely rioted because of the arrival of Sha Zhiqing. But this time, they didn't have the heart to harass the surrounding merchants at all, because none of them knew which store would have Sha Zhiqing. They all know that Sha Zhiqing likes private visits in WeChat the most. If the time comes to provoke Sha Zhiqing like this, wouldn't it be over? It's great that these arrogant and domineering guys also have today. The bosses of the major shops watched this scene, and their hearts were extremely happy. Even the nobles who came out to play have begun to become cautious. Because they are also afraid that they will be publicized for a while and provoke Sha Zhiqing, then they can't eat it and go away. Of course, they are just having fun with their mouths. After all, this kind of thing only happens under certain circumstances. Of course, not all pirates have left. A considerable number of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are still calmly drinking wine, having dinner together, chatting, bragging and farting unmoved. They all have a certain amount of confidence, so they won't be in a hurry like those pirates with tens of millions of bounties. In a large bar, there are several tables of pirates, occupying more than half of the bar, and there are about 100 people in total. Ha, I can't help but feel excited and shudder when I think that a powerhouse like Shitong is on the island. In the first place, a big man who looked very vicious, wiped away the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, his eyes seemed to be burning with fierce light, and the whole person said like a tiger. He has short hair, a long scar on his head, a dark right eye, a large knife hanging from his waist, and the smell of blood. North Blue Tyrant Uris, with a bounty of 128 million Bailey. The person with the highest bounty on the island at present. Not far from here, a man in a gentleman's attire gently fiddled with the piccolo in his hand, watching the big man so lowly. Behind him, stood 15 people wearing long robes, and all of them had a big foe printed on their robes. And not far from the man in the gentleman's costume, sat a man with wings on his back and 2 tentacles on his head. He looked at the man in the gentleman's clothes and couldn't help squinting. West Blue doesn't kill Fogetian. The bounty is 94 million Bailey, which is 10 million more than me, and he is also a difficult guy. And the man in the suit naturally noticed the man with wings on his back, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The Great Airway Sky Knight Waibagu, the bounty is 84 million Bailey. The 3 of us should be the strongest so far. Exist. Those who should go are gone. Quote. Chapter 807 All are monsters. Under the demeanor of the 11 supernovas, the 3 of them are the most powerful 3 in the current Sabayati archipelago. Here, they have the right to speak out. And the reactions of the diners around are also like this. I didn't expect these 3 to gather here. You 3 can take it easy, but don't fight like the 11 people back then. Someone prayed out loud in their hearts like this, extremely worried. Their battle will definitely attract Marine's siege. At that time, many of them who want to stay and look for opportunities will be unlucky. And there is obviously more than one person who has this idea. There are at least a dozen people from the forces. From time to time their eyes are swept over these 3 people. Just as they were thinking about it, a man pushed the door and walked in outside the bar. It's still as lively as ever, Sabayati Archipelago. This is a red-haired, hedgehog-headed man with a dagger and a pistol on his chest, goggles, a dark red coat, and yellow spotted bloomers. He is smiling extremely ferociously. Those scarlet lips, that arrogant and breathless oppression, made everyone present suddenly change color. Behind the man, a thin man with white and blue stripes on his head, a man who looked a bit like a zombie, his mouth was sewn with thread, and a man with blue and purple thorns on his body, stood left and right. They all exude a powerful and amazing aura. The entire bar was silent, and needles could be heard. Hey, why does this guy appear in Sabayati again? The gentleman-like man was also a little restless. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew a reward order that was nailed in the tavern. On the reward order, it was the photo of this scarlet-lipped man. And his identity is Great Pirate Captain Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 315 million Bailey. Yo, isn't this Captain Eustace Kid? What a coincidence, I can still meet you here. Just when everyone was surprised, a cynical voice came from behind Kid. A man with long braids in a coat walked in. The most noticeable thing was his unusually long arms. Seeing this man, the pirates present couldn't help but gasped again, and quite a few stood up in shock. Unbelievable horror appeared on their faces, and cold sweat flowed from their heads. The eyes of the 3 of Waibagu immediately turned to this man. All of them were flames of war. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became tense. Quite a bit of a tense feeling. It's really tingling. Supernovae are gathering here again. What the hell is going on? Waibagu looked at the man with long hands, and his eyes were full of excitement that could not be concealed. This man is no one else. It is the existence of one of the 11 supernovas, Hyaming Scratchman EPUB, with a bounty of 198 million Bailey. What are you doing here, EPUB? Didn't you go to the New World? Kid turned to EPUB and asked with a grin. HMPH, your purpose should be the same as mine, kid. EPUB found a place to sit down, completely ignoring the fierce light in the eyes of the tyrant sword Uris. Gia Lala, do you want to see the 5th Emperor's style too? Kid heard the words, full of ridicule. Hee, why not? This is the Emperor of the New World. It is understandable to know our enemies in advance. EPUB sat down arrogantly cross-legged, and raised Erlang's legs. His face was full of provocation. Hyaming Scratchman Apu, it's the right time, I've coveted your head for a long time. Supernova 11, let me see your level. Don't just be a parallel importer. At this time, Yuri's, who was sitting on the side, suddenly got into trouble. Boom. Apu didn't expect to say that Yuri's said he would do it, and he was blown away. Cut, it really is a parallel import. Then, what about your strength, you Stas kid? Yuri's grinned and licked his lips, and the big knife slammed down the air with great force. If Shajirching is here, it must be said, this Yuri's even uses hockey. Yes, he has armament hockey wrapped around it. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Kid, a fighting madman, a master of melee combat, who just waved his hand to block the falling sword. Bang! The huge sound of gold and iron exploded, and there was a commotion in the tavern. Is it still a fight after all? It's really a headache. Waibagu looked at all this but never thought of mixing it up. His strength did not allow him to mix things like this. Because it can't be blended. Just so much effort. Kid responded to the knife effortlessly, and then, with Yuri's extremely labored expression, slowly pushed the knife back. You dare to provoke Lao Su, Jia Lala, do you really think labor and capital are the enemies you can deal with? Kid's ability activated, his left hand absorbed all the iron and turned into a huge fist. Yuri's wanted to run. Kid grinned, do you think you can run away? Boy! He punched it out, and the fist turned into a dragon-shaped roar, lingering with magnetic force, extremely fast, and powerful. Yuri's dodged frantically, but the dragon-shaped attack was too fast, and within 15 seconds, Yuri's was slammed into the chest. PFF'd. How could Yuri's withstand such a blow? He immediately smashed through the wall and flew out with a big mouthful of blood. Ants must have the consciousness of ants, and provoke others, but they have to pay a price. Kid protruded his hand, the dragon-shaped attack turned into an arm protruding again. In just a few seconds, Yuri's was caught by the mechanical arm and dragged in. I saw Yuri's trying to do it in pain and struggling, but he couldn't do it at all, as weak as a child. The pirates with a bounty of 100 million were killed in seconds. This kind of strength made the hearts of the pirates present tremble. Kid's strength is not what they want. This is a bit too strong. As expected of Captain Kid. He even directly crushed 100 million pirates. At this time, Hyaming's Scratchman Apu's voice came over again, and he was not injured at all except for his embarrassment. Sure enough, it's also a monster. Seeing that he was kicked out by Yuri's, there was nothing at all, and everyone present couldn't help showing a solemn look in their eyes. Chapter 808 Someone out there. Captain Kid, I have a suggestion, do you want to listen to it? Maybe, you will be very interested. Apu found a place to sit again and asked. Then you better ensure that your plan is crazy enough, otherwise, you will understand the consequences. Kid threw Yuri's out like a dead dog, and his eyes were full of danger. As for the glares of Yuri's crew members, he completely ignored them. These little bastards didn't even catch his eye. There are still a lot of people here, don't you think, Captain Kid? Apu looked around, his eyes were full of ill will. Cut, this guy. Hearing Apu's words, the expressions of all the pirates around couldn't help but change greatly, and then, Waibagu was the first to say, Sky Pirates, let's withdraw. Continue to stay here, it will definitely become a Kid target. In the case of Yuri's just now, who dares to disobey Kid? Can it be stronger than Yuri's? Yuri's stopped eating for Kid, not to mention other people. The second after Waibagu left, Jadian also said, the Holy Buddha pirates, retreat. They naturally understood the gap between themselves and Kid, and naturally did not dare to stay. If they had some confidence in the past, they felt that they could wrestle with people like Kid. Now, it is impossible for them to have such an idea at all. The power gap is too great. The powerful blow from reality made them understand the vastness of this sea, and there are people outside. Their strength is not enough to see it all. Kid here. Oh, the plan to kill the 5 emperors. The target is Kaido. It's interesting, it's crazy. When Kid heard these words from EPUB's mouth, he immediately showed great interest. However, with our little plan, we can't realize your plan. Our strength is too weak, and the 5 emperors are not so vulnerable. Kid looked at EPUB, although his plan was indeed quite tempting, but the feasibility was too low. Era, what a good plan to hunt down the 5 emperors. At this time, another voice suddenly came, and a young face smiled, and Shiren walked in like this. Kid's subordinates stopped immediately and drank. You bastard, look for. But before he finished speaking, he heard his captain shout, back up. There was a deep sense of horror and urgency in his voice. Whoosh. Before the man could understand what was going on, his eyes were blurred, and his abdomen was aching. Straight out of the pub. Shajir, I didn't expect to meet you in such a place. Kid's face was full of fear, his body was tense, and Vivi was trembling when he spoke. EPUB is the same. After all, they are facing the strongest man in the world. This man has the strength to easily kill them. And listening to Kid's words, Kid's subordinates and EPUB's subordinates couldn't help gasping for breath, and Gulu's saliva couldn't stop. What's more, his legs were trembling with fright, and the faucet swept away for thousands of miles, and he was very fishy. Shajir, the weight of this name is too heavy. Fun, really fun. Outside the tavern, a group of backward pirates are going to kill you old parties of the era and become a new supernova, making waves in the sea. And you supernovas are already thinking about how to kill us old guys and become the center of the times. What a terrible ambition. Shajir hummed and laughed out loud. The smile was unusually evil, and it was unusually captivating. You're not here just to tell us this nonsense. EPUB looked at Shajir and asked cautiously. Of course, I'm not here just to talk nonsense with you. Shajir couldn't deny the words. After all, he wasn't talking nonsense in the first place, he had serious business to look for these two. No, it should be said that some unscrupulous person, after drinking a little wine, watched a group of pirates flee from Sabayati archipelago, and he had a very excellent idea. The idea is very simple. Since he wants to find the historical text, but some people are not enough, but he doesn't want to recruit more people, what should I do? Shajir was still troubled before, but now, he has figured it out. Since there are so many pirates in this sea, why not take advantage of it? Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use it? Therefore, with Shajir now in this line. Before coming here, several pirate groups had reached an agreement with Shajir to help him find the historical text. As long as it's a historical text, it's fine. How to find the historical text of road signs, even better. In the tavern. You want us to be your free labor force to help you find historical texts. Kid listened to Shajir words, his face suddenly became gloomy, very ugly, and his tone was quite bad. Otherwise, do you think it's necessary for you two newcomers to make a special trip for me? Shajir glanced at the two of them, frivolous and didn't care. Just like what Kid said to Yuri's just now, the same arrogance, the same aloofness, the same majesty, no resistance. Giggle. Kid immediately clenched his fists. He really wanted to rush up and punch Shajir. Unfortunately, his reason told him that he was not Shajir opponent. But let his dignified supernova help Shajir find some historical text, what a joke. Take them for someone. I really thought it was his slave, do whatever you say. You have no chance to refuse, otherwise, your conversation just now is enough to make you die many times. The position of the 5 emperors is not something you guys can covet. There was a contemptuous smile on Shajir mouth, but his eyes were full of murderous intent and terrifying oppression. This terrifying oppression made the scalp tingle and even breathless. Even the two of them, Kid, couldn't help groaning, and their faces were a little ugly. They didn't expect to say that Shazher Ching would change his face if he changed his face. How, to agree or not to agree? Life and death are just between you. Not to mention, it's not just the two of you who have this kind of treatment. Shazher Ching asked with a smile, and his fingers tapped the table rhythmically, making people panic. This sound of knocking, as if knocking on their hearts, made them very uncomfortable. When you're sure you find it, set us free. Even if he is as rebellious as Kid, he has to submit to the power of Shazher Ching. Otherwise, they are likely to die. Kid is really reckless, but don't want to be reckless. Chapter 809 Met Tenryubito. This is really a failed journey. Kid gave in, how could EPUB dare to refuse? But he was naturally depressed. Okay, then I also have to make a contract with you 3 chapters. If you violate some things, don't blame me for being merciless. Kid, these pirates act arrogantly and unscrupulously. If they don't make rules for them to restrain them, they may make some trouble. This is not what Shazher Ching wants to see. Cut, if you are a bitch, you have to set up an archway, hypocrisy. Shazher Ching clearly heard Kid accept someone and cursed in such a low voice. Shazher Ching glanced at that person. The man I saw bounced up like he was electrocuted, and his face was instantly bloodless. Shazher Ching said, "You speak ill of people behind your back, but you will be punished by God, don't you think?" Then, Shazher Ching patted his butt and left. He hummed a little tune and walked on the road. His face was full of happiness. Today's wind is so noisy. On the road where he passed, groups of pirates were filled with hatred in their eyes, burning with angry flames. Because of Shazher Ching's sudden intention, all of them, whoever Shazher Ching took a fancy to, all became his tools. All of a sudden, freedom, adventure, money, beauty, all are gone. We have to find a baby for Shazher Ching. They are depressed and angry. Want to resist, but can't. A certain port in the pirate area. It's no wonder that today's hexagram says it's not advisable to go out. It's fierce, so it is. One of the 11 supernovas, the captain of the magician pirates, Magician Hawkins, looked at the smiling young man in front of him, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This man could kill him. Oh, what a coincidence. I just said goodbye to Kid and EPUB, and I met you again in this place. Hee hee, God really cares for me. Knowing that I am short of manpower, I will send someone to me. The young man who appeared in front of Hawkins, besides Shazher Ching, who was heartless, who else could? Even Kid, Your Excellency EPUB has met with you. No wonder there is a haze in that direction, so it is. Hawkins said indifferently, like a magician. But his body was constantly tensing. According to what you just said, obviously, I am not the first person to have this kind of treatment. Hawkins looked at Shazher Ching and analyzed the facts. Of course, including you, 4 supernovas have already joined this plan. Your luck is really good, and you just met me. Shazher Ching laughed like a devil. If possible, Hawkins would like to refuse. But unfortunately, he couldn't refuse. Then my luck is really good. Tell me, what is the plan? As long as I can help, I will try my best. Hawkins knew that it was impossible for him to resist Shazher Ching. If so, why not obey? Anyway, it is not a shame to submit to the subordinates of 5 emperors. I just like to deal with smart people like you. It's not as tiring as dealing with Kid. Hearing Hawkins' words, Shazher Ching gave him the expression that you are very knowledgeable. Then, he said what he just said to Kid and others. In 2 minutes. After listening to Shazher Ching's remarks, Hawkins couldn't help but sighed and said, I know, I will definitely follow the rules, and I hope you will. Isn't it just looking for the historical text? Just look for it. Then go, don't let me down, everyone. My future depends on you. After listening, Hawkins gave the order, and his crew left. Get another one. Oops, the weather today is so nice. Shazher Ching hummed a little tune and continued to hang out in Sabayati archipelago. And along the way, As long as they saw Shajur Ching, those children all looked like they had seen a ghost, fled frantically, terrified. Shajur Ching is a little embarrassed. Is it that scary? I'm not a tiger. Shajur Ching touched his handsome face and thought so. But how did he know that his notoriety had already spread throughout the Sabayati archipelago within a minute? Everyone knows that Shajur Ching, the 5 emperors, the strongest man in the world, is now catching strong men. When they thought that they might be enslaved by Shajur Ching forever, they were extremely resistant. Of course, if Shajur Ching extended an olive branch to them, they would be very willing to join the Summer Chamber of Commerce. After all, this is joining the power of the 5 emperors. But if there is no benefit to be gained, and if they have to work hard, then they will not be willing. If you have nothing to do, you will be full and support yourself, voluntarily and selflessly. The other side. Shajur Ching, he likes to do things when he has free time. He really looks like a naughty monkey. Now, Marine may have another headache. The 4 Anna, who were shopping, also learned the news and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But at this moment, a sharp and piercing voice suddenly came from behind them. Where are the 4 lowly maids who didn't kneel down to greet me, and dared to talk and laugh in front of me? So offend my majesty, unforgivable, kill them for me. The 4 women turned around when they heard the words, but in front of them, a woman Tenryubito who was wearing a transparent oxygen mask and dressed gorgeously, and was guarded by a group of black bodyguards, shouted murderously. Hearing Tenryubito's order, the men in black rushed over immediately, with cruel expressions on the corners of their mouths. It's a pity that with such a good appearance, Tenryubito doesn't have eyes to provoke Tenryubito. Ah! There was a panicked scream around, and it was extremely harsh. This made the female Tenryubito's face suddenly gloomy. Shut up, you lowly bastards, do you want to die? All of a sudden, the surroundings were silent. But they all couldn't help but close their eyes, daring not to look at the bloody state. In their imagination, how could Anna and the other weak women be the opponents of a strong body like Tenryubito's bodyguard? That is the elite of the world government. Tenryubito, it's interesting. However, will Anna and the others be unable to beat these bodyguards? That can't be. Boom. Just heard a few dull collisions, and all the black-clothed bodyguards who rushed over flew out. I heard you want us to die. Anna took lotus steps to the front of this female Tenryubito, looking down at her with a mocking smile on her lips. How dare you show me such a sarcastic smile? When the female Tenryubito saw this, her face distorted in anger. Chapter 810 What about Tenryubito? She shouted arrogantly. You 2 sluts, quickly kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise, you will be hunted down by the world government. She was extremely proud and looked like a superior. In her imagination, as Tenryubito, a descendant of the gods, no one in the world can resist her, and must obey her orders. She believed that people like Anna would see the situation clearly and recognize the reality. Those big pirates who had a bounty of 500 million to 600 million back then were so arrogant and domineering, they were not as well behaved as a cat in front of her. Apologize when you say apology, kneel when you say kneel. Those bodyguards also showed contemptuous smiles. They really don't have eyes. Is Tenryubito someone they can afford? Just looking for death. Kneel down. Apologize. Giggle, it's been a long time since I heard this kind of nonsense. However, when Anna's 4 daughters heard this, they couldn't help laughing. Who are they? The decision-making level of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, one of the 5 emperors' forces. Anna is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion, even Marine Admiral is not afraid, but also afraid of Tenryubito. The people kneeling around couldn't help being stunned, and then looked at Anna and the others with pity. Haven't heard of anyone surviving by provoking Tenryubito. Bastard! How dare you laugh at me, I want you to die. Hearing this, the female Tenryubito blew up and roared angrily at the guards, kill me. Yes. Those guards suddenly shuddered, and then they all rushed over like killing gods. All their faces were arrogant and proud. Die, we are not the nonsense just now, we will be easily defeated by you. HMPH, isn't it? At this time, Hancock's raw voice came, disdainfully. Then, she heard a scolding from her phoenix eyes, and a majestic oppression came out. In an instant, the surrounding area lost its color, and the surrounding people also fainted. How could it be, Conqueror Hockey, you are? The leading black-clothed bodyguard took a deep breath and stopped going abruptly. Then he bit his tongue hard, enduring the blood and pain in his mouth, so he didn't pass out. Women can use Conqueror Hockey, and there seem to be only two people in this world who meet this characteristic. One is Charlotte Linlin, the Five Emperors, but she doesn't have that kind of figure and beauty. And another. That is the woman of the Five Emperors, Sha Qing, the Emperor of the Amazon Kingdom, and the Empress of the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. When I thought that I and others were provoking the Empress Hancock, he couldn't help panicking, and he was dripping with cold sweat, and his legs were shaking. Hancock is Sha Qing with blood pupils. He was the strongest man in the world, a ruthless man whom Marine was even afraid of. Tenryubito. Hee, in front of that person, Tenryubito is a scum. Around him, the rest of the bodyguards were in disarray or fainted, or lost their minds, or lost their ability to resist with pained faces. Only the female Tenryubito seemed to be fine and safe. Of course it wasn't how strong she was, it was just because Hancock let her go. So now, who exactly died? Anna came to Tenryubito and looked at her with a smile. Looking at her stern look, her smile became more and more brilliant. Concubine, I hate Tenryubito the most. Hancock also came to this Tenryubito, and said with an extremely cold expression. What do you want? I warn you, don't. Before the female Tenryubito could finish her words, Hancock stepped on her head and pressed it into the ground. Shut up, your concubine. Suddenly, the whole world is quiet. Gollum. The black-clothed bodyguard looked at this scene and couldn't help swallowing. This is too sturdy. Will it be too much? Nami clicked her tongue. Hancock's approach is too sturdy, although she thinks it is very cool. Ah. It wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that the female Tenryubito screamed out, You are all dead, I want you all to die. This female Tenryubito's spiteful roar, sharp voice suddenly attracted the attention of many people on the street. Then, my God, how can this? That's Tenryubito, it's over, run away. You have caused a big disaster, so don't hurry up to apologize and beg for mercy. If you want to die, don't implicate us. The onlookers were all panicked, they only felt that the sky was falling, and immediately fled everywhere. Some people were extremely angry and shouted at Hancock and the others, and they were all resentful. Ha ha ha, you are all dead, do you hear it, so don't kneel down and beg for mercy. Listening to the words of the people around, this female Tenryubito seems to have found the confidence, and starts to talk nonsense again. She is quite satisfied with the reactions of the people around her. She is Tenryubito, the descendant of the gods. If you dare to touch her, everyone will die. What a lot of nonsense. But in exchange, it was just a spit from Anna, and then her mouth was covered. Forget it, to save you from implicated others, I will take you away with reluctance, and let me see how long it will take for the world government to come to me to lead people. Anna activated her ability and dragged the female Tenryubito into the quagmire and sealed it up. Come on, good shopping, ruined like this. Seeing the panic, anger, and resentment on the faces of the people around, Anna cast an indifferent glance at them, all disdain in her indifference. Someone recognized her immediately. It's Anna, the daughter of the great pirate Mudstream. The moment Anna's identity was recognized, the whole scene was boiling. This is the big pirate with a bounty of 1.257 billion Bailey. The strength enough to make the entire Sabayati archipelago pirates despair. Many people were directly scared back several steps. That's the Empress Boa Hancock. By the way, that's Nico Robin, the devil's son. And that's the genius navigator Nami. Immediately afterwards, the identities of the three Hancocks were also recognized, and immediately, all the people felt a sincere chill. There was a look of horror in their eyes. Can they not panic? The people standing in front of them are people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce. What kind of power is the Summer Chamber of Commerce? The top forces in the New World can crush them to death with a small breath. Just like this, everyone looked at the four girls like this, walked with a graceful figure, and left. I dare not stop it at all. It was the black-clothed bodyguard who dared to call Marine after confirming that Hancock and the others had indeed left. Let them send troops to maintain order and rescue Tenryubito. Chapter 811 What are you? What? Tenryubito was hijacked. When he heard the call, Zantaomaru was struck by lightning. Then, without even thinking about it, first dialed the Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters. What? The Lady of the Mud Stream has kidnapped Tenryubito. When Akainu got the news from Zantaomaru's mouth, his mind was also stunned. Then, it exploded directly. What the hell is this bastard doing? His scalp is numb. It's about Tenryubito, don't be sloppy. But the person who hijacked Tenryubito was Anna of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, which was difficult. This is not a messy organization. Let the old man go, the girl of the mud flow will not travel alone, that man must be on the island. At this moment, Kizaru, who was trimming his nails, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Akainu hurriedly asked to confirm, is that fellow Shajirching on Sabayati Archipelago? Zantaomaru gave a positive answer. Akainu felt certain in his heart. Although the existence of this guy will make the situation more difficult, but if he is here, it will be better to negotiate the conditions, and the matter will be solved better. The only thing to pay attention to is how to meet Shajirching's needs. In this world, there are not many things that can satisfy Shajirching. Then please, Borsellino, you must bring Tenryubito back, otherwise, the world's government will not be able to explain it. Akainu put down the phone and looked at Kizaru who volunteered and asked out. Don't worry, Marshal Akainu, it will. Kizaru took off and walked out shyly. Then, riding the Marine's cannonball directly across the Red Soil continent. After the approval of the Red Soil continent, it took a special descent boat for half an hour before descending on Sabayati Archipelago. There are waves in the waves, the wind is so noisy today, the waves in this sea are so big. When Shajirching hummed a little tune, he passed by the door of the shop where Hancock and the others were making trouble. The voices of the surrounding people's discussion sounded in my ears. Have you heard? Anna, the daughter of the mud flow of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, kidnapped Saint Tenryubito de Javel. I heard that Marine Admiral Kizaru is also here, to negotiate with the girl of the mud flow. Hey, who doesn't know about this now? No, look, those pirates panicked and started to flee. Negotiating with the daughter of mud flow. You are a layman. The daughter of mud flow is here, will Shajirching not be there? Kizaru must have come to talk to Shajirching. The girl of mud flow can't be the master. What, the Emperor of the New World is here too? My God, this is too scary. Listening to these people's words, Shajirching couldn't help touching his nose, thinking, how can these women cause more trouble than me? But it's okay, just to exchange some other things with them by the way. For example, the technology of pacifists, for example, the truth of the world. Shajirching has left. Just like a passerby, he comes and goes in a hurry, waving his sleeves without taking away a cloud. Where did you come from? Let me be your wife, do you think you are worthy? Hancock's four girls walked halfway and were molested played again. Even Anna couldn't help feeling that they probably didn't read the almanac when they went out today, so things happened one after another. How can it be so difficult to go for a good stroll? So many things happen for no reason. Ha ha ha, I don't deserve it. Listen, the labor and management are the Black Bull Jacoby with a bounty of 58 million Bailey. It's your honor to be able to see you. If you dare to resist, Hee hee, then don't blame me for killing the flowers. A big man with pockmarks on his face, a fleshy face, and rosacea. With a shy belly, he swept over the 4 Hancock girls with an improper look on his face. His mouth was almost drooling, and he looked like a spring brother. Jacoby was so elated, looking at the stunning beauty of the 4 people in front of him, he couldn't wait to throw them down and kill them all. That figure, that appearance, that temperament, tisk tisk tisk, was simply tempting him to commit a crime. Compared with the 4 of them, the women he has seen over the years are just like Yingwo and Yuehua. They are not on the same level at all. Jia Jia Jia, chick, it's better to be acquainted, so you can suffer less. Otherwise, when the time comes, we will not be light or heavy, and it will not be good if your appearance is broken. The miscellaneous soldiers around Jacoby all showed the eyes of jackals, and their eyes glowed green, and they were full of desires and did not hide. If it were an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she would have panicked already. But Hancock, they. Forget it, I'm afraid, it doesn't exist. Oh, is it? You dare to beat my woman's idea, you are not small. Just when Hancock was about to teach these people a lesson, a calm voice came from behind her. Although it is indifferent, but in the tone, it is full of majesty that looks down on all beings, which makes people feel surrendered. Everyone couldn't help but startled, and immediately looked at them, but saw a young man in black walking leisurely. He carries a long sword with a flowing fire pattern on his waist, and his robes are automatic without wind. The surrounding air retreats, and the space is distorted. All around, suddenly quiet. Gollum. Jacoby looked at the young man, his pupils shrunk into a ball, and then he was scared to pee. He recognized the identity of this young man in an instant. He didn't even think about it. He knelt down on the ground and hurriedly kowtowed. Lord Shajar Ching, spare your life, the little one has no eyes, I didn't know it was your woman, I definitely don't dare, I immediately. After teasing playing my woman, I want to expose it with an apology. Don't you think it's too simple? Shajar Ching interrupted Jacoby and came to him, looking at his frightened subordinates around him, all smiles on the corners of his mouth. At least a few claws should be chopped off as an example. Hi. When the little pirates around him heard these words, their cold hairs exploded, and their eyes looking at Shajar Ching were full of fear. After all, it is a top pirate who can put such cruel things in such an understatement. Yes, thank you Shajar Ching for your generosity, magnificent. Jacoby raised his head tremblingly, pulled out the knife from his waist, and went down from his left hand. You can't move your right hand, you have to hold a knife. What about you? Didn't you say anything? Shajar Ching looked at these minions again. All of them turned pale all of a sudden, and then, shaking their hands with their knives, they gritted their teeth, accompanied by screams, and the lesson of a lifetime fell. Go away. With a wave of Shajar Ching's hand, a group of people rolled and crawled away like an amnesty. You guys tied a Tenryubito. It's more trouble than me. Shajar Ching looked at the 4 of Anna, and the calm murderous intent just now turned into helplessness. Chapter 812 The Secret of the World. We can't just watch ourselves being bullied. So that's it. Anna shrugged helplessly, and then joked, the pirates in the new era are really clueless, and they want us to be women for him. Don't you know that he is touching the tiger's ass? Or a tiger who will pay attention to his eyes? Shajar Ching directly rolled his eyes. Okay, we're almost done, so let's go back. Next, let's see how fast Marine moves. Hearing Shajar Ching's words, Anna squinted. Isho, you said, what will Marine give in exchange for this time? Her eyes were full of anticipation, and she couldn't help but silently complain about the little things. It's not a good idea to think like this. Then they wandered towards the port. Along the way, when everyone saw Shajar Ching's 5 people, they all retreated crazily. Joke. When a few people went to the island before, because they were separated from each other, no one paid attention to them. But now, the matter of Shajar Ching's 5 people on the island has spread throughout the island. Coupled with Hancock's striking face, and the incidents they made. They have become the focus of attention, and the identities of Shajur Ching's 5 people are difficult not to be recognized. Sometimes it's not good to be too famous. Just like now, the camera lights of these reporters are really annoying. Looking at the reporters who came bravely like flies, Shajur Ching narrowed his eyes, and then, a thunderous light exploded in the sky. Shaking his eyes, he also shakes the eyes of these reporters. They are willing to stand in the way. When the 5 returned to the boat, they discovered that there was already someone on the boat. An uncle with a lazy face and a slightly wretched appearance, wearing toed glasses, was looking at them with his legs crossed. Behind her stood a man with a battle axe and a red apron. "Yo, Kazaru Admiral, I have lost my way." Seeing this man, Shajur Ching Isho revealed the identity of this uncle. "Marine Admiral, Kazaru Borsellino." "Well, telling your conditions is really a headache." Kazaru pouted, gate of opening straight to the point. "Simply, I want pacifists to make technology. Or tell me the truth about that part of the world I want to know." Shajur Ching sat down opposite Kazaru, made a cup of tea, and took a sip. Kazaru waved his hand. "I can't control this, I have to ask the marshal." Saying that, he took out a phone bug and dialed it. After a short purr, Marshal Akainu's voice came out. "Borsellino, how's it going, what's that guy's condition?" Kazaru was about to repeat what Shajur Ching had just said. Akainu over there fell silent. But Shajur Ching still heard the slight inaudible clucking sound. "I'll consult with Gorosei, 5 elders." After a long time, Akainu hung up after giving such an answer. At the same time, "Damn guy, do you think the world is not chaotic enough? You still want the manufacturing technology of pacifists, what do you want to do, blood pupil?" Akainu roared in anger. His eyes were full of angry flames. If I had known that being a marshal was so tiring, he should not have taken over in the first place. Hee, don't be so excited, Akainu, talk to Gorosei, 5 elders about this." At this time, the voice of former Marshal Sengoku came from outside the door. Akainu looked at it immediately, but saw Sengoku, wearing floral pants, a big shirt, and holding a bag of senbei, with white hair and beard walking in. What a leisurely look like that. "What are you doing, old man? Look at me joking." Akainu snorted coldly and said with some resentment. "Well, it's not a chance to come and walk around. Young man, don't be so angry, it won't solve the problem." Sengoku warned earnestly. But no matter how Akainu looked at it, he felt a little gloating. If possible, Akainu really wants to punch Sengoku in the face twice. Get out. Too bad he can't. You're taunting me instead of offering me a solution, this is how you help. Akainu looked at Sengoku, questioning, aloud. Well, isn't this waiting for you to correspond with the Gorosei, 5 elders, and I'll give you a reference. Sengoku chewed a mouthful of senbei and said vaguely. Akainu couldn't help but snorted, not knowing whether it was dissatisfaction or satisfaction, and then dialed the world government line. After waiting for a short purr sound, the phone bug turned into a bald-headed kimono uncle with eyes. What's the matter, Marshal Marine? This Gorosei, 5 elders, holding the second generation of ghosts, asked with a sharp voice. Akainu's dignified Marshal Marine, this is what happened, we'll suddenly find them. Sabayadi Archipelago, Tenryubito was kidnapped by Shajur Ching, and he offered to use pacifists to create technology or the world's secrets in exchange. How do you decide? Akainu's tone was quite unkind. Once Tenryubito was caught, their marine might lose a piece of pacifist secrets, which was really worth it. He's also happy to see Gorosei, 5 elders deflated. To be caught again, what a headache. On the other end of the phone bug, the tone of this Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly became a bit unpleasant. Tenryubito, get out of here, can't we save some snacks? When Sabayadi Archipelago is like this, where are you going to hang out? Don't know where, it's dangerous. Then what do you think? Marshal Akainu. Gorosei, 5 elders kicked the ball back. My opinion is of course exchanged with the world's secrets. It is too important for pacifists to make technology, how can they know? Akainu looked at the hint that Sengoku gave him, and continued, anyway, what is the secret of the world? No one except One Piece, King of Pirates Roger knows it's true or false. In this case, it is quite worthwhile to give him a true and false information exchange back to Tenryubido Duyawire. And, we can even use this information to provoke a war between the 5 emperors. Let them fight for the content of the secrets of this world and consume each other's forces, and we can take advantage of the fishermen. Even, we could add half-truths about the final land to it. Aren't there many pirates in this ocean whose purpose is this? Just use this information to let them eat dogs, it's very beneficial to us. After hearing Akainu's words, Gorosei 5 elders fell silent for a while, obviously thinking. Then, the phone bug transforms into a suit with blonde hair. Chapter 813 Great Way. Sounds good, but it is very likely that Shajir-Ching will see through. The specific process is debatable, but it is indeed a good way. The phone bug turned into a hornbeard again, with a scar on its head. The voice also changed from the calmness just now to a dull old-fashioned, but you shouldn't have come up with this method, Akainu. Sengoku should be by your side, right? This is quite certain. Sengoku said. I didn't expect it to be guessed, as expected of Lord Gorosei 5 elders. With a little compliment. The hornbeard Gorosei 5 elders snorted and said contentedly, the smell of this full of conspiracy, just listening to you. If Akainu wants to reach your level, it will take a few years of immersion. In this regard, although Akainu has a dark face, he must also admit the truth. Then, he conveyed their discussions to Zantaomaru and Kizaru. It seems that you got your wish. The world government and the marshal have agreed to your request and exchange the world's secrets. Kizaru's leisurely chance clipped his nails and said casually. It's the Gorosei 5 elders, they know how to seek advantage and avoid disadvantage. Shajir-Ching Isho then looked at Kizaru. If there is nothing else, please disembark. Give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I want to see what I want. When that time comes, I will give it to people and get the goods in the other. Hearing Shajir-Ching's unabashed expulsion order, Kizaru shrugged and disappeared on the boat as a beam of light. Go home. With an order from Shajir-Ching, the ship, which was built like the Sha, went to the 9 Snake Island. Things are starting to get difficult. The development of Shatong has exceeded our expectations. Mariajoy, on the throne of the sky, a person sighed like this, and there was some helplessness in his voice. Beneath him, the Gorosei 5 elders fell on their knees. Master Yimu, send troops to get rid of that guy now. Otherwise, give him a little more time, and he won't lose his tail. The blonde Gorosei 5 elders spoke up and proposed to encircle and suppress Shajir-Ching now. Are you sure you can succeed? Hearing their words, Yimu's eyes moved, and his eyes were as sharp as falcons, which sent chills down their spines. And this question, let alone, really asks Gorosei 5 elders. The current Shajir-Ching is more powerful than the original rocks. Coupled with the Whitebeard pirates, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and the Gorosei 5 elders are already burning high incense. Not to mention the 2 pirate groups that could threaten them, the 100 Beasts, and the Bigumum pirates have just been hammered by each other. At the moment Marine is still recovering, it is difficult to get them done. The final result is bound to be a lose-lose. And they don't want to do things that benefit the fishermen. What's more, the Revolutionary Army is still eyeing it. The situation of their marine and the world government is not very good. Nevertheless, we still have to find a way to restrain them and make them a headache for a while. Yimu said this, he can't sacrifice the big killer now. What's more, Tianwang is not so easy to use. Hearing this, Gorosei 5 elders immediately told IM about Sengoku's plan. Yimu pondered for a while after hearing the words, and then said, no, it doesn't necessarily need to be half-truths. Imam's eyes lit up, it was a fierce murderous intent. Just give him his real information. Just, BV cheats in key places. In this way, the most real thing is that even the blood pupil can't see any flaws. I heard that Shui Tong is not looking for the historical text of the fourth road sign, then we will satisfy him. With our technology, it shouldn't be difficult to create a piece of historical text. At that time, we will release the information of the historical text of the four road signs gathered by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, which will inevitably cause bloody storms on the sea, and the heroes will compete. As the most dazzling existence, the Summer Chamber of Commerce will become the target of public criticism. Also, send troops to help Bigu Mum, the beast pirates. We need their troops now. In this way, we have held back Shajar Ching's footsteps and created opportunities for our own development. 2 years, only 2 years. After we regain our strength, we don't need to be so afraid of Shitong and his Summer Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the research and development of SSG is about to succeed. When the time comes, with these things, we will unite the power of the beasts and the Bigu Mum pirates. His blood pupil and his Summer Chamber of Commerce are no longer a threat to us. The Gorosei 5 elders couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he heard I.M.'s words. They did think about this method, but they didn't think about Yimu so deeply. It's a little strange that the world government is so good at talking this time. On the way back, Shajar Ching was lying on the bow of the boat, with her head on her head, thinking in her heart. Gorosei 5 elders had such good talk, they wouldn't be the Gorosei 5 elders. How to say, it is also an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, and has controlled the world for hundreds of years, so it is so easy to compromise. There is a conspiracy. Shajar Ching thought this way. Besides, I have already begun to meddle in the historical text of road signs. It is impossible for them to have no reaction at all. It seems that they are holding back their big moves. Shajar Ching's sense of smell is keen. This is what he thought out with his own sense of crisis at the height of familiarity with the plot. Don't look at how powerful he is now, but he is more and more trembling. The number of think tanks under his command is increasing. No way, the more power, the more disputes and struggles. It is impossible for him to care about everything, so for the normal operation of the power, it is necessary to recruit intelligent talents. After all, his current civil forces, even the Revolutionary Army, must give their thumbs up. The Revolutionary Army uses speeches to move with emotion, understand it with reason, and win over those oppressed kingdoms. And he, Shajar Ching, directly used interests and means to subtly change the kingdom, making them the beneficiaries of his own model. As for the world government, damn it. With the blessing of Shajar Ching and the protection of the Sha Chamber of Commerce, Tenryubido, pirates, thieves, anyway, all unstable factors are basically unrelated to them. They can develop peacefully without worrying about being affected or hurt. Moreover, the price paid is smaller than joining the world government, so why not do it? Back at Nine Snake Island, Shajar Ching and Hancock spent half a day together before being interrupted by a sudden phone bug message. What? The Golden Lion invited me. After getting the news from Intelligence Minister Caribou, Shajar Ching's brows furrowed into a word, Chuan. Chapter 814, The Golden Lion's Invitation. What is the Golden Lion doing? What is the invitation for me to discuss? Shajar Ching had to leave Nine Snake Island and go to Sky Island under Hancock's resentful eyes. Sky Island. President, this is an invitation sent by Golden Lion, please go to a meeting. Caribou flattered and handed an invitation to Shajar Ching. Shajar Ching took it over and opened it up. Except for a permanent record pointer, there was nothing else inside. Well, I'm afraid I'll see what it is. Shajar Ching sighed, then, teasing his 2-year-old daughter, drove a boat to the stronghold of Golden Lion. This daughter was born 2 years ago, not long after Shajar Ching traveled to the Naruto world. The first half of the Great Route, Tagumura. This is an island with all kinds of huge creatures. It is still the same as the primitive society, with all kinds of prehistoric civilizations and monsters. Shajur could see the huge and outrageous monsters on the island from far away. One by one is like a small mountain, with firm muscles and exuding a rather violent atmosphere. Of course, there are quite a few large monsters, and there are also many relatively normal ones. Moreover, they are quite aggressive and fierce. Shajur saw a mantis with his own eyes, and instantly killed a squid monster that could kill a medium-sized sea king. And this mantis died at the foot of a rhino. And the rhino was torn to shreds by a two-headed tiger more than 30 meters tall. Then, a fierce zebra with a height of 50 meters smashed the rib of the tiger in one breath, and lost. I'm afraid that Vice Admiral like Momonga Silver comes to this island, so be careful. Seeing that because he was afraid of the breath on his body, he was crawling on the ground and grinned. The beasts who were ready to attack at any time, Shajur thought in his heart. These monsters on this island are probably more aggressive than those on Winter Island, even more ferocious. Boom. At this moment, a dull collision sound came. I saw a huge phantom flashed past Shajur like this, and blasted the air like a cannonball into the mountain range. It was a large ant more than 60 meters tall, and its whole body was as crystal clear as white jade. But at the moment, it looks terrible. But it has such a powerful aura. This big ant is a bit interesting. But although this ant is miserable, its breath is strong, comparable to the fourth gear Luffy in the original book. It should be regarded as the strongest monster that Shajur has ever seen, except for the Sea Emperors who can drag Noah's Ark in Dragon Palace City. Hey, it's still not enough. A monster of this level is still not enough to practice. At this time, a big man came out from the front of the ant, exuding a ghost-like horror. Those huge muscles looked desperate. Then, as if he saw Shajur he grinned. Isho, Shajur, it's just in time, just let me see if my skills have fallen in the past few years. He stepped on the ground with great excitement and rushed in front of Shajur just punched out. This punch is unpretentious. But it can smash large pieces and change the color of the world. The air was completely blurred into a particle. Shajur sighed helplessly. Emission hockey covered it, and it was also a punch. Boom. The fluctuations caused by the collision between the two are like Mars hitting the Earth. That terrifying power. If the two directly channeled the power into the deep sea along the island's foundation, the island would have been torn apart. The gust of wind generated by the collision blew off the surrounding trees more than 100 meters away, bending them. Let the surrounding beasts flee in terror, not daring to stay at all. Buzz. The continuous strength of the two men made the air hum, and the surrounding sea was also undulating, and the tsunami continued. I said, this is not a good meet and greet, bullet. Shajur arm bulged, and a stronger force burst out, and the big man, the bullet, was shaken back. You guy, sure enough, you're getting more and more terrifying, and your strength is getting bigger and bigger. Bullet stopped, only feeling his arms shaking in envy. There's no way to fight against you. The top powerhouse is in the sea, and don't let yourself become terrifying. Shajur shook his numb right hand, and couldn't help but sigh. You guy's strength has more than doubled from the beginning. What a terrible physical quality. Bullet, just the fighting technique is already tyrannical and desperate. Not to mention the tyrannical armament hockey plus the perverted defense, that is, emission hockey, which is not enough to destroy the world, and basically can't hurt him. It is an enhanced version of Jack. It's still not as good as you, a monster with such a thin body, yet possessing such terrifying power. Bullet Isho, business mutual support. Hearing this, Shajur head was full of black lines. Where is the skinny? He glanced at his arm, but Shaolin had a thick mouth, and then looked at Bullet's arm that seemed to be able to run a horse. Well, it was a little thin. Golden Lion has come up with something again, and suddenly asked me to visit. Shajur entered the topic and asked Bullet what he should know. Isn't this island right? These terrifying monsters were all weak like chickens back then. Hearing Bullet's words, Shajur couldn't help frowning. he's still researching the gigantic berserker potion. The effects of his violent potions are much stronger than before. Of course, all this is not the main thing. He has obtained more in-depth research results. After listening to Bullet's words, Shazher Ching couldn't help but start to be a little curious. More in-depth research results. Bullet hugged his chest and grinned. You'll know when you go. Watching him play dumb riddles, Shazher Ching had to be patient and go to the depths of the island. There, some pirates have already gathered, and Golden Lion is meeting and greeting them. When seeing Shazher Ching coming, Golden Lion immediately showed excitement, and the surrounding pirates also showed awe. Golden Lion, what the hell are you doing? You specially invited me here, but don't let me down. Shazher Ching jokingly said that he was also a little curious. Golden Lion specially invited him to come. What was the achievement? Jia haha, don't worry, you'll find out later. Seeing Shazher Ching's appearance, Golden Lion couldn't help but smile proudly. Then, another heavyweight pirate ship arrives. I knew the Golden Lion wouldn't miss him. Looking at the pirate flag with a white crescent beard on a black background and the hull of a whale looking like a whale, Shazher Ching couldn't help shaking his head and said helplessly. Who else can use this kind of pirate flag? Of course, is Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. Chapter 815 Devil Laws. Cholera, what a good thing you have made again. Whitebeard's majestic voice came, and Whitebeard, exuding majestic blood, came to the island. Jia haha, you will find out later. Golden Lion swayed everyone's taste. Yo, your kid is there, Cholera, I knew this kind of thing couldn't be without you. Seeing Shazher Ching as well, Whitebeard suddenly laughed again. No way, he specially invited me to come, so I can't help but come. Shazher Ching and Whitebeard walked towards the Golden Lion's stronghold together. Shazher Ching glanced at it, and the people who could be invited were basically pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Inviting so many people, are you planning to recruit these people directly? Shazher Ching thought so in her heart. Everyone followed Golden Lion to a square. In that square, there was a huge red cloth covering something, and there was a frightening aura emitting. Jia haha, what I will show you next is my greatest achievement during this period of time. Get ready, everyone. Golden Lion had a mysterious expression on his face, and then, with a wave of his hand, the lightweight fruit ability was activated, and the red cloth was lifted. Immediately, that thing appeared in front of everyone. This is a giant sitting on the ground. To be precise, it was Oz the demon. Looking at Oz, who was covered in blue and looked like a corpse, Shazher Ching said, your achievement is this Oz's corpse. Golden Lion couldn't help laughing out loud. Of course not, you are optimistic. Golden Lion takes out a launcher thing and taps it. Bang! Seeing that Oz suddenly opened his eyes, green light lit up in his eyes, and stood up amidst the sound of gold and iron rubbing. Moreover, there was a terrifying aura that made many people in the room discolored, causing them to sweat. Oz the devil isn't that strong. Golden Lion, what have you done? Shazher Ching looked at him, a little curious. This Oz has more breath than the previous ant. Maybe even stronger. Jia haha, you won't know if you try it yourself. Hearing this, Golden Lion laughed proudly, and was faintly provocative. Aren't you afraid that I will hit him too hard and destroy him? Shazher Ching couldn't help saying Isho, this Golden Lion is quite confident. Your Excellency Shazher Ching, there will be no problem, feel free to test it. This is my proud work. At this time, a voice came from behind Shazher Ching. I saw a man dressed as a clown who appeared to be a scientist, speaking in a rather strange tone. Oh, then I'll give it a try. The moment the words fell, Shazher Ching disappeared in place. Everyone looked quickly, but they saw that he had appeared in front of Oz, and the force of a fist rolled out as if shaking the sky. Oz X2, start. The scientist said softly, and then Oz suddenly lit up all over his body, and then he punched him. Boom. The punch of Shazher Ching, who was able to crack the mountain range with one punch, was blocked by Oz without injury. It's interesting. Shajur-Ching stepped back immediately, but Oz's eyes lit up red. Then, two brazen rays of light were projected, and the power contained in them made Shajur-Ching's small body tighten. It's interesting. Shajur-Ching launched Kami-E to dodge, but before it landed, Ozzy's chest suddenly opened, and the honeycomb-like barrel stretched out. Then, a heavy and violent energy converged. Then, with an extremely rhythmic rhythm, it turned into an energy bomb to besiege Shajur-Ching. Hey, that's a bit of cheating. Shajur-Ching's observation hotkey told him that all his escape routes had been figured out, and he would suffer if he continued to hide. He immediately pulled out the flaming fire sword and covered hotkey, then turned his swordsmanship and waved it away. Boom! All the attacks were bounced off by Shajur-Ching, but Shajur-Ching couldn't help smacking his tongue. The power of this energy bomb was so strong that his arms were numb. Boom boom boom. The energy bombs that were blasted out all exploded in the seawater. Suddenly, the entire island trembled violently, and quite a few pirates were knocked to the ground. Their faces were quite surprised. But is this the end? Not at all. Oz, who I saw, took a heavy step and bullied Shajur-Ching, who was walking on the moon step in the sky, like a cannonball. Then, another punch. To be able to do this is really arrogant. Boom boom boom. Shajur-Ching quickly swung his long sword and had a violent confrontation with Oz, sparks flying everywhere. It is extremely surprising that Oz was able to keep up with Shajur-Ching. At least for a short time, that's it. Even Shajur-Ching's sword could not break Oz's defense. This giant is a bit strong. I have a feeling of seeing a giant pacifist. Whitebeard couldn't help squinting, a little surprised. The rest of the pirates were watching intently. A pirate like Shajur-Ching couldn't take Oz in a short period of time. This Oz's strength is a bit tyrannical. At this moment, a giant axe suddenly appeared in Oz's left arm. I saw Oz's swaying tiger, making the air roar, deafening, and the fight with Shajur-Ching, who took the opportunity to land, became more intense. Oz, who is 50 meters tall, he was dealt with. It turned out to be taller than this, and Shajur-Ching, who was only 1.7 meters tall, actually fought back and forth. Shajur-Ching was more and more surprised by his quick reaction, strong strength, and high agility. He threw a sword away from Oz, then looked at the golden lion. You got the technology of a pacifist. For this huge fighting robot, the first thing that popped into his mind was a pacifist. But the strength of this devil Oz, I am afraid that category also has to be dignified. Gia haha, that's not really, but it's almost the same. How, isn't it great? Shiki looked at Shajur-Ching, eager to get Shajur-Ching's approval. Yes, there are such devastating weapons, plus your giant animals. If you can develop a stable version of this weapon and achieve mass production, you will be truly invincible. Shajur-Ching is also generous with praise. Gia haha, we will start mass production in the next step. The Majin Oz is my strongest weapon. Although it cannot be mass-produced, I have mastered the principle. It is not difficult to develop a stable version and mass-produce it. And, in the next step, I will mass-produce more other types of combat robots. After receiving the praise from Shajur-Ching, Golden Lion seemed quite proud. Chapter 816 Alliance, Golden Lion Shiki. The world and the marine are really going to have a headache now. This sea has become more turbulent. Looking at the proud Golden Lion Shiki, Shajur-Ching approached Whitebeard's side and said with a faint gaze. Cholera, the new era and new situation, it's really not bad. Whitebeard's laughter was earth-shattering and powerful, and the sound directly caused the frenzy of the surrounding sea, causing a tsunami. The surrounding pirates couldn't stop breathing, and their faces were full of horror. The strongest man of the last era is well deserved. That's it, come, let's have a banquet. Golden Lion gathered so many people this time. On the one hand, Shajur-Ching and Whitebeard looked at their achievements. The second is to reorganize these invited pirate groups. He Golden Lion is about to start growing his team. Jia haha, from now on, the world has one more tyrant. That is my Golden Lion. Golden Lion can be said to be unprecedentedly happy today, and he was called a slut at the banquet. Shajur was neither happy nor sad, and even had other associations in his heart. For example, with the Golden Lion Alliance, to carry out business cooperation. Battle droids, that sort of thing, were never unique to Golden Lion alone. Also inside his summer chamber of commerce. And, there are quite a few uses. However, the strength is not as good as this robot from Golden Lion. Not even pacifists can match. Technology is the primary productive force. This sentence is the truth. Shajur thought about this in her heart. Except for the backbone and those fleet captains and fleet elites, the rest of his subordinates are not very strong. At most, they can only play their prestige in the first half of the Great Route, and the average bounty is around 50 million Baileys. But in the real fight, even the 48 million Bailey member with the lowest bounty, the 80 million pirate bounty would be very difficult to kill him. Why? Because they all have battle suits. This is technology from Germa 66. Although they are only simple versions, the boosting effect is still good, and they don't even need to go through too hard training to have good strength. This is the power of technology. Shajur also needs the power of technology. You want to work with me? After 3 rounds of wine, after everyone had eaten and drank enough, the Golden Lion heard what Shajur said after completing the integration of the forces. Not bad, how is it, Shiki-senpai, think about it. In today's new era, cooperation can only achieve win-win results. The previous one is no longer popular. Shajur said with a smile that Golden Lion would agree. What if I don't promise you? Golden Lion dug a hole for Shajur. Then forget it, can I still put a knife on your neck and ask you to agree? Shajur said without hesitation, strong melons are not sweet. Hearing Shajur words, Golden Lion smiled, very hearty, okay, then it's settled. Golden Lion would agree. After all, it would be a pity to let such a huge partner as Shajur not cooperate. Furthermore, Golden Lion is helpless because he is running out of money. To manufacture these weapons and continue researching them requires money. And Shajur happened to be rich. In this case, cooperation is a matter of course, why not do it? Shajur is right, the previous one-man model is no longer feasible in this era. Now is the age of cooperation. Shiki-senpai is wise. Listening to Shiki agreed to cooperate, Shajur also flattered a little. I thought to myself, it seems that staying in Impel Down for a few years is not a bad thing. Then, under the witness of Whitebeard and others, Shajur and Golden Lion began to negotiate. With Whitebeard as a guarantee, both Shajur and Golden Lion Shiki clearly stated their bottom line at the gate of opening. Therefore, the negotiation quickly became harmonious, and within an hour, the cooperation was completed. The sea is going to be even more turbulent because of us. Next, I don't know how many people will stay in the end. Before leaving, Shajur, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Bullet strolled on the wide port and left such a sentence. After returning to Nine Snake Island, Shajur panicked again. Helpless, I had to start to temper my swordsmanship, quietly waiting for the arrival of the people from the world. He can't wait to go to the final place now. The conditions are already in place, so naturally there is nothing to hesitate. Maybe the only unpleasant thing is that Tenryubito. It's really annoying to be yelling at him every day. Although, the prison environment is indeed a little less interesting. Waiting, just after the representative of the world government arrived, it ended quietly. You are here. If you don't come again, your Lord Tenryubito will go crazy. Shajur laughed out loud, and the face of the representative of this world's government suddenly turned gloomy. What have you done to Saint Dujavel? This represents considerable anger, and scolded, you better ensure that Saint Dujavel is not abused, otherwise, you will not have your good fruit to eat. Shajur sneered and glanced at him contemptuously. Are you sure, young man? Then, all the backbones behind him released a trace of breath. Immediately, the representative of Jin was bloodless and had difficulty breathing. Our place is Longtan Tiger's den, and even your Gorose, 5 elders should be polite. You told me that you want me to look good. Where does the confidence come from? Shajur glanced at it and asked with a smile like a smiling tiger. The first move in negotiation is to kill the spirit of the other party. This means that one person is weak, and the guards are still outside. How can he cope with such a scene? And he can't say that he is ugly. If nothing else, let's get started. I don't think you're a procrastinator either. Shajur also became serious all of a sudden. The killing of prestige has been completed, and then it is time to talk about serious things. Have you brought what I want? Shajur looked quite serious. Of course, our world government is not the same as you, not honest. This represents a cold snort, arrogant. Immediately, the two parties exchanged what the other wanted. Shajur took the top secret information handed over by the representative, and then read it carefully. And Tenryubito and this representative have left. One-handed people, one-handed goods. Chapter 817 Plans can't keep up with changes. After all, there is a circle of guards from the world's government and a group of newspaper reporters outside here, so many pairs of eyes are watching. This integrity Shajur must have. Otherwise, the signboard of the Summer Chamber of Commerce will be smashed. Let's study the authenticity of this information. Shajur always felt that the world's palace was too good to say this time. Just a Tenryubito made them succumb, which is really unreasonable. There must be a conspiracy they can't imagine. Robin, what do you think? The person with the most say is naturally the historian Nicole Robin. Currently, there are no loopholes, but it's a bit unusual. It's a bit too simple. Nicole Robin frowned, looking at the content on it. Everything seemed quite normal, but it felt a little wrong when you savored it carefully. Then study it carefully. The final land is not so easy to reach, don't worry. Naturally, Shajur couldn't study anything, and professional things should be left to professional people. Although he didn't know whether the secrets above were true or not, he did feel a little bit of an eye-opener. Speaking of which, what should I do with this Valdo? It's a good fighting force. Shajur touched his chin and thought. Back then, the world government didn't talk to him, so this matter was put on hold. And no one mentions it now, and Valdo is just forgotten. Let's see if it can be incorporated, otherwise, we can only imprison him and punish him slowly, or let him work as a coolie to punish him. For Waldo, there are only 2 or 3 punishments. Either get incorporated or continue to punish. That's all. Marine, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Shajur met. They also formed a pirate group. When Akainu learned the news from the intelligence officer, his brows furrowed. The new world of the 5 emperors is already chaotic enough, and now there is a Golden Lion Shiki. No doubt, the sea will be even more chaotic. These bastards are really tenacious enough. Akainu said with a murderous look on his face, and at the same time, his headache became more and more serious. Golden Lion Shiki, this is not an easy role. As the first pirate to successfully escape from a belly prison, his name was built on the shame of Impelton Prison. Because of his existence, the impregnable walls of Impelton Prison are no longer so perfect. What a new era of chaos. Akainu once again began to regret taking over the position of marshal. These days, he was about to worry about his hair turning white. What? The Summer Chamber of Commerce has already received the news of the final land, and there is only a 4th stone tablet with the historical text of the road sign. Can Shajur become One Piece, King of Pirates? Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki re-established the pirate group and participated in the game of the world situation. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Flying Pirates, and the Summer Chamber of Commerce have reached a cooperation, ready to subvert the sea. While Akainu was still worrying about the Golden Lion, the sea was completely boiling. The situation became more and more tense because of these three breaking news. Even the Gorosei, 5 elders, were shocked by this sudden turn of events. What is called planning then change. Now this is what happened to them. Good method, worthy of being Shui Tong Shajer Qing, really good method. The blonde Gorosei, 5 elders, said with a low look. It just happened so coincidentally. I am afraid it is a coincidence, and no one will believe it. Based on what they know about Shajer Qing, I believe this is his counterattack against their actions. They originally planned to know the secrets of the world by spreading the news that the Lord of Summer had obtained the final land, to become a word like One Piece, King of Pirates. Let the eyes of the entire sea be placed on Shajer Qing, and give them a chance to develop vulgarity. As a result, Shajer Qing launched Wang Zan directly when their plan was just launched. Golden Lion Shiki established the pirates, his Summer Chamber of Commerce, Whitebeard Pirates, and Golden Lion's Flying Pirates, and thus reached a cooperation. In this way, who would dare to provoke them on the sea? Their plan was completely ineffective. Shajer Qing is here. Ah, it's really a fluke this time. Just after Golden Lion invited me to attend that banquet, the World Palace did this. Shajer Qing looked at the report in his hand. Rao was used to seeing strong winds and waves, but he couldn't help but be taken aback by the calculations of the world's government. I knew there was something wrong with that intelligence, but why did Robin say that the content of that intelligence is 99% true? At this point, Shajer Qing was quite puzzled. He never thought that IM would be so willing, so generous, that 99% of the information given to him is true. There are only a few places where there is a slight way out. There are some unknown but deadly ambiguities. No wonder Shajer Qing thought so. Just like a rich man, it is impossible to tell a thief the location information of his various treasures. But that's what he did. If Shajer Qing knew this, he might admire it from the bottom of his heart. The ruthless Yimu deserves to be a person who does great things. The turbulent sea, just after the Golden Lion established the pirates, is their shocking bounty. Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, with a bounty of 4.7 billion Bailey. Douglas Bullet, Descendants of the Devil, with a bounty of 2.2 billion. Special Fighter, Oz, the Relocator, has a bounty of 1.5 billion. Genius Scientist, Dr. Indigo, with a bounty of 78 million Bailey. Red Orangutan, Scarado, with a bounty of 80 million Bailey. Killfish Man Chitakimo, bounty 98 million Bailey. Captain of the First Fleet, Giant Warrior Tower Ball, with a bounty of 417 million Bailey. Second Fleet Captain, the Demon Swordsman Van Klein, has a bounty of 381 million Baileys. Captain of the 18th Fleet, Tilfer Jake, has a bounty of 110 million Bailey. The entire pirate group has a total of more than 4,000 people and is divided into two parts, the headquarters and the branch. Although it seems that the strength is a little worse than that of the 5 emperors, according to the information, Golden Lion also has a group of huge violent beasts, which are quite powerful. No one dares to ignore this. Therefore, the people on the sea call the Golden Lion the 6th Emperor. Chapter 818 Turbulent Situation. His power has surpassed Shichibukai and other pirate groups. Only the name of the Emperor of the New World can be worthy of his status. In this regard, the new situation of the 6 Emperors Shichibukai Marine World Government, Revolutionary Army was born. In addition to this situation, there is a group of people who are trying to break this balance and wait for a new stage in history. They are Supernova 11. Just half a year after the establishment of the Golden Lion Pirates, their group of rising stars also launched their own operations. The former has defeated Shichibukai Guanez, and becomes the new Shichibukai's death surgeon, Trafalslo, on the condition of 1,000 hearts. Then there is the challenge provocation of the Bigu Mam Pirates, and defeat the Monkey Roge of one of the Desert Will stars, Snagger. In the middle, there are also the pirate alliances of Eustace Kid, Hawkins, and Apu who successfully challenge the Beast Pirates. as well as marine trader X-Drake who joined the Beast Pirates, and Capone Beige, a gangster who joined the Big Pirates. Times are getting more and more violent. The monsters of the old era and the evildoers of the new era are all on the sea and have started their own operations. In an era of unprecedented chaos, people's cognition is being refreshed every day. The chaotic level of the times, there are riots every day. It is almost beyond the control of either party. Every day, a large number of people are fleeing. This era, this sea, can no longer give them a sense of security. But even escaping to the end of the sea is useless. Therefore, they can only look for a strong shelter. The first to bear the brunt of course is the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Whitebeard Pirates. Second, of course, is the Red Hair Pirates. Finally, there's Shichibukai, and the rest of the Emperor-level pirates. Of course, not all countries do this. The allied countries of the world government do not move at all. After all, they have enough troops to protect themselves. But there are too many non-joined countries in this world. Countless. Therefore, no matter whether Xia Zhiqing resisted or not, his Xia Chamber of Commerce power skyrocketed a lot again. At the same time, it also brought him a lot of management talents. This makes Xia Zhiqing quite excited. Of course, what excites him most is that Hancock is pregnant. Congratulations, Hancock, you are pregnant. The undead doctor was diagnosed by Dr. Kurha. Really, the concubine is finally pregnant. Ah, the concubine is so happy. Hearing this news and knowing that he was about to become a mother, Hancock rolled on the bed excitedly. The shy face is red and bright, extremely attractive. Hee, you have to get ready next. Pregnancy is not an easy thing. Dr. Kuleha glanced at Xia Zhiqing, who was on the side, and said with a narrow smile. Next, I'll take care of you. No one is better at protecting the fetus than the person in front of him, and Xia Zhiqing completely trusted it. After all, Anna's pregnancy was taken care of by her. This is the old man's responsibility, but you are also not lightly responsible. You need company during pregnancy, you have to be prepared. This is not her Hancock's business alone. Dr. Kuleha warned with a very serious expression. Xia Zhiqing nodded and said yes. Chopper, prepare to supplement blood to relieve miscarriage and relieve anxiety. It should be available soon. In terms of medical skills, Dr. Kurha ranked first, and only a few people such as Kukaros dare to say that they are not inferior. Even Chopper can only be called second. Although Xia Zhiqing is also a doctor himself, this is the first time he has experienced pregnancy. He chose to leave this to a professional to do it. And the members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce were even happier when they learned that Hancock was pregnant, and even boiled with excitement. They thought in their hearts, it's better to be a boy, so that they can inherit the foundation of the Summer Chamber of Commerce safely. Although Xia Zhiqing already has an eldest daughter, and a considerable number of members recognize her as the successor, most members still prefer that the successor is a man. And the news of Hancock's pregnancy also caused a lot of shocks in the sea. The president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, the descendant of Xia Zhiqing, one of the 6 emperors, it is difficult not to attract attention. After all, this is an existence born with a golden key. But the surprise may be far more than that. When Anna brought her eldest daughter, Natsuno Sakura, to see Hancock, Kurha, a keen doctor, found out that she was also pregnant. What? Anna is pregnant too? When Kurha told him the news, he was a little stunned by the sudden surprise. Ha ha ha, good, double happiness, tell all members of the Chamber of Commerce, 5 times the salary today, and a special holiday. The overjoyed Xia Zhiqing held the 2 girls and kissed them fiercely several times, and even took Xia Zhiqing without escaping. Long live the president! And when they heard the news of the salary increase and the holiday, all the members were boiling. Excited emotions, almost to disperse the sky. My body is finally normal, it's not easy. Xia Zhiqing sighed in his heart. At the beginning, he and the 2 women took turns to sow seeds, but it was completely ineffective. He once doubted whether he was useless. Later, the system told him that it was because of the defect of the wheel eye, which caused his reproductive function to be hindered. He had to go to Naruto World to perfect Sharingan. Fortunately, this perfection came back, and the effect came out. The two women's bodies reacted immediately. Stay well to raise the baby, and don't do dangerous things. Do you understand? Shajur looked at the two women as if looking at two bodhisattvas, and wished they could be sacrificed. There's no need to care so much. It's just the beginning. What should I do? It won't be affected. Okay, leave it to the old man. You should go to manage your Chamber of Commerce. Clea directly chased people away. Shajur is here, it's the trouble at home. Well, Shajur can only take Shajuring and leave depressed. Daddy was disliked abandoned giggling. Seeing this scene, the 2-year-old Shajuring smiled happily. But her eyes are a pair of pink one-hook jade writing round eyes. In this matter, even Shajur did not expect that Shajuring would inherit his bloodline, and then, born to open the wheel of writing. My Shajur bloodline doesn't seem to be low in talent. Looking at Shajuring, Shajur problem of insufficient talent was solved. Shajur has begun to be a little curious, what will happen when her children grow up in the future? Cool, your kid can be considered to have descendants, and the old man can also hold a grandson. Whitebeard teased little Shajuring with a loving face, smiling very happily. Chapter 819 Fireman Shanks. And Shajuring is also very sticky to Whitebeard, not afraid of his majestic aura, climbing up and down on him. It's like thinking of Whitebeard as a giant climbing ladder. In the future, there will be more grandchildren. Dad, you have to be mentally prepared. Shajur couldn't help Isha when he heard this, and his expression was also very happy. What a comfortable situation for 3 generations to live together. Has the problem of future generations been solved? It's a troublesome thing. Marine, Akainu frowned tightly, with a very bad tone. Since he became a marshal, his brows have never been parted. So much so that he looks like a little old man now. Obviously he is only in his 40s. Thinking of this, Akainu once again regretted taking over the marshal. When I think of myself working so hard here, I'm conscientious and diligent in handling affairs. However, Sengoku and Garp stayed at the back with ease, eating senbei and drinking tea with Garp, chatting and spanking, and when life was so unsatisfactory, he would envy him for a while. Leave the good Marine Admiral and don't do it. What is the marshal here? It's just death. Alas. Thinking of this, Akainu couldn't help sighing again, and then plunged into the pile of affairs. On the Moby Dick. Yo, Shanks, rare guest, why do you have time to come to Daddy's place today? Shajur was watching Shajuring and Whitebeard having fun when she suddenly saw the red-haired Shanks who came with a large wine bottle. It shouldn't be a strange thing to come and visit. Shanks Sunshine Isho, like coming to Whitebeard to catch up, can't see anything wrong. But Shajur didn't believe that a busy person like Shanks, who took time to visit, just came to Whitebeard to catch up. He's not so busy. Then it looks like I'm having a good time today, and the wine smells pretty good. Shajur hee Isho, sat down on the fence next to him, watching the redhead sitting in front of Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, the captains on the Whitebeard ship couldn't help but squinted their eyes. How familiar this scene is. Back then, when Ace was caught, Whitebeard wanted to exhaust the strength of the entire pirate group and went to Marineford to rescue him. The red hair was like this. Alone, with good wine. Redhead, what do you want to discuss this time? It won't have anything to do with the riots of the times again. Marco spoke, still with a sleepy look, but his tone was quite serious. At first, the red hair came and had a fight with Whitebeard. Come today, maybe it will be repeated again. Ha ha ha, it's really been exposed all at once. Yes, the issue I want to talk about today is the issue of the riots of the times. After filling Whitebeard with red hair, his expression suddenly became serious. Stop, too, the sea is already quite chaotic. If the trouble continues, the sea will really be beyond your control. At that time, it will not be good for anyone. When Shanks said this, his eyes kept swept back and forth on Whitebeard and Shazher Ching. One of the important factors in the riots of the times is because of these two people. Especially Shazher Ching, the power has reached the first among pirates. His summer chamber of commerce has more than 300 islands and has a combat power of more than 5,000 people. There are 108 warships, 1,000 small warships, more than 5,000 transport ships, and more than 100,000 employees. There are 100,000 merchants and 78 kingdoms in the franchise. The annual income is comparable to the world government. Apart from him, none of the other 6 emperors have his strength. Move him, it will definitely cause time turmoil. Destroy him and the world will be chaotic. Shazher Ching's words and deeds are enough to make the world tremble. Really do it and wrestle with the world government. Hee, as long as the world government and Marine don't make trouble, we won't mess up either. After all, we have to protect ourselves. When Shazher Ching heard Isho, she took Shazher, who was rushing over, put her chin against her small head, and said, "It's not easy for me to have such a big industry, Marine. The world government stares at me every day, so that I disgusting." Quote. Look at what Marine did the other day. It's actually said that I have obtained the historical text of the 4 road signs, and I know the secret of the final land. Isn't this intentional to find it difficult for me? Besides, it doesn't matter if we talk about chaos or not. You see, I haven't done anything recently, but you just found me. Oh, this man, it's not good to be too famous. Shazher Ching had a rather aggrieved expression, looking at her red hair and wanting to vomit blood. Whether the world is chaotic or not is not up to you. You don't even look at how much energy you have. It is already so defiant by itself, and it has also united 2 other emperor-level pirate groups, so that no one can live. Can such a huge combination not be scary? And look at the places under my management, aren't they beautiful and stable? The hat of the riots of the times can't just be put on my head. Kaido, Lin, they are all responsible. Of course, for your sake, I don't have to continue to do this shit, but, other people, Marine, the world government may not agree. Shazher Ching looked at the red-haired firefighter and said, the existence of red hair is more like a weight to reconcile the power of pirates and the power of Marine. He will not have a clear object of help, but his position will always be firm. His position is peace, maintaining peace. Who is weak to help who? Sometimes, he will also come forward when necessary to maintain the balance of the strength of the sea. Okay, I get it. I'll keep trying. With Shazher Ching's words, Shanks is relieved. His purpose of this trip has basically been achieved. Whitebeard is still at ease. This is an existence who wants to form a family, hegemony or something. He doesn't care much. Shazher Ching. That's it. Peace is more beneficial to Shazher Ching. After all, he is a businessman. Need peace to develop business better. Besides, Hancock and Anna are pregnant one after another, and during the recent period, he may have a little peace of mind. Otherwise, wouldn't it be to be complained? Of course, if someone asks for trouble, you can't blame me for provoking the riots of the times. Shazher Ching said something beforehand, and Shanks nodded. 2 days later, Mariajoy. What are you doing here? Redhead, you just left from Whitebeard, what are you going to talk to us about? Looking at Shanks who appeared in front of them, Gorosei, 5 elders squinted and asked sharply. I'm here for peace, Shanks replied with a determined expression. Oh, so, Whitebeard and the others promised not to make trouble. Hearing Shanks' words, Gorosei, 5 elders immediately reacted, and some couldn't believe it. Chapter 820 The Revolutionary Army is here. On the condition that you can't make a fool of yourself and mess with things. Their sincerity has come out, and whether it is peaceful, it's up to you. Shanks looked up at Gorosei, 5 elders, his eyes were burning, there was a terrifying light in it, and the air was twisted. Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly fell into thought. After a long time, the blonde Gorosei, 5 elders said, "Okay, then it's settled, both parties will not continue to do things, let the times settle down." Hearing their answers, the red-haired Shanks got up immediately and left here. I know that at times like this, he won't stand by, but just because he doesn't do anything, doesn't mean he doesn't do anything. Gorosei, 5 elders looked at each other and saw the sharpness in each other's eyes. If you really keep your promises, you'd be a fool. Peace, I love peace. Everyone loves peace. On a certain island, Shajirching supported Shajiriang, who was sitting on his neck and riding a big horse, humming a little song happily. Shortly after the red-haired Shanks boarded the Moby Dick and headed to Mariajoy, the people at sea suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as if something frightened them suddenly disappeared. But when you think about it, it doesn't seem like there's anything missing. Pirates are still rampant, and the kingdom is still doing nothing. Marine is still madly suppressing the pirates. At least every day, the sea is still full of artillery fire and fighting constantly. But that suffocating depressing breath just disappeared. Although I don't know why this oppressive breath disappeared. But it does not affect the public to breathe a sigh of relief and start looking forward to the future. Gradually, the people suddenly discovered something. The sound of artillery fire suddenly became smaller, less. No more fighting. There are also fewer pirate ships sailing on the sea. It seems that all of a sudden, the sea has changed from the turbulence of 10 days ago, people are panicked, and it has become peaceful and peaceful. Although not everyone understands what's going on. But people with a little insight understand that the reason why this situation occurs is related to the demise of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as these two contemptuous kings withdrew, the situation immediately stabilized a lot. Marine will also be able to devote more energy to suppressing unrest in other areas. Peace, that's how it came. It seems that it is really thanks to those two. The birth of this new life really has an extraordinary effect. These two, not Whitebeard and Shajirching. It's referring to Hancock and Anna's two mothers-to-be. All the stability and transformation came from the news that these two were pregnant. That's fine. The long-lost peace, even if it may be short-lived, at least has come. The people of the sea are easy to satisfy. Uris feels that he has been really unlucky recently. Where to go is not good. What is Sabayati Archipelago to be proud of? Well, it turned out to be the devil. With no room for resistance at all, it became his free labor force, and he had to help him find the historical text. All of a sudden, from the life of heaven, fell into hell. Originally, he should be infinite scenery. As an overlord from North Blue, his struggle history is only a little worse than his predecessor Hawkins. It can be said that I have come all the way, and I have experienced a lot of life and death battles, but I have gained a lot of things. From 12 million Baileys at sea to 128 million Baileys at Sabayati Archipelago, he is famous and his status has soared. He also included 8 pirate groups that once stepped on his hands. Status, fame, wealth, beauty, he got it all. In the first half of the Great Route, his fame can cause the kingdom to turmoil, the people to cry, and the children to stop crying. He thought that he could continue to be arrogant. But since stepping on the Sabayati Archipelago, everything has changed. As the strongest pirate force left on the island at that time, before he had time to show his prestige, he met the evil star. The evil star who shouldn't be here. The evil star who can crush him at will, Shajirching. Like a temporary intention, he included himself and others, and became his free labor force to help him find the historical text of the unknown road sign. But this thing, no one knows where he is. Finding it this way is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps the only consolation is that Eustace Kidd, Hawkins, Apu, who are supernovas, have also been caught as strong men. When he thought that the representatives of the new era were also arrested like them, when he was doing such drudgery, his heart suddenly became more balanced. This day, Shajurching was eating melons and swimming when suddenly a subordinate reported that someone wanted to see him. What does it look like? Shajurching asked without hesitation, who would come to him at this time. The visitor replied, it's a very young guy with a tall hat, but his weapon is a bit strange, it's a water hose. When he heard that the weapon was a water pipe, he already knew who it was. He couldn't help frowning. Why did this guy come to me? What does he want to do? He put down the melon in his hand and walked towards the lobby where the man was. When Shajurching arrived here, that person just looked up. Hello, Your Excellency Shajurching. Let me introduce myself, my name is Sabo. The person who came is naturally the second head of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Shajurching nodded to him and said, Your Excellency Sabo is no longer staying with Baldij. What are you doing here with me? What are you Revolutionary Army going to talk to me about? Hearing that Shajurching directly stated his identity, Sabo couldn't help being a little surprised. He and Shajurching had never met before. How did Shajurching know that he was the Revolutionary Army, and that he was the second head of the Revolutionary Army? Seeing Sabo's face full of surprise, Shajurching couldn't help laughing. Why, surprised? Sabo nodded, it was a little scary. Shajurching laughed and said, Don't forget who I am. I am the president of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. The footprints of the members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce are all over the world. Maybe there are people from our Summer Chamber of Commerce within your sphere of influence. There are always people who have seen you, and then they will give feedback to me. Hearing Shajurching's explanation, Sabo couldn't help feeling a little chill on his back. This intelligence ability is really scary. So, what is your purpose for this trip? Shajurching looked at Sabo and asked aloud. Our Revolutionary Army intends to unite with you to overthrow the world government. Sabo said his purpose. Shajurching was relieved when he heard it, and then sighed, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Chapter 821 Conqueror Practice. I think you should go to Golden Lion Shiki to discuss this, he should be more interested in this. Hearing Shajurching's answer, Sabo said, You don't need to act now, just form an alliance. You arrive at the final place in the future and know the secrets hidden in the World Palace, and the World Palace will definitely not let you go. Cooperation can make us stronger and will not be defeated by each other. As a hero like you, you shouldn't fail to understand this. Sabo has enough confidence that Shajurching will promise himself. Before coming, Dragon told him. Shajurching looks harmless to humans and animals, but in fact it is the most troublesome. As among the 6 emperors, he is the most low-key and the most wily existence. He has very big ambitions, and his favorite thing to do is to build the plank road in the open, darken the warehouse, and grow in a vulgar way. Its power is the greatest, and whoever can unite with him has the right to speak in the world. And the existence of the world's government, he was born to be opposed to it, and the two sides were incompatible. There is bound to be a winner. And the person who loses must not necessarily be Shajurching. Dragon never sees people wrong, so Sabo is very confident, Shajurching will definitely agree to him. Interesting, does your Revolutionary Army finally have enough confidence to face the world's government? Looking at Sabo, Shajurching's eyes were calm and looked quite calm. Sabo replied, There is no such thing as fire and water, there must be a battle. We have to prepare first. I can consider your suggestion. Hearing Shajurching's answer, Sabo immediately stood up. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Shajurching and Sabo shook hands, and the alliance between the Sha Chamber of Commerce and the Revolutionary Army was officially established. However, after all, it is a sneaky establishment, and naturally it will not announce the world. Otherwise, the sea will be completely turbulent, and the world's government and marine will definitely do whatever it takes to destroy the Revolutionary Army here. Or the Summer Chamber of Commerce. I didn't expect to get a joint invitation from the Revolutionary Army. It's interesting. This world is completely different. Shajurching stood on the vines of the Sky Island gods, looking down at the entire Sky Island complex, like a real god. With a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, he slowly clenched his fists. Now, it's probably a success. Sky Island at this time is far from that scene. All kinds of exquisite buildings have sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, with high-rise buildings and perfect functional divisions. Moreover, the area has also increased several times. There are nearly 100,000 people living on Sky Island, all of whom are warriors with different strengths than ordinary people. Under Sky Island, near Nine Snake Island, the Summer Chamber of Commerce has also opened up 3 islands as bases. It is the branch of the Nine Snake Island Summer Chamber of Commerce, where the captains of the major fleets are stationed. Nine Snake Island is no longer a forbidden area for men to enter, but the rules are still strict. Anyone who can enter is a good family member who has been strictly investigated. Today's Summer Chamber of Commerce occupies 15% of the world's total power. It can be said to be the strongest single force apart from the world government and marine. After all, the world's government only occupies 25% of it. Under the control of such a huge force, it is naturally an absolute tyrannical force, and has already stood at the top of the rule-making. This feeling, very cool. This feeling is what Sha Zhiqing wants. Wealth, fame, status, power, beauty. He has it all. Life is satisfied. He naturally had to talk to Whitebeard and Golden Lion about his cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. Naturally, the two of them will not have any opinions. After all, Golden Lion was originally a war madman, and his goal was originally the world government. Damn Sha Zhiqing, this old man must be avenged. Onishima, Kaido, who has been in a coma for nearly half a year, finally woke up. He let out a humiliating roar that shook the entire island, shaking all over the place. All nations, Cake Island. This world is getting more and more interesting, well. Bigu Mamu smiled terribly. She looked at the people in the world in front of her and waved her hand. Your request, I agreed. Isho, World Government Officer, it was a pretty sensible choice. The world is still turbulent in secret, but on the surface, it has settled down peacefully. The major forces of all parties seem to have suddenly become silent overnight. They are all immersed in developing their own strengths. This made the business of the entire sea suddenly reach the most prosperous stage in history. And all of this is inseparable from the support of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Because the ships of the Summer Chamber of Commerce are transporting almost non-stop on the sea day and night, transporting the things they need for major commercial places. With the support of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and mutual cooperation, no other forces dare to interfere, so it really makes people feel that doing business is a lot easier. Time passes slowly. Sha Zhiqing, who is idle, is either in charge of walking the baby all day, or is in a daze. Of course, it's just a matter of training a Straw Hat Luffy once in a while. The feeling of being smashed by the thunder, Luffy felt really sour. What rubber insulation. The impact and heat generated by the current of hundreds of millions of volts is enough to make Luffy drink a pot. Luffy wants to stop being paralyzed. Armament Haki has to work hard. Only when Armament Haki is strong can this pain be relieved. Of course, if Sha Zhiqing was really bored, he would also help Luffy to exercise the spirit of a king. Conqueror, although it is born, it is difficult to grow the day after tomorrow. It must be greatly improved as the user's spirit is strong. But it doesn't prevent Sha Zhiqing from ravaging, destroying Luffy madly. Let him increase his knowledge, and then improve the Conqueror. Boom boom boom. Another day of Conqueror confrontation. Two invisible forces, with endless majesty and heavy oppression, raged. Most of the animals on the island were all shivering and crawling down. This oppression is so terrifying that even the surrounding woods are constantly bursting. The earth can't stand the cracking. Luffy is still too immature to confront a conqueror with a monster like Sha Zhiqing. He felt that he was like a small boat in a storm, with the illusion that it would be overturned at any time, and he kept retreating, his face full of effort. This pressure is too heavy and too condensed. Luffy felt a huge piece of lead pressing down on him, causing his bones to rattle. This feeling is so desperate and terrifying. Chapter 822 Times are developing. Is this the strength of the Sea Overlord? But I won't give up. An LT, P and GT. After several, Life Education, by Xiaozhi Qing, Luffy is still a little different from the original. At least, it won't be so snarky, and dare to provocate any enemy. And around the two, there are several huge monsters watching. They are respectively a golden lion 20 meters tall, a silver-maned ironback orangutan with a height of 30 meters, a white crane with iron feathers that is 20 meters tall even when squatting, a two-headed Shira saber-toothed tiger 10 meters tall. Beside it, there is also a circling sinister Orochi, wrapped in purple-black scales, with a bulge on its head, showing signs of developing in the direction of the dragon. These 5 are the overlords on this island. Under the influence of two people's battles for many years, they have also learned two-color hockey. If any of them break out conqueror, Xiaozhi Qing may really want to circle them. This is simply amazing. 1 year later. I found the historical text for you, you can set me free. Kid looked at Xiaozhi Qing who was smiling in front of him, and said with a gloomy expression. Not bad. Hockey, the level of fruit ability development has improved a lot. Looking at Kid, Xiaozhi Qing praised and said, of course, you can go, you have recovered your freedom. When Kid heard the words, he turned around and left immediately. If he could, he would never want to come here in his life. Kid is the third person to send the historical text stone tablet. The earliest is Hawkins, which was delivered half a year ago, followed by EPUB. Hey, next, will you continue to challenge Kaido like in the original? An LT, P and GT. Looking at Kid who was far away, Xiaozhi Qing narrowed his eyes and thought expectantly. Then, he glanced at Luffy in the straw hat who was fighting with Orochi and the double-headed Ashura saber-toothed tiger in 4th gear, and smiled a bit cheaply. Hey, Doflamingo, I don't know if you will come across him in the future. This new star is so strong. Because of Xiaozhi Qing, the strength of those monsters on Winter Island is even higher than in the original book. Therefore, this leads to the fact that Luffy's basic strength and the strength of the 4th gear are stronger. Thinking of Doflamingo's encounter with Luffy in the straw hat in the future, he feels sour for some reason. Xiaozhi Qing has completely changed it. Xiaozhi Qing does not know how to develop in the future, but he is looking forward to it. Because it's more interesting. This era is like magic. After escaping the clutches of Xiaozhi Qing, Kid and the others went to challenge Kaido of the beasts just like in the original book. It's just slightly different that the Kid trio isn't like in the original this time. Kid was seriously injured and captured. Hawkins wisely joined the beast pirates. Apu escaped and continued to wander the sea. This time, all 3 managed to escape after provoking Kaido of the beasts. It is said that Kaido really exploded his lungs. Thinking of Kaido's frantic appearance, Xiaozhi Qing wanted to laugh inexplicably. That picture must be quite beautiful. Sky Island, Roronoa Zoro and Shiryu the Rain are still fighting fiercely, practicing their sword skills. Waiting for the day when he can defeat Hawkeye, ascend to the position of the world's largest swordsman, and fulfill the promise of his childhood. Nami is still saying that she is working hard to learn navigation, and does not occasionally work part-time as an aunt to take care of the young Xiaozhi. Robin is still reading the book calmly, day after day. And Xiaozhi Qing has begun to visit his 2 ancestors, from time to time. The temperament of the 2 women during pregnancy really changed and it started to feel a little strange. Sometimes, Xiaozhi Qing can only smile bitterly when some requests are made. How could he, an ordinary person, fulfill the requirement of picking the stars and picking the moon? But most of the requirements, he can still do, no matter how difficult it is. There are not many problems in this world that it is difficult to get Xiaozhi Qing. Xiaozhi Qing is really responsive to the requests made by his 2 ancestors, and he never tires of it. Absolutely exemplary husband. Even Clea didn't feel emotional. It's been a long time since I met such a responsible man as Shazher Ching. Hancock and Anna endured were indeed worth it. They didn't follow the wrong person. However, what makes Shazher Ching a little melancholy is that he still has no clues about the fourth historical text of the road sign. Where will they be? Shazher Ching often looked at the sea like this, thinking in his heart. The Straw Hat Luffy on Winter Island has entered the last moment of cultivation. He's already been able to defeat several of those animals that know hockey. When he can completely defeat these animals, it is time for him to leave. And elsewhere in the sea, Kaido is still working on his artificial devil fruit research, and, with the support of the world government, has been quite effective and has increased his strength a bit. Charlotte Linlin is still looking for delicious food to satisfy her appetite. Moreover, because of this matter, there was a conflict with Golden Lion, and a battle was fought. Marine also stopped the second round of the world conscription, basically made up for the loss, and there are several good seedlings of the new generation. For example, the admiral candidate who was expected to take over as admiral with Momoshiki and Chaton Tokikake, Red Ogre Batongwan. And Oro Hunter Gurrent, known as the Marine Genius. This guy happened to be guarding the Sabayati archipelago, always thinking about making trouble for Shazher Ching. Threatened to eliminate the big pirates like Shazher Ching, to eliminate harm for the people, and to maintain justice. But in Shazher Ching's eyes, this is just a stupid and strange idiot. The strength is not good, but the spirit is higher than the sky. Of course, there are Garp's two disciples who don't show much landscape, Kobe, Helmeppo. These two people made Shazher Ching still a little interested. In the rest of the world, nothing has happened to the sea, and the Revolutionary Army is still low-key, but it has already begun to prepare for the overthrow of the world government. Golden Lion's combat robot is also in mass production, and its strength is similar to that of a pacifist, maybe a little less. But this is not important, it is enough to have this kind of strength. Both Shazher Ching and Golden Lion are equipped with many such combat robots as their backbone. I believe that when Marine finds out about this, she will be very happy. To be able to do this, it is inseparable from the strength of gills. This scientist is quite powerful. Shazher Ching himself has not stopped the research on artificial devil fruit, and it has also begun to bear fruit. With experts like Caesar Current there is no need to worry about bad results. Chapter 823 Sabayati Archipelago, Come Again. A considerable number of people have eaten devil fruits and gained abilities. And most devil fruits contain a little lightning effect. This comes from Shazher Ching's blood. After Caesar Curon had dialyzed Shazher Ching's bloodline, he added his bloodline factor, and the effect seemed to be good. After all, most of his artificial devil fruits are Zone S. Only a few who are not affected by Shazher Ching's bloodline factor will mutate into Paramesha. In terms of effect, there are good and bad, and the effect is against the sky. If the fruit is blurred, as long as the reaction is fast enough, no one can touch their own body, and they can also blur others. There are also less ideal ones, such as shut-up fruit, whose ability is to make people shut up. Therefore, most people choose Zone Devil fruit. After all, the ability of this type of fruit is good. Shazher Ching called this army of artificial devil fruit capable people, talented people. Their appearance is not much different from the giver of the Kaido pirates. It's just that Kaido's giver will basically take the form of an animal, retaining only a few human features. The talented, on the other hand, basically maintains human characteristics, but only slightly changes to animal characteristics. For example, the head has horns, the nails become claws, and the back of the buttocks has a long tail. No matter how bad it is, the teeth become sharper and longer. Other than that, nothing has changed. When they fight, they are like fur tribes. In addition to Zone's own strength, speed, and defense enhancement, they also have the paralyzing effect of lightning. Excellent talents, can even bless themselves with lightning and form an external effect. Time passed slowly for a month. Hancock, Anna and the two daughters finally arrived on the day of giving birth. Each gave birth to a boy. Summer. Shajariang instantly had two more younger brothers. Good work. Looking at the two women with pale faces, like two women fished out of water, Shajariang held their hands and said softly. At this time, it was a moment of tenderness that belonged to the three of them. Children, with Karha to take care of. The interior of the summer chamber of commerce was extremely happy. The two princes meant more choices. The two little princes who were born shouting the golden key, on the day of the full moon banquet, it was really full of friends. From all over the world, anyone with a little identity will come. Even Marine sent representatives. Worldwide attention. But on this day, the protagonists are not the two children, but their beautiful and moving mother. On this day, the shocking wedding of Shajariang and two beauties was also held at the same time. There is no wedding that compares to Hancock and Anna. This wedding shocked the whole sea. Nearly 300,000 people participated in person. The number of people watching through the phone book is in the billions. Who doesn't want to see the wedding of the strongest man in the world? What's more, the wife of the strongest man in the world, one of them is Hancock, the most beautiful woman. Who doesn't want to feast their eyes? And after this wedding and full moon feast, the power of the world has completed a major reshuffle. Time has come to the Sea Circle calendar 1522. This year, Straw Hat Luffy, who has finished his training on Winter Island, joins his friends at Sabayati Archipelago. Immediately, the news that the once famous Straw Hat Luffy was about to gather in Sabayati Archipelago caused an uproar in Sabayati Archipelago. Although this one is not very good compared to those emperors on the sea, but it's a supernova after all, and, as a challenge to Admiral in the Battle of the Top, and become the second person to escape the impel down. His name is even more powerful than other supernovas. And today, the Straw Hat pirates gathered here will definitely set off a new situation. Father, I heard that Sabayati Archipelago is very lively, take me to see it. On the Nine-Snake Island, the little Lolita Shajariang, who is more than 3 years old and has the ability to think, looks at his father, Shajariang, with watery eyes. And beside Shajariang, Sha Chen and Sha Mu, two little boys, climbed up and down on him, giving out crisp laughter from time to time. Aren't you just there? Sabayati Archipelago is about to be ruined by you. Shajariang scratched his head and said very distressed. His daughter inherited most of his and Anna's fine bloodlines. The physical quality is much stronger than the two of them at the beginning, and because of the existence of Sharingan, she inexplicably has a strength that is even stronger than that of ordinary adults. Therefore, when she was playing at Sabayati Archipelago, she, the little devil, almost destroyed all kinds of children's amusement facilities because she couldn't control her power. Oh, my father, I just want to go see it, okay. Father's people love me the most, take me to see, okay. I heard that there is a Straw Hat Pirates gathering today, it must be very exciting, take me to see it. Shajariang saw Shajariang's obvious refusal, and immediately took out the ultimate killer, acting like a spoiled child. He grabbed Shajariang's arm and shook it, as if Shajariang didn't agree to her, she would not stop. Okay, take you there, if you shake it again, my old bones will fall apart. Shajariang looks like 25 or 6 this year, but in fact, he is 32 and is about to enter his prime. Now, he is no longer the white-faced and beardless man, with a stubble on his face, which makes him even more majestic. Yeah, I knew that my father is the best and hurts me the most. Hearing that Shajariang promised him, Shajariang jumped high and slapped Shajariang's face. Your reward, father. Shajariang smiled like a flower, and the two little children of Sha Chen and Shamu also laughed immediately, the snot of the laughing boss. Really, can't you be stricter? If you spoil her like this, you will spoil her. Anna came over with a speechless look on her face. This guy, Shajariang, raise the two boys like wild children. For the girl Shajur, that is really a good thing, so good that Anna is jealous. Ha ha ha, isn't there a good saying, my daughter was my father's lover in a previous life, and she. Shajur looked at Shajur, I must have forgotten to drink mangpo soup. Such disgusting words. Anna rolled her eyes when she heard it, full of anger. This kind of words, only Shajur can say it. Let's go and see the fun. With Shajur on her neck, Shajur set foot on the exclusive boat and set sail. There is also a small sea beast pulling the boat in front. Near Sabayati Archipelago. Gia, the Straw Hat Pirates are coming together here. It's really exciting. I don't know if they are still recruiting people. If they do, I really want to join in. Because of the news of the gathering of the Straw Hat Pirates, a large group of pirates gathered, and they were extremely excited. Chapter 824 times are developing. But this time, few of those merchants on Sabayati Archipelago panic. On the contrary, I am very happy. Che, what you sell is really expensive. A big man covered in tattoos who didn't look easy to mess with a ferocious look on his face, picked up the big knife he chose in his hand, and put down the coins. Welcome to your next visit. This boss is a little old man, and he took the money without hesitation, and then sent the big man to him. In the beginning, the big man planned to grab it outright, but when the boss pointed to the small banner at the door of the store, he suddenly became honest. That golden sun skull flag, he clearly knew what it represented. Although the reputation of joining the Summer Chamber of Commerce is not very good, the business is really good. Sure enough, there is no such thing as two things in this world. After the big man left, the little old boss sighed like this. Shops like him that have joined the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Sabayati Archipelago and many more. This is also the reason why many businesses are not afraid of pirates and gatherings. Because the pirates dare not mess around, they can only do business obediently. Moreover, the more pirates, the better their business, which is why they are happy. Of course, not everyone on the entire island has joined the Summer Chamber of Commerce. The ingredients on this island are complex. There are those who joined the Summer Chamber of Commerce, those who were blessed by Marine, those directly under Tenryubito, those who belong to Shichibukai forces, and the industries of other sea emperors and pirates. But the number of joining the Summer Chamber of Commerce is the largest. At this moment, thousands of pirates gather on the prosperous Sabayati archipelago. And 3 or 2 people, either leisurely or dressed strangely, are gathering towards Aunt Xiao's ripping off bar. And just like in the original book, the fake Straw Hat Gang also issued a notice to recruit partners, and immediately, the entire Sabayati archipelago was boiling. All kinds of forces suddenly started watching the show. A freckled young man with a mouth full of food muttered, Luffy wants to recruit a companion. Why didn't I know? Opposite him, a certain young Isho with a water pipe weapon, quite handsome and gentleman, said, I'll find out when I see it. Some slave trade. Straw Hat Luffy, recruiting companions. An old man with glasses and white hair frowned, a little surprised. Go and sign up, join the Straw Hat Pirates, become a big pirate, and become famous all over the world today. Many pirates are heading towards the registration place. And in the sea near the Sabayati archipelago, a young man walking with a baby looked at the luxurious and rich ship hurriedly fled in front of him, for fear of being wiped out, with a question mark in his head. Father, why did they run away when they saw us? They seem to be planning to bombard us just now. In the young man's arms, a little loli, like a jade carving, asked curiously with a small head. The young man shrugged helplessly. How would I know? I'm not a murderer, so what? The youth is naturally Shajur, and the little loli is Shajur. Shajur glanced at the boat, then stopped his own boat at the port, used the transformation technique to change his face, and brought Shajur ashore. Beyond that sea, on that luxurious ship, a group of guards looked at the sweaty and pale prince, and asked in a puzzled way, His Royal Highness, why are you so afraid of a small boat, an ordinary young man? Is he very powerful? Hearing the guard's question, the prince wiped the cold sweat from his head and showed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Do you know who that guy is? If you know who that guy is, you'll know why I'm so scared. An LT, P and GT. Hearing this, the guard asked curiously, who is he? Is he a powerful character? The prince took a long breath, and after a while, he said, that guy is the head of the 6 emperors, the strongest man in the world, Shajurching with blood pupils, who almost killed the president of our country's summer chamber of commerce. You said I'm not afraid. After listening to the prince's answer, all the guards could not help but breathe in fright. No wonder their prince was so frightened that they ran for their lives, and the cold sweat broke out. It turned out to be because I met this killing god. That guy, why did he come to Sabayati Archipelago again? Did he come to catch the strong man again? The guards' voices trembled and asked curiously. The prince shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. A person like him can't always aim for nothing. There must be some purpose. He is certain of this. And just when he said this, all the pirates in the Sabayati Archipelago suddenly felt a chill behind their backs for no reason. This creepy feeling made them feel flustered for some reason. What is this bad feeling? Many pirates swallowed. This feeling made them very uncomfortable, and they suddenly panicked inexplicably. But this feeling is only for a moment, fleeting. Probably an illusion. They all thought so in their hearts. And in the marine branch not far away. Okay, since they want to send them to the door by themselves, then I'm welcome. These evil guys, watch me lock them into impel down with my own hands. When Grant of Turkey had heard that Luffy in the straw hat would gather on this island with his friends, he immediately became excited. With me here, do you still want to recruit companions to go to sea? HMPH, dream, today is the end of your life. Grant slammed the table with a punch, his eyes were extremely sharp. Zontaomaru on the side said, don't be so excited. The straw hat Luffy is important, but the other pirates should not be underestimated. Since they want to send them to the door themselves, they should all be sent to impel down. On weekdays, Sabayati Archipelago usually does not have many pirates gathering together, and as long as they run fast, they may not be able to catch them. Therefore, their general harvest is not very big. But today, this is simply an achievement delivered to the door, and they naturally won't let it go. Those people will be handed over to you, and the Straw Hat Pirates will be handed over to me. Gurant didn't plan to discuss with Zontaomaru at all, so he rushed out. He was accompanied by 2 other marine rookies, Rokushiki Genius Burnham, Swordsman Zeppa. This time, we must do a great job and completely suppress those 2 bastards from Kobe. Burnham said excitedly, his eyes were full of high fighting spirit. That's natural, we're all captains now, we're sure to be promoted to Commodore faster than him, and then to be an admiral candidate faster than him. The silver-haired swordsman Zeppa responded, and they wanted to be confident again. Marine, S generation, the 5 of them are the most prominent. Although they have all been trained in GARP for a period of time, their goals are basically the same. Driven by their competitive spirit, they are all secretly competing. And so far, they're all the same height. Chapter 825 Fake Straw Hats. They're all at captain level. But as long as these pirates are caught, they will definitely be promoted. At that time, they can beat Kobe and Helmeppo. The position of admiral must be mine. After listening to the words of the 2 partners, Gurant clenched his fists and said in his heart. Behind them, Zontaomaru carried an axe and led Marine and his 2 pacifists, PX-1 and PX-5, to set out to encircle the rest of the pirates. Sabayati Archipelago. It's so lively. Every time I come here, it's different. It is indeed the most prosperous Sabayati Archipelago. It's so interesting. Shajuriang was talking with excitement like it was her first time here. And her image like a little loli has also gotten a lot of heads, and many women call her cute. What's more, he stopped and touched it, and he liked it on his face. Many people took her to take pictures, wishing she could be their daughter. Of course, there were also many people who were eyeing her secretly, but when they reported the target, all they got were severe reprimands. The girl must not move. If she does, don't blame me for being rude to clean up the door. You dare to touch that girl. You are not afraid, our entire organization is afraid. Do you still want to mess around in the new world? If you touch that girl, we are all finished. A little bit of eyesight. Is that something we can move? Go ask Kaido of the beasts if he dares to move her. If you have a harder head than Kaido, pretend I never said that. These people all received severe reprimands and warnings from the organization behind them, which also made these people dispel their thoughts about shoujo. Originally, I was thinking of grabbing it and selling it at a good price, but now I can't afford it, so forget it. The organization behind them, looking at the photo of shoujo smiling as brightly as a flower in front of them, all looked overly frightened. Who knows how furious shoujo's killing god will be, and how Whitebeard's monster will settle accounts. This is simply a little princess who can run wild, and it's too late for them to hold her, let alone move their thoughts on her. Father, go to Big Brother Straw Hat's place. After strolling around for a while, shoujo lost interest and went to the place where Straw Hat Luffy and the others gathered. Okay, I really can't do anything about you. Shoujo sighed helplessly, and headed towards the ruined city near the port. That's a pretty remote place where pirates gather. Grumble. But at this moment, shoujo made a sound of hunger. Oh, let's go eat first. Seeing this, shoujo walked towards the restaurant. When you are full, you have the strength to watch the fun when you are full. Shoujo was very diligent in ingesting food, a bowl of gruel. Shoujo chewed on the beef jerky and sipped the wine boredly. There are many pirates around, and from time to time, someone's eyes swept over them with malicious eyes. It's just that if they knew the real identity of the target of their crooked idea was shoujo, they would be paralyzed on the ground in fright. Just this one, little ones. At this time, a very impatient voice suddenly came from outside the door. I saw a big fat man with a proud face and full of arrogance kicked in the door. He was wearing the same outfit as the Straw Hat Luffy, but he looked so different. And behind him, a group of crooked melons and cracked dates dressed up in the Straw Hat Pirates also walked in. Seeing them, shoujo couldn't help sighing, it's really fate. But the originally noisy tavern suddenly became quiet because of their appearance. Obviously, they all seem to recognize the identity of this group of people, and they all have fear and panic on their faces. The big fat man in the straw hat was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and looked around like an emperor, and then, "Are you all blind? Don't hurry up and serve the wine and food, neglect us, and be careful I will kill you." The arrogant fat man in the lead pulled out the pistol around his waist and pointed at the boss, and scolded quite arrogantly. Gollum. The boss was so frightened that his face suddenly turned pale. He quickly gave the waiter a wink, and then raised his hands in surrender. "Sir something well. HMPH, you know each other," the big fat man snorted coldly, very satisfied with the boss's response. Hearing this, the boss was relieved immediately, but the big fat man immediately said, "But, if you can't serve wine and food within 5 minutes, you will die." As soon as these words came out, the boss's hands trembled in fright. It's hard for a strong man. The boss's powerless drinking, combined with his pale complexion, vividly reflected the difficulty of the people at the bottom of the world to survive. "Dare to refuse me, then you will die," the big fat man laughed jokingly, raising his hand and pulling the trigger. Bang! But just as the bullet was about to go out, a chopstick suddenly shot out, knocking out the pistol in his hand and saving the boss. "Which bastard?" The big fat man glanced away angrily. "Kill him, who will serve you the wine." In this man's angry eyes, shoujo carried him behind his back and said leisurely, "Boy, for disturbing me, do you want to die?" The big fat man rushed over in 3 or 2 steps, slapped his palm on the table, and shouted coldly. Shazher Ching quickly picked up Shazher Reading, grabbed the porridge bowl, and the next moment, the table cracked and fell down. I don't know if I want to die or not, but you're affecting my meal. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out. Shazher Ching glanced at him coldly, which made the big man tremble in his heart. This gaze, as sharp as a knife, is scary. But he was immediately angry again. With his previous status, he would naturally withdraw immediately. But now, it's different. Boy, do you know who I am? The big fat man looked at Shazher Ching gloomily. The labor and management are the Straw Hat Luffy, the big pirate who made a big fuss in Marineford 2 years ago. Why are you afraid? Looking at Shazher Ching, whose face was still calm, he suddenly became angry. He felt despised. Give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize, and personally toast to pay 10 million Bailey's repair fee, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will surely die miserably. I, Straw Hat Luffy, have 3,000 younger brothers, and I will do what I say. Shazher Ching glanced at him. So, what if I say no? Can you kill me? The real Luffy is just his toy, let alone a fake. Oh, it's the first time I've been threatened, doesn't it feel uncomfortable? This uncle is so annoying. At this time, Shazher Reading, who had worked hard to finish the porridge, looked at the big fat man with jewel-like eyes and said with a frown. Chapter 826 Battle Peach Maru is here. The scene suddenly fell into an even more deadly silence. The rest of the tavern couldn't help but look at Shazher Reading and Shazher Ching in horror. These two father and daughter are too dare to say it. The person in front of them was the Straw Hat Luffy, the big pirate with a bounty of 400 million. It is the existence that they dare not provoke at all. Don't they know that Straw Hat Luffy wants to kill them? It's a simple matter of moving a finger. Giggle. Hearing these words, the big man in the straw hat suddenly trembled with anger, and his eyes almost burst into flames. Okay, if you dare to offend me, Straw Hat Luffy, like this, then I will let you know how good I am today. The big man in straw hat pointed at Shazher Ching and the two with grim faces. He glanced at the pirates present, and then shouted in an orderly manner, "Go to me and teach him a good lesson. I will make him the Straw Hat Pirates for his outstanding performance." Cadre. Quote. Cadre. Suddenly, someone's eyes flashed golden light, and the breath suddenly became heavy. Gia. Someone started to let out a low laugh, and a group of people surrounded Shazher Ching. I'm so sorry, I can't refuse the temptation of the Straw Hat Pirates, so I can only aggrieve you. Someone carrying a big knife, with a look of greed, slashed down with the slash in the knife. Some people even aimed directly at his arm and thigh, and they were about to shoot. What is the lesson? Pirates have their own understanding. But their unified understanding is that the harder the lesson, the more face, and the higher the status in the future. Therefore, these pirates will not show mercy. Xiao Yinger is so cute, how can you hit me? I really don't have any kindness, it's not cute. In the face of this battle, Shazher Reading not only did not have the slightest fear, but also showed contempt. All the pirates couldn't help but stun for a moment, and then they saw Shazher Ching's body burst out with shining thunder, which was breathtaking. This. Without giving everyone a chance to react at all, this thunder and lightning suddenly made a big splash and spread to all the pirates. Everyone's movements stopped instantly, and then, all the weapons fell from their hands weakly, and fell into a scream. Ah! The big guy in the straw hat felt like he was about to be roasted and torn apart. It was extremely painful. He knew that he had kicked the iron plate. There are not many people in this world who can release lightning. Basically all those people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce. He's a little cold in his heart. Provoking the Summer Chamber of Commerce, he can't bear the consequences. The screams continued throughout the restaurant, and finally, they disappeared into nothingness. Shamuyang hugged Shazher Reading and came to the big man in the straw hat. At this moment, his body was scorched black, and he was dying. Why, the dignified 400 million pirates are at this level. The pirates present were all shocked and looked at Sha Ching in awe. The Straw Hat Luffy with the 400 million bounty is so vulnerable. How strong is Sha Ching? Run! At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. The panic sound of a group of pirates sounded, making the pirates in the restaurant suddenly feel that something was wrong. Bang! The door of the restaurant was kicked open. A man with a huge axe and a Marine Rear Admiral rank walked in. Behind him, a group of Navy soldiers are lined up, all kinds of weapons are fully equipped. The specifications are quite high. It's nothing to do with the weight, hurry up. Boss, I have requisitioned your tavern. I'll ask Marine for reimbursement for the related expenses later. You leave quickly, so as not to be accidentally injured. The person who came first looked at the boss and the waiter and told him to leave. The boss immediately took the employees away as if he had seen the savior. This world is so messed up. It turned out to be Zantaomaru. Hey, why did he suddenly come here? The rest of the pirates looked at Zantaowen with numb scalps, and their hearts were all despairing. This one is more powerful than ordinary people. Not at a level they can handle. In order to deal with the big pirate with a bounty of 400 million, it should be dispatched on this scale. Some pirates looked uncertainly at the big man in the straw hat who fell to the ground and exuded the smell of burnt stench, holding the last bit of luck in his heart. With Luffy in the straw hat, they know don't panic. It's just, don't panic, they are not sure in their hearts. Come on, we have to leave too. It's too dangerous here. Seeing this, Sha Ching, who had his back to Zantaomaru, also planned to turn around and leave. But Zantaomaru turned away in an instant and said, why do you have to leave, why don't you just be a witness? On Sha Ching's changed appearance, Zantaomaru smelled a dangerous breath. Lord Rear Admiral, this is not good, I am a serious innocent citizen. What should I do if it is affected? Look at how cute my daughter is, let me be accommodating. Sha Ching pretended to be very embarrassed. PX1, look who this guy is. But Zantaomaru was unmoved, and directly called the pacifists in. Bang! Immediately, the door of the tavern was demolished, and a fighting robot with the appearance of a tyrant bear walked in with indifferent eyes. Then, it concentrated on Sha Ching, his eyes flashed and lit up, beeping. A voice sounds, inquiring. Then, within 5 seconds, no such person, disarm. Hearing this answer, Zantaomaru seemed a little surprised, how could there be no such person? But pacifists can't go wrong. Zantaomaru looked a little puzzled when he looked at Sha Ching. This person who gave him a strong sense of danger was not offered a reward. It's kind of incredible. You can leave me now, Lord Rear Admiral. Sha Ching shrugged and said with a helpless smile on the corner of his mouth. He even changed his face, and if he can recognize it, there is a ghost. Please stay, I believe you have the ability to protect yourself. Then, his eyes turned to the man in the straw hat who fell to the ground, and his expression suddenly became indifferent. I heard that Straw Hat Luffy is openly recruiting partners. Are you all planning to join the Straw Hat Pirates? He glanced at everyone, and then saw the big man in straw hat lying on the ground like a dead fish, with a playful corner of his mouth. But, you idiots have been deceived. Do you think this man will be the big pirate with a bounty of 400 million, Straw Hat Luffy? Do you think he has the courage and luck to break into the top battle? Zantaomaru brutally shattered the fragile luck in the hearts of all the pirates present. I played against him at Sabayati Archipelago, although he was not my opponent, but... He snorted contemptuously, glanced at the straw hat man again, and said contemptuously, I have never seen such a weak straw hat Luffy. Chapter 827 Despair, Scumbags. PX1, who the hell is this guy? He gave an order to the pacifist beside him, and the latter's eyes lit up immediately, locking on the straw hat man. DDD gave the answer within 2 seconds. Bounty 26 million Bailey, King of Lies, Damar Brack. Hearing this answer, all the pirates present were immediately stunned. Immediately, someone yelled, "Bastard, we were actually deceived by this guy with a bounty of 26 million Bailey. This is a lean, cold, green-haired man whose identity is given by the pacifist. 35 million bounty for Bailey, green-haired Vegeta. Damn, I can't escape now." A middle-aged and elderly person lying on the ground looked angry and powerless. PX1 said indifferently, "The bounty is 38 million Bailey, Monet, the warrior of the horse-riding regiment." Zontaomaru sneered, "It's unfortunate to tell you idiots that you've all been arrested. Damn, I won't sit still, brothers, kill." But in the face of the fear of being caught and imprisoned in impel down and enduring endless torture, the pirates' desire to survive was fully aroused. They are not going to catch up. They all rushed over like a mad pack, like a ferocious pack of wolves, to shred Zondaowan. HMPH, then you guys try it out. Zontaomaru snorted in disdain, and then exited the restaurant. All attacks. As soon as he exited the restaurant, he issued an attack order to the team outside. Bombardment. Shoot. Vanguard, rush. The artillery team, the firing team, and the commander team of melee maneuvers immediately issued orders. The artillery team and the firing team formed horns, and the vanguard team formed its own team, split into two groups, and the battle began. Boom bang bang. Da da da. In an instant, the entire restaurant was turned into a world of bullets. And the vanguard has also rushed to the other pirates. PX1 also joined the battle immediately. Another PX5 also attacked from the other side. Ah. No. PFF'd. These teams led by Zontaomaru are simply a devastating blow to these pirates whose bounty is only 50 million. These people have no chance of winning. Catch the loophole. Veget, the green-haired ghost with a bounty of 35 million Bailey, suddenly grinned. In front of him, a Captain Marine looked at him in horror, but the gap was wide open, full of flaws. Seeing that he was about to be killed by Vegeta, a blazing light suddenly struck, knocking him out with absolutely overwhelming power. It's PX1 shot. The bounty is 35 million Bailey, the green-haired monster Veget, the processing is successful. When he said this, a brazen voice came from behind him, suffer to death. It turned out to be a cavalry soldier with a bounty of 38 million Bailey, Monet. He wielded a broadsword and bombarded PX1 foot's neck. Bang! But PX1 didn't dodge, and resisted the blow, but Monet's great sword broke. Then, PX1 slammed a palm on Monet, whose smile was frozen, and a laser shot out of his palm, penetrating his chest. With a scream, Monet was successfully captured. No. How can it be so strong? Just kidding, there is a bounty of 38 million Bailey to kill in one hit. A group of pirates boiled directly, completely desperate. The enemy is too strong. In just 5 minutes, a fierce and short battle was over. It's really amazing, as expected of Marine's powerful combat power, the efficiency is amazing. Shajirching appeared in front of Zontaomaru as if it came out of the mud but not stained, and said with a smile. Who the hell are you? Zontaomaru looked at Shajirching with a very bad tone. You still don't know, it's good for you and me, goodbye, Lord Rear Admiral, maybe we'll meet again. Shajirching left with Shajirching in his arms. Zontaomaru's eyes flickered violently a few times, but in the end, Shajirching still did not have a team to attack. Daddy, these people have been arrested, are we still having fun? Shajirching looked at Shajirching and said a little disappointed. Shajirching replied confidently, don't worry, the liveliness on this island has just begun, and the bell of the times is about to ring. No, we had a good fight ahead of us. Hearing this, Shajirching was immediately happy, and she went to see it quickly. Let's go, Daddy, it's not good to delay the fun. Shajirching shook his head helplessly, and disappeared in a swish. Somewhere on the edge of a shop. At this moment, there are two people facing each other. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to meet such a big fish here. A certain young man wearing a captain, S-coat and a red turkey head looked at the two leisurely young men in front of him, and in his eyes, there was a flame that could not be concealed. Who else can this look beside the marine genius Geraint? And the two young people in front of him are older than him. The one on the left wears an orange-red hat with a crying and laughing expression on it, and has fiery red hair. He had some freckles on his face, a rosary around his neck, and a musket in his waist. The one on the right, an elegant suit, also wears a hat, black, with a string of goggles on it. Blonde, wearing black gloves, holding a water hose in his hand. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Second Commander of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo the Dragon. Geraint said in a deep voice, "No matter how powerful you were in the past, your good days are now over. Meeting me is the biggest misfortune in your life." Yes, the two people in front of him are Ace and Sabo. The purpose of their coming is very simple, to escort their worry-free younger brother and go out to sea safely. Then try to see if you can stop us. Ace and Sabo looked at each other. "I am so sorry, we can't stop here, we have a reason to leave." Geraint contempt for Isho, his eyes were very cold. "Hey, you are dreaming, today, I will personally lock you in Impel Down." As soon as the words fell, he rushed over with a running shave, and then slammed out with a mad punch, wrapped in thick hockey. Up. Swordsman Zeppa and Rokushiki genius Burnham also attacked from left and right, not intending to give Ace any room to resist. Fire Fist. Dragon Claw Hand. Esabo also shot at the same time, and they went away. Sabo takes on Burnham and Ace takes on Geraint. Not far from them, Shajar Ching appeared holding Shajar Reading. Chapter 828. A good show. "Hey, isn't that Uncle Ace? He's actually here too. Does the good show Daddy said have anything to do with them?" Shajar Reading saw Ace at a glance and said in surprise. "Yeah, look at what is called the second angry youth. Shajar Ching Isho, don't explain too much." PFF'd. Bang. Sabo and Burnham are two completely one-sided battles. But with 5 moves, they were defeated. "Just this little strength. I thought you were going to arrest me. I'm really strong." Sabo's face was disappointing, quite contemptuous. "Damn, don't be too arrogant, I will definitely arrest you all today." Seeing this, Geraint couldn't help shouting, very angry. Where did he get this kind of anger and wanted to fight back? However, the reality is that he can only struggle in embarrassment under the attack of Ace, and only has the strength to fight back. Where did the little brother have the courage to say that he was able to arrest Uncle Ace? His brain doesn't seem to be very smart. Looking at this scene, Shajar Reading couldn't help but complain. He still wants to arrest your father and me, the goal is too ambitious." Shajar Ching said jokingly. Hearing these words, Shajar Reading didn't have a good impression of Geraint. To catch her father, just rely on Geraint. Shajar Reading looked at Geraint with great suspicion, and strongly questioned whether he had this ability. "Ace is there. What's the matter, when you say you want to arrest me, is it really only that much?" Ace easily responded to Geraint and laughed out loud. Under his flame attack, Geraint was completely powerless to fight back. "Bastard Fire Fist, don't be too arrogant to me." Hearing this, Geraint was furious. He stepped back suddenly. His eyes were like wild beasts, and his voice suddenly became hoarse. "Since you must seek death, then I will fulfill you." After speaking, he listened to him and shouted, "The devil's right arm." The next moment, he heard a stab, and his right arm swelled and exploded, revealing the right arm wrapped in red hair. Moreover, it continues to grow bigger, exuding a very dangerous atmosphere. HMPH, Fire Fist Ace is dead. The demon's right arm, he must not be able to stop it. Even Vice Marshal Kuzan has a headache for the power of the demon's right arm. Sabo of the Dragon, let Fire Fist Ace capture him quickly. If he continues to fight, he will definitely be killed. In this state, Geraint has no sense. Seeing this, Burnham and Zeppa on the side were immediately excited and reminded Sabo. Sabo couldn't help Isho. don't underestimate people, you too. Sabo glanced at Geraint, and saw that he was like a beast. His eyes were red, he couldn't help shaking his head in a funny way. Frog at the bottom of the well, it's better to have more knowledge. Fire Fist Ace, you brought it on yourself, die. Holding the demon's right arm, Geraint's speed and strength suddenly became much stronger. He shouted again, even as if he had won. Interesting, Fire Fist. Ace showed the appearance of seeing the treasure, and an extremely condensed fire fist collided with each other. Bang! The fists of the two collided together, and suddenly, a hurricane like a hurricane was set off, raging and rampant. Break me! Geraint was restless like a beast, roaring on the road. His breath was extremely violent, but the very embarrassing thing is that Ace didn't move, but Geraint was forced to take a few steps back because of his instability. Is that all I can do? I haven't tried my best yet. Ace swooped close, wrapped armament, fist, and blasted down. Geraint was shocked, and before he could react, he waved his hand to resist. PFF'd. It was like being hit by a high-speed sea train. This heavy and condensed power made Geraint feel that his internal organs were about to explode, his bones were broken a little, and a mouthful of blood flew out. This is a little too fragile, I haven't used any strength yet. Please, come to the door and have some strength anyway. Ace couldn't help complaining, looking like a disappointment. But both Burnham and Zeppa looked in disbelief. What did they see? Grant, who used the demon's right arm, was still easily crushed by Fire Fist Ace. How can it be so powerful? Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Fire Fist Ace is really powerful and terrifying. Hey, how much misunderstanding do you have about Fire Fist Ace? Is he an enemy you can deal with? Don't retire quickly, you have to give me a degree of nonsense. At this time, Zontalmaru's voice came, full of dissatisfaction and reprimanded. He said solemnly, Fire Fist Ace, that is a big pirate who can compete with Admiral, don't think his 2nd Division captain is in vain. Don't say it's you, even Momonga, Onagumo Vice Admiral dare not say that they can arrest them. Isn't it normal to beat Geraint? After hearing this, Burnham and the two were in a cold sweat. Zontalmaru took another look at Sabo and thought, a Fire Fist Ace is enough trouble, even if I add PX1, PX5, it is impossible to stop him for long. With a Sabo who can play against Mr. Isho, how does one get away with it? This is not inferior to the existence of Fire Fist Ace. In the 6 Emperor Pirates, it is also the existence of the 3 disasters, the existence of the star. Zontalmaru is too aware of the danger level of the two in front of him. He is not an ignorant and angry youth like Geraint who has just left the youth training camp for half a year and thinks he is invincible in the world. Following Kizaru's side, he knows too well the strength of these big pirates in the sea. Yo, Your Excellency Zontalmaru, long time no see. Since you're here, take this guy away, there's no point in continuing the fight. Ace also looked at Zontalmaru when he heard the sound, and said with a disappointed look on his face. There is no sense of accomplishment in fighting a young generation like Geraint. That's the best way, you can go. Zontalmaru looked at Ace, extremely vigilant. Sabo, go, or it will be too late. The Ace team called Sabo, and the latter responded immediately, tidied up his clothes and left. Wait, there here wouldn't be. Zontalmaru watched them leave, and a very bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Contact the Straw Hat Pirates who will gather on this island and set sail again. Thinking about the relationship between Ace and the Straw Hat Luffy again, a thought that made Zontalmaru couldn't help but came up completely irresistibly. Chapter 829 Bet on Absolute Justice. The two of them are not here to see Straw Hat Luffy off. After all, Fire Fist Ace is Straw Hat Luffy's older brother. That Sabo, according to Mr. Garp, is also the sworn brother of Straw Hat Luffy. Thinking of this, Zontalmaru couldn't help shedding a cold sweat on his forehead. Asshole, you want to leave halfway through the fight, stop dreaming. But Geraint obviously doesn't intend to let his battle end like this. He took a heavy step and rushed towards Ace. Zontalmaru was immediately angry when he saw this. This guy must have a degree of nonsense. He slapped armament hockey out and smashed Grant into the ground. Then hold down his head and drink violently. You bastard, how long are you going to make a fool of yourself? Is Fire Fist Ace an enemy you can deal with? Damn. Hearing these words, Gurant let out an unwilling drink, but he couldn't break free from Zontalmaru's suppression. Zontalmaru doesn't have any other ability, that is, the bottom is stable, and he is best at suppressing others. Close the team, the target is the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, Zontalmaru is one of the highest officials of the Sabayati archipelago. His order was the imperial decree, and all the seamen who were too hot-blooded did not dare to disobey, and the whole team waited for Zontalmaru to lead them out. However, Zontalmaru took out the phone and dialed, and said to the other side, Ansi Vice Admiral, Fire Fist Ace, the Revolutionary Army Sabo appeared in Sabayati archipelago. This matter is beyond our scope of response. An LT, P and GT. Send troops to the headquarters immediately for help, and be sure to stop the Straw Hat Pirates from going to sea. This sea doesn't need so many powerful pirates. Bet on absolute justice, and never let them disturb the peace that they finally got. A word, decided to have a degree, and the arrogance of Gurant, formed a sharp contrast, more convincing. What is Marine? Zontalmaru is this. A messed up person like Gurant. Being Marine is simply embarrassing for Marine. Some sailors couldn't bear to watch it anymore. They are also soldiers brought out by Mr. Garp. Why didn't Gurant learn Kobe to be cautious and modest? A group of Marines thought so in their hearts. In all fairness, it was Kobe who gave them a better feeling than the irascible and arrogant Grant. Gentle and humble, ability is not bad. Not far from them, Shajariang looked at the embarrassed Gurant and couldn't help sighing. This kind of person is probably what Daddy often said, a model who has never experienced social beatings. He is so arrogant that people can't feel pity for him at all. Marine Headquarters. Era, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the second leader of the Revolutionary Army appeared at the same time. Straw Hat Luffy really has two good brothers. Deputy Marshal Kuzan looked at Akainu with a headache, and couldn't help but speak out. What does it mean to have no peace together? Kuzan felt that Akainu took over as the marshal for the past 2 years. Fujitora, bring the forces of Buster Call and destroy the Straw Hat Pirates for me. Justice will never be destroyed. Akainu's solution was a simple and rude. Direct Team Straw Hat Luffy launched a Buster Call. Isn't it a little too exciting? So what, that Straw Hat Luffy is also Mr. Garp's grandson. Hearing this, Kuzan couldn't help but click his tongue and say. This, Akainu raised his head to reveal an incomparably cold face, and said with murderous intent, in front of justice, there is no family love. Hearing this, Kuzan has nothing to say. Oh, so many pirate ships, so many pirates. When Shajariang was taken by Shajarching to the recruitment site for the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, she immediately exclaimed with glowing eyes. In front of her, the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors are all pirates. At a glance, there are at least 1,000. The powerful pirates of Sabayati Archipelago are all here. Hee, there will be more beautiful ones later. Shajarching looked at this scene that was different from the original, and Vivi narrowed her eyes. He said this because he saw some familiar people. Like Luffy, who pretends not to attract Marine's attention. For example, the sniper Usopp, Blackfoot Sanji, who thought his captain was really recruiting his partner, came with a blank face. In addition, there are Ace and Sabo who have arrived in disguise. Hey, don't you mean recruiting partners? Where's Mr. Straw Hat Luffy? A tall man with some sexy thick lips, dressed as a standard pirate, holding a large serrated knife, frowned and said. This person is named Rip Sabus Duty, with a bounty of 88 million Bailey, from South Blue. Won't let our pigeons go, let's continue the commotion, the marine guys are coming. A man with a bandage and a ferocious face, holding a long knife with 10 fingers, said with some flickering eyes. He felt a trace of bad breath. This person's name is seriously injured LBO, and the bounty is 92 million Bailey, which is quite powerful. Hey, it's all this time, and no one has appeared yet, so it's not really a lie. A little Jungtai carrying a big hammer and wearing suspenders, has already sent out a confusing language. True or false? Don't disturb the army, Beardy. There was a panicked sound all around, and more people began to shake. Don't look at this little Jungtai, looks small. In fact, he is already 20 years old this year, but he just ate the baby fruit by mistake, and he will never grow up in his life. Moreover, he is the one with a bounty of 175 million Bailey. He is one of the people with the highest bounty in the field. How can I be deceived? Senior Luffy will never lie. I believe that Senior Luffy will definitely appear. I saw a grass-green coxcomb head, wearing a nose ring, with a black wing-shaped half-ring tattoo on his chest, and a man with a face like a ghost, said this firmly. When it comes to Luffy, his face is full of admiration. Che, Bartolomeo, don't drag anyone if you don't leave. Beardy glanced at the coxcomb-headed man, snorted coldly, and left with his team. And Beardy's words also revealed the man's identity for everyone. Bartolomeo. Number 1 in the real-time ranking of the pirates who most want to disappear. Born in East Blue Logatown, the barrier fruit ability, the bounty is 150 million Bailey. A big fan of the Straw Hat Pirates. And Beardy's actions have also attracted many pirates to follow. That kind of ominous premonition is too strong. The two of Sabwa in the crowd looked at each other and smiled. I didn't expect that Luffy Kid would be quite popular, but the Marine guys should be here soon. They just said these words, and they came true. Chapter 830 Spike, Pacifist. I'm very sorry to tell you, Marine garbage, you are surrounded. Just as Beardy and the pirates had not left 50 meters away, a huge figure smashed to the ground and appeared in the middle of them. Suddenly interrupted the atmosphere of the scene. Who is it? This sudden change has scared a lot of pirates. They couldn't help but look, and in the dust, a strong figure appeared, carrying a big axe, with a grim face. It's Marine Rear Admiral versus Momomaru. As soon as the figure appeared, it was immediately recognized, and the pirates immediately rioted. No, the pacifists are here too. We are surrounded by Marine. Another pirate saw the Marine team approaching behind him and others, as well as the ruthless human weapon, the pacifist. Up. With the order of Zontaomaru, a chaotic battle began. Bastards, do you think you can stop me with this rubbish? Dudi became ruthless, wielding a serrated sword and quickly cleared a path. I'm not going to take it easy. Elbio licked his lips too, he didn't want to enter Impel down. Shish. But just after the two of them finished speaking, a pacifist appeared behind them. The two of them shrank their pupils at the same time, and quickly pulled away to fight back, but... Crack! The weapons of the two were smashed to pieces, and then they were slapped into the ground. Bounty 88 million Bailey, Rip Sabus duty, solved. 92 million Bailey seriously injured LBO, solve it. PX1 and PX5 spoke indifferently, then turned around and looked at the other pirates. The two big pirates with a bounty of nearly 100 million were easily solved like this. All the pirates who watched this scene couldn't help swallowing. The horror in my heart could not be concealed at all. This is too strong, how can this be fought? It's impossible to win. PFF'd. At this time, there was another sound of vomiting blood. The heavy hammer Bildy, who saw a bounty of 175 million Bailey, was slapped by Zontaomaru and spit blood and flew wildly. Do you want to be so strong? We're done. There is no hope. A group of pirates directly feel a little heartless. This feeling of despair makes people breathless. HMPH, it's just a pirate with a bounty of 175,000 Baileys. The Straw Hat Luffy, who was rewarded with a bounty of 300 million back then, didn't vomit blood when I slapped it with the palm of my hand. See garbage, don't underestimate our marine. NLT, P and GT. Not all of you have the strength of Shajur Ching with blood pupils, and feel that our marine is vulnerable. The words of Zan Taomaru undoubtedly made the pirates who were already desperate enough suddenly feel even more desperate. Luffy, who has a bounty of 300 million, is not his opponent, so they are not finished. In the entire field, only Bartolomeo's pirate group was unscathed. Why? Because Bartolomeo's barrier defense is too strong. Not even a pacifist can kill him. And in the distance, listening to Zan Taowen's words, Shajurian couldn't help but feel a little curious. Dad, you said such a thing. Shajur Ching couldn't help blushing when she heard the words. This kind of old story was suddenly asked by her daughter. It was really hard to say. After all, who was not a teenager before, who was not a middle school sophomore? Although he still feels that Marine is weak. Dee, the bounty is 400 million Bailey. The Straw Hat Luffy, the test is complete. Dee, the bounty is 1.5 billion Bailey. Fire Fist Ace, the detection is complete. PX1 and PX5 made the originally desperate pirates feel like they heard it wrong. What did they hear? Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace. Hey, are you really right? They want to ask. And Luffy, who was among the crowd, couldn't help but stunned for a moment. He actually heard Ace's name. He couldn't help but glanced away immediately. Observation Haki was released, and then, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. PX1, attack the Straw Hat. Hearing that the Straw Hat Luffy was among them, Zan Taomaru immediately gave an order. As long as the Straw Hat Luffy is captured, it will be easy to deal with Fire Fist Ace. DDD. PX1 immediately launched an attack, and several energy cannons with powerful destructive power were aimed at the Straw Hat Luffy and lashed away. Bang! Luffy's location suddenly burst into a bright spark, but PX1 suddenly raised its head and released several scorching light cannons. Everyone looked at it and saw a figure that landed on a ruined city wall, easily dodging all the attacks. Too slow. The man looked at PX1 and said indifferently. There was a burst of fire behind him, and with his light-hearted words, how unrestrained. It's exactly the same as on the bounty order. A pirate grabbed Luffy's bounty and was incoherent with excitement. Straw Hat Luffy is here. So handsome. Shajurian looked at Luffy, her eyes were shining with stars, and her face was full of the expression of a little fangirl. Hey! The long-range attack, PX1 couldn't help it, and rushed directly to Luffy, intending to fight in close quarters. But at the moment PX1 set off, the Straw Hat Luffy had disappeared on the city wall. PX1 turned around immediately, but before he had time to attack, a heavy fist had already hit him in the face. Bang! PX1 was heavily smashed into the ground, and after smashing a large pit of more than 40 meters, electric sparks began to smoke, and it was scrapped. The surrounding pirates were stunned, their mouths wide open, and they lay down a few duck eggs. What is the level of a big pirate? This is it. One punch kills pacifists. This guy, what a strong hockey cultivation base. On the punch just now, Zan Taomaru felt a strong armament hockey. After defeating PX1, Luffy directly faced Ace's direction and tried his best to shout, Ace. Luffy, long time no see. In the eyes of everyone, Ace removed his disguise and waved to Luffy happily. Then, he hooked Sabo's neck next to him and said, Luffy, look, who is this? Luffy's pupils shrank when he saw Sabo. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Sabo, and it flew over and stuck to Sabo. Tears came out. Yo got a great, Sabo, I thought. Sabo is helpless Isho. Long time no see, Luffy. What a touching fraternity reunion. Senior Luffy. At the other end, Bartolomeo also looked at this scene with a face full of fans. On the other hand, Zan Taowen's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. He said in his heart, Mr. Isho, hurry up, otherwise, they will go to sea. Chapter 831 Meet again. So touching, woohoo. Looking at this scene, Shajarian couldn't help but feel a little empathy, lying in Shajar Ching's arms and crying. And Sanji Haitsu and the others were also surprised to see this scene. They didn't expect that their captain would have two such powerful brothers. In the marine lineup, Gurant clenched his fists tightly, resisting not to rush up to shoot. After being tutored by Zon Taomaru, he is much more honest. It's amazing that Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is here. As expected of the Straw Hat Luffy, he is indeed quite powerful. Fortunately, he did not become famous in his era. Beardy exclaimed with emotion. As for Sabo, not everyone knows him. In fact, the people who can recognize Sabo are all powerful people. Pirates like Billy may not even know about the Revolutionary Army. It's a chaotic scene. It seems that the old man came at a wrong time. At this moment, a heavy and majestic voice came, which inexplicably made everyone present feel a burst of scalp tingling and panic. I saw a middle-aged and elderly person with short hair, leaning on a blind cane, and came slowly. But these pirates at the scene couldn't help but fall into the ice cellar. Big Admiral Fujitora one smile. No, how is this possible? The pirates were completely panicked. Admiral Fujitora Isho comes, did they still have a way out? But is this the end? No, the despair has only just begun. I'm very sorry to tell you, you can't run away today. Behind Fujitora, another voice came, hoarse and sharp. Vice Admiral Onagumo. When someone saw the owner of this voice, they couldn't help exclaiming. Also, that's Vice Admiral Dalmesia. Someone else spoke up, and the tone was full of panic. Vice Admiral Doberman. Vice Admiral Bastiu. Vice Admiral Smoker. Seeing 5 Vice Admiral appear in a row, these pirates on the scene are going crazy. What a doomsday operation. In the face of this kind of enemy, did they still have any hope of escaping? All the pirates couldn't help but give their own answers in their hearts. Impossible. What a great guy. Luffy, you're so popular. Seeing Fujitora, Ace and Sabo looked at each other, and both saw solemnity in each other's eyes. The appearance of an admiral is a qualitative change. Moreover, there are 5 Vice Admiral to accompany, which is the specification of Buster Call. Even higher than Buster Call. Even Ace and the others dare not say that they can leave safely. Her admiral came so soon, how reliable. But the sailors have no such worries. They can only be excited now. Admiral is here, and it is impossible for all enemies to escape. It's troublesome. Luffy grabbed his head and said with a headache. The 3 brothers gathered together, and the first battle was so hardcore. Looks like there's a riot at Mau Mau. Sabo didn't care, but seemed eager to try. Evacuate the surrounding people immediately, and arrange personnel to do a good job of comforting people. Fujitora Isho said, first and foremost, the safety of the public gate. Mr. Admiral, shouldn't we arrest those people first? Immediately, there was a vague reminder from Rear Admiral, which meant that the Straw Hat Pirates would be wiped out first. Let's evacuate the people first. Why should we involve innocent people in our battle? Isho spoke again, his tone more firm and heavy. Yes. Then Rear Admiral responded and left with a team of Marines. Behind Fujitora, a Rear Admiral with a face like Shira, with a slender figure and a big sword on his back, looked at Fujitora respectfully. He said in his heart, this kind of justice is really good. His name is T-Pen, nicknamed, the Ship Slayer. He was originally the captain of the headquarters guarding the island of Justice Faith. Later, in the War on Sea Fa Island, because of escorting Frankie, who helped Hades's blueprints, he fought with the swordsman Kira of the Straw Hat Pirates who came to rob people. Demotion. But he was lucky, in the world conscription, he was recruited into the headquarters with honors, and won the Commodore position. In the next 2 years, he was promoted to Rear Admiral with outstanding military exploits. Because I revere Fujitora's style, I have been fighting by Fujitora's side. Then, it's time to start our battle. I'm sorry, Straw Hat Pirates, we can't let you go out into the new world. Isho drew the knife from the blind stick, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. Although you, as a pirate, have never done evil, and often punish evil and promote good, but in today's era, you can't be disturbed, sorry, Straw Hat Boy. Now the situation is not the Dressrosa in the original. There was no Doflamingo to oppress the people, and Luffy appeared as the savior, so Fujitora let Luffy and his party go like a water. Now, the sea has gradually calmed down, but Luffy's sailing, like a stone thrown into calm water, will disrupt the calm situation. So, Fujitora must stop Luffy and the others from going out to sea and into the new world. Hey, how can we stop people's dreams? Fujitora Isho, can you stop us? Use your strength to prove it. Ace grinned Isho, his eyes full of fighting intent. One Piece King of Pirates, I'm sure, Uncle, if you want to stop me, then I can only do it to you. Luffy pulled the straw hat and said solemnly. It's been a long time to fight side by side. Sabo is ready to fight like a water pipe in his hand. Pung, Zantaomaru, you led 1,000 troops, and the rest of the pirates will be handed over to you. Please be sure to intercept them. Fujitora ordered the ship cutter Pen and Zantaomaru behind him. The two responded, and Pen led 1,000 troops to surround the already panicked pirates on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors. Then, the rest of you, come with me. Fujitora stepped forward. Behind him, there were 5 Vice Admiral from the headquarters and 4,000 Marine elites. This kind of combat power, although not the full Buster Call, 5 Vice Admiral, 10 warships, 10,000 people scale, but with the participation of Admiral Fujitora, the scale is actually higher. How can you besiege our captain? Sanji Kurozu's words came from a group of pirates. Hey, we will never fight alone, this is our tacit understanding. Usopp pushed the goggles in a big change, and he was no longer the one who flinched when something happened. Men, you should pursue the super dream. Frankie is also stronger and better looking. Pen, and the guy with the axe, meet again. Kira is a brown-haired young man with a long scar on his chest, and his weapon is a round gauntlet knight's great sword. Starlight Random Dingwen, knife name, Xing Lan, one of the 50 good and fast knives. Chapter 832 3 Days Away. How could this scene be without me? It's really nerve-wracking, even though I have no heart. Yo-ho-ho. The King of Souls, Brook, also came from outside the marine surrounded by gorgeous clothes. Brook, Sanji, Frankie, Kira, Yogata, you're all here. Seeing his buddies, Luffy laughed immediately, quite happy. And me, Luffy, you forgot too. Among the pirates, a woman with blue hair came out, radiant. Karina, you're here too, it's great. Seeing this woman, Luffy showed a happier smile again. Karina, the navigator on his ship. Speaking of which, it's still Nami's colleague. Some troublesome people have come, but it doesn't affect the plan. Fujitora said this, but her eyes kept looking at the 3 of Luffy. Then, let's get started. When Fujitora finished speaking, he pressed down with a knife, and suddenly, bursts of purple light spread out. And then, boom bang bang. A gigantic unimaginable gravity fell on the 3 Luffy brothers. Straw Hat, your day is here. The most exciting person to meet Luffy is Smoker. You tough guy, why are you here again? Luffy got a headache when he saw Smoker. But Smoker was stopped. Bang! It was Sanji Kurozu. He looked at Smoker. There's no chance that you will come up to the king. That's not necessarily true, Sanji Kurozu. Bastiu drew his sword angrily, and he rushed out with a sword wave, approaching Sanji Kurozu. But Sanji didn't panic at all. Because, if you succeed like this, then I'm going to be laughed to death. Kira slashed the sword wave like a ghost, and then, like a rocket, rushed forward and slammed into Bastio's sword. You have to savor the growth of these 2 years. You were defeated a year ago, but not now. Kira was in Sabayati Archipelago 2 years ago, After his captain Luffy beat Tenryubito, Basti was one of the vice admiral who came to suppress the rebellion. He's probably squatting at Impel Down right now. Today, it's time for him to prove himself. HMPH, then let me tell you, you are still just a weak swordsman. Bastius said contemptuously. Then let's see the real chapter under the hand. Kira grinned Isho, looking quite confident. What a heavy force. Ace's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and his body became aflame. Elementalization, gravity does not exist. Fire fist. Ace threw out this punch. There wasn't a gorgeous scene, and the flaming fist wasn't too big. But it was condensed and extremely fast, and it broke through the air to the front of Fujitora and the others. Bang! Fujitora raised his sword and wrapped the super gravity to fight away. Fire fist Ace, don't be too arrogant. When Onagumo saw this, he came robbery. Fujitora is not opposed to this style of warfare. If the opponent is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, there is no shame. A dignified Marine Admiral, to besiege a young man with a Vice Admiral, what a suffocating operation. Sabo appeared and stopped Onagumo. His face was full of sarcasm. HMPH, why do you need to be reasonable when dealing with you trash on the sea? Hearing this, Onagumo snorted coldly, a cold look on his face. It's really in line with your Marine's usual style. Hearing this, Sabo's face became even more sarcastic. Straw Hat Boy, you don't have the strength of your 2 older brothers, just capture it, this battle is over. Doberman rushed straight to the front of the Straw Hat Luffy with a shaved, and stabbed with a fierce sword. In his memory, the Straw Hat Luffy was just the stubborn boy who once went to war. He never felt that Straw Hat Luffy would be his match. But such an idea was doomed to surprise him. No opponent should be underestimated, especially the son of this plane, the protagonist of the original book, even more so. Shajar Ching, who was holding Shajar Reading not far away, said. If you look closely, you will find that there is still a little anticipation on the corner of his mouth. Shajar Ching, after 3 days, you should be treated with admiration. Not to mention 2 years. Enter, 2nd gear. Facing Doberman who appeared in front of him, Luffy seemed quite calm. Entering the 2nd gear, armament hockey covered it, and under Doberman's shocked eyes, he threw a heavy punch and collided with him heavily. Bang! After a pure sound of gold and iron exploded, Doberman was shaken back out. What a mighty force! Doberman looked at his right arm, VV's trembling, and the tiger's mouth was aching. When he looked at the Straw Hat Luffy, his eyes were extremely solemn. He knew that he had made the mistake of underestimating the enemy. He didn't expect that Luffy had become so strong after only 2 years of absence. I won't run away when I meet an enemy like I did 2 years ago. After 2 years of cultivation, I have become 1,000,000 points stronger. I won't let you stop me anymore. In 2nd gear, Luffy's basic stats will be increased. And that makes his speed quite impressive. Rubber bazooka. Luffy roared loudly, and there was an extremely fast attack, hitting the knife that Doberman subconsciously raised to defend. Bang! Another heavy sound of gold and iron exploded. Doberman's face changed again. Just now, he felt as if the force of the Wanjun exploded in his mountain of knives, forcing him back several meters, which shocked him a little. His brows and VV's furrowed together, and VV's breathing was a bit labored. He knew he still underestimated Luffy. It can't be taken lightly anymore. Hey! He suddenly pulled back and stepped back, and then, concentrating seriously, several sword waves flew out. Shish! But Luffy seemed to sense all this in advance, and easily avoided the attack sent to Janbo. Then, rubber jet stamp. He swishes again and disappears in front of Doberman. Then, appearing above Doberman, a blast of air blasted, making Doberman's face change all of a sudden. Luffy was a little too powerful and unexpected. Observation hockey, and such a powerful armament hockey, the Straw Hat Boy has learned a lot in the past 2 years. Doberman looked at Luffy intently, raising the level of danger again in his mind. Chapter 833 Justice Cannot Be Profaned. Rubber Jet Machine Gun. Just when Doberman was thinking like this, Luffy quickly threw out his fist, turning into countless violent fists and charging towards Doberman. Doberman can't help but feel a little scalp tingling. Not daring to have any slack, hurriedly swung the sword into countless sword lights and fought away. The other side. Boom. The battle between Sabo and Onagumo is even more intense. The two clashed fiercely like two phantoms. Every blow is a thrilling enough existence. As expected of Onagumo Vice Admiral, the man who can capture the first team leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix, is amazing. Sabo's words sounded like admiration, but in his tone of voice, it was a complete sarcasm. This made Onagumo's face extremely gloomy. So strong, is this a Vice Admiral level match? I'm really unwilling, I really want to participate. Gurrent watched with great fascination, wishing he was the one who was fighting Sabo there now. But in the face of Onagumo's powerful performance, he still succumbed. He was arrogant, and his eyes were always above the top, but this time he finally understood his position. Not to mention Fire Fist Ace, even the Straw Hat Luffy is not an enemy he can fight. The only enemies he can deal with are these tens of millions of pirates. Although he can deal with the pirates with a bounty of 300 million. But there are too many bosses at the scene. He is a captain-level petty officer, and he can't make a splash at all. Mr. Admiral, you must see these people stop you. Otherwise, the safety of the people will face a huge threat again. T-Pen looked at this scene and said in his heart. Then, he killed a bunch of pirates. T-Pen, follow in the footsteps of Admiral, Lord Vice Admiral. We must stop all these dangerous people here. Never let them go out to sea and endanger the safety of the people. Passionate and determined. Yes. A group of marine soldiers are naturally high morale. T-Pen is so brave in front of them. Moreover, their marines seem to occupy the best situation. Almost all of them felt in their hearts that they would win this battle. This is Rear Admiral from T-Pen. It's not bad, it's a good material. Dalmesia was quite satisfied to see T-Pen, who fought bravely and boosted his morale from time to time. He secretly remembered what T-Pain looked like. Little ones, we can't admit defeat either. PX1, PX5, and Grant, cut off all the pirates on your side. Never let them endanger the sea. Zantaomaru will naturally not fall behind. He will not refuse anything that is good for Marine's morale. As a result, the situation at the scene was almost one-sided towards Marine. Of course, that's for sure. Because Marine has an absolute numerical advantage. Damn, there is no hope at all. Bastard, why did this kind of thing happen to me? Ah, I don't want to end my trip here. The mentality of the pirates is about to collapse. What is this called? Straw Hat Luffy goes to sea, why should they be implicated? Shenhuo Shiranui. Ace and Fujitora, the battle between the two is not the most intense, but it is quite intense. Bang! Fujitora blocked the blow, and immediately, when Ace rushed over, he slashed out, Gravity Knife Tiger. Suddenly, a shocking horizontal gravity raged out, distorting the space. Ace couldn't help but change his face. The power of this blow made him feel a sense of shock. Boom! In front of this gravitational sword wave, absolutely invincible, everything was destroyed. Even the elemental Ace was pulled into the distance by the gravitational fluctuations, unable to control his body. How could Fujitora let go of such an opportunity? She has already approached, and shot out with a cold light, exuding a strong Haki aura. Even if it is elementalization, Haki can also restrain it. Bah! Ace couldn't help but change his face, and saw that his body was cut off in the middle. Didn't it work? Fujitora said this suddenly and stepped back, as expected of Fire Fist Ace. The torn body of Ace that I saw turned into flames and healed again. Just now, he overcame the obstacles caused by the distortion of space, followed the trajectory of Fujitori's knife, predicted the route in advance, and avoided the knife. Fire Fist. Ace's lower body turned into flames and rushed towards Fujitora, another punch of flames. It's really a bit difficult to deal with. In the end it is the pirates who are also standing at the top of the new world. Fujitora waved a gravitational wave and blocked it in front of Fire Fist, frowning Vivi. Other places. Boo. The battle between Bastiu and Kira was quite fierce, with sparks flying everywhere, and the two swordsmen started a crazy duel. What's the matter, Bastius Vice Admiral? How did this sword become so weak? How fierce it was in the beginning. Kira wielded the great sword, as if lifting weight lightly, and slammed into Bastio's sword, forcing him to keep retreating. Damn, stop being arrogant. Facing Kira's provocation, Bastiu was quite angry. Then, Jiliang found the flaw, and the situation suddenly became more difficult. Damn, how can it be so strong? Bastiu said with some difficulty in his heart. This Jiliang has only been missing for 2 years, how can he become so powerful? The Devil's Foot. The battle between Sanji and Smoker is also quite exciting. After 2 years of training, Smoker has become very strong now, especially after hockey. Bang! The 10 hands in his hand, and Sanji's leg attack, burst into moving waves, and the air twisted around them. They both want to help each other, but they can't help each other. Luffy gang otherwise. Frankie Iron Fist. Steel Pirate Frankie punched a kid. In the Marine team, he fought very vigorously, and his record was quite impressive. Asshole, stop being arrogant. A Rear Admiral rushes in, wraps Hockey with a punch and slams it. The power is terrifying. Frankie Iron Shield. But Frankie didn't panic at all. His left arm made a blocking gesture, and then, it was deformed and turned into a shield. Bang! Rear Admiral's punch didn't cause any damage to Frankie at all, and he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. How is it possible? Taste this uncle's fist. With a heavy blow of the steel fist, it burst out of the air. Rear Admiral hurriedly shouted, Iron. Chapter 834 The Ability to Shake the Sea. But. Rear Admiral's face turned from red to white, and then he spit out a mouthful of blood. It's all right, Lord Rear Admiral. How can this fight? It's too strong. Immediately, it caused a tingling in the surrounding Marine's scalp. Yohu, please don't be distracted while fighting. At this time, Brook's undead-like voice came from their ears again. What he saw, he drew his sword and stood up. No song san ding swallowtail slash. You. Just when a group of Marines hadn't reacted to what was going on. A thorough chill wrapped their consciousness and made them lose their minds. In an instant, a large number of Marines fell. Gollum. This made the surrounding Marines panic a little. What's the situation with Brook? Why even a skeleton can move? Death. Explosive star. At this moment, even Usopp, who used to be able to snipe from a distance, can fight head-on. The only one who needs protection may be Karina. Stop being arrogant, bastard. Seeing Frankie's majesty, Gurren finally couldn't help it, and came straight to Frankie. Bang! Frankie naturally sensed Gurren, and he unceremoniously outputted his full power, and punched Gurren with a punch. Boom! As soon as the expert makes a move, you will know if there is any. Frankie was shocked by the dang dang dang, and he stepped back several steps. Seeing this, Gurren approached again, and once again punched out violently. It's interesting, Frankie's super left arm. Faced with the approaching Gurren again, Frankie also became serious, opened his left arm, and there was a circle of Gatling-like muzzles, and then. Da da da. In front of Gurren, he was instantly covered with bullets. He never learned hockey, Marine Rokushiki. Ask why, because he doesn't like it. PFF'd. Bah. But this time, in the face of Frankie's bullet, Gurren knew how stupid it was not to learn hockey. Frankie's super right punch. Seeing that Geraint hadn't even dodged all his own bullets, Frankie naturally chose to pursue the victory, and blasted his right fist into Geraint's chest. PFF'd. Without using the demon's right arm, Geraint can only deal with tens of millions of pirates. Like Frankie, he still can't handle it. Asshole. Seeing that Geraint was injured, Zeppa and Burnham were excited and attacked Frankie. Two idiots, you are no match for him. Seeing this scene, Zon Taumaru jumped angrily, and quickly ordered PX5 beside him, go and help them. PX5 glanced at Frankie. Steel Pirate Frankie, the bounty is 87 million Bailey. Then, it turned into a rocket launcher and rushed towards Frankie. If it were 2 years ago, Frankie would have turned around and ran away when he saw a pacifist, but now. Something troublesome, run. Without the Iron General robot, Frankie is still no match for the pacifists. Only Luffy can kill in one hit. It's really intense. Looking at the battle below, Shajirching said with an increasingly interesting smile on the corner of his mouth. Hit him, be good, it's great, it's wonderful. Shajirching pointed at this, and pointed at that, anyway, I think everyone's battle is wonderful. Aren't you going to participate? After all, it's the master who has taught Luffy for more than half a year. Does it really make sense for him to sail without your master? Shajirching looked beside him again, the old man who was sitting drinking and watching a play. Rayleigh, the king of Pluto, said. Hee, you're not watching the show, you won't tell me, you're just here to watch the show. When Rayleigh heard this, he looked at Shajirching with a smile, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If I say, I really just came to the show, how many people do you think will believe me? Shaji looked at Shajirching, who was waving her little hands with great excitement in her arms, so she could relax. At least I don't believe it. Rayleigh Isho then looked elsewhere. Luffy's partners have come to support a lot too. This kid has also begun to have the ability to shake the ocean. After all, he is the man who wants to become One Piece King of Pirates. If he has no ability at all, who will admit him? Shajirching Isho again. Below. Dragon Claw Hand. Sabo smashed Anagumo's sword with one claw, causing his pupils to shrink. This Sabo is a bit too tyrannical. Although his knife is only a quick knife, he crushes the blade with his bare hands, which is really scary. He's wrapped in armament hockey. If it's useful to stand back, what do you want the strong to do? Anagumo appeared, he saw Sabo's smiling face constantly magnifying in his eyes. Dragon Claw Intercept. A dragon chant suddenly exploded in Anagumo's ears, causing him to be in a trance. But in the face of the imminent danger, he still played a super Vice Admiral level. The hair behind him condensed into a ball, Return of Life spider web. A hairnet stood in front of Sabo's claws, with super elasticity. Although Anagumo was still knocked into the air, it took away a lot of power. Lord Vice Admiral. But this scene was a huge blow to Marine's morale. This surprised the rest of the Vice Admiral who were fighting. As expected of the second head of the Revolutionary Army, there are indeed two brushes. Seeing this, Doberman thought in his heart. Then, he looked at his opponent, Straw Hat Luffy, and said proudly in his heart, but this old man will never lose to you. But. Just 3 minutes. Third gear, rubber elephant guns. Facing the attack of this violent chain of fists with strength comparable to the giants, Doberman admits that he still underestimates Luffy too much. That face is so slapped. Really fragrant warning, do not deceive me. Doberman Vice Admiral. This made the surrounding Marines stunned. This is already the second Vice Admiral. Are the pirates now so powerful? Can they really stop these people? Has the Straw Hat Luffy become so strong too? Seeing Doberman being kicked out, Smoker couldn't help being a little surprised. Is this really still the Straw Hat Boy who was easily restrained by him during the war on the top? Not bad, the strength has become more condensed, and the coordination of the whole body has become stronger. It seems that after I left, you have practiced him a lot. Rayleigh looked at Luffy, who shot Doberman indifferently, showing a satisfied look. When I'm bored, I just ask him to discuss about life. This is what Ace asked me to do. If I don't do it, I can't explain it to Ace. Shajir said with a calm expression, but Rayleigh said in his heart, this kind of opportunity, maybe 90% of the people in the sea want it. Chapter 835 Two-Color Conqueror Hockey. Rubber Whip. Without Doberman blocking the way, Luffy quickly broke through Marine's defense line. One Piece King of Pirates, I'm sure, I won't let you stop me from going to sea. A large number of sailors stretched their arms, and Luffy's thighs were swept away. But even so, there are still too many Marines on the scene. Straw Hat Boy, you are dreaming, we have more than 5,000 people, don't try to break through. Zantaomaru shouted loudly when he heard the words, and swung his axe and slashed over. You are so annoying. Luffy gave a very unhappy shout, disappeared in front of Zantaomaru, and instantly entered second gear, rubber jet rocket launcher. A jet-like phantom punch came with heavy force. Zantaomaru couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and when he stomped his horse, he slammed into each other and walked away. Boom. But this time, Zantaomaru did not have the upper hand. Luffy's attack, wrapped around Hockey, went straight through his attack and slammed into his chest. Zantaomaru was suddenly shaken and retreated a considerable distance, but it seemed that he had never been seriously injured. Since you have a large number of people, then use this trick. Someone's devilish murmur sounded in Luffy's ears again. Conqueror Hockey, in addition to having physical attack effects, the bigger role is to remove unnecessary personnel and save energy. Although it looks tasteless and has no effect on the strong, but in fact, in real combat, the effect is great. The most fearful thing in combat is not how strong the attack is, but how to use physical strength reasonably. And Conqueror has a very good effect in this regard. Thinking of this, Luffy stared at him, and a coercion of the king instantly covered the entire battlefield. Om. The air was trembling, and many sailors and pirates felt their heads sink, and their consciousness began to blur. Then, Top Heavy passed out and passed out. It was just an instant, and there were only 300 or 400 people standing at the scene. Ha ha ha, Conqueror, then I'll come too. Ace, who was fighting against Fujitora, also stared at him suddenly. In an instant, a completely different domineering aura descended once again, and there was originally a piece of support that barely fell. All right, it's all down. At this point, there are only over 100 people who can still stand. But there is no doubt that these people are all strong. T-Pen, the three of Grant and his ilk, Zantaomaru, Vice Admiral, Fujitora, and a whole bunch of captains. This is the bottom line of all those who stand. On the pirates' side, it was hardly affected, because Luffy, Ace controlled the power. People who don't want to attack will not be affected. Both brothers have Conqueror. Hey, that's two. Dalmesia couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off her head, she was frightened. Dangerous people, even more dangerous. Doberman's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Conqueror Hockey, something that can only be possessed by a king's qualifications. And now, here are two. That guy, wouldn't there be? The crowd looked at Sabo and couldn't help but guess in their hearts. Luffy, Ace has it, Sabo doesn't make sense. I'm so sorry, I really didn't, because I didn't plan to be the king. Sabo lifted his hat and said with a smile. But what he said, it is difficult to get everyone's belief. But whether people believe it or not, there is one thing that cannot be changed. That is the marine side, the advantage is greatly reduced. Without the number of people, it is difficult to start a siege situation and intercept Luffy and the others. What a terrible situation. Fujitora sighed like this, and then shook Ace out again. Fujitora said, the long-range siege of the Straw Hat Pirates at sea, intercept them. Although they lost 5,000 troops, they still had 5,000 troops on the warships. It is also a great help for them to control warships and intercept them at sea. Luffy, it seems that the resistance you want to go to sea is really not small. Seeing this scene, Ace's eyes became a lot more solemn. I will never let you trapped. I will definitely be able to go to sea. Luffy drank loudly, his voice full of urgency and confidence. Yes, Straw Hat brother, it will definitely succeed. At this moment, a strange voice came over, neither male nor female, charming but full of awkward masculinity. Sanji, who was fighting with Smoker, suddenly shivered for no reason, and his face suddenly became very bad. Hey, it's not really them. Inexplicably, he thought of the Shemale Island he was on 2 years ago, and the Shemales he encountered there. This voice also attracted the attention of a group of Marines, and a group of women dressed up and dressed in heavy makeup appeared in front of them. One by one exudes a rather powerful breath. Sanji's hair exploded, and he took a deep breath. He felt that his calf was cramping. I can't let you embarrass our little Shangji, don't you think, Xiao Shangji? The leading ladyboy pretended to be charming. Ah, you damn bastard, don't let me be presumptuous. A Marine captain rushed over angrily, but was defeated by 3 punches and 2 kicks. This made Dalmesia and others unable to help but stare. The enemy is very strong. Star-defying cross. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the sea. I saw a huge cold light flying over the warship, cutting the 3 warships into 2 pieces. A rather elegant young man stood in the air and looked at Ji Liang. The sea is so big. Why, it's not like your style, Ji Liang. You actually came. This really surprised me. Ji Liang looked at the elegant young man and showed a grateful smile. The elegant young man. Don't think I'm here to save you. I just happened to pass by to breathe. This warship is blocking my way. The face is full of expressions of no silver 300 taels here. This elegant young man is a friend of Ji Liang's 2 years of travel, and his swordsmanship is on par with him. Ho ha ho, brother Frankie, I'll bring your ship to you. On the sea, a Lionhead hardcover pirate ship suddenly came, with 2 masked people on it. Sunny. Seeing the ship, Luffy suddenly made a surprise sound. But what's amazing is that the 2 masked men showed the state of the Sunny's force as if they knew the Sunny very well. Ow, you are here too. Seeing these 2 masked men, Frankie suddenly showed a happy look. For the past 2 years, Frankie has been following these 2 to learn knowledge on an island, and he is his teacher. Chapter 836 Go to Sea Successfully. Usopp, you're very brave. I'm relieved to see that you don't back down as always. A huge beetle flew over the crowd and said to Usopp. Hercules, you are here too. Seeing this beetle man, Usopp was suddenly surprised. Hercules gave Usopp a thumbs up. As a master, of course, you must ensure that your apprentice leaves safely. Let's set sail with confidence. These people who appear are all people that Luffy and these partners have known where they have stayed for the past 2 years. Either a friend, a teacher or a friend. Really handsome, as expected of the senior of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing this scene, Bartolomeo's eyes lit up. Hee, then it seems that the old man has to appear too. At this time, an old and majestic voice came. Fujitora frowned immediately. Here comes an extraordinary person. The Marines couldn't help looking, and then they saw a person who made their scalps numb. Former One Piece King of Pirates Deputy, Silba's Rayleigh. People like you, if you don't stay on this island, why do you want to participate in such a thing? Rayleigh, what the hell do you want to do? Seeing Rayleigh, Onagumo's face changed and he roared loudly. As a teacher, I naturally come to watch my students, and incidentally solve the problems of my students' sailing. Pluto raised the sword in his hand and appeared in front of the Marines in a flash, saying, I am sorry, everyone, please let me be your opponent next time. Quiet. The entire battlefield was quiet at first, and then it was extremely boiling. Would you like to be so terrifying? How can you fight like this? All the Marine officers were suspicious of life. Don't panic, Marine Corps, shoot down their ships. Since they took the initiative to show up, they must not miss such a good opportunity to make the Straw Hats a complete turtle in the urn. Anagumo immediately used the phone bug to communicate with the sailors on the warship and let them attack the Sunny. Boom. She. But just when they were about to start, a dark cloud suddenly floated over them, and then it started to rain crazily. Coincidentally, the rain was pouring down, but only the marine area had rain. It can really be said that there was some rain, which completely blocked Marine's attack route. Above the warship, there is a small sky island floating, and there are several old people who can't get old anymore. They drink coffee and say, "Karina, I can do it, there is only so much." Ho ha ho. Ha ha ha, Luffy, God is helping you, what are you waiting for, let's go to sea. Seeing this scene, Ace couldn't help laughing out loud. Luffy, see you in the new world. Sabo collided heavily with Anagumo, and he was also full of smiles. Then it's agreed, see you in the new world. Luffy didn't hesitate, took a long breath, and said with a smile, everyone, it's sailing. Ow. When everyone responded, they broke through to the port. And the she-male troops, Rayleigh, Hercules, took over their opponents. Brother Straw Hat, we are here too. At this time, a group of flying fish suddenly flew in the sky, and a handsome and somewhat strange man came with a large group. Baloo, you are here too. Seeing this man, Luffy was very excited immediately. The kindness of Big Brother Sanji will never be forgotten. How can we watch Big Brother Sanji be trapped here? Brother Sanji, get in the car, I'll take you out. Although Baloo's strength is not strong, his flying fish troops have indeed helped a lot at this time. Thank you so much. Luffy was overjoyed, and then he looked at Bartolomeo and Beardy. Thank you so much too. Bartolomeo was so excited that he was about to suffocate with excitement. It's really touching leadership. People who can get help from so many people, maybe can really change the world. Fujitora is blind and not blind. People who do evil things will not have such popularity. Damn, don't try to escape. But Smoker, Anagumo, how could the 5 Vice Admiral give up and chase them away immediately? Bang. Boom. But what greeted them was the powerful sniping of Rayleigh and Sabo. Sorry, this road is blocked. Rayleigh and Sabo had the same hideous smile. Dad, do we want to help them too? Let Big Brother Luffy go to sea successfully. In the distance, looking at Shajariing, who was about to end the excitement, she tilted her head to look at Shajarching and asked. No problem, Big Brother Luffy can go to sea successfully. Shajarching, Isho, has no idea of making a move. Boom. Just as Zantaomaru and the others were going to continue their pursuit, Anagumo gave the warship an order to attack again. Above the sky, it suddenly landed and exploded with a rolling thunder, which interfered with the signal and caused huge waves in the sea. This kind of person, actually shot. The Straw Hat Luffy is really an amazing person. I really want to see him with my own eyes. Fujitora looked a little surprised, and then thought so. This battle made him become interested in Straw Hat Luffy. The pirates don't seem to be completely vicious people. Just like the Emperor, although he does things recklessly, at least he is good to the people. As for who the Emperor in his mouth is, it is self-evident. In the end, the Straw Hats successfully set sail, opened the film that had been plated a long time ago, and dived underwater. And at the moment when they dived underwater, the elegant man left, and the 2 masked men burst out with energy and left. Hercules flew away, Baloo left with the flying fish army. The she-male troops also left in a hurry, scattered and disappeared without a trace, and there was no way to chase them. As for Sabo, Rayleigh, Ace. Then no more, Marines. Enjomo, Blaze Net. Ace created a huge flame wall to isolate Marine from his rebellion, and then disappeared on the battlefield in a few seconds. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Bartolomeo, hurry up and leave. Don't get caught. These words made Bartolomeo, who was planning to cast a barrier, immediately leave with his men. The rain has stopped and the clouds have dissipated. It seems that nothing happened, but it all happened. Damn. Damn. But how can Onagumo and others be reconciled? The good prey was fled right in front of my eyes. It was really embarrassing. Chapter 837 The Sprout of a New Era. Is the new era unstoppable after all? Fujitora put his sword in the sheath and whispered, "Then let me see what the new era will look like and how it will develop." Then, he gave orders to sort out the follow-up of the war. These comatose pirates should be arrested and dealt with. Then, restore order, and then report to the headquarters, and strengthen the monitoring and protection of the sea to prevent the pirates from causing chaos. The wonderful show is over. Sakura, we should go home. Shajur-ching got up and left with Shajur-ing. Daddy, talking doesn't count. Didn't you say you won't take action? Why did you still take action? When she was about to leave the pavilion, Shajur-ing suddenly looked at Shajur-ching and said this. Xiao Yingying can't wrong me. I didn't make a move. Did you see me making a move? Shajur-ching immediately shouted, wronged. It's the shot. Don't try to fool Sakura. Shajur-ing said very firmly. Okay, my little princess is right. Shajur-ching could only raise his hand to surrender. Shajur-ing hummed twice, expressing pride. When taking Shajur-ching to a certain place, two people suddenly appeared in front of Shajur-ching. Thank you. It's Sabo and Ace. Thank me for what I did. I didn't do anything. Shajur-ching looked at the two and said this. Hee. In this regard, Sabo and Ace looked at each other and said nothing. Some words are unbelievable. Have your own judgment. I am really looking forward to Luffy, what kind of surprises he will bring us. After Shajur-ching left with Shajur-ing, the two looked at the vast sea and said so. With Luffy's current strength and status, he should be able to make a lot of noise. Ace said confidently, I have to do my best, or I will be left behind by Luffy. One Piece King of Pirates may be mine. Luffy is not the only one who wants to be One Piece King of Pirates. And his Portgas. Ace. Then wait to see you two perform. Hee, One Piece King of Pirates, what a coveted title. Sabo looked at Ace with a longing look on his face, and thought so in his heart. Of course. Ace Isho, full of confidence. Marine Headquarters. What, you let Straw Hat Luffy escape? When he heard the news from Fujitora, Akainu was completely stunned. Why would such a strong lineup still lose? Buster Call level troops, plus an admiral. Can't even catch a rising star of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's just hilarious. Isn't this a joke? What the hell is going on? Isho, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Akainu's tone was extremely low, and he was on the verge of an angry roar. Fujitora Isho started to explain the process calmly. When he heard that Ace and Sabo had all joined the battle, Akainu clenched his fists and clucked. There is an angry flame in his eyes, which can shoot out and burn everything. Akainu wasn't supposed to get angry so easily. However, the sequelae brought by the lava fruit to him is this. Like one of Luffy's tendons, it is affected by the rubber fruit. After hearing that Rayleigh and a group of mysterious people he didn't know helped the Straw Hats, Akainu couldn't wait to tear them all up now. This Straw Hat boy, the threat is really getting bigger and bigger. We must raise the level of vigilance against him. Akainu gave the order, post a new bounty for the Straw Hats. The pace of the times has begun again. Shajur-ching, what exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose? What exactly do you want to do to build such a huge force? World Government Mariajoy, on the Void Throne, with I am leaning on the seat, murmured like this. He watched the entire battle, and he could naturally see that Shajur-ching also intervened. It's just that I am was curious why Shajur-ching was interested in the Straw Hat Luffy gang. What did Shajur-ching like about a junior like Straw Hat Luffy? Marine Headquarters. After reporting, Fujitora withdrew. But I have to admit that this time Fujitora took it for granted. If he had given the order from the beginning, the continuous shelling of a certain area of the Sabayati archipelago, then, it is impossible for the Straw Hats to go to sea successfully. Even if Ace and Sabo wanted to stop it, it was difficult to do so. Fighting above the sea, Fujitora's fruit ability has a considerable advantage. But what is missed is what has been missed, and there is no way to make up for it. Moreover, according to Fujitora's temperament, it is impossible for him to issue such a bombardment order. After all, there are innocent people above the Sabayati archipelago. With Fujitora's temperament, it is impossible to issue an order before the safety of Kakesing cannot be guaranteed. Unless he is replaced by a Kainu, he will not hesitate to issue an attack order directly. But this time the boss is Fujitora, so Luffy and the others are destined to have a chance to leave. The new era, let me see what it is. Straw Hat Luffy, don't let me down. On the way back to Nine Snake Island, Shajir-Ching looked at the direction of Sabayati archipelago and said in his heart. Driving on the windless belt where everyone's discoloration changed, Shajir-Ching was like traveling, without the slightest bit of vigilance and panic. And those terrifying sea kings in the windless belt did not appear at all, and they came out to attack the ships of Shajir-Ching and Shajir-Rying's father and daughter. As if they couldn't sense Shajir-Ching's father and daughter at all, they went down their boat incomparably indifferently. Hee, these guys are in a good mood today, they are swimming so happily. Shajir-Ching looked at the sea kings under the sea and said with a smile. Really, why do I feel that they are so scary that they will rush out and eat us? Shajir-Rying clutched Shajir-Ching's clothes tightly, and her face was full of fear. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Daddy is here, if they dare to scare you, I will chop them up to shock you. Shajir-Ching touched Shajir-Rying's little head and comforted her. Well, Daddy is the best, Daddy is the best. After receiving Shajir-Ching's assurance, the look of fear on Shajir-Rying's face suddenly decreased a lot. Then, fell asleep. It's easy to get sleepy when sailing at sea. If these sea kings knew that Shajir-Rying thought they were terrible, they would probably feel extremely wronged. In terms of terrifying level, who can compare to your father? That is the strongest and most terrifying monster in this windless belt. Chapter 838 One Piece, King of Pirates, who doesn't want to be? That's all it takes to communicate with us. But in a place 4 or 5 kilometers under the sea, it is really scary to be able to physically fight a sea king with a length of 700 or 800 meters. Simply tyrannical and not like a human being. At least, these sea kings have survived in the windless belt for so long, and they have never seen a man as terrifying as Shajir-Ching. At the beginning, there were several sea kings that they regarded as unprovocable, and they died easily in the hands of Shajir-Ching. As soon as this guy was bored, he ran into the sea to fight with these sea kings. In the past 2 years, except for the old antique sea emperors that have lived for 300 or 400 years. The rest didn't enter Shajir-Ching's belly because of being fierce and unknowingly. He was directly overpowered by Shajir-Ching. They saw that Shajir-Ching was hiding and won't win, provoke him. Haven't lived that long, don't want to die. Others crossed the windless belt, trembling with fear. And Shajir-Ching passed the Sea King class. It was really like a walk in the garden. Of course, since the base is on Nine Snake Island, the sea surface in the windless zone is naturally built with marine train tracks. There are not many big ones, there is only one, which is used to transport valuables. Most of the rest of the items are still carried by transport ships. Just as Shajir-Ching brought Shajir-Rying back to Nine Snake Island, she was scorned by Anna. Those eyes were full of resentment, making Shajir-Ching's scalp numb, and he raised his hand to surrender. Really, what kind of status are you now? You are still so messy, running around with Shajir-Ching. What is the situation in Sabayati Archipelago now? How dangerous it is? If something goes wrong with Sakura, how will you explain it to me? I said to you, can you save me some snacks? After all, he is also the leader of the 6 emperors. Can you be a little dignified? Xiao Ying will take her away when she acts like a spoiled child. You really spoiled her. what if she becomes a rude little girl from now on? Listening to Anna's nagging, Shajirching's head is getting bigger. It was the first time he knew that Anna's nagging skills were so powerful. However, Sakura, you can do it. Sabayati Archipelago dares to let your father take you there. Do you still have my mother in your eyes? Looking at Shajirching, who already felt bad and was about to slip away, Anna's face suddenly became quite dangerous. No, they are just curious about what's going on there. How can they not have you in their eyes? You are the best. Xiao Yingying is good. Really, if you don't believe me, ask Dad. Oh, dear mother, don't be angry. I know it's wrong. Really, I know it's wrong. I'll definitely not next time. Mom, laugh. It doesn't look good with a sullen face. Shajirching took Anna's plain hand, shook it non-stop, and kept saying coquettishly. Okay, I really convinced you. Where did you learn your coquettish skills? You are really a master without a teacher. Anna has absolutely no way to take Shaji Sakura. This mouth is really sweeter than honey. The acting skills are enough to win more than a dozen Oscar statuettes, and the acting is called a sincere expression. It's so hard to blame her. He, Mom is the best, so is Dad. Seeing Anna sighed helplessly, Shajirching suddenly showed a winner's smile. Then, holding the hands of Shajirching and Anna, they walked into the Nine-Snake Island together. Aunt Hancock. Before arriving at the Nine-Snake Island Palace, Shajirching flew over as if she had seen Hancock. Sakura, is Sabayati Archipelago fun? Hancock, who has always been arrogant and indifferent, rarely has the tenderness of a woman when facing Shajirching. He, it's fun. I saw a lot of interesting things, you listen to me. Shajirching immediately danced with excitement, shook her little head, and began to talk excitedly. Starting from entering the Sabayati Archipelago, it has been talking about the Straw Hat Luffy going to sea. Shajirching and Anna helplessly sat down beside Hancock, and it was only summer from Hancock's hands, so they started teasing. The little guy's thief spirit was amused by Shajirching and smiled. The new world, in the Whitebeard stronghold. Ace, how is it? Did the little guy go to sea successfully? Whitebeard gulped down 2 sips of wine and asked. Of course, that's Luffy, the guy who always works miracles. Hearing Whitebeard's question, Ace was quite happy. Whitebeard grinned isho. Cool, that little guy, just like Roger back then, One Piece King of Pirates, maybe he can really make it. Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. Dad, you rate this Straw Hat Luffy a little too high. Diamond Jozu asked with his arms crossed. There is some doubt in his eyes. What did he hear? He suddenly heard Whitebeard say that the Straw Hat Luffy is more likely to become One Piece King of Pirates than Shajirching. What a joke! If it was meant for Whitebeard to say this, Diamond Jozu would have already started mocking. Now in the sea, who doesn't know that the person most likely to become One Piece King of Pirates is Shajirching? He has an overwhelming advantage that no one can match. Competing with him, even Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, who are also the 6 emperors, Big Mom has no chance of winning. After all, in terms of strength and intelligence, Shajirching has incomparable advantages. But now Whitebeard actually said that a mere Straw Hat Luffy might have a greater chance of becoming One Piece King of Pirates than Shajirching. This is simply a fantasy. The rest of the squad leaders also showed their approval. In their eyes, the Straw Hat Luffy was just a rookie. Even if he did well in the top battle. But just because he is a newcomer, he wants to compete with monsters like Shajirching for One Piece King of Pirates in the fierce new world, no matter how he thinks it is impossible. That may not be the case. Although the Straw Hat Luffy may not be as powerful as the monster Shajirching, he is quite an unexpected existence. He can never be judged by normal logic when he does things. Maybe he can really do it. Marco sat on the end of the bed, half asleep, very tired. Ha, that kind of scene is really interesting when I think about it. However, I don't intend to hand over the One Piece King of Pirates to others. Whether it's Luffy or Shadyer Ching's boss, I will also compete with them for the position of One Piece King of Pirates. Ace's eyes were burning with raging flames, and the fighting spirit was quite enthusiastic. Cool, let's go, Ace. Man, chase your dreams. Don't forget when you encounter any difficulties, you are part of my Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is quite encouraging for Ace to pursue One Piece King of Pirates. Children grow up to have their own ideas. Chapter 839. This feeling is very bad. Yes, Dad, thank you so much. Ace clenched his fists excitedly. Baldic, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. How did it work? In the darkness, a man shrouded in a cloak asked Sabo, who had just returned. Very successful. Luffy has a lot of partners. They all helped Luffy to let him go to sea successfully, Sabo said with a smile on his face. When the young eagle has grown up, it is time to fight against the sky and become taller than the Duke of Heaven. Dragon, the man shrouded in the cloak, said so. If you look closely, you will find a trace of excitement and pride in his eyes. Continue our actions. In the past 2 years, our achievements have become bigger and bigger, subverting the world government. We can do it. Dragon returned to normal in an instant, and issued an order. Understood. Sabo stepped back with a smile, but his face was still filled with an excited smile. Marine Headquarters. Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army. Akainu held the dragon's reward, his eyes gloomy. Dragon was once his colleague. He once thought that Dragon could become an admiral like him and defend the justice of Marine. Unexpectedly, he finally stood on the opposite side of the world government. Maria Joy. In order to restore the strength of Marine and ourselves, and to support the Beast's pirates, the Bigumam pirates, we let the Revolutionary Army take the opportunity to invade a lot of territory. Hornbird Gorose, 5 elders' eyes full of murderous intent. However, I have already missed a good opportunity to destroy the Revolutionary Army. I have a hunch that the connection between the Summer Chamber of Commerce and the Revolutionary Army must not be small. The blonde Gorose, 5 elders sighed, looking a little dejected. It's hard to see this in people like them. Yes, I think so too. The development of the Revolutionary Army is too fast. Gorose, 5 elders, holding the second generation of ghosts, pushed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the past 2 years, the development speed of the Revolutionary Army has suddenly made a qualitative leap. From the previous organization without belief, to the current system and belief, the organization is highly efficient. It's like it suddenly hangs up, like God's help. And looking at the entire sea, the only person who has this ability is the one from the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Hornbird Gorose, 5 elders. The most important thing is that the behemoth of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is already strong enough, but it has joined forces with the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates. If such a despairing behemoth were to unite with the Revolutionary Army and advance and retreat together, then, they already have the power to subvert the world government and Marine, and there is no chance for us to turn over at all. The bearded suit Gorose, 5 elders sighed and said the last sentence with sharp eyes. In the whole world, there is no power that can match them. The strength of their alliance made Yimu silent for a while, speechless. Gorose, 5 elders in kimono holding the second generation of Onishi. And, I don't know why, I always have a feeling that we are starting to fall behind, a feeling that has never happened in the 800 years since the establishment of the world government. Quote. Sure enough, the root cause of all this is the existence of Shadyer Ching. If only the Gorose, 5 elders had known that Shadyer Ching was so difficult and dangerous. Then, when he hadn't grown up yet, even if they paid a huge price, they would have destroyed Shadyer Ching. And what worries them the most is that Shadyer Ching and the other seniors are undercurrent, accumulating strength and preparing to subvert the world at the same time. Those New Age guys, like the supernovas represented by the Straw Hat Luffy, are also on the rise. And, not restless at all, frantically restless. Blonde Gorose, 5 elders. This sea is increasingly beyond the control of our world government. And LT, P and GT. Maybe one day, it's really just like O'Hara's prophecy. The sea will eventually become one. The light of freedom will eventually fall, and the world government and Tenryubito will eventually suffer the consequences and be driven off the high platform to face trial. Quote. Hearing this, the other 4 Gorose, 5 elders fell silent. But there was a terrifying gleam in their eyes. Obviously, they all know clearly that this prophecy has a high chance of being fulfilled. The atmosphere was a little depressing all of a sudden. Why was O'Hara killed by Buster Call in the first place? They are so knowledgeable that being able to interpret ancient texts is one aspect. On the other hand, because they predicted the future of the world government. And the answer they predicted, once known by the sea, will inevitably turmoil the world government. Therefore, Marine was dispatched by the world government to destroy it with Buster Call. Maybe it's time for us to act. It's not necessarily a good thing to wait. The long-bearded Gorose, 5 elders stroked their beards, half smiles, and said murderously. Maybe, really, the other 4 Gorose, 5 elders agreed. It's really fast, Luffy. It only took 2 days to reach the New World. Humph, it's even within my sphere of influence. So, what interesting collisions will you have with the local guards? Shajirching looked at the information in his hand with a full face. On that island, Nami and Robin are all there. One of them is to draw and survey nautical charts, and the other is to decipher the ancient ruins discovered. And that island is Tezzolo's territory, and he guards there as Admiral, the gatekeeper of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. It is Dabalu Island, which is called, Going Island, by the world. As long as it is a pirate, no one wants to occupy this island. Of course, this is where possible. But basically impossible to capture. Because this island is really a terrible fortress, with strong firepower, comparable to Buster Call, can easily destroy an island. So much so that he has the name, Gate of Hell to the New World. On this island, there are several more powerful existences. One of them is Huyuina, the woman who claims to be the Queen of Beheading, and Didia, who is in danger, came here. Didia, the steaming power, has a bounty of 300 million Bailey. Hulina, the Queen of Beheading, has a bounty of 298 million Bailey. Coupled with a group of powerful guards on the island, and Tezzolo guarding, backed by a certain harbor, it can be said that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Didia and Hulina came here purely because staying on 9 Snake Island was too boring. The two of them are naturally aggressive, and they are not used to it if they don't fight for a day. So that Zoro was either on the way to training or fighting with the 2 girls. After getting used to Zoro's battle, the 2 who felt that they had lost their freshness, came here to fight against the masters who came to the New World from all walks of life. If you haven't fought with them, you don't have to be in the New World. Chapter 840 Absolutely no conflict. Now. It's so big. The Straw Hats, who had just left Fishman Island, looked at the island in front of them and couldn't help but exclaimed. What unfolded before them was not an island, but a small continent. At a glance, you can't see the edge, and in the middle is a pillar that reaches the sky, and I don't know what it does. Usopp's voice trembled with fright. Are we really going to land on this island? This is the territory of the head of the 6 emperors. Usopp's words were approved by Kurina, a certain unscrupulous skeleton. No, I'm afraid this is not up to us. Once we enter here, we have no possibility of retreating, we can only go. Kurina looked at everyone with a solemn expression, and everyone just looked at her. Dabaru Island, also known as Going Island, the gate of the New World. After passing through here, it officially entered the power of the New World. And this island, built in the Arc Moon Bay and the Going Rapids, the rules of passage are only going, not retreating. If you don't believe me, just look behind you. Do you think we can step back in the face of such torrents? Hearing this, Sanji and the others couldn't help but look at him immediately. Then, I saw a turbulent torrent, which had the power to smash the island, and constantly push the Wanli Sunshine to going. The scope covered is more than 10,000 feet, and the power of a stir, at least several million jun. In front of the rapids, the Wanli Sunshine is like a young ant, and there is no room for maneuver at all. Frankie even said, even with full power, you can't turn the slightest bit. If you make a mistake, the Wanli Sunshine will be smashed to pieces. As expected of Shajir with blood pupils, what a terrible guy. You can also build a base in such a place. Just like the two maelstroms of the Judgment Tower and the Bridge of Hesitation in the Judgment Fa Island back then, they are simply sailing Jedi. It is impossible to do this without the wealth of enemy nations. His face was quite solemn. It is said that when it was built, there was no way to proceed. It was Shajir who slashed the ocean with one sword, and this indestructible fortress was built step by step. The interior is all made of sea stone, and it is completely integrated, even the Sea King can't be destroyed. The level of sturdiness is comparable to Impel Down. Karina said again. The guard above is going Emperor Tesoro, with a bounty of 1.3 billion. There are various generals under it. Luffy brother, don't conflict with them, we are definitely not their opponents. There are 2 strongholds of the Summer Chamber of Commerce on the road after this sea area. We have no way to go back, and we can't escape at all. Jinbei was even on it. He looked at Luffy and said, Fishman Island is blessed by the Summer Chamber of Commerce. If there is a conflict with the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Fishman Island will definitely lose its protection and suffer disaster. I can only apologize to His Excellency Shajir with my body. Luffy was silent for a while after hearing the words, covered his hat and said, Yo Gata, I know the horror of that man, as well as his methods and conduct. I won't conflict with him. Hearing his words, Karina and Jinbei breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The two of them knew the horrors of the Summer Chamber of Commerce best. Oh, the Straw Hats are here too. It's fun, it's really fun, then let me see what surprises they can bring me. In a room on the island, Tesoro was sipping red wine and looking at the Straw Hat gang who came into the port, showing an expression of anticipation. I have been practiced by the president for half a year, and I think it should be very strong. Just let me try my hand. Tesoro was always arrogant and was not interested in fighting, but in fact, he was an out-and-out fighting maniac. It's even worse than Enel. Are the Straw Hats here too? Humph, I'm really looking forward to it. Time supernova, don't be as vulnerable as some supernovas. The pirate group gathered on Dabaru Island thought with such anticipation in their hearts. Hundreds of millions of pirates have come here, and the Straw Hats are not the strongest, but they must be the most conspicuous. These rebellious pirates from all over the world all want to fight against him. Luffy and his party entered the island. They were shocked by the prosperity of the island. What unfolded in front of them was an endless scene of feasting and splendor. The high-rise buildings that reach into the sky are densely and neatly arranged. All kinds of advanced machinery and equipment are running continuously, delivering all kinds of things needed to various commercial centers. There are people everywhere, shoulder to shoulder, noisy. There is a dazzling array of things to sell, and the voices of hawking and shouting have never been cut off. There is money, freedom, joy in the air. This is the real city that never sleeps. Brooke sighed sincerely. Everything in front of them was too visually impactful. This kind of prosperity is beyond their imagination. Several people were completely dazzled. What is called an international metropolis, this is it. Sanji almost got stuck in the pile of young beauties and didn't want to leave. The strength of the power is really amazing and terrifying. Ji Liang couldn't help but look solemn. This is just a corner of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and it is already so terrible. How terrible is the complete Summer Chamber of Commerce? Powerful people simply can't give birth to the heart of confrontation. He thought in his heart. And after Luffy and the others arrived on Going Island, the newspapers from Marine were also spread here. There isn't much to say about the above. Mainly because of the loud noises in the ocean recently. And among so many things, the thing that attracts the most attention is the thing about the Straw Hat Luffy in Sabayati Archipelago. In front of the Buster Call level troops led by Admiral Fujitora, they were still successfully broken through and sailed successfully. This incident completely shocked the world. It has brought many pirates to a higher level of awareness of the Straw Hats. It's amazing, you can escape under Buster Call. Is this the foundation of silence for 2 years? It's really scary. Many people held newspapers and spoke out with such emotion. There are people who were panicked. But it definitely does not include the people on Dabalu Island. However, it's really good enough. Straw Hat Luffy's bounty is already the highest among all supernovas. Someone was holding the new bounty for the Straw Hats that came along with the newspaper and couldn't help but say. The reward order in their hands is as follows. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. The Swordsman Kukuli, the bounty is 322 million Bailey. Sanji Kurozu, a bounty of 219 million Baileys. The King of Snipers, Usopp, has a bounty of 90 million Baileys. Transformer Cardi French Flam with a bounty of 99.9 million Bailey. The King of Souls, Brook, has a bounty of 88 million Baileys. Genius Navigator Karina, with a bounty of 75 million Baileys. Chapter 841 Times are coming together. Jinbei joined by Fishman Island is not listed here for the time being, but even if it is already quite scary. As the only supernova with a bounty of 500 million, Straw Hat Luffy has already walked in front of all supernovas. After all, Eustace Kid, the strongest before, had a bounty of 470 million, 30 million less than him. It's not the worst era, it's really powerful. The entire Straw Hat Pirates are about to have a bounty of over 100 million per capita. The 3 giants, which will be called the 4 giants in the future, are all powerful existences with a bounty of over 100 million. This level of strength has indeed ranked first in the supernova. The rest of the supernova pirates, including the captain, only have 2 members with a bounty of over 100 million, but there are no 4 members with a bounty of over 100 million. It's finally here, the Straw Hat owner. In a certain coffee shop, a man in black clothes, with a sullen look and a spotted hat, said this lowly. Doflamingo, your day is coming soon. This man said so, he looked only in his 20s. It's none other than Shichibukai Trafalco. Ha ha ha, the bounty has gone up again, I'm so happy. Looking at their bounty, Luffy and his party were so excited they couldn't help themselves. Oh, Jinbei joined the Straw Hat Pirates, interesting. Shajar Ching looked at the surrender letter from Jinbei in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then let me see if you, who are on the Sunny, the King of Beasts, can reach Laruda faster than me. With a wave of his hand, the surrender letter was broken. Shajar Ching looked at the sky and said, the turbulent sea, hee, what other surprises will it bring me? With the return of various pirate groups that served Shajar Ching got more and more historical texts. He knows more and more about the world. Therefore, he became more and more interested in this world. Dabalu Island. Yo Karina, long time no see. In a certain restaurant, Karina and Nami meet. It's such a coincidence to meet you here. It's great, Nami. Karina gave Nami a deep hug and said. Coincidence. However, Nami laughed when she heard this, and there was an inexplicable aura of a superior. I'm here to wait for you. Hearing this, Karina's smile froze and said, why do you have to wait for me? Luffy and the others were all vigilant at once. Well, take it easy, I won't hurt you. I just wanted to ask you to help me see that the nautical charts of Dabalu Island are not standard. You are the person I recognize, I can rest assured that I am looking for you, and the quality is guaranteed. Nami said what she wanted, and Luffy and the others immediately lifted their hostility. This beautiful lady, can you show me your panty? The actor Brooke went online again and said seriously to Nico Robin. No, Nicole Robin also solemnly refused. Then, bang! Nami shouted as if roaring, "How can there be an unreasonable request to look at girls' panties, you bastard?" Brooke, who I saw, was punched into the floor by Nami and whimpered softly. So sturdy. Seeing this scene, Usopp and others couldn't help thinking like this in their hearts. Hee hee, what an interesting existence, a talking skeleton, the sea really is incomparably wide. Nicole Robin is a sweet issue, and she can't take her eyes off the soul of Sanji Kurozu. Yeah, a very interesting person, I thought so too. Luffy laughed in agreement, innocent and innocent. Do you think others are interesting? Don't you invite others when you see them being rare? Ji Liang, Usopp and others complained in their hearts. It's a very good team. Looking at them, Robin couldn't help but think of Saul's words. On the vast sea, you will definitely be able to find a partner to protect you. Robin, don't give up. Fortunately, he had already found it before that. Karina and Nami had a heated discussion about the nautical chart. And the others in Luffy are happily holding a small banquet. Around them, surrounded by a group of pirates, from all over the world. Is that the Straw Hat Luffy? It's thinner than I imagined. It's hard to imagine that this man has such terrifying strength. The pirates around looked at Luffy's small arms and legs. It was hard to imagine that he could have such a powerful strength. But have you heard? The prize set by the Summer Chamber of Commerce in the arena is a devil fruit. I have heard that it is said to be a devil fruit in the form of a cat and a lion, and the price is nearly 200 million Bailey. I am really looking forward to it. I don't know who can get this devil fruit. Yes, that is a miracle fruit that can instantly enhance one's strength. Even if there are various side effects, it doesn't matter. The surrounding pirates all began to discuss in a low voice, which also attracted the attention of Luffy and the others. Curry, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates who has never been on the scene, can't help but sigh with emotion. The artificial devil fruit is really amazing. He is the apprentice of Kukaros, with excellent medical skills. The better the medical skills, the more he understands how difficult it is to do this. I heard that all kinds of pirates in the sea have gathered here, and the target is this devil fruit. Of course, after all, this is something produced by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and it is normal to cause competition. The pirates around are quite excited and eager to try. And outside Dabalu Island, people from various forces have all gathered here. Their composition is quite complicated. Some are from the 6 Emperor Pirates, some are from the world government, some are from the Revolutionary Army, and even the underground forces are here. It can be described as a meeting of the wind and clouds. Near 9 Snake Island. Being here has already proved your strength, but, Hammer Beardy, why do you want to join me? With a supernova like you, shouldn't everyone be arrogant and rebellious? I rarely join other pirates, even if it's an emperor-level pirate. I'm curious about your purpose, Beardy, can you tell me? Shajar Ching looked at Beardy, who took the initiative to seek refuge in front of him, and said. Because I offended the 6th Emperor Bigu Mum, in order to survive, I have to join you. Although my strength is not strong, I am still a little bit of combat power. Joining you can also play some role. So, here I am. After all, it is a supernova, even in the face of a sea emperor like Shajar Ching, he is neither humble nor arrogant. Chapter 842 Momonosuke must die. Hee hee, very good, I like your reason very much. After listening, Shajar Ching smiled and agreed to Beardy's request to join. Just as Shajar Ching approved Beardy's matter, the phone bug rang on his body. What's the matter, what happened? The phone bug on him doesn't ring often, but when it rings, it means something important is happening. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Lord Shajar Ching, Sky Island has been invaded. Hearing this calm voice tell such a serious matter, Shajar Ching's forehead suddenly knitted together. And then, who was the intruder? Did he cause casualties? What was the identity of the intruder? 3 consecutive questions. This lets ask Shajar Ching's people to come and see it in person. The voice on the other end of the phone bug was a little weird, and Shajirching's brows suddenly became even tighter. Come on, follow me to Sky Island. Shajirching greeted Billy and his crew and set off on a journey to Sky Island. 10 minutes later. What's the matter, Gilzer, why do you want me to see it myself? Shajirching came directly to Giles's intelligence department, and he was the one who reported the news to Shajirching on the other end of the phone just now. How can I say it? The intruders are too weird. There is no detection, they appeared in front of us. Looking at their identities, they seem to be a father and son. And their clothes look a bit like Wano-kuni's. The father is a man who can use flaming swordsmanship. As for the son, he seems to be a powerless existence. Giles's face was a little weird and half ashamed and said that it was a great dereliction of duty to let two people of unknown origin invade the Sky Island headquarters base. But to be able to invade without touching their detection system, he must be a master. Not to mention a hostile force like Wano-kuni. But after the real fight, it's not like that. Enel fought against him and captured the man dressed as his father in 3 or 2 moves, making him feel very unhappy. Hearing Giles's description, Shajirching couldn't help but think of a person. As the man dressed by his father Kinemon. Shajirching looked at Giles and asked. Now, it was Giles's turn to be surprised. Lord Shajirching knows them. I don't know. Shajirching shook his head with a smile, and in Giles's surprised eyes, he said, but I have heard of his name. He is the subordinate of Wano-kuni's predecessor Kuri, and he is a very good swordsman. An LT, P and GT. Most importantly, he should be from the future. The person with the same son should be the son of the former Kuri daimyo Kazuki Odin, Kazuki Momonosuke. Giles couldn't help being a little shocked when he heard it, from the future. And this operation. Is such a thing possible? It's so weird. Let's go and have a look. Didn't expect them to land on my island, it's so funny. Hearing this, Giles immediately took Shajirching to the place where Momonosuke and Kinemon were located. Let me go, let me out. When Shajirching and the two arrived, they heard Momonosuke's terrified voice. Yo, Master Captain, you can count, these two people are really annoying, but they make my head a big noise. Enel saw Shajirching, his eyes lit up as if he saw a savior. Hee, hard work, leave the rest to me. Shajirching Isho, Enel left immediately, he looked at Momonosuke, and Kinemon left. Before Kinemon could speak, Shajirching said, it feels very bad to be chased by Kaido. Foxfire Kinemon. Do you want me to give Momonosuke to him in exchange for what I want? This sentence directly made Kinemon's face turn pale, and his pupils were condensed together. Who are you? Why do you know my identity? Kinemon's mind was, could they be exposed? Shajirching, hee, don't worry, the only people in this world who know your identities are Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi and me. Your identities are still quite mysterious. Hearing Shajirching's words, Kinemon breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time raised his courage. Are you Kaido or Kurozumi Orochi's subordinate? From Kinemon's point of view, the only people who know him are Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi's subordinates. He said in his heart, damn, why is the luck so bad? And it fell into the enemy's sphere of influence, I'm really not reconciled. Kaido's men. But after hearing his words, Shajirching laughed, and Gilles also laughed, as if he heard a joke. This made Kinemon's head full of question marks, is he wrong? Kaido is a defeated player, do you have the ability to let me be his subordinate? Shajirching glanced at Kinemon, but said something that shocked him. A defeated general. Kinemon was startled by Shajirching's words. Then, as if he saw some hope, he suddenly knelt down and asked, Your Excellency, can you do me a favor? After this is done, I will. No, I refuse. Before he could finish, he was rejected by Shajirching. Do you want me to help you defeat Kaido? Or Kurozumi Orochi? Or, find your buddies scattered all over the place? Looking at the sluggish Kinemon, I'm sorry, I'm not going to help you. After all, I'm not familiar with you, and you can't generate any value for me. The most important reason is that he hates Momonosuke. Even though his father Kazuki Oden and Whitebeard used to be brothers. Looking at Shajir-Ching, who always had a smile on his face, Kinemon asked fiercely, "Who are you? Why are you so clear about our affairs, and what is your relationship with Kaido?" "Want to know?" Shajir-Ching suddenly approached Kinemon and said with a bewitched look. Kinemon nodded. "But I don't want to tell you." Shajir-Ching showed a devilish smile, got up and walked away again. "You." Kinemon got a little out of temper by Shajir-Ching's operation. Shajir-Ching sat down cross-legged again, still smiling, but in Kinemon's eyes, he was extremely unfathomable. "If you want to defeat Kaido, you can't do it with your strength. Lord Kinemon. Even with you and Leizang, plus Kanjuro, and the rest of you Red Sheath 9, it's impossible to shake Kaido's hair. He is now the emperor who reigns in the New World. He is so powerful that the pirates in the world tremble, and his troops are strong. He is a true existence of the Marine headquarters." Chapter 843. Don't I look like a strong man? I'm afraid that your troops are not enough to tickle him. It's impossible to beat him to avenge your name, Kazuki Oden. Not only can you not get revenge, but you may implicate Kazuki Momonosuke behind you and let him die. Hearing this, Kinemon couldn't help it again, grabbing the iron rod of the cell. "Who the hell are you and why are you so clear about our affairs?" "Why should I tell you? Unless you tell me something I want to know. In exchange, I'll tell you what you want to know. Equivalent exchange has always been the case." "What do you want to know?" Kinemon asked with a gloomy expression. "Do you Wano-kuni know some of the secrets of this world? For example, the historical text of the 4 road signs?" Shajir-Ching's eyes suddenly lit up, full of anticipation. "Naturally I know." Kinemon's first sentence made Shajir-Ching happy. But Kinemon's next sentence made him linger for a while. "However, do you intend to let me tell it like this?" Having said that, Kinemon glanced at the environment he was in, meaning to ask Shajir-Ching to change them into a better environment. "Hee, it should be." Shajir-Ching, Isho, gave Gills a look. The latter immediately arranged for the people around to take the 2 of Kinemon out, and put on another treatment. In the pantry. "Tell me, Lord Kinemon, what is the answer I want to know?" Shajir-Ching asked while nibbling on the melon seeds. "I don't know if the location has changed after so many years. I can only give you an approximate location, but I can't give you the exact location. If you can't accept it, then there's nothing you can do." Kinemon said, very serious, but he panicked in his heart. Shajir-Ching's power is too strong, which fills his heart with unease. "That's right, that's it." Momonosuke also repeated it, looking quite serious, but his voice trembled. "Don't worry, as long as you give me an approximate location, I will definitely be able to find it. It can't be buried in the sea tens of thousands of meters." Shajir-Ching leaned back on the chair with a confident face and said, "You can keep your promise, right?" Kinemon looked at Shajir-Ching and confirmed again. Shajir-Ching looked at him unequivocally. "Do you have other better options?" Kinemon was at a loss for words. He seemed to have no choice at all. With suspicion, he informed Shajir-Ching of the locations of the 4 historical texts. Why would he know? That's naturally because he heard Kazuki Oden say it. And Kazuki Oden, who has been to Laugh Tale, made up, the plot needs. After getting Shajir-Ching's promise, Kinemon began to tell Shajir-Ching everything he knew about the historical text. This process lasted about half an hour. "Very well, Kinemon, you are a cheerful person. I just hope you didn't lie to me with what you said just now, otherwise, you will be clear about the consequences." Shajir-Ching got up and looked very good at talking. However, Kinemon and Momonosuke don't think so. If Shajir-Ching was good at talking, would they be in such a situation? Of course not. "It's time for you to tell us how you found out who we are." Kinemon looked at Shajir-Ching. His eyes were quite vigilant. Well, if I were a prophet from the future, like your wife Toki, Momonosuke's mother, wouldn't you think I was joking? Shajur-Ching said seriously. Are you a time traveler? Hearing this answer, Kinemon immediately stood up in surprise. It's not all true, but that's about it. Shajur-Ching thought for a while. He was a traveler and a prophet, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a time traveler. No, please continue. Kinemon certainly won't be surprised. After all, Shajur-Ching's prophetic attributes have already been shown. He knew people like them from the past, and he must have seen that era. What do you want to know next? After informing Kinemon of his identity, Shajur-Ching wanted to know what he wanted to know next. We want to know the current situation in the world, especially the news about the beast pirates and Wano-kuni. This matter is quite important, and it is related to their next actions. Hehe, you ask the right person this question. The 100 Beasts Pirates is a force we are very familiar with. That guy Kaido should be alive again now. Shajur-Ching showed a very sunny smile and said, the sea today is the same as it was back then. World government, Marine still restricts the order of the sea. But what's different from back then is that outside of Marine, there is a force called Shichibukai. That is, the 7 pirates recognized by the world government can loot at will, and their duty is to check and balance the pirate power. On the side of the pirate force, it has changed a lot, and it is completely different from the heroic era of Roger and Rox. In today's sea, there are still thousands of pirates. But there are 6 particularly powerful pirates, standing on the top of the pirates, and reigning over the sea. They are called the 6 emperors. Each of the 6 emperors has the strength to let Marine go all out to deal with them. Shichibukai's existence is to restrict them. They are the pinnacle of all pirates' dreams, the existence that the vast majority of pirates want to join, and have the absolute right to dominate the new world. Seeing Kinemon's face shocked, Shajur-Ching stopped talking. After waiting for him to digest, he continued, and these 6 emperors are red-haired Shanks, Big Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the last. Speaking of the last one, Shajur-Ching stopped again. Kinemon couldn't help but look over, with a little urgency in his eyes, motioning Shajur-Ching to continue. But Shajur-Ching's brows moved slightly, but she didn't continue talking. Kinemon was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but react instantly. He pointed at Shajur-Ching and took a breath in disbelief. The last one, it's not you. What, doesn't it look like it? Seeing his appearance, Shajur-Ching raised his brows in disbelief, and asked rhetorically. Hi. Kinemon couldn't help gasping for a moment, his face full of horror. It's too scary that they have landed in such a dangerous place. Chapter 844 Merely Kaido, you are defeated. Kinemon glanced at Shajur-Ching again, but there was no way he could connect the skinny man in front of him with the strong man. Moreover, he is still the same as a strong person like Kaido. Kaido is. It's really scary that Shajur-Ching can be as powerful as Kaido. Moreover, he also got some very useful clues from Shajur-Ching's mouth. For example, Whitebeard is still alive, and Golden Lion is still active in the world. This matter is quite crucial. So, if you want to defeat Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi, and avenge your daimyo Kazuki Oden, it's not enough for you to be the 9 heroes in the red sheath. Your strength is too weak in front of them, you can't make a splash at all. Shajur-Ching took a sip of wine and explained a fact in a very calm manner. Hearing Shajur-Ching's words, although Kinemon didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Shajur-Ching was right. With their power, it is impossible to have much influence on Kaido. If nothing else, you're almost ready to leave, have a nice trip. After Shajur-Ching finished speaking, he was about to get up, and Kinemon said quickly, I want to know how strong Kaido's power is now. It's better to be mentally prepared. If you can't take revenge now, it doesn't mean you can't in the future. Now let's get the situation clear first, the revenge thing can take your time. This is a very sensible idea. Well, let me tell you about the beast pirates, who made me familiar with him. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, Kinemon couldn't help swallowing. What does it mean to be very familiar with Kaido? Could it be that? Kinemon's look at Shazher Ching immediately became vigilant, and his body tightened. Don't worry, I'm not with Kaido, and I won't reveal your news to him. Shazher Ching didn't even have to look to know what Kinemon was thinking, so he said, I haven't paid attention to a defeated general like Kaido. Proud, indifferent. Looking at Shazher Ching, Kinemon couldn't help taking a deep breath. At one point he even thought he had heard it wrong. What did he hear? Shazher Ching actually said that Kaido was his defeat. Just kidding. Even if he doesn't know the current Kaido, but after listening to Shazher Ching's words just now, he also knows how terrifying Kaido is now. See Emperor, will it be simple? But Shazher Ching can actually defeat Kaido. How strong is Shazher Ching who can defeat Kaido? He began to doubt life. Kaido's subordinates now have 3 major combat powers, plus 6 volleyballs, and some real fights, for the givers. Almost all of these people are capable, and they are quite powerful. Among them, the givers are all those with artificial devil fruit abilities, and the abilities are no different from those with normal abilities. Only in shape, there are traces of animals, which should be easily identified. In addition, there are nearly 10,000 basic troops, all kinds of pirates in the New World. The level of strength is not bad, you can't beat it casually. The 3 plagues can basically fight against Admiral, and Kaido's guy is even more known to be immortal. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, he was unharmed. Even though he was caught several times by Marine, he couldn't kill him. The name of the strongest creature, Megatron. It took more than 10 minutes for Shazher Ching to explain to Kinemon the current strength of the beast pirates. After listening to this, Kinemon's expression became extremely solemn. Kaido's strength is much stronger than it was back then. They couldn't beat them back then, can they really beat them now? Kinemon is a little lost. Shazher Ching asked again, is there any problem? If not, you can leave. I hope you can get your revenge. This time, it was Momonosuke who said, since Kaido is so powerful, why do you care so much about him? Didn't he say he is the Emperor of the Sea? As his competitor, you should be very vigilant against him. Hearing Momonosuke's words, Shazher Ching glanced at him somewhat unexpectedly. It seems that you have inherited some good genes from Kazuki Oden and Mrs. Shi in addition to being cute, sexy and crying. Momonosuke didn't like to hear these words, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Shazher Ching. Isn't the answer very simple? What kind of person do you think can face someone as powerful as Kaido and don't care much? Shazher Ching asked back, and then, without waiting for Momonosuke to think about it, Shazher Ching replied, that's naturally the stronger one. Kaido, it's just my defeat. If I didn't want to take his life, he would have turned into a pile of loess and annihilated into the world by now. These words are calm and natural, but with supreme confidence and domineering. Gollum. Hearing Shazher Ching say the same thing again, the shock in Momonosuke's heart was still undiminished. How strong does he need to be so that he doesn't look down on a powerhouse like Kaido? Is there any problem? If not, I think it should be possible to arrange for you to go to sea. Come on, I think Kaido should also start looking for your traces. For the past 20 years, he has never stopped doing this. This is another big news, and Kinemon's expression froze when he heard it. Now that Kaido is so powerful, it is definitely only a matter of time before they can be found. If they can't gain enough power in this limited time, then they will have absolutely no possibility of revenge. Kazuki Oden will always be silent in the long river of time, and Kaido will be forever beautiful. No, thank you sir. Kinemon has already learned enough information from Shazher Ching, and naturally he will not stay here any longer. Although Shazher Ching looks very safe here. However, in other people's territory, after all, people are still a little not used to it. People are separated from each other. Who knows what Shajur thinks? Enel, prepare them a boat with corresponding fresh water and food, and send them away. Shajur gave an order, and Enel hihi isho and left with Kinemon. Along the way, Kinemon and Momonosuke were completely stunned by the prosperity and magnificence of this sky island. What a terrible force! Kinemon thought so in his heart, and when he looked up, there were frightening things everywhere. Whether it's tall buildings, those powerful weapons, or those powerful warriors. It made Kinemon's understanding of Shajur more and more profound. But Kinemon didn't know that the real horror started from the moment he left Sky Island. Chapter 845 I like the way you haven't seen the world. Descending from a height of 10,000 meters, Kinemon is extremely vigilant throughout the whole process, for fear that if he is not careful, he will fall into the sea and drown. For these actions of them, Enel looked real, but couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart. Too careful. Will the ship of their summer chamber of commerce fall? Just kidding, isn't that hitting Shajur in the face? Since the establishment of the connection between Sky Island and Nine Snake Island, there has never been a case of falling down from the sky and dying. 10 minutes later, Kinemon, who landed on the sea, looked at the island with a snake head statue in the distance, and couldn't help but exclaimed in shock, "This is it, the Amazon with no wind." Even if he came from 20 years ago, he knew the name of Nine Snake Island. This is a forbidden place for men. Once any man breaks into this place, he will be attacked. Go quickly, leave quickly, otherwise, we will definitely be attacked. We can't provoke the people of Nine Snake Island, we will die. Kinemon's tone was a little flustered, because all the female warriors of Nine Snake Island would use haki, which is very powerful. Moreover, it is abhorrent to men. As long as you see it, you will definitely hunt down to the end. Kinemon doesn't think that one of his small boats can match the thousands of warriors on the Nine Snake Island. Especially at sea. Just as he was saying this, a ship from Nine Snake Island really came over. Trouble. Kinemon pulled out his knife immediately, his face extremely solemn, and he was ready to fight. Momonosuke hid directly behind Kinemon, his face full of panic. I said, what are you two going to do? Who are you going to fight? Seeing that Kinemon even pulled out his knife, Enel couldn't help rolling his eyes. This guy is a little too excited. That's the ship of Nine Snake Island. They hate men the most, and they will definitely attack or even annihilate us when they see us. Why don't you get ready? Kinemon said solemnly. What are you panicking about? This is our second lady's subordinate. How could they attack us? Put the knife away, don't cause misunderstanding. Enel chewed the apple and said angrily. Hearing Enel's words, Kinemon was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in shock. Second madam, you mean, the Queen of Nine Snake Island is your captain's wife? Kinemon feels that his worldview is about to be overturned. He feels that he has been completely eliminated by the times, and he can't adapt to the world in 20 years. The world is too crazy. As we all know, the female emperor of Nine Snake Island is extremely disgusted with the existence of men, and her character is indifferent and arrogant, and it is impossible to see a man. But now, Enel told them that the Empress of Nine Snake Island actually became Shajur wife. This is really a bit of a blast. What is this? There is nothing that our president can't do. If there is, it may just be that he has not done it. Enel looked indifferent, and then, urging the boat to send them away from the windless belt. If he doesn't send Kinemon, the two of them can't escape the siege of these ferocious sea kings in the windless belt. Kinemon just watched the Nine Snake Island ship pass them by, as if he didn't see them. It made him heave a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the ship would suddenly shoot arrows all over the sky. Okay, it's out of the windless zone, now it's up to you. There is a permanent record pointer on the boat, pointing to you and your Wano-kuni. After sending Kinemon out of the windless belt, Enel separated a small lifeboat from the ship and drove into the windless belt. The historical text of the fourth road sign has finally revealed its traces. Shajur looked at the information in front of her, smiled, and smiled happily. Her eyes were full of light. Next, let Nami draw and survey the nautical chart, and then let people find it. Hey, it's really exciting, laughed Tail. The secrets hidden by the world government, it's exciting to think about it. Thinking of this, Shajur did not hesitate, and passed the information to Nami, who was far away on Dabalu Island. Lord Vice Admiral, why are we here too? If our identity is revealed, wouldn't we be surrounded by enemies on all sides? On Dabalu Island, a group of people landed, and a young man with pink hair looked at the red-haired young man beside him and asked. Don't worry, Kobe, I am definitely not the first person to think this way. On this island, there are all kinds of bulls, ghosts and snakes. People from the world government can come, why can't I come? What's more, the prize is worth 200 million devil fruits. Even if I don't eat it and sell it to others, it will be a huge sum of money. In line with Marine's identity, and with red hair, there is only Batong Wan. Besides, there are so many strong people here, and they won't be able to watch it. That's a pity. If you want to become stronger, don't you have to fight more people? Batong Maru is serious and has no flaws in what he said, and Kobe is completely speechless. Vice Admiral Red Ogre Batong Wan from Marine Headquarters, it's amazing that he is here too. In a dark corner, a man in denim clothes said so. It's Supernova Drake. Ho ho ho, Giant Clan, Long Hand Clan, it's really a lively meeting. On a certain street, a purple-haired young man with a scar on the tip of his eye, carrying a big sword, smiled terribly. It is the Cracker of the Big Human Pirates, one of the 3 generals. The Straw Hats, this is your stranger. Another dock, the White Hunter Smoker has landed. He landed on the ground without dressing up at all, causing a huge shock all of a sudden. Interesting, things got even more interesting now. The White Hunter actually came. Who is his target? In the dark, many people showed playful smiles. Dabalu Island, at this moment, gathered all kinds of bulls, ghosts and snakes, and their targets are basically the cat fruit. I love you so much, artificial devil fruit, here I come. A certain big man with a crescent beard said with drool. Hey, President, you actually know the whereabouts of the 4th road sign historical text stone tablet. In a hidden room, when Nami received a letter from Shajur, she couldn't help being surprised. Of course, who am I? As long as I think about it, there is nothing that Shajur can't do. Hearing that, Shajur proud voice came from the other end of the phone bug, and then Shajur passed the information to Nami. Then, the rest is left to our omnipotent Miss Navigator. Whether you can become One Piece King of Pirates is up to you. Hearing this, Nami showed a confident smile. Leave it to me, let my genius navigator Nami give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 846. Isn't this fun? Robin on the side couldn't help smiling. It's really reliable. Then, he continued to devote himself to the work of parsing ancient texts. It's started, the competition in the arena has begun. It's really exciting. Who will get this devil fruit in the end? The people on Dabalu Island quickly gathered away after the arena tournament started, all with excitement on their faces. I said, why the 2 of you want to participate? Are you also interested in that devil fruit? No way. Here with the Straw Hats, Karina looked at Luffy and Kira, who were all excited, and said with a headache. A lot of interesting swordsmen have come, and I can't let them go. Especially that guy is here too. Maybe he can have a good fight with him in the game. Kira's expression was full of wild beasts, and her expression was quite excited. Karina asked inexplicably, that person means? Kira, Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro, the big pirate with a bounty of more than 500 million. Hi. Karina couldn't help taking a breath. You're going to fight that guy with a bigger bounty than Luffy? Of course, he alone can excite me. What's more, there are a lot of powerful swordsmen gathered in this arena today. I feel a pity not to have a good chat with them. Kira licked his lips. like a beast ready to attack. What about you, Luffy, why are you participating? Karina asked, looking at the excited Luffy. Luffy replied with a smile, this is really fun, isn't it? Then of course you can't miss it. Well, Karina is speechless and unable to refute Luffy's reason. This reason is so powerful. I said Zoro, why are you so excited? There aren't many swordsmen who can beat you in the ocean now, are you interested in those swordsmen from Dabalu Island? In the deep sea, Shajirching hugged Shajirching, who was sleeping in his arms, looked at Zoro with his eyes closed, and asked. There are a lot of powerful swordsmen in this sea, so you should go and see if you don't know. I don't want to miss this feast, it would be a shame to miss it. Zoro showed a beast-like smile, and the whole person sat there, already letting the surrounding sea beasts retreat. The breath on his body is really scary. Dabalu Island, the arena. Interesting, there are so many strong people, it seems that the attractiveness of this fruit is really not small. The Beast Pirates X-Drake, and the 3 Commander Cracker of the Big Human Pirates. Shichibukai Whitebeard too, one of the 4 top officials under Shichibukai Doflamingo, Diamante. Marine Vice Admiral Red Ogre Batong Wan, and that blatant white hunter Smoker. Ho-ha-ho, and Straw Hat Luffy, as well as the swordsman Kira on their ship, Didia of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and Hulina, the Queen of Beheading. And Shichibukai Trafalco who never fought. Gia, what an exciting feast. This is only the people who are recognized on the bright side, there are a lot of strong people who have not been recognized or noticed in the dark, and they are also among them. The scale of the competition in this arena is not ordinary. I heard that the man will also participate in the competition. I don't know, which is more powerful than these people present. In a corner, someone whispered to the person next to him. Maybe each other, after all, they are also pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million, so the strength must be there. This is the person from the world government, and the person in their mouth is Zoro. The battle of the arena is quite fierce from the beginning. With so many powerhouses gathered here, the battle is fierce and exciting. Even Didia and Hulina only lasted until the second round, and they were brushed down. One is to be defeated by Cracker under heavy pressure. This is Hulina. One was defeated by the powerful Batong Maru who could not be described by common sense. This is Didia. It's so exciting, it's on fire. It's really interesting that even a powerhouse of the level of the dangerous princess can't survive the second round. More and more people are looking forward to the future development. Who will win in the end? This is a game of luck and strength. If you have strength alone, you may not be able to win. Similarly, if you rely solely on luck, you will not survive for long. Only those who have both luck and strength can win the final victory. Next, it's the third round, and there are people who didn't play in the last round. In the past 2 rounds, a total of 8 teams participated in the battle and won 8 championships. And the third round, and the final 3 teams, will produce 3 new champions. The 3 rounds together are the first game. And all the winners of the first round will enter the second round for new rounds of battles. And in the list of the last round of the first game, everyone saw a very conspicuous name, Roronoa Zoro. Even characters of this level are here, it's getting more and more interesting. Many people showed more anticipation, and Ji Liang, who was lucky enough to survive the 2 rounds of battle, couldn't help showing high fighting spirit. Is it finally here, Zoro? I haven't seen him since the battle with Zoro 7 or 8 years ago. Now that Zoro is famous, he really wants to know how big the gap is between him and him. It's really fun, everyone is so strong. Luffy is like a little baby, constantly beating happily, like winning tens of billions. Look, Roronoa Zoro is here. While Luffy and the others were chatting happily, Zoro appeared. However, who is the person following Zoro? And a little girl, does anyone know? Everyone didn't care much about the man following Zoro. After all, compared to Zoro, no matter how you look at this man is a little ordinary, and he belongs to the kind of existence that will not stand out at all in the crowd. But that doesn't mean no one cares. This person looks so familiar to me. Batong Wan frowned slightly as he looked at the man who was holding the puff to puff the little girl. He always felt as if he had felt this familiar feeling somewhere, and he couldn't be wrong. And on some high platform. Hey, why is the boss here? What happened? While sipping red wine, Tezzolo, who looked like a nobleman, also saw this man. He couldn't help being surprised. He immediately stood up from his seat with a look of surprise. The boss in his mouth is naturally Shajar Ching. Chapter 847 Good Play begins. Don't take the little princess out to play again. Tezzolo glanced at the little girl who looked like a porcelain doll held by Shajar Ching and thought so in his heart. This little princess of their Chamber of Commerce is not like other girls at all. She is quiet, and her favorite thing to do is to travel around. Don't be afraid of the sky, go wherever it is interesting. A group of people with obvious talents, but they just don't practice. Looks like I'll have to take it easy. Knowing that Shajar Ching was coming, Tezzolo naturally ordered to go on and strengthen the patrol. There are too many people on this island, and there are also many vicious pirates. It is impossible to guarantee that there are no evil intentions. If something goes wrong with the little princess Shajar Ching, he can't explain it well. It was so much fun, so much fun. In Shajar Ching's jewel-like eyes, there was a gleam of excitement. The third round of the battle begins immediately. Zoro came on stage and immediately grabbed everyone's attention. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro is really looking forward to it. I heard that his target is the world's largest swordsman, Mihawk. Maybe he can really do it, but not necessarily. A monster like him has a bright future. The people around were talking like this. Roronoa Zoro, it's a formidable opponent, it's hard to handle. Drake, who was disguised, watched as he came on stage, but he was still carrying a jug. Zoro, who was a little drunk, narrowed his eyes. I want this fruit, and no one wants to rob me. Whitebeard too was also on it, looking at Zoro and snorting like a demented child. How can this kind of fruit fall into the hands of others? It must be handed over to us Marine. Smoker is up there too, just not on the same stage as Zoro. Luffy Sr., look at me, I will definitely win the championship, and when I get this fruit, I will dedicate it to you. Bartolomeo was actually there, looking at Luffy and his party with a frenzy on his face, and said, Battle, start. When everyone in the third round was on the stage of the arena, the referee and supporter gave the order to start. Gia, Roronoa Zoro, let's see your strength. We are indeed not your opponents individually, but I don't believe that hundreds of people combined are not your opponents. Fight you first, and then we will fight internally. Hee, I didn't expect it. We will directly unite in this situation. At the beginning, everyone in Zoro's team was besieging Zoro. Oh, let's go together, it's a bit interesting, then let me see how long you can hold on. Zoro showed a beast-like smile and pulled out 3 beloved knives. Don't be too weak, you guys. Arrogant, brothers, let's go together. Hearing Zoro's arrogant words, everyone became angry, and they all rushed over. They are all pirates from the New World, and their strength is much stronger than the level of the pirates in the first half of the Great Route. They basically use point hockey. It's hard to survive in the New World without hockey. The collective attack of a group of people is still quite impressive. 3 swords flow 108 Troubled Phoenix. To deal with the situation of many people, the Trouble Wind series is very suitable. I saw a powerful and fierce tornado, surging towards a group of people. Ah! Immediately, a group of people were thrown out, and they let out a panicked exclamation. Damn, he's really powerful, he deserves to be a man called a beast. However, we will not admit defeat, the final victory must belong to me and you. Of course, there are a lot of people who have not been blown out and can still stand on the field. These are basically people whose strength has reached the level of over 100 million. It seems that you guys are not just powerful, then come on, I hope you can bring me enough fun. Just now, if Zoro used the 360 Anxiety Phoenix, the battle might be on the verge of ending. But Zoro didn't, and if he wanted to ask why, it was because he still wanted to enjoy the fight. Go away, don't stand in my way. But the change always comes so fast, and Whitebeard too suddenly joins. Furthermore, he swung his sword and included Zoro and the others in the attack range. Ah! There was a scream of screams on the battle stage, and a lot of people fell. Get out of here! Seeing Zoro, the disguised Drake was still standing. Whitebeard too swung his big knife and slashed hard. Bang! Zoro blocked it with a knife, but a terrifying storm broke out in an instant, and the terrifying sword energy shattered the surrounding large buildings. What a lunatic! Zoro resisted the blow, but said with some difficulty. The power of this Whitebeard too is really amazing. Even if he is as strong as him, it feels a little unbearable. Some people are born with amazing strength and cannot be envied. Such as this Whitebeard too Weibo. And when Zoro and the others were fighting fiercely, Shajirching was here. What's the matter? Tezzolo is surprised to see me coming. Looking at the somewhat puzzled Tezzolo, Shajirching said jokingly. Probably bring the little princess out again. Apart from this, I can't think of any other reason for a person like you to come out. Tezzolo sipped the wine and said with a clear face. Ha ha ha, I know, you know me best, Tezzolo. Shajirching laughed immediately when he heard the words. There was no way, it was exactly what Tezzolo said. However, there are a lot of people on this island, and there are all kinds of forces. There are many people from the world government and marine. Do you want to? Tezzolo made a wiping action. It's not necessary, let them investigate, they won't get what they need anyway. Now the most attractive thing on Dabalu Island is the cat fruit. Their eyes are basically on it. After being silent for more than a year, these people have almost acted, and it's normal, but it's almost time for us to act. Hearing this, Tezzolo's eyes suddenly lit up. President, are you finally going to take that last step? I've been waiting for more than a year, aren't you just preparing for this? Now that you've got the last piece of the historical text of the road sign, it's time to start. Otherwise, why did I develop the military so diligently? Not just to be able to deal with the flow when the world government and marine attacked in the future. Shajirching had a smile on the corner of her mouth. Everything was under control. Chapter 848. If it's not to sway people's hearts, I will too. Tezzolo nodded, and then looked at the Weibo of Whitebeard too, who flew out Drake with great power. Vivi frowned. What is this Weibo from? It's really the son of the eldest Whitebeard, an LT, P and GT. Speaking of which, he himself is a little unsure. I've never heard of Whitebeard's blood outside. Besides, Weibo doesn't look like a demented child, and it doesn't look like Whitebeard's blood. But this Weibo name is too big, Whitebeard too, he dared. It doesn't matter Weibo, but the one behind her named Miss Bajan is a careerist who can borrow fame. HMPH, but I can't ignore it when I borrow it from Father Whitebeard. I don't agree to use my father's name to condense my wealth. If you don't tell me, I forgot about this guy, and I will issue a joint notice later, giving me the name Whitebeard too. Daddy Whitebeard is Daddy Whitebeard. If you want to be the second Whitebeard, don't even think about it without our permission. Hearing this, Tezzolo nodded. This kind of thing is just a matter of hands. However, first didn't expect Marine to come, and Cracker from the Four Emperors Bigumum Pirates came. It's really hard work. This cat fruit is really tempting enough. Shajirching heard Isho. Of course, they know too well that if there is the first artificial devil fruit cat and cat fruit, there must be a second, a third and even countless. They naturally want to hold such a weapon in their hands. Who doesn't want to take it back and study it to see if it can be mass-produced? It's just a pity, it is impossible for them to do it. Since I will take out this artificial devil fruit, it will naturally remove the core part of the technology. In addition to the huge amount of funds for researching this thing, and the difficult technical barriers, after they copy it, I am afraid it will be decades or even 100 years later. Xiaozhi Qing clenched her hand, but at that time, we didn't know how many more advanced things we had researched. Even if she did research, she would always be at a disadvantage. Of course, Kaido of the Beasts has this technology too, but it's not nearly as good as ours. Besides, Kaido won't leak this technology. We have the upper hand when it comes to artificial devil fruits, and that's enough. We can slowly establish cooperation with them. I believe they also understand that there is no permanent enemy, only permanent interests. They will agree to work with me for their own development, but... Xiaozhi Qing's mouth drew a huge arc. One-step victory, step-by-step victory. In this way, I can slowly nibble them. With my current strength, although it is not impossible to destroy them, it will definitely cause the world government and marine to panic and cause world turmoil, which is not good for my development. It's better to boil the frogs in warm water. By the time they realize something is wrong, it's too late. The world government can unify the power of the world, become the maker of the order of the sea, and rule the sea, then why can't I do it? Isn't it just coercing people's interests? I will. Hearing Xiaozhi Qing's words, Tezolo swallowed. His guild leader really dared to think. Moreover, the objects of his plan are those emperors on the sea. And the world government that has ruled the sea for 800 years. What a terrible ambition. But he likes it, and only such an ambitious person can make him bow his head and serve as a servant. If possible, Xiaozhi Qing doesn't want to do this either. But he understands that after learning the truth of the world, going to Laugh Tale and becoming One Piece, King of Pirates, the world government will definitely not live in peace with him again. In this case, it can only be confronted by force. Only when they have the equal right to speak with the world government, will they have a peaceful dialogue with themselves and acknowledge their corresponding achievements. It is possible to negotiate conditions, but first of all, both parties must be at the same level. Back on stage again. Boom. Wable swung the big sword and collided with Zoro, the swordsman with 3 swords. The weapons in the hands of the two were waving at high speed, and they were constantly interacting tirelessly, attracting the attention of everyone present. It can be so intense. Is this the strength of a top pirate? It's amazing. Really powerful. This Wable is so powerful that even Roronoa Zoro has been suppressed. Of course, that Drake was a big pirate with a bounty of 398 million shells just now. An LT, P and GT. It is said that he also fought against the strong men of the Beast Pirates and successfully retreated, but he was slashed out of the field by Wable and almost died. Yeah, it's enough to see how strong Roronoa Zoro is. It's just a pity, Wable is still stronger. The people around said that the entire battlefield is where the battle is the most intense. As expected of the most terrifying person among the 6 emperors, he used an artificial devil fruit to attract everyone's attention and create a public opinion posture. In this way, people with a heart will inevitably come to seek cooperation with him. In this way, you can form alliances with more powerful forces to make yourself stronger and increase your right to speak. Secondly, it can also make collaborators rely on him, so that it will be convenient and natural to cook frogs in warm water in the future. And, as long as he masters the core technology, he can use funds to mobilize the human and material resources of various collaborators. Others are exhausted, but he can take advantage of the fishermen. Hi, really high. Smoker, a certain old man who didn't look very conspicuous, swung the big arm of the robot and swept the surrounding enemies. But it's ridiculous that Marine has so much importance to this kind of thing, has it sent to Vice Admiral to inquire about the depth. It's really far behind others. After Xiaozhi Qing has set up the game, you will not be able to intervene at all. You can only cut off the signs now. With that said, he glanced at Smoker, then sighed, but I don't see any such possibility from you. Smoker, I'm so disappointed. Since this is the case, the old man can only come in person and completely bury this sea and all the evil. This is the best way to get rid of these marine garbage. The old man didn't know. What Akainu was thinking about now was how to get this fruit and use it to enhance Marine's strength. Chapter 849 Black Arm Zephyr appears. No way, the sea is too strange, even if Marine's combat power has reached the strongest it has ever been. However, so are pirates, and they are stronger than Marine. Who has encountered such a thing as the 6 emperors rule the sea at the same time? No. Only he, Akainu, met. The existing marine forces are barely able to keep a balance with these powerful emperors, but they can't balance them. As long as these emperors want to mess around, their marine can't stop them much. That's why Akainu wanted to increase his strength, and he continued to increase the number of soldiers while increasing the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. Only in this way can he keep up with the footsteps of these people on the sea. As for Shajirqing's idea, Akainu is not a god, and it is impossible to think about everything. Dabalu Island, the arena. Hey, that man is actually here. Things seem to be a little trickier. Suddenly, Shajirqing's eyes swept to the old man who was carrying the big arm of the machine, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Tezzolo immediately looked over when he heard the words, and then Vivi's pupils shrank immediately. This man is, he looked at Shajirqing, his eyes full of solemnity. Yes, that's who you think he is, and he's actually here, and things are starting to get more interesting. Shajirqing glanced at the old man, then at Wabel who was fighting with Zoro, and said in his heart, Zephyr, are you here for revenge, or for your ambition, or both? Yes, that old man is none other than Black Arm Zephyr, one of the former Marine 3 admirals of Sengoku's time. It is called, Do Not Kill Admiral, but the fate is quite ill-fated, and the reality is quite unfriendly to this old man. Interesting, Wabel, Luffy, Zephyr, didn't know you were entangled in the original, what will happen this time? When Shajirqing thought of this, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his head. Wait, Batongwan and the others may not have come because of the cat and cat fruit, maybe. Shajirqing glanced at Zephyr again, maybe it's for him. This possibility is definitely there, it seems, it's time to check it out. Thinking of this, Shajirqing immediately whispered a few words to Tezzolo. The latter couldn't help but change his face. I think, it is really possible. Then, he hurried off. He's going to deploy troops and let the detectives find out the information he wants. See if the facts are what Shajirqing guessed. If that's the case, then Zephyr is really an extremely dangerous existence. The 3 volcanoes endpoints that can destroy the entire sea, and the explosive rock that explodes when it encounters air, whose power is comparable to ancient weapons, these 2 add up to make one's scalp tingle. Shajirqing told him just now, if it is as he guessed, then this sea is likely to be subverted directly by Zephyr. At that time, the entire sea will be swallowed up by the scorching lava. All will die without a burial, be burned to nothingness, and be buried with Zephyr. What a crazy idea, worthy of the former Admiral Zephyr. Go away, you bastard, don't let you stop me from getting that thing. On the field, Wabel roared hideously, and the broadsword in his hand became heavier and heavier. Let Zoro, who hasn't shed blood for nearly 2 years, is wounded again and can't stop breathing. Hey, that's not good. With a good opponent like you, I'm not going to end here. Zoro's 3 knives are covered with thick haki, and his eyes are full of terrifying fighting intent. In the battle just now, he has determined that Wabel is stronger than him. But this is exactly what he wants. Not better than him, how to make him improve, and then successfully challenge a big swordsman like Hawkeye. Die! Wabel was completely angry and shouted fiercely. Then, the large sword exuding high-level armament and fierce sword energy, wrapped in the power that can cut through the island, slashed at Zoro. 3 Swords Mystery 3000 Worlds. Zoro once again used the trick he first met Hawkeye and passed Wabel. The field suddenly quieted down, and then PFF'd. Zoro, who I saw, suddenly knelt to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely painful. Die. Weibo's huge body suddenly turned around, and the icy blade force slashed down. PFF'd. However, when his knife was only halfway through, everyone couldn't bear to see Zoro's blood splattered on the spot and screamed in surprise. His chest suddenly burst out with blood, causing him to retreat a few steps. The other end. Smoker is here. Sansansan, let me all go down. Smoker turned into a smoke jet, wrapping Armament's fist, and carrying out a dimensionality-reducing blow on the others present. On the opposite side of him, Zephyr was much more rude, with a terrifying fist, and when he hit a target, few people could take a few punches from him. Regardless of your bounty of 200 million or 300 million, it is a matter of 3 or 2 punches. Smoker. Mr. Zephyr. As the strongest 2 people on the field, Smoker and Zephyr naturally meet each other. Smoker, your fighting technique is a waste again. Zephyr rushed over like a saber-toothed tiger, and the pressure was so heavy that it made people breathless. What the hell are you trying to do, Mr. Zephyr? Smoker struggled to block the blow and asked. This isn't something you should be concerned about, Smoker. Zephyr's left arm was wrapped in armament hockey, and he burst into the air. Smoker didn't dare to take the punch, and hurriedly elementalized to avoid the blow. Smoker, have you forgotten my abilities? Seeing this, Zephyr shouted, and with a punch, the elementalized Smoker hit the entity and flew out. Impossible, I'm obviously elementalized. Smoker was horrified. Higher armament hockey, what a horrible old man. Ba Tongwan in the stands looked at Zephyr with a solemn look in his eyes. Zephyr is now a dangerous man. Possessing a large number of explosive rocks comparable to the power of ancient weapons, he can be said to be more dangerous than Shajirching. The purpose of his visit this time is to stop Zephyr from messing around. It's rare for Marine to have Admiral Kizaru leading the charge to deal with you. Although I really want to fight you, but with my strength, I still don't ask for trouble. Ba Tongwan has no confidence to defeat Zephyr. In this way, he may not be able to stop Zephyr, but may be pulled into the explosion rock by Zephyr. At that time, he was not immortal, he would die. Chapter 850 so far, what do you want to do? Ho! Smoker, who was smashed into the wall by the blast, was caught by Zephyr's right robotic arm before he could move further. No, it's Seastone. He suddenly lost his strength, was caught by Zephyr, and was thrown out like a chicken. Fuck me all. Zephyr's anger is naturally scary. Even though he is 72 years old, his physical strength has declined so much that he is not as sharp as before. But his strength is still the top of the sea. All the pirates still on the stage were eliminated in just 5 minutes. Zephyr wins. Go all down. On another battle stage, Bartolomeo fired a barrier and pushed all opponents off the battle stage. That's how unpretentious wins. This person has some strength. Bartolomeo's battle situation naturally attracted the attention of many people. After all, his barrier is really powerful, and he has defeated many stronger than him. Maybe it can be recruited, but not necessarily. Cracker thought in his heart. In his eyes, Bartolomeo is too suitable to be his defense specialist. It's really strong, these people. Luffy looked at Zephyr and Bartolomeo who won, also showing a dignified look. The other side. People like Zephyr are actually on the island, plus Nico Robin, who has never been there. Nami is also on the island. It seems that something big is happening. A spy of a world government, hiding in a corner. This kind of task is only suitable for a CP0. However, as expected of Shajirching's sphere of influence, it's really not easy to inquire about news. It's a suit again, and the person wearing the mask is low. The sea is getting more and more unsettled. Behind the impending turmoil, it is really heart-wrenching. They did not find that somewhere behind them, a man with a big head like a bat emerged from the ground, showed a smile, and then sank into the ground. Perhaps, it is not a wise decision to choose to discuss matters with the Straw Hat Master in such a place. In a certain corner of the stand, Shichibukai Trifalzalo frowned and looked at Luffy, who was watching the last battle, and then glanced at all kinds of characters, feeling a deep sense of unease in his heart. Zoro vs. Wable's battle. Bastard, you dare to hurt me, I'm going to kill you. Wable's face was ferocious, and his beard was flamboyant, his eyes bursting with bluish veins and squirming, like a sword from a demon. This knife is like thunder, flying like a streamer, fast and fierce. Ghost Chi 9 Blades Ashura. Zoro also came up with the bottom trick, and the venue instantly turned into a cold hell, exuding terrifying depression. Zoro seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms in an instant, with blades in all directions, and the cold light flashed past, hitting the strongest blow. Bang! After the sound of the collision of gold and iron stopped, the two passed by again. Crack! Whitebeard 2 Wable suddenly broke and shattered into pieces of iron on the ground. And Wable's chest suddenly opened with a huge opening, blood splashed, and the previous opening formed a perfect X shape. PFF'd. But just when everyone thought Zoro had won, blood rushed from his chest, and then he passed out. How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. Wable turned around suddenly, and even raised his fist and was about to smash Zoro's head. This change suddenly stunned everyone. So that everyone didn't have time to rescue Zoro. Thunderbolt, Chidori's sharp spear. It was naturally impossible for Shajirching to watch Zoro be killed. He swung a lightning gun, smashed the air, and blasted Wable out. The first round of battle is over, all the winners will continue to participate in the second round 2 days later, until the final winner is determined and won the cat and cat fruit. As soon as Shajirching made his move, he had already exposed himself, and immediately, it caused a huge sensation on Dabo Road Island. Why is this guy here? Does this kind of thing still need him to worry about it? Hey, he's not wearing it on Sky Island, what's the purpose of coming here? The people around were caught in thought and shock because of Shajirching's sudden appearance. As the master here, that's just right, and it saves the old man from looking for you. Just use your life to bring this era to an end. Zephyr glanced at Shajirching and thought like this. It's getting more and more interesting. Ba Tongwan looked at Shajirching with an extremely excited look. The situation is not very good, hello. Cracker felt a little numb in his scalp, and it was self-evident that he could make a dignified 6th Emperor come in person. After Shajirching rescued Zoro and announced the end of the battle, he left. No explanation needed. But the news of his appearance on this island has quickly spread to the whole world. What the hell does he want to do? Isn't he traveling again? The tyrants on the sea thought so in their hearts. This is not their rant, but in their impression, Shajirching is a master who likes to run around. As the strongest man in the dignified, sometimes acting like a child, it is unpredictable. But it is precisely because it is unpredictable that it is even more terrifying. Because no one knows when he will be serious. Are you going to start stirring the wind again? Shajirching. Among the Marines, Akainu only had a headache. The 3 words Shajirching are about to become his magic barrier. Just mentioning him gives Akainu a headache. It seems that so far, in the hands of Shajirching, he has not encountered a good thing. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. No one knew that during these 2 days, an important scientific base in Marine was invaded. And there is an explosive rock with the power comparable to ancient weapons hidden in it. What? The explosive rock base has been invaded. Akainu's face turned black when he heard the news. That's one of Marine's killer weapons, used to deal with the 6 emperors under extreme circumstances. But now, this kind of treasure has been invaded and stolen. What a joke. Akainu feels like her lungs are going to explode. But this kind of thing does happen again. Who is it? Who is the murderer? Akainu's eyes, he asked the Navy on the other side of the phone bug. They claim to be the Neo New Marine, and it's unclear who is leading the charge. But their strength is quite strong and tricky, and there are also a lot of people. They should be no worse or even stronger than Shichibukai. Someone on the phone worm answered. Chapter 851 Fist to the Flesh, this is the fight. Steal the explosive rock, what did they want to do, destroy the world? Akainu asked with a tingling scalp. Maybe it has something to do with that, the endpoint where the whole sea can be destroyed by destroying 3 locations. The sailor on the other side of the phone worm answered loudly. Hearing this answer, Akainu's pupils shrank. You mean someone wants to detonate those 3 places with explosive rocks and destroy the world? Akainu's voice has changed a bit. If this is the case, the consequences will be disastrous. This is just my guess. Whether or not this is the case depends on whether our intelligence officers can inquire about the corresponding information in time. The other end of the phone worm said again. However, some people said that they saw the trace of Teacher Zephyr at sea. Maybe, this matter has something to do with him. Akainu was stunned for a moment, and then said, I think the credibility of your guess is very high. The location of the explosion rock is very hidden. It is Marine's secret, and only our seniors know it. If you can clearly intrude there, it means that the murderer was probably a senior Marine. The identity of Teacher Zephyr is very suitable. As a former admiral, he knows the position. That Marine also shows that, and only he has this teaching ability. With this plan in place, Akainu immediately arranged personnel to carry out the corresponding tasks. It must be in time, troublesome things, I really like to come together. Can't you let me stop and stop? The nth time, Akainu felt that he should not be Marshal Marine, it was too tortuous. But already on the pirate ship, there is no possibility of going down. Everyone, start your show, the final champion is waving to you. The 11 champions decided in the first round will gather together to fight. But this time the competition venue is different, it is no longer the ordinary hard rock it was 2 days ago. Instead, it is made of seastone and made of steel, so that it can withstand the battle of these monsters. Go. At the beginning of the game, Whitebeard 2 Wable rushed out, and the opponent chose randomly. And the opponent he chose this time was Cracker. Cookie soldiers. Cracker never fights enemies in close quarters unless necessary. He clapped his hands and used his ability to create a bunch of soda cracker soldiers, and stopped in front of Wable. And Bartolomeo, at the moment of the war, surrendered to Luffy. Suddenly there was a little brother. Luffy was very happy, and Ji Liang was also a little confused. Suddenly there is an additional fan brother, which makes people a little uncomfortable. Marine Jr., come on, let me see your measure. Zephyr wanted to pick Wable, but Wable rushed straight to Cracker, and there was nothing he could do. He could only keep his eyes on Batong Maru. It's exactly what I want, Uncle. You are very strong. I have wanted to fight with you for a long time. Batong Wan couldn't ask for it, he liked Zephyr so much. Even Zephyr is in his 70s. Come on then. Zephyr took a heavy step and swooped in, blasting the air. Batong Maru couldn't help but sigh, facing Zephyr's fist, he also rapped hockey and punched out. Boom. The entire stage trembled violently, causing the fighting in other places to stop. The violent wind and waves made many spectators feel like they were about to be crushed, and made a painful sound. The Demon Fist. Come on, Uncle, have a good fight. Batong Maru shook his numb arm, and armament hockey covered it again, and a violent wave was already lingering on his arm. It took the initiative to rush to Zephyr. It's good to come, then let the old man see your ability. Zephyr is absolutely impossible to fear, he swung his arm and slammed it. Boom. 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 The continuous collision caused the entire battle platform to fall into a continuous tremor, which was amazing. With every collision, the walls around the battle platform can burst into pieces. Even the ground beneath their feet was dented by Vivi. That is a super alloy hard floor made of 1000 calcined steel, and it can't stand it. One can imagine how terrifying their power is. 8 poles collapse. The demon fist. Sand and iron palm. The whole portrait of Batang Maru is on fire, and the strange power and the terrifying fighting technique make people feel suffocated. Everyone has no doubt that his punch can definitely make the island burst a little. If someone looks at it from the sky, they will find that the sea around Dabalu Island is rippling with violent fluctuations, colliding violently with the turbulent going current. The violent wind and waves, the violent tremors, the visual impact from the fist to the flesh, the fierce sparks and the roaring sound of gold and iron, all shocked everyone. Good boy, to have this kind of strength at this age. You are the first. Very good, very good. Zephyr was extremely excited, even though his body did not allow him to fight so fiercely. But he was quite excited. As a result, he transcended the limitations of his body, as if he had returned to the feeling of Admiral back then. Infinite power burst out, suppressing such a terrifying person as Batangwan. Really a terrifyingly scary old man. Batangwan only felt that all the cells in his body were cheering. Except for the feeling of pressure that Shajar Ching gave him that day, only the admirals from Marine can usually do it. The sea is full of talents. Batang Maru's arms are wrapped in thicker steel, and they assist with various attacks, but none of them can withstand Zephyr's fist. And here at Cracker. Chop, chop, cut anyway. I can let you cut for 3 days and 3 nights, exhausting you. Cracker's strength is similar to that of Wable, basically on the same level as Tezzolo. And Cracker, who has an absolute advantage in long-distance combat, has a high chance of killing Wable. Seeing this scene, Miss Ba Jin jumped up and down. Originally, when she heard the news of the cat and cat fruit, she came here without thinking. How could she miss this kind of strength enhancement? He thought that even if there were many competitors, there should be few who were his son's opponents. After all, the people of the real big power will definitely not look down on this cat and cat fruit. So, the odds of his son winning are great. However, who knew that he was completely wrong? The people from the big forces actually came, and all kinds of powerful guys appeared in Che. For example, the Straw Hats Luffy, Zephyr, and the Marine Batangwan who played cards out of common sense. In this way, Wable's advantage is instantly reduced, and she has nothing to do. Chapter 852 This Luffy is different. Damn. Damn. All she can do now is to curse in her heart. Besides, he has no way to vent his dissatisfaction. It's really intense. This uncle is so powerful, and that person is so amazing. Is this the new world? It's amazing. Luffy watched the battle between Zephyr and Batang Maru, fascinated, and his eyes kept shining. Straw Hat Luffy, I'll take your head. At this time, a cold voice came from behind Luffy, and he saw a 3-meter-tall man, wrapping Haki with a knife and falling down. Don't try to touch Senior Luffy. Before Luffy could make a move, Bartolomeo had already created a barrier to block the 3 of them. Bang! The blade was so powerful that the battle platform moved slightly, and sparks flew out, but it didn't break Bartolomeo's barrier. Damn, how can it be so strong? This person did not give up, but he slashed with multiple knives, continuously slashing at the same position, with increasing strength, but he did not break the barrier. Get out of here, you bastard! Bartolomeo pushed forward with his hand, and the barrier slammed out. The man was too late to defend and was pushed away. This Bartolomeo is a bit interesting. Although the strength is not great, the defense is really strong. Unfortunately, it's Luffy's brainless fan, otherwise, maybe he can be recruited. Shajar Ching glanced at Bartolomeo, then looked at the battle between Wable and Cracker. Wable is just a mentally retarded fighting machine. Without Miss Bajin to help him guide him, how could he have played against a powerhouse like Cracker? Watching Cracker tease him like a toy, Shajar Ching can already see what will happen next to Wable. Then, his eyes turn to Zephyr and Batangmaru again. In the end, who will win? However, why would someone like Zephyr participate in such a battle? Does he also want to write the fruit? Also, if he really has that idea, if he wants to destroy the world, he should also increase the strength of the students. And the devil fruit is the fastest way. After a simple adaptation, you can get powerful strength. But isn't it too much fanfare for him to do this? Isn't it too dangerous to not do any pretense at all? After all, Drake has made a disguise, and it is a bit strange that a famous person like Zephyr does not disguise. What is he trying to do and what is his purpose? Shazher Ching found that he really couldn't guess Zephyr's thoughts. Well, let's go with the flow. Shazher Ching sighed like this, but he had already monitored Zephyr and sent Shazher Reading away. Zephyr are here, things are full of unpredictable factors, it's better to keep her away. I'm getting old, I can't compare to you young people, I admit defeat. Zephyr suddenly conceded defeat, which surprised everyone around him. No one thought Zephyr would make such a decision. This decision is really weird. After all, he didn't seem to be losing, how could he admit defeat? Uncle, you are really interesting. Batongmaru looked at Zephyr with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. Fuck me, bastard. There was Wable's voice again, and he looked at Cracker, who was being protected behind the biscuit soldier, with a furious expression, and roared with intent and powerlessness. What is incompetent anger? This is it. And Cracker, sitting on the stage with a big knife on his back, patted two palms from time to time to replenish his troops, very leisurely. Is this the strength of the three generals? So strong, it can make people desperate. But the most disappointing thing is that there is more than one such powerhouse in the sea. Almost every 6 Emperor pirates has one or two. The top pirates are really unusual, no wonder they have the strength to dominate the sea, and the Emperor of the Sea is well deserved. The surrounding pirates looked at Cracker, but their hearts were desperate for the strength of the 6 Emperors. Cracker's strength has somewhat dispelled their desire to challenge the 6 Emperors. With your own strength, don't make fun of it. Wable's power is obvious to all. Even Zoro, who had a bounty of 500 million, was defeated in his hands, but this kind of powerhouse was turned around by Cracker. Sure enough, you have to have a brain, otherwise, it can't be such a scene. I don't know who came to say such a sentence, and immediately got the approval of many people. In the match between Wable and Zoro, he only narrowly won. And, that's because the attacking methods of the two are straight, and Wable's disadvantage will not be reflected. He can perform with all his strength and will not be restricted. It's pure strength. But now it's different, Cracker is a powerhouse. Moreover, quite cunning and clever, not fighting Wable head-on, only using the biscuit soldiers to consume his stamina. Wait until Wable is exhausted and then decide the winner. Cracker has this kind of perseverance and stamina. After all, the biscuit soldiers are not weak, and it is no problem to defeat the pacifists alone. Dealing with a pirate with a bounty of 3 or 4 billion, there is no problem at all. Wable is now uninjured, which is actually pretty good. But unfortunately, he met Cracker. Unless it rains all the time, or he is smarter and attacks with seawater, otherwise, he has no chance. And on the other side. Straw Hat, it's been a while since I heard your name, and I finally saw you today. Batongmaru looked at Luffy with curiosity in his eyes. The enemies behind Luffy all lost to Bartolomeo. His barrier fruit is too cheating in this semi-enclosed space, these people can't exert all their strength, they lose. You are strong. Luffy clenched his fists and looked at Batongmaru, his body tightening. Then, just when everyone thought he was going to fight Batongmaru, he actually admitted defeat. Hey! For his admission of defeat, let alone the surrounding audience are confused. Even Ji Liang and Bartolomeo are confused, and they don't understand why he has to admit defeat. Well, our goal isn't that fruit, it's just here to play. If we should admit defeat, we must admit defeat. We still have to retain our strength to continue sailing, but we can't be forced out of cards here. Luffy Vivi pouted and said seriously. You guy, I thought you would fight to the end with your opponent, you have grown up. Ji Liang said with emotion, if this was Luffy from 2 years ago, he would definitely fight to the end. Not bad, it seems that my 2 years of education have not been in vain. Looking at Luffy, Ji Liang, and Shajirqing who were leaving the stage, they smiled. Chapter 853 Evil Extermination Plan. However, I'm still more familiar with the Straw Hat Luffy who used to like to make a scene, naive and reckless. Batongmaru. This guy, didn't everyone say he has a muscle in the sea? How could he take the initiative to admit defeat? Is he really a Straw Hat Luffy? He is also confused, and he has a feeling of white anticipation. Then, he looked at Cracker and Wable, and couldn't help sighing. At the end of the day, is the outcome still between us? Both of us, that means Cracker and himself. As for Wable, in his eyes, he is nothing but a fool, not worth mentioning. On the stage. Count the time, Ain and the others should be coming soon. It's not good, it's a pity, it's going to be burnt soon. Let's use the lives of these big pirates to open a new era. Zephyr looked at Shajirqing and others indifferently, and said in his heart. He suddenly conceded defeat, naturally because he needed to recharge his batteries and reserve his strength for the next plan. Zephyr, what is your purpose? You shouldn't tell me that you are here just to attract attention. Zephyr, Shajirqing looked at Zephyr's face without letting go of any of his expressions, and then said. Zephyr's expression just now was hideous, relieved, determined, etc. It was extremely complicated. Based on Shajirqing's understanding of people's hearts, this is a sign before doing something big. Wait, this guy doesn't want to blow up the island. When Shajirqing was thinking about the 3 endpoints and the explosion rock, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Zephyr had the explosive rock, he might not have made this island his target. After all, this is the gateway to a new world. If you destroy this place, the surrounding ocean currents will be chaotic, turning this sea area into a forbidden place for life. In that case, not many pirates will be able to enter the new world in the future. Moreover, the most important thing is that you are also there. If you can blow up yourself, this kind of achievement is huge. With Zephyr's temperament, maybe he really will. Whether this is the case or not, we have to do some preparations and backups. If this is the case, it will be difficult to change your mind temporarily. Shajirqing hurriedly ordered to go on, and Luffy and his party also followed Trifals to a quiet place to discuss the matter of sniping Kaido of the beasts. Snipe Kaido of the beasts, one is to prove the ability of these supernovas, and the other is to get the text of the road sign in his hand. The 3 are to obtain qualifications and approvals. With our strength, can we really do it? If they hadn't seen Cracker's strength, they might still think that they could succeed, but now, they feel a little empty. Whether you can succeed or not, you must try it. Otherwise, the owner of this island will successfully arrive at Laugh Tale. Trifals said in a solemn voice, and Luffy nodded in agreement. But the reason Luo wanted to attack Kaido, not the other 4 emperors, was because his real target was Doflamingo, who had an important cooperation with Kaido. As the first step in the plan to snipe Kaido, abolishing Doflamingo is his real goal. Abolishing Doflamingo will make Kaido lose a lot of power and make their plan better. After all, Kaido's immature artificial devil fruit factory is within Doflamingo's sphere of influence. On the battle stage, Wable is on the verge of exhaustion. No way, Cracker is just too good at dealing with people like him. Asshole. Damn. Even though Wable kept roaring in anger, in the end, he was exhausted and severely injured and had to admit defeat. Congratulations to the 2 of you, you got the chance to fight in the 3rd round. Then, please take a rest for 2 days. In 2 days, there will be a showdown. Shajirqing acted as the host again, announced the results of the game, and arranged the follow-up. In 2 days, I'm bound to get this fruit, Marine, don't seek death. Cracker looked at Batongmaru and said arrogantly. Then let's see which of us is more capable, and the capable ones are the ones. But Tongwan doesn't know what fear is, and what about Cracker? In this world where strength is respected, there is strength, and there is no need to be afraid of threats from anyone. Then let's see. Cracker walked off the stage with a big knife. But Tongwan glanced at Cracker's back and said in his heart, "Whatever you want, my purpose is not this devil fruit, my real purpose is that person." When he said this, his eyes turned to Zephyr in the stands. "What a dangerous and restless uncle, can't you save some snacks?" But Tongmaru doesn't know Zephyr's past, so he is very troubled by the idea that Zephyr wants to create a terrorist act. "Head of Straw Hat, get ready, we should leave, time waits for no one." Trafalco urged Luffy and the others to leave. The battle on Dabaloo Island was eye-catching, intense, and huge, but they were done. Next, it's time for them to do their thing. All they need to do now is go to Dressrosa and take down Doflamingo. And just as Luffy and the others were preparing to leave, near Dabaloo Island, a huge ship similar to a warship approached the island. "Is it finally here, Aang?" As the ship approached the port, the phone bug in Zephyr's hand suddenly rang, and a female voice came from there. "Mr. Zephyr, everything is done." Hearing this, Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief. "Then, let's usher in a new era. Let me light the fireworks of the new era and celebrate the coming era of peace." Zephyr hung up the phone bug, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He can be so resolute and decisive, without any scruples. It is because there is not a single citizen on the island of Dabaloo. There are only all kinds of pirates, vicious people, and it is the gathering place of all kinds of dark people on the sea. Zephyr eliminates them without any psychological burden. As for Marine, the people of the world government, Zephyr has been utterly disappointed with them and will have no mercy on them. "Have you started yet?" Zephyr did not find that somewhere behind him, Shajir was standing on the high platform, watching Zephyr say this in his heart. Then, the people he ordered to go out also started to act. "Just kidding, it is absolutely impossible for Zephyr to succeed, otherwise, Dabaloo Island will be destroyed, and the ball will be over." Chapter 854 You are expected again. Hey, is it my delusion? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is not quite right? Cracker lay in the lounge, frowned suddenly and said, he suddenly felt a palpitations. This feeling makes him very uncomfortable. What's going to happen? Why do I feel this way all of a sudden? Cracker rubbed his chin, thinking like this in his heart, at their level, any omens are traceable. There will never be a harbinger of a crisis for no reason. That means, will something dangerous happen on this island next that will endanger my life? Cracker thought about this, and then he couldn't help but come up with a guess. Could it be that Shajir wants to be black, and is ready to attack me? It's not that Cracker is boasting about his pride. On Dabaloo Island, the only person who can make him feel dangerous is Shajir. Not even Tezzolo can do that. Then it seems that I have to take good precautions, otherwise, I don't know how to die. But if he knew that this danger came from what Zephyr was about to do, wouldn't he regret being on guard against Shajir? After all, if the person who should be guarded is not guarded, he will put himself in a very disadvantageous passive position. Too bad he doesn't know. Tezzolo here. President, you are really a god, everything is as you said, this guy Zephyr really intends to blow up this island. Also, the battle plan is exactly what you said. He draws our attention as a target and allows his students to carry out specific tasks. Today, a huge warship just landed on the shore. Tezzolo looked at Shajir with admiration on his face. In his impression, there seemed to be nothing that Shajir couldn't do. I just guessed like that, and who knew that I just guessed it right? Okay, don't continue to praise me, the things that should be arranged are arranged. Shajir stopped Tezzolo's flattery and looked at him. This matter must not be sloppy. If one is not careful, Shajir will be able to retreat without seeing himself. At that time, the loss is really big. Rest assured, Captain, everything has been arranged. I'm 80% sure that Zephyr's plan will never succeed. When he thought of Zephyr's plan that Shajur had deduced, his scalp tingled a little. If it is true as Shajur said, Zephyr and the others will put explosive rocks on this Dabalu island. Then it's really over. Explosive rocks, more than 50 bundles, one bundle is one. The power is enough to severely damage Vice Admiral, will have the power comparable to ancient weapons. At that time, all of them will be annihilated in an instant, and there will be no room for resistance. Then, it's time to meet Zephyr. He can't have such a dangerous idea. Shajur got up and walked out, and Tezolo hurriedly followed Shajur instructions and began to counterattack. Dabalu Island is absolutely not to be destroyed. Absolutely not. Luffy here. What's with this ominous premonition? The Straw Hat owner, do you have one? Having already prepared the supplies, Trafal's Luo, who was about to set off, suddenly felt a sudden palpitation for no reason. He couldn't help but sweat with a dignified expression on his face. Danger is approaching. Luffy nodded, holding his head, more serious than ever. At this time, where will the danger come from? Luo looked at the dark night outside the window, only to feel that it was like a monster with a ferocious mouth open, and he wanted to wrap them all in and wipe them out. It won't be related to that person. The figure of Zephyr appeared in Luo's mind. He naturally knew Zephyr and knew some things about him. He feels that Zephyr is likely to do something extreme. If that's the case, it's really troublesome. That's not a master who can easily solve it, unless the master of this island, the 6th Emperor Shajur takes action. It's just, Luo thought worriedly, even if they start to act immediately after they realize this, will it be too late? If he had known, Shajur had already taken protective measures. And, preparations to stop Zephyr have already begun. He probably won't be so worried, and will say, as expected of the 6th Emperor, it really is amazing. Too bad they don't know. Under the order of Shajur all the members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce on Dabalu Island took action. Notification, protection, blocking, all aspects of things are going on at the same time. And Shajur came to Zephyr's residence. Uninvited, please forgive me. When he saw Shajur come to the door with a jug of wine, Zephyr knew that something might have been leaked. How could someone of Shajur level suddenly come to the door? There must be something wrong with him. The 6th Emperor came. Even if I have an idea, what if I am angry, can't I resist? Zephyr sat down and sneered. Shajur Isho, this is biased. If you refuse, I will leave next time and not disturb your life. Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help squinting. Why next time, not this time? Is there any exception this time, or is it possible to play word games with me? Next time, forever. It's like tomorrow is an infinite number of times. Do I have to say it? You don't know how special this time is. You are going to blow up my island, do you think I can still pay attention to that? Shajur sat down, poured 2 bowls of wine, and sighed, you shouldn't choose this place. I'm here, you have no chance of success. Hearing Shajur words, Zephyr snorted coldly, you are too conceited, and you look down on yourself too much. Shajur smiled and couldn't deny it, and then said, however, I have no grudges against you in the past, and no grudges with you recently, so why are you taking your anger on me? I shouldn't have done many bad things, I'm still different from other pirates in the sea. They are the ones who do the bad things, why am I responsible for it all? In response to Shajur questioning, Zephyr snorted coldly, the crows in the world are as black as you are, and you are no better. Even if you haven't done many bad things, it is because of the existence of you people that the sea is so turbulent. The miserable life of the people is naturally your responsibility. In the eyes of this old man, you and Bigumum are just the same raccoon dog. Even if you don't do evil, there is no difference. Hearing this, Shajur said helplessly, it seems that we can't talk about it. I feel sorry for your experience, but I don't agree with your approach. Zephyr immediately slammed the punch, preempting him. Chapter 855 You can't stand a chance. Bang! Shajur also punched out, resisting Zephyr's fist. He said, "Does it have to be this way? Mr. Zephyr, you should know that you are not my opponent. Don't talk too much. When the old man was fighting with Whitebeard and Rocks, you didn't know where to get milk. Boy, don't underestimate the elderly." Zephyr's mechanical arm lit up, and a destructive aura burst out, bringing terrifying power and crashing out. Smash blast. If it were anyone else, they would definitely evade this blow, but unfortunately, the person in front of Zephyr is Shajur. Ziz. Outrageous thunder and lightning appeared on him, increasing his attributes. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 kings cannon. Boom. In the sound of the violent explosion, the ground exploded, the dust fluttered, and a sturdy figure slammed backwards and slammed into the building behind. Bah! In the dust, thunder and lightning danced, tearing the dust curtain apart. Shajur walked out unharmed, brushed the dust off his body, looked at Zephyr who stood up in the distance, and came to him with a swoosh. "Boy, just let the horses come over." Seeing Shajur disappearing in place, Zephyr slammed and punched, and the air roared. The next moment, Shajur appeared with a whoosh. His fist was covered with an amazing hockey, and he blasted out. Boom! The fists of the two collided with each other in the air, causing a huge turmoil, causing the four sides to tremble. "Mr. Zephyr, stop, I don't want to kill you." Not killing Zephyr may be one of the few benevolences of Shajur. The reason is still admiration for the hero Zephyr. This old man won't give up just like that. Boy, don't persuade him anymore. The big deal is death, what's there to be afraid of? As long as the plan works, dying is worth it. Zephyr grinned. Isho, armament hockey wrapped around his left arm has struck. Okay, well, since that's the case, it'll only make you despair first. Shajur shook his head with a sigh, his eyes changed from black to scarlet, and turned into an eternal kaleidoscope pattern. Illusion gold binding. He glared angrily, and the powerful illusion was branded away, and Zephyr's movements suddenly stagnated. Shajur immediately drew his sword and passed Zephyr. PFF'd. The pain relieved the illusion. Zephyr's pupils shrank because of the heavy trauma, and he was half kneeling on the ground as a mouthful of blood spurted out. Zephyr doesn't have the terrifying physique of Whitebeard, and he can't maintain his strength. The old man hasn't lost yet. But even in this situation, Zephyr never gave up and still rushed towards Shajur. Why? Shajur whole body was instantly wrapped in thunder and lightning, and he swung out with a knife. Zephyr's overall strength has long since been inferior to what it used to be, and his body is really bad. His physical strength has been unable to keep up with his strength, unable to exert his full strength. If it was Zephyr back then, Shajur had to enter the fairy mode to suppress him. As it is now, just ordinary thunder and lightning amplification can make him suffer. Bang! Boom! Boom! Zephyr was really desperate. Hockey was almost overloaded, his ability to smash his prosthetic limbs was maximized, and he had a heart-pounding collision with Shajur like a god of destruction. Even the sky was torn apart because of the two of them fighting. The radius of several thousand meters has become the center of danger, and all people within this range are fleeing frantically. Fortunately, the people of Tezzolo had moved most of them into the underground passage for refuge before that, which was made of fine steel and would not be affected. Lord Zephyr, don't you understand? You are doing completely useless work. Give up. Do you think I, Shajur, would be so stupid, so that your two students can successfully implement that kind of plan? This Dabalu Island every inch is under my surveillance. Those two students of yours should have been caught by my men by now. Your plan almost failed. You shouldn't have chosen this point in time. This era is too strong, and your power is too weak. Shajur knife, as if it has the power of billions, is as violent as thunder, suppressing such a crazy Zephyr without any power to fight back. Boom! Zephyr's feet, and the entire island trembled. Bang! Zephyr's shattered prosthesis made a cracking sound, and he was knocked out several meters. Boom! With another knife, Zephyr vomited blood and went backwards, unable to stop his body at all. Wherever he passed, the earth cracked open. Spectacular and terrifying. Ho, ho, ho. Zephyr gasped violently, looking at Shajur-Ching who was in front of him again. He said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. It's beyond the old man's expectations. No wonder you are called the strongest man, hee." The old man is conceited. There is no doubt that Zephyr has lost, completely. It's doomed from the beginning. You can't win when you meet me. Shajur-Ching Gujing said without wave, just stating a fact. And around them, the other powerful pirates living on this island are all watching from afar. It's astonishingly powerful, the Thunder Hunter. Cracker looked at Shajur-Ching's back. His face was solemn and he even panicked involuntarily. With that kind of godlike power, speed, and destructive power, Cracker believes that it will only result in a disastrous defeat. That is an unstoppable strength. It really looks like what I looked like back then. I was completely crushed and couldn't breathe at all. Batongmaru sighed with emotion. Luffy, you have been trained by this terrifying existence for the past 2 years. Ji Liang looked at his captain. He could no longer imagine how strong his captain was. Being trained by such a strong man, the strength should be similar. It's not exactly, it's just occasionally trained like this. That guy is too strong. Luffy tilted his head, as if remembering something bad, and said with a pale face. It's a lie, Mr. Zephyr, why did you lose so badly? Is this the strength of the number 1 person in the world? Damn, how dare you make Teacher Zephyr like this? There are disciples of Zephyr hiding in the dark, angry in their hearts. It was a great show, not bad. It's just a pity that I can't experience that uncle's fist in person. It should be a very interesting thing. Zoro carried the jug and said with a warlike expression on his face. Chapter 856. Okay, I admit it. Shajur-Ching and Zephyr fought. What exactly happened? Trifals said looking at the two with a very solemn expression. He wanted to know why Shajur-Ching fought with Zephyr. It couldn't be because Shajur-Ching was idle and bored. However, then again, Tezzolo and his men have no trace. Where are they? What did they do? Smoker and others noticed this and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. This matter, no matter how you look at it, reveals a strange feeling. Boom. Just as everyone was thinking about it, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the distant harbor. I saw a huge mushroom cloud with flames rising into the sky. Even at a distance of more than 10 kilometers, everyone can feel the devastating power. Ha ha ha, it seems that my disciple has succeeded. Seeing this, Zephyr couldn't help laughing, and his eyes showed fighting intent and confidence again. Is it too late? Shajur-Ching frowned as he looked at the distance. Going waves. But just as he was thinking about it, Tezzolo's voice exploded like thunder. Then, a going wave flowed, roaring and covering most of the island. Boom boom boom. The next moment when the going waves were covered, there were several explosions of trembling islands, but there was only sound and no picture. Then, it was completely silent. You still want to escape? Can you escape? This is your desperate situation. At this time, not far in front of Shajur-Ching and the two, there was a sound of chasing. Then, I saw a man in a flower robe carrying a woman with half of her body covered in blood and fled in a hurry. Behind them, a group of people dressed in strange battle uniforms fired their guns one after another. In an instant, the countless bullets I saw shrouded the man, and the man was so powerful that he actually summoned a piece of vines to resist. But, before he was happy, he heard a beast-like voice, breaking the stream. Hulina, who saw it, swung the big knife, and cut a long hole in his chest with one knife. Catch him now! The group of people in battle uniforms suddenly shouted, and then they even shot a big net to cover the man inside. I thought a fishing net could do it. Before the man in the flower robe could finish speaking, he threw himself on the ground and said in horror, Sea stone. Ain, Bins. Seeing the two of them, Zephyr couldn't help but crack his eyes. These two are also his students. When he betrayed Marine, the two of them did not hesitate at all, and they always followed him wholeheartedly. It's one of the few things he cares about in this world. Lord Zephyr, it's time for you to admit that you failed. Shajur Ching looked at Zephyr and sighed. As expected of Shajur Ching, she's really amazing. I didn't expect that what I planned carefully would be resolved so easily by you. Okay, the old man admits it. However, they are innocent. If you let them go, the old man's head is yours. Zephyr stared at Shajur Ching and said decisively. Mr. Zephyr, don't. Hearing this, the arrested man, Bins, couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Bins, it's been like this since time immemorial. Live well with Ain, and Shuzo, you have to live well in the future, understand? Zephyr is like an old man in the twilight, explaining the funeral. That can't be done, Your Excellency Zephyr, you are not qualified to tell me the conditions. But Shajur Ching's words instantly made Zephyr excited again. What the hell do you want? Zephyr held his heavy body, breathing heavily, heavy like pulling a bellows, rumbling loudly. This question, let's talk about it later. Shajur Ching stared suddenly. It was an illusion, the technique of vertigo. Zephyr didn't have time to resist. He felt like he was hit with an enhanced version of the Super Conqueror, and fainted out of consciousness. Okay, if you have nothing to do, just leave. Shajur Ching looked at the crowd watching the excitement and walked away. Tezolo's subordinates tied Zephyr Wuhua and escorted him down. It's really scary. Is that area full of explosive rocks that are close to detonating? Shajur Ching looked at the area that was frozen by going and thought so in her heart. However, it is really thanks to Tezolo's ability, otherwise, the loss would have to be doubled. Then, under his command, a group of people began to deal with the follow-up matters. It didn't take long for Tezolo to appear in front of Shajur Ching with some lingering fears. He said, "This is really a bunch of lunatics, the kind that don't want to die at all. They buried 50 beams of explosive rocks in the middle of the ground. Fortunately, I dealt with it quickly, otherwise, the whole island would have to be finished." Hearing Tezolo's words, Shajur Ching nodded and said, "It's hard work. Without you, this matter is really out of control today. I really underestimate their madness. If enough attention had been paid to it, it might not have been this way with enough manpower." This time, Shajur Ching took it for granted. No manpower is put in place. When he guessed that Zephyr might be operating on Dabalu Island, he still only sent personnel to look for Ain, Bins and the others. And there is no exploding rock removal and cleaning, and no prior prevention, which gives the opportunity to destroy the island. If it wasn't for Tezolo's quick response, covering the explosive rock with his abilities and isolating it from contact with the air, I really don't know how it would end today. Shajur Ching alerted himself in his heart. Next time it can't be like this again. Being in a high position all the year round made Shajur Ching's mentality a little slack. I think I can really control everything and look down on all beings. But today, he understood again. Sometimes, no matter how strong an individual is, he is still weak in the face of God, and variables may appear at any time. Well, President, you don't have to be so arrogant. It's amazing to be able to react so quickly and guess what their purpose is and then make a decision. I believe that few people in the ocean can have your level. You know, they came so fast that it was too late for people to react, and there was no warning. And you managed to evacuate the crowd, send people to catch the intruders, and capture the key personnel. With such a record, not to mention the world's best, at least it is much better than the other 6 emperors. Tezolo laughed and said with a half-tout. Chapter 857 Akainu has learned to be smart. I hope so, then, there are a lot of things waiting for us to do. Shajur Ching looked at Tezolo. Can those explosive rocks that haven't been detonated yet be removed? Tezolo is confident Isho. Of course, the rapids near our islands are the best place to rule them out. No matter how powerful the explosive rock is, It can't raise too many waves if it is put into the sea. Shazher Ching. Well, this matter is the most important thing. I will leave it to you with confidence. It is the most appropriate to do it with your meticulousness. You can go to Nami to discuss a good solution. Excluding explosive rocks in the sea also needs to take into account the influence of climate, ocean currents, and wind. She is an expert in this area and should be able to help you a lot. Tezzolo nodded after hearing this. Even if you don't tell me, President, I will go to her. It would be a waste of talent to leave such talent unused. Shazher Ching nodded and left. Now it's time for him to deal with Zephyr. Believe in Batong Wan. Smoker and these people should be in a hurry now. Marine Headquarters. Have those bastards who stole the blast caught it, Borsellino? Akainu grabbed the phone bug and asked impatiently. Nah, not yet, but I have a breaking news here. Do you want to listen to it? It should be very interesting to you. Kazaru's lazy and weird voice came from the phone bug, causing Akainu to frown. What's the matter? Just now, a huge explosion occurred on Dabalu Island at the New World Gate, and 1/5 of the island was broken. And, on the island, Shazher Ching, one of the 6 emperors, fought fiercely with Teacher Zephyr. Finally, it ends with the failed arrest of Mr. Zephyr. After that, the people we were looking for were also arrested. So, if we want someone, it seems that we can only go to Shazher Ching. After listening to Kazaru's words, Akainu's face has become very ugly. Why is Shazher Ching again? Why would someone like Teacher Zephyr choose to be in that kind of place? Akainu frowned. If someone falls into the hands of Shazher Ching's bastard, is there still a chance for him to hand it over? It's going to cost a lot. I have to discuss this with Gorosei, 5 elders and the old guy Sengoku. I can't have a headache alone. After being a marshal for so long, Akainu finally understands one thing. Some things should not be carried by one person. They should learn to share, and everyone should have a headache together. Brainstorming not only saves time, not so much headache, but also get a relatively perfect answer. Dabalu Island. It's amazing. I didn't expect to see such interesting things at the entrance to the New World. However, it seems that it is impossible to leave in the past few days, and I have to stay and wait. Trafalzalo looked at the Dabalu Island staff who were undergoing repairs and couldn't help sighing. Ha, it's great to play for a few more days. Luffy smiled, as if he didn't know what trouble was. So, what will happen next? Marine should be unable to sit still. Cracker and the other pirates thought in their hearts. Anyone who knows Zephyr wants to know, what's next for Marine? Zephyr is their Marine's chasing officer, but now, he has caused so much damage on Dabalu Island, and was arrested by Shazher Ching. Will Shazher Ching let people go? I don't think so. Then, what happens next between Shazher Ching and Marine will be quite interesting and exciting. I can't believe that someone dares to make trouble on Shazher Ching's territory. That uncle is really brave. Everyone else admired Zephyr's courage. The last person to do this, called Waldo, is now alive and dead. Now there is another one, and it is more fortunate than it is to think about it. In their impressions, Shazher Ching is an out-and-out smiling Shura. This kind of serious thing happened to him. He certainly couldn't forgive the perpetrator. What will you do with the rest, Shazher Ching? I'm really looking forward to it. In a certain room, a member of the Revolutionary Army thought like this. Shazher Ching is actually very similar to the development line of their Revolutionary Army. It's all about wooing others. However, the Revolutionary Army is armed to break the oppression and regain the people's hearts in spirit and system. But the Summer Chamber of Commerce is different. He is the first to change the material living standards of the people. Then, provide a stable environment to break down oppression and inequality. In the end, it was a matter of course to swallow the entire kingdom, and then implement a new system. Compared with the straightforward, simple, and powerful actions of the Revolutionary Army, the actions of the Summer Chamber of Commerce can be said to be silent and subtle. But this method is the most brilliant. Overwhelmed by power, nothing is broken. The Revolutionary Army's strength to break it down is inferior. But there is no way for the Revolutionary Army to copy the route of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, because it is not as rich as the Summer Chamber of Commerce. The next day. The fireworks last night were really dazzling. Ha ha ha, I really frightened the boss. I really didn't expect that there are such terrifying weapons in this world. It's terrifying. Fortunately, it was stopped. Otherwise, if it exploded on the island, we would all die. Everyone on the island is talking about it, and the expressions on each face are different. Some are excited, some have lingering fears, and some are even more worried. I don't know where this weapon came from. If there is such a weapon, as long as it can be developed on a large scale, what world government, marine? Even it's just a trifle. There is a pirate who thinks so wildly, and his eyes are full of yearning. Perhaps it is because this weapon is too powerful that the news was banned, and no news has come out. Some people thought so in their hearts. It's amazing. The fireworks last night were so spectacular that they knocked me under the bed. Luffy, a stubborn person, seems to have only interesting things in his eyes. In this regard, Karina and Trafalco are very helpless. With such a person on the stall, I really don't know if I am lucky or unlucky. It would be great if I could get this kind of power, so we don't need to be afraid of this fellow Shazher Ching. Cracker's eyes flashed brightly, and he planned a crazy plan in his heart. However, before that, I have to claim my prize. Today was supposed to be the day he fought Zephyr. But Zephyr was caught in trouble. Then, there is no doubt that Cracker won and became the biggest beneficiary. Chapter 858 President, you can take it easy. Although it's not a very powerful fruit, the secret behind this fruit is what I really want. Artificial devil fruit technology, if you can get it, that would be great. Cracker knows that after he returns this time, their pirate group should also take action and establish a cooperative relationship with the Summer Chamber of Commerce. There should be a good deal on artificial devil fruit technology. I really want to have that fruit, if only give it to me. When this cat fruit was handed over to Cracker, I don't know how many people said with envy in their hearts. It's a pity that they neither get it nor dare to grab it. After all, the person who got this fruit is behind another 6 emperors, Big Mum. They can't afford to offend. After the events in the arena were over, the ban on Dabalu Island was lifted immediately, and all the pirates who wanted to leave could also go out to sea. Go, Sonny, we're going to Dressrosa. Among the people who went out to sea, the Straw Hat Luffy was the most active and happiest. But within half a day, all the gods who had gathered on Dabo Road Island had all left one after another. Dabalu Island has regained its short-term calm again. Repair work is still in progress. And in the pillar in the center of the island. Is this the blast rock? It's so beautiful and heart-pounding. Looking at the explosive rocks that are sealed in solid glass, like purple gems. Shazher Ching seemed to be able to see them, breathing out a dangerous breath. He couldn't help sighing. As the saying goes, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. Now, don't deceive me. Tezzolo, I believe that some people will be very excited when they see this thing. A smile appeared on Shazher Ching's face. However, I have to thank them for sending me such good materials. This time, our battle robots have stronger combat weapons. Tezzolo was surprised when he heard this. Are you going to study explosive rocks? The power of this thing is not ordinary. Just a bunch of it is enough to level a town. President, think twice. If there is no accident, it will be fine. If there is an accident, it will be incredible. The loss is unimaginable. Don't worry, I will consider this matter slowly and will not implement it so quickly. Explosive rock is too influential, and if you conduct research casually, there will definitely be all kinds of accidents. Hearing Shazher Ching's words, Tezzolo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His president is still wise. Tezzolo, Next, just wait quietly for Marine to come to the door. Marine headquarters is not far from here. I don't know what conditions they will offer. Shazher Ching smiled. Maybe Marine is happy now. After all, I helped them eradicate a serious problem. However, they should not be willing to let Zephyr be in our hands. Because he has too many secrets about Marine in his head, the people from the world government should be unable to sit still. Tezzolo, then just wait and see. They should have news soon. Shazher Ching nodded, and immediately, a playful smile appeared on his face. However, there is indeed no shortage of bold people in this sea. Someone dares to take action against my subordinates and rob my belongings. I really have to admire his courage. Tezzolo clearly saw the murderous intent on Shazher Ching's face. The strong chill was enough to wipe out everything. He opened his mouth and said, "The president is talking about the former Shichibukai wolf genes. He is indeed a bold person. It has been a long time since no one dared to attack us. He probably doesn't know anything about the power of our summer chamber of commerce, though. What about joining the beast pirates? It doesn't provide him with any protection. On the contrary, he is seeking his own death." Some words, it is natural to say, confident and proud. This is not because Tezzolo looks down on people with pride, but because this is the truth. This is the strength and heritage of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Shazher Ching, Enel has already dealt with this matter. I believe it will take a long time to have a result. After that, he left to deal with other things. Gweens can guarantee that he is doing this thing now. Definitely the most daring he's ever had. Bring the important items and materials snatched from the Summer Chamber of Commerce's capital to join the beast pirates. In this way, there is no need to continue to drift on the sea. More importantly, in the future, there will be the 100 beast pirates to rely on, and they can do anything wrong. Gweens would never have dared to do this if he could. Everyone in the sea knows that if you offend anyone, you can't offend Shazher Ching. Offending him is tantamount to offending the 3 sea emperors, and will be hunted down by the highest standards. Not only that, but it will be monitored by the whole world. Because Summer Chamber of Commerce partners all over the world. All your whereabouts are almost exposed to the eyes of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. You never know where the Summer Chamber of Commerce will be. However, Guinness was really desperate and was forced to help. His miserable life begins after being delisted from Shichibukai a year ago. A group of beautiful wives ran away with people. Brother was ruined. He was the only bachelor left, being hunted down by a group of people. For a whole year, he hadn't had a few days of his birthday. He has a deep understanding of what it feels like to be bullied by a dog when a tiger falls in Pyongyang. As a result, being driven to a desperate situation, he couldn't care so much anymore, and decided to give it a go. He infiltrated a base of the Summer Chamber of Commerce in the first half of the Great Route. After stealing the materials and some important technologies, they fled to the New World Beast Pirates. And now, he's almost here. He can already see the people sent by the Beast Pirates to greet him. Wait for me, those who bullied me. Next, I want you all to pay the price. Gweens couldn't help but let out a smug and happy smile. Behind him, a group of scientific researchers were kidnapped. These people are the guarantee of his status. Oh, yes, are you sure you'll have that opportunity? At this moment, a sound with a slightly lazy voice sounded, and Gweens couldn't help but fry instantly and shouted in panic, "Who is it?" He turned around and saw a lazy man with long earlobes and a thunder drum behind his back, sitting in the stern, looking at him playfully. Seeing this man, Guinness couldn't help gasping in horror. He only felt that his body was a little out of his control, and he was completely wrapped in thick fear. Chapter 859 I Mourn for You. This kind of dress, in addition to Sky Island, God, Enel, who else can? Thor Enel, how could you come so fast? Gweens couldn't believe it. He was running at full speed along the way, and he never stopped for a moment. Moreover, when he invaded, he even destroyed the communication network. According to his estimation, it would take 2 or 3 days for the Summer Chamber of Commerce to receive the news of his invasion. At that time, he had already joined the Beast Pirates. However, why did Enel come so quickly? This unscientific. I have to say, you are very smart, and you also know how to destroy communication networks and block messages. Let us only know about this yesterday. Enel said with great admiration, and then his expression changed, shaking his head sympathetically. It's a pity, you underestimate the strength of our Summer Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, the ships will never catch up with you. At that time, you joined the Beast Pirates, and things were going to be troublesome. Enel was about to continue, but was interrupted by Gweens, who asked sharply, how did you get here? Enel took out his ears and calmly said, it's very simple, sea train. Sea train. But. Gweens thought of something at once, but before he could say anything, Enel interrupted, of course, the sea train doesn't leave here. So, I'm here again in a flying battle droid. Otherwise, it won't delay the time and let you come to the door of the Beast Pirates. Flying combat robots. Hearing Enel's words, Guinness was stunned. That's almost enough. Gweens, are you going to do it yourself, or are you going to do it yourself? Enel stood up, looked down at Gweens, and asked contemptuously. HMPH, what about Enel? The Beast Pirates are behind me now. You are not alone, do you think you will be the opponent of the Beast Pirates? I would also like to thank you for delivering it yourself, for giving me so much credit for nothing. If that idiot Shajar Ching knew that you were captured, you must have a very wonderful face. Your Summer Chamber of Commerce will be embarrassed. You Enel will also be a disgrace to the Summer Chamber of Commerce, hee, that kind of thing must be wonderful. Hearing Guinness's words, Enel couldn't help laughing. Do you know what a fool is talking about? You are in this state now. I feel so sorry for you. Can I be so many opponents of the Beast Pirates? Do you think the Beast Pirates have the courage to attack me? Besides, do you think I will break into the Beast Pirates alone? No matter how arrogant I am, I can't do it. The 100 Beast Pirates are one of the 6 emperors. I know better than you how strong he is. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared behind him. All of them are capable of flying. And a piece of battle robot landed on the ship. On the sea behind them, the pirate ships with the flags of the Summer Chamber of Commerce also showed their stature, fangs and sharp edges, showing them all. The group of flying capable people fell and all returned to human form. It's just that more or less there are some animal forms left over on his body. However, this is not ugly, on the contrary, it adds a lot of beauty to them. Gweens, it's sad that you are also Shichibukai, but you have no such pattern. One of the big men with flying ability said to Gines contemptuously. Kulik, you actually joined the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the person who spoke just now, his face was extremely gloomy. Joining the Summer Chamber of Commerce will be beneficial to me, why not? Do you continue to be bullied by you? The man named Kulik couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, and Gweens who retorted was speechless. Gweens, how, do you still want to resist? Enel looked at Gweens and asked proudly. Damn, is there really no way? Gweens looked at Enel and the others, who had grown tremendously in the team, and couldn't help showing a decided look. Yo, isn't this Enel? It's so arrogant to break into our territory. Do you think our Beast Pirates are easy to bully? If you are acquainted, retire quickly. Gweens is our man now. If you dare to harm him, I hope you will be mentally prepared. At this time, the voice of the Plague Queen came from behind Gweens. Guinnesston could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had found a savior. Then, he showed a proud look. Enel, it seems that you can't take me away. Yo, isn't this my defeated queen? Why, I want to be beaten again. Enel looked at it and couldn't help laughing. You Beast Pirates are really, the captain didn't learn a lesson, and then we were almost slaughtered by our president for a drink. Why, you people below me don't remember a lesson and want to repeat the same mistakes. I wouldn't mind a thunderstruck Brachiosaurus package if I wanted to. As soon as these words came out, the Queen's face turned black all of a sudden. Brachiosaurus, isn't that him? Enel, don't give me too much. Queen drank violently, and her angry eyes could burn everything. Incompetent and furious, the word the president said should describe a person like you, Queen. But Enel did not restrain at all, but continued to ridicule. Asshole. Queen immediately rushed towards Enel. Enel smiled when he saw this, and his whole body was shooting thunder and lightning, and the thunder gun in his hand rushed out. Bang! An ear-piercing, intense explosion blasted the entire sea, and violent thunder and lightning raged out, tearing the sea apart. Boom! The two quickly and fiercely collided for several tricks, and the sea was suddenly tumbling because of the two of them, which is amazing. Go back, Queen, you don't need to be ashamed in front of me with your strength. Enel's whole body erupted with more powerful thunder and lightning, and the going gun in his hand seemed to have the power to open the sky, and it slammed the Queen back. The whole air is turbulent. After the Queen got off the boat, she took a few steps back before she stabilized her body. There is still a trace of current swimming around, exuding a burnt smell, and Vivi's breath is a little short. His state looked quite bad, and he didn't speak for a long time. Why, I was stunned by being beaten. Enel couldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and jokingly said. The people of the 100 Beasts pirates who listened directly were suffocated, and their faces were all red with anger. But they couldn't refute it. What Enel said was the truth, wasn't it? But it's not that Queen doesn't want to talk, it's that she was really electrocuted. Enel's lightning strike strength, whoever touches it knows. That is simply not the strength that humans can have. Armament hockey can't stop it. Chapter 860. The same as the 6 emperors, there are also high and low. Then what is Gwyn's? It's too late to turn around and apologize to me, otherwise, only death awaits you. On this sea, no one can escape safely after offending our summer chamber of commerce. Even if they are the same 6 emperors, that's not enough, understand. Enel looked at Gwyn's, who had a pale face again, with a condescending tone. Enel, don't you think you're going too far? The position you are standing now is the territory of our beast pirates. Being so arrogant on our territory, aren't you afraid that there will be no return? Queen looked at Enel, the voice seemed to be coming from the enemy's throat, low and terrifying. Ha ha ha, have you come and gone? Enel had a scornful smile on his face as if he had heard a good joke. Okay, then you let me try again and see if my president will let your Captain Kaido die again. At that time, the 6 emperors may become 5 emperors. At that time, do you think you will regret letting me go back and forth? Hearing Enel's unbridled provocative words, the popularity of the beast pirates couldn't help shaking, and his face turned red. But in the end, they all restrained themselves and ended with the sentence, how can it be repaired? What Enel said just now really touched their sore spot and reminded them of the despair that day. Their captain, Kaido, was almost killed by Shajirching's sword. So far, they still don't know that Shajirching let go that day and let Kaido's life go. Shajirching's strength is just that, so he can only recreate Kaido like that. But there is no doubt about it. Kaido can't beat Shajirching. Regardless of whether the beast pirates recognize it or not, this fact is recognized by the sea. Yes, if Enel is imprisoned, and Shajirching, the Death Star, comes to the door, aren't they finished? That's a man who can't even stop the sea. There is absolutely no ability to fear the problem of seawater. You can fight by sea, land and air. If you have nothing to say, I will take that person away. Enel said and walked towards Gwyn's. The latter looked at Enel in despair and wailed, no, you have to save me, I am your member. Queen. Facing the Queen's silence, Gwyn's gave up completely, he showed a miserable smile, what is despair? Gwyn's felt that the person who could save him was right behind him, but he didn't dare to save him. That's it. See you then, Queen, and everyone from the beast pirates. Enel would not resist at all, or Gweens, who had lost hope, was bound with seastone handcuffs. Then, back to sailing. Queen sir, do we just watch them on our territory and take our people away? It was not until Enel left that the people from the 100 Beast Pirates group behind the Queen spoke, quite unwilling. What else can I do? Rush to grab it. I'm afraid things will get worse then. Queen sighed unwillingly. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have agreed to accept Queens, and now it won't be so embarrassing. Then, they're back. The mere beast pirates dare to talk nonsense with us. Really, they don't even know how high the sky is. Enel's ship, the people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce scorned. Having said that, you really can't underestimate them. After all, they are the forces of the 6 emperors, and they should be taken seriously. If Drought Jack or Firebitter came today, things would be different. We are fortunate that the Queen of Plague came, and this went so smoothly. Hearing Enel's words, Guinness doubted life. Dare to be affectionate, he chose Plague Queen's house to accept him, and he chose the wrong one. That's what got me into this situation. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine to eat now. And the news of the confrontation between the 2 pirate groups also spread rapidly on the sea. My God, is the Summer Chamber of Commerce so strong? You can be so arrogant when you directly grab people on the side of the beast pirates. Tisk tisk tisk, it is indeed the power of the strongest man, but the confidence of the people below is different. Then Gweens is also unlucky. It's not good to offend anyone, and to offend Shajirching. Isn't it delicious to join the Summer Chamber of Commerce? There are various discussions on the sea, and they can't help but admire the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Even the 100 Beast Pirates, who are also the 6 emperors, dare not face its edge. And the people of the Summer Chamber of Commerce are really proud. Listen, the Beast Pirates don't dare to be presumptuous in front of their own forces. What a glory this is. However, those people in the first half of the Great Route are really stupid. They grabbed something and grabbed the Summer Chamber of Commerce. They were courting death. Who said it wasn't? Gweens unknowingly attacked the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and they thought they could take advantage of the chaos and rushed to plunder. Did they really think they could escape the pursuit of the Summer Chamber of Commerce? It's all right now, they've all been arrested, and the next step is basically free coolies, serving our Summer Chamber of Commerce all the time. What they said was something else. It happened 2 days ago. When Enel went to the New World to capture Gweens, in the first half of the Great Route, a group of pirates rushed to the island that Gweens had plundered and made a second snatch. They thought they were concealed enough that as long as they ran fast, they wouldn't be exposed. As everyone knows, from the moment they entered the island, they were on the sniper list. Jabun, the captain of a small pirate group in the first half of the Great Route, has a bounty of only 64 million Baileys. Originally, he also wanted to loot the one called Caesar Island. But in the end, the fear of the Summer Chamber of Commerce stopped him. At the beginning, he regretted his cowardice, and when he saw other colleagues carrying all kinds of gold and silver treasures, he was really jealous. But within a few hours, he began to rejoice at his cowardice. Because, right in front of his eyes, a captain of a pirate group who was showing off to him was easily killed by a robot that came suddenly. And the captain of the pirate group has a bounty of 80 million Bailey. Putting it in the first half of the Great Route is also considered a good strength. At that moment, looking at the robot with a similar appearance to Shajirching, Jabwen couldn't help but have a feeling of escaping from death and thinking of heaven. He knew that if he went to that island, he would end up the same as this pirate group. In front of him, he was ruthlessly suppressed by the robot, and then destroyed. A pirate group that could travel vertically and horizontally in the first half of the Great Route was destroyed so easily. It's so simple. Chapter 861 Chase to the end. But it also made Jabun fear and rejoice to the extreme. He also began to have a glimpse of the terrifying strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. There are several others who feel the same way as Jabun. They all watched in the same way the pirate ships were easily suppressed in front of them, and then destroyed. It turns out that even Huizuoluo, who has a bounty of 200 million, can't match this battle robot. Is this the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce? It's too scary. Looking at a pirate group that was destroyed in front of him, Jobwen felt chills in his heart. A big pirate with a bounty of 200 million is as fragile as tofu in front of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and a battle robot will solve it. I didn't see any members take action at all, and the matter was solved. This kind of background is really scary enough. No wonder he can rule the new world and become the emperor of the sea. West Blue. Kulis, the tyrant gunner, where else do you want to go? Don't worry, there will be no place for you in the entire sea. On a battleship with a goshawk head and a height of more than 60 meters, a young man with two small blue horns on his head said to the man on the deck in front of him. Damn, are you chasing here? It's really annoying. Looking at the young man in front of him, Kulis couldn't help but grit his teeth and said with a very ugly face. In the past few days, he has been listening to the news that his accomplices have been destroyed, but no one has found him, and he thought he escaped. As a result, he didn't expect that just when he had this idea, the chasing soldiers came. But so what? That battle robot is really strong, but that's not necessarily. Kulis actually rushed towards the young man with a heavy step. Labor and management are big pirates with a bounty of 185 million Baileys, even Marine Vice Admiral can't help me. If you have the ability to capture the old man, then give it a try. Kulis made a ferocious move, blasting two pairs of short guns with both hands, and the air pierced and roared. Bang! This young man actually resisted with both hands and took it steadily. There is still some strength, but so what, I have hundreds of subordinates. Boy, I don't believe you can handle our entire pirate group alone. Little guys, give it to me. Kulis didn't force much, and directly started the crowd tactics. No matter how many minions there are only minions, what effect does it have on the outcome of the battle? This young man despised Isho, and then disappeared in front of Kulis with a swish. Hey! He swishly appeared in front of Kulis's crowd, raised his leg and stroked, Renkyaku Tempest Kick Kaniao. No, go back. Facing the bird-shaped sword wave that flew over, Kulis's deputy captain couldn't help but scream in shock. Ah! But where did it come from? A large number of people and masts were cut off, and one was killed and injured. Renkyaku Tempest Kick Rainstorm Pear Flower. The young man didn't stop. Shaking his legs at a high speed, he spurted out a sword wave like raindrops, covering it down again. Damn, don't underestimate people. The captain was also a swordsman, and he stopped all the sword waves when he drew his sword. Kid, die for me. Kulis' eyes were all red, and the spear in his hand was thrown into the air. His momentum was heavy, and he was too late to react. The young man was not in a hurry. He turned into a demonic bull with blue-gray skin, and shouted, Iron Nugget Gang. He slammed the spear with a punch, and smashed the spear back with a bang. Moon Step. He flashed continuously in the air was exploding. He rushed to Kulis, and attacked from his gap, Shigan Finger Pistol. Be careful. It was not until the attack of the young demon bull was about to come that the deputy captain responded and reminded him. But it's too late. PFF'd. A large hole appeared in Kulis's chest like this. He couldn't help but back up in pain. His face was pale. Damn, look. The deputy captain saw that his captain suffered a big loss, and immediately came to support him, and a sword fell from behind the young man. He didn't believe it anymore. This young man could still react quickly when he was attacked from behind. At that time, he will inevitably be attacked by himself and the captain and will be at a disadvantage. But, Kami-e. The youth's body suddenly fluttered, and just like that, he dodged his attack, and fired a Shigan Finger Pistol assault cannon, in response. Wow! The deputy captain felt as if he had been hit by a train, and flew out, vomiting blood. Asshole! Seeing this scene, Kulis was in a hurry and rushed over. Moon step. But the youth blew up again and left. Then, appearing 10 meters in front of him, he lifted his leg and came out with a move of Renkyaku Tempest Kick Star Shower. In an instant, Kulis was shrouded in a fierce sword wave. How dare Kulis to be negligent, and hurriedly waved his short spear to block. Boom. But this sword wave is too much, and the power is too strong. After Kulis carried it for more than 10 seconds, he was exhausted. Then, a hole was opened on his body in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. Shigen finger pistol. The youth came to Kulis with a shaved. A blow opened a big hole in his chest, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood again, and his consciousness was a little awake. Ah, bastard. But where is Kulis, who is so easy to admit defeat? Little ones, give it to me. There are still a lot of people on the boat, and he hasn't lost yet. Yes. A group of subordinates rushed over with knives and guns immediately. Go to hell and taste our bullets. A group of people with muskets aimed at the youth and opened fire. They don't believe it, such a fierce rain of bullets can't make a few holes in the youth. Iron nugget, just. Kami-e. But the next results let them down. The young man can deal with the bullet rain easily, even if a bullet hits him, it will not cause him any harm. It's like hitting on steel, making a sound of gold and iron. Shave. The youth disappeared again. Where? Everyone was shocked. On it. Someone immediately noticed the youth appearing on their heads. Renkyaku Tempest Kick Big Crescent. However, before they could attack, the young man had already shot a huge sword wave and slammed down, hitting his huge ship. Bah! They saw that the thick steel outer armor wrapped around their ship was directly cut off, and the whole ship was cut off like this. No. Everyone couldn't help but change their expressions in horror, and shouted in despair. And the young man rushed to Kulis again. You bastard! Kulis's jaws were cracked, and the short spear erupted with unprecedented fury. Chapter 862. The Sea is Shocked. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. The youth also opened up, punching out a heavy force, shattering Kulis's attack through the air, and knocking him into a coma with serious injuries. Kulis, the gun warrior, the arrest is complete. Stepping on the moon step, the young man grabbed Kulis's body, turned on the phone bug, and reported the situation to the headquarters. He landed on his own ship in the sea area ahead. Renkyaku Tempest Kick Kaniao. He shot out a sharp sword wave again, splitting the ship from the front again. A group of pirates and a deputy captain, nearly half of them, immediately fell into the sea. Become the existence that he can fish at any time. Before long, someone from the Summer Chamber of Commerce came over. When he saw that the young man had dealt with Kulis alone and captured Kulis unscathed, the man couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing, Mamoru, can you handle this level of pirates alone?" As expected of all of our Devil Fruit warriors who have taken the title, this time, your resume will be able to add glory. The person who came was a man in his 30s. The horns on his head were sharp and emitting a dim light. Hey, Charek, don't make fun of me, you are much better than me, and I don't dare to call myself a genius in front of you. The young man of the devil is called Mamoruo, and he is humble Isho. However, who would have thought that a former coward like me now has such a powerful strength? As expected of the president, there is nothing he can't do. When Mamoruo talked about Shajir-Ching, his face was full of admiration. Of course, that is the president, there is no one in this world who can stump him. Charek also looked respectful. 2 or 3 years ago, they were all people from the bottom of the sea, and they were bullied a lot. But the appearance of Shajir-Ching gave them the strength to strive for happiness for themselves. An artificial devil fruit. A marine Rokushiki training method. A strong chamber of commerce support. And a reasonable system. Let them go from ordinary people to pirates who can easily defeat nearly 200 million bounties in just 2 years. Strength can be described as earth-shaking changes. They are grateful and worship Shajur-Ching, and do everything for Shajur-Ching faithfully. Master Enel should have caught that bastard Gweens too. Mamoru looked at Charik and asked. Of course, just now, good news has been sent back. Master Enel broke into the beast pirates to arrest people, but the Queen of Plague didn't dare to let one. Charik smiled proudly. Hearing this, Mamoru also laughed. If I commit a crime in the Summer Chamber of Commerce, even if it is far away, I will be punished, and there is nowhere to stay in the ends of the earth. This is the confidence and pride of everyone in their Summer Chamber of Commerce. They are proud to play for the Summer Chamber of Commerce. It's amazing, so many pirates have been caught. Also, none of those cadres were dispatched. Just dispatching talented people in a small group of combat robot troops, this thing has been completed. It's really powerful and terrifying. The Summer Chamber of Commerce makes life not a little bit resistant. Pirates at sea, businessmen, or civilians, watching the merchant ship escorting all kinds of pirates, can't help but sigh in their hearts. What a nice guy. Now, we don't have to worry about pirates' attack. Someone is even thanking. Good work, everyone. When all the talented troops who went out to carry out the capture mission returned, Shajur-Ching personally met them. Let them be so excited that they can't help themselves. This kind of honor is rare. This time, our prison coolies suddenly have a lot more. Shajur-Ching looked at Bentham and Zephyru who were busy and said with a smile. Then, continue to wait for the news of the historical text. Caesar Island was attacked. It was just a small matter for him, and he didn't need to care much. With the current strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, even Shichibukai or even the 6 emperors who attacked the island can handle it. He hardly needs to worry. And all he needs to worry about is the historical text. But the sea has already fallen into the turmoil of Vivi because of the strength of Iceberg's corner displayed by the Summer Chamber of Commerce. The Summer Chamber of Commerce shows a little bit of landscape, so it is so terrifying, it makes the scalp numb. So many pirates have fled all over the world. As a result, in less than 2 days, all were arrested. This combat capability, intelligence capability, and organizational capability are really terrifying. Even Akainu has to admit that Marine is not so efficient. But Summer Chambers did it. Summer Chamber of Commerce, how strong is it? Akainu is starting to feel a little numb at the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce now. The Summer Chamber of Commerce is usually not very visible, but once it is shot, it will definitely be able to shock everyone. Frightening. This level, coupled with his status and identity, will inevitably make the sea turbulent. Akainu is really sad now. The Summer Chamber of Commerce is really strong. Cool, this kid hit the headlines again. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but burst into laughter. I really look forward to his future development. I don't know how high he can reach. Marco was full of emotion. Well, as expected of Shajur-Ching, as soon as he makes a move, he will definitely be able to make the sea fall into terror. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin also laughed, but her eyes were full of fear. Also, Shajur-Ching is his opponent. The stronger Shajur-Ching is, the more afraid she is. However, this cat fruit is indeed a good thing. This kind of technology must be acquired soon. Otherwise, they will be left behind by these guys, and then eliminated by the sea. The life of Bigu Mum was not easy. When there were only 4 emperors in the original sea, her power situation was not very good. As a result, the Summer Chamber of Commerce rose strongly, and Golden Lion Shiki quickly joined. It made her life even more shabby. Now, the Summer Chamber of Commerce is getting stronger and stronger, making her more and more uneasy. Shajur-Ching. On the Ghost Island, Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand with a gloomy face and murderous intent, his teeth itch with hatred. The fact that he was almost beheaded by Shajur-Ching was a shame for his whole life. Unless one day he can defeat Shajur-Ching with his own hands and wash away this shame. But Kaido didn't have the slightest confidence and felt that he could defeat Shajirching. If so, he would have acted long ago. Chapter 863 An increasingly turbulent world. The next day. The Summer Chamber of Commerce has just ended and the world has just calmed down. However, because of a few things that suddenly came, it was turbulent again. Big news. Doflamingo quits Shichibukai. Shocking news. Straw Hat Luffy and Trafalgar form a pirate alliance. As soon as these two news came out, the people on the sea were shocked again. Is Doflamingo really going to quit Shichibukai? Great, this guy finally quit Shichibukai, and Marine will be able to crusade him in the future. Many people burst into tears with excitement. Doflamingo did nothing wrong. They were oppressed and almost couldn't live anymore. I didn't expect such good news to come today. Dressrosa, in a room. Diamante, one of the foremost senior officials of the Don Quixote family. Holding the newspaper that Doflamingo quit Shichibukai, he rushed in and asked, Doflamingo, this is not a joke, do you really want to quit Shichibukai? Furfur, of course it's fake. Doflamingo laughed out loud. After 3 o'clock this afternoon, when I get the information about the core technology of artificial devil fruit from Luo, someone will refute the rumor. Shichibukai's identity is so good, why quit him? I'm not stupid. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Diamante was relieved immediately, and followed with a grim smile. Luo wants to play with us, you are too tender. Trafalgar didn't know all this. He thought his plan was successful. The first and most important step to overthrow Doflamingo had been achieved. Next, wait for Marine's crusade. Doflamingo, the technology of artificial devil fruit is not something you should have. Everyone is innocent, but he is guilty, he said somberly. But if you let him know that he was tricked by Doflamingo, I don't know if he will fry the pot. Maybe he will cancel all the next actions immediately and come straight to it. Overthrow Doflamingo by force and avenge his Mr. Corazon. Too bad he doesn't know. Doflamingo really quit Shichibukai. Sky Island, Anna looked at the newspaper and said in disbelief. Doflamingo, who is that, except his husband? The existence of the largest underground force, known as Joker, has huge energy. Would you do such a silly thing? Anna is quite suspicious. Hee, you don't believe it anymore, so I don't need to say it anymore. Shajirching on the side heard Isho and teased the little son in his arms, Summer. I'm just until that guy can't be so stupid, but why did he do this? Anna asked again in confusion. Shajirching shrugged. Then I don't know, I'll know after a while. Anyway, there should be new news coming out in a day or so. Anna, I heard that Ace has set sail again with his former members of the pirate group. Having recruited new members and going after One Piece, King of Pirates, don't you have any ideas? Shajirching looked at Anna when she heard the words. Then what should I think? Excited or stressed? Anna frowned. Aren't you afraid they will get to Laugh Tale ahead of you? Shajirching shook his head confidently. Don't be afraid, because I have this confidence. Just kidding, he used the entire Summer Chamber of Commerce to find the fourth historical text of the road sign. Can't beat Ace, who only knows a piece of the historical text of a road sign and has just gone to sea. That is really a big joke. That's right, but after arriving at Laugh Tale, it also means facing the world government. Are you ready? If it was before, Anna would never have had such worries. But now, as a mother of 2 children, with concern, Anna can't be as casual as before. Don't worry, even if I don't trouble the world government, they probably won't be able to tolerate me anymore. Look, Dressrosa will become a turning point in the Shichibukai system and lead to a new pattern change. You should have also heard the inside information that Marine is planning to attack the Shichibukai system. They have developed a new fighting robot, SSG, which is said to be as powerful as Zoro. It makes my scalp feel numb when I think about it. Once this kind of thing can be mass-produced, it will really be the end of us. Anna's face was a little dignified when she heard this. you seem to be saying that too. The world government is indeed almost unable to hold back. With their hearts, it is absolutely impossible to tolerate any other force and provocate their right to speak in the sea. However, it is decisive enough to dare to attack the Shichibukai system. Shajir-ching, that can't be helped. After all, the Shichibukai system has almost become a cancer in the ocean. The harm outweighs the benefit, and the tale cannot be lost. Since they have little effect on Marine will ruthlessly abandon them. Isn't that what they always do? Anna nodded. Marine headquarters. The Shichibukai system. It's time to cancel it. When that weapon succeeds, it will be your doom. And you 6 emperors, your good days are here too. The storm is approaching, it's time to prepare. This will be a grander and fiercer battle than the Battle of the Top, and its impact may be incomparable to that of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. The sea needs quietness, serenity. The sea, it's up to us to take over with justice, we can't let you scumbags continue to control it. In a certain room, the smoke in Akainu's mouth went out, and his voice was as biting as the cold December wind. In another room. The storm is coming, it's time to get a headache again. A certain man sleeping with a blindfold turned over and sighed. This is Marine Deputy Marshal Kuzan. No wonder he said that. It's because there are too many movements between the 6 emperors. The communication between them is getting more and more frequent. And the new era supernovas headed by Straw Hat Luffy are also starting to emerge, and gradually have a place in the world. The balance of the sea has completely tipped towards the pirates. Not to mention, in addition to these forces, there is another force called the Revolutionary Army, which is also eyeing the world government. The tranquility of the sea is really coming to an end. Now, just one more introduction. The fire is about to be lit. Kuzan estimates that this fire is coming soon. This afternoon. Another big news spread all over the world. Chapter 864 Cooperation reached. King Dressrosa, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo's withdrawal from Shichibukai was proven false. The world government got it wrong. Also, Doflamingo's true identity is revealed. Tenryubito. Doflamingo is Tenryubito. As soon as the news spread, the whole world was stunned. What did they hear? Doflamingo, the heinous pirate, the second in command of the underground forces, is actually Tenryubito. This is teasing them. Isn't this obvious phishing enforcement? But the person who reacted the most to this news was naturally Trafalco. It's actually fake. Damn it, I've been deceived again. I didn't expect your Tenryubito identity to be preserved. How did you do it? Trafal's, sweating profusely, headed towards Luffy and his party. He doesn't have time to think about these things now, all he has to do now is to join Luffy. Only in this way can we fight against Doflamingo who is chasing after him. Furfur, Luo, do you think you can escape? Doflamingo's hideous voice came from behind Luo, and he couldn't help tensing up instantly. Damn, it came so fast, R.O. In order not to be hit hard by Doflamingo, he even activated his ability to escape. Furfur, Luo, no matter how much you struggle, it's useless. You are just a doll in my hand after all, do you think you can break free from my palm? Doflamingo said that he shot a line of bullets in his hand, making Luo's escape difficult again. It's just fortunate that Luo's situation is different from that in the original book, and he was not besieged by Doflamingo and Admiral Fujitora at the same time. Otherwise, he will really despair. However, Luo's situation is actually not very good, because Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates has landed in Dressrosa. The purpose of his coming is for the artificial devil fruit technology in Luo's hands. That was leaked from their hands. He came here to destroy Luo. Encroach on their core secret, only death. And in order to deal with the Doflamingo incident, the people of the world government and the people of Marine have also come one after another. The people of the world government are there to help Doflamingo with the identity thing. And Marine is to help Doflamingo clear the invading Straw Hat, Heart Pirate League. As in the original book, the person who came to this country is Fujitora. It's just that this time Dressrosa's battle lacks the amazing bargaining chip in the original book, Burning Fruit. It is an artificial devil fruit, an ancient species of cat fruit, in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. But even so, it's still fascinating. The sea is also boiling because of the appearance of another devil fruit. After all, the battle for the artificial devil fruit on Dabalu Island has only just ended in a few days. Dressrosa has released another artificial devil fruit, and it is also a competition. How to keep people from boiling. In such a short period of time, 2 devil fruits appeared publicly at once, which is rare in the entire history of world development. Is it also a cat and cat fruit? Interesting, it seems that the saying that the same destination is the same is still reasonable. This tacit understanding, Shajurching, can only be attributed to the role of natural rules. Otherwise, how could 2 scientists from different forces achieve the same result without any communication? Another large group of people gathered towards Dressrosa to compete for this devil fruit. And near Nine Snake Island, Shajurching also welcomed a special guest. Katakuri, it must have been a few years, it's been a long time. Looking at the handsome man with long legs in front of him, his eyes were unparalleled, Shajurching couldn't help laughing. Tell me your terms and how you can cooperate with us. Katakuri didn't want to talk nonsense with Shajurching, so he directly stated his theme at gate of opening. I thought it would be Perospero, but I didn't expect it to be you. The conditions are also very simple. We will provide the people, and you will provide the financial and material resources. You ensure the safety of our personnel and their treatment must be favorable. Negative behaviors such as targeting, exclusion, harm, intimidation, etc. are not allowed. Shajurching took a sip of tea and said in a leisurely manner. Is that all there is to it? Katakuri couldn't help but be a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Shajurching's conditions to be so simple. Before he came, he had already prepared for the hemorrhage. Otherwise, don't you want me to speak loudly so that you can feel at ease? Shajurching couldn't help Isho hearing this. Katakuri was speechless, and even thought that what he said made sense. Is this really the only condition? Katakuri still felt a little dreamy. Shajurching is famous for her shrewdness and ruthlessness. He once thought that this negotiation and cooperation must be full of gunpowder before it can be achieved. As a result, in a few words, his ass didn't even get hot, and he was done. Of course, are you still afraid that I will cheat you? If that's the case, I don't think it's necessary to continue talking. Shajurching frowned and said, Brother, times have changed, you must follow the trend of the times. Katakuri. Okay, let's work together. After thinking about it, there are no traps, so Katakuri signed an agreement with Shajurching. Then it's a pleasure to work together. You will never regret today's decision and... Shajurching looked at Katakuri, the laughing chicken thief. I don't know why, but when Katakuri saw his smile, he always felt like he was being tricked. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. After sending Katakuri away with a smile, Shajurching came to the wet forest prison in a swamp on Sky Island. Here, all kinds of powerhouses are imprisoned in the sea. Although the lineup is not as good as Impel Down, it is also a gathering place for powerhouses. Under the respectful gaze of the guards, Shajurching came to room 01. Lord Zephyr, we meet again. Looking at Zephyr leaning against the wall and closing his eyes, Shajurching walked in. What are you doing here? What, have you figured out what to do with the old man? Zephyr said without opening his eyes. The tone is not good, and there is absolutely no good tone for Shajurching. Haha, you're joking, wouldn't it be a pity to kill a strong person like you like this? I was just wondering how much it would cost Marine to redeem you. To be honest, I really don't want to. If possible, Shajurching wants Zephyr to be a mentor to his 2 sons, to guide the practice, and to teach in life. In this sea, there is no better mentor than Zephyr. Chapter 865. The winner is justice. He called the second, no one dared to call the first. Shajurching believed that he was only on par with him. But of course he couldn't have all the time to teach his two sons. So, he hit Zephyr's idea. But Shajurching also knew that it was quite difficult to convince Zephyr. Instead of that, it's better to kill the old man with a single knife. For Marine, the old man has been completely disappointed. Hearing this, Zephyr snorted coldly, his expression even worse. Mr. Zephyr, you are willing to die, but some of your students may not be willing. You're still in your prime, don't say such depressing words. Well, I actually admire you, although such an attitude as an enemy is very wrong. However, if your original concept can be implemented, the current sea should be a different scene. Hearing Shajurching's words, Zephyr snorted again. Today's chaotic situation is not caused by you bastards. If you die at will, maybe it won't be so messy. Shajurching leaned against the wall and sighed, but all of this is forced. If I don't get stronger, others will kill me. The life I want is really just to sail freely on the sea, open a small shop, and retire for the rest of my life. But Tenryubito, the existence of the world government, forced me to become stronger and expand my power, until today's situation. In your eyes, I may be evil, but at least I am good to the people. Would they have a good day without my summer chamber of commerce? Such good and cheap goods, such a harmonious business atmosphere, such a stable situation. An LT, P and GT. I don't think I can do anything but evil. Zephyr can't deny this, so he can only keep silent. I think Doflamingo's saying is right, pirates are evil. Marines are justice. That idea has been rewritten countless times. The values of those who do not know what peace are and those who do not know war are different. Only those who stand at the top can define good and evil. Justice wins. Of course, only the winner is justice. Zephyr immediately laughed when he heard the words. This kind of talk is only for children. I don't deny your achievements, but how many pirates like you are there? 99% of pirates are trash from the sea, unstable factors affecting peace and stability, and scum who should be punished by God. There are indeed bad guys in the Marine, but most of them are good, at least, protecting the interests of civilians. You don't need to say any more. You go, don't come here again, the old man will not change his mind. Pirates are just pirates after all, and they won't be whitewashed just because of a few of you. At this point, Shajurching could only touch his nose angrily and leave. It's really hard to persuade someone like Zephyr. He has his own values, rich experience, and firm goals. Some interests will not be shaken just because of a word or two. To put it simply, you won't be flooded with chicken soup. Alas. Shajurching sighed and left. Lord President, World Government CP0 and former Marine Marshal Sengoku are here. Just after leaving the prison, Shajurching got the news. It's finally here. Let's hear their terms. Shajurching said so. But in fact, for him today, there are not many things that can attract him. He now has the wealth of the world, the power that traverses the world, and the strength to oppress the heroes. It is no exaggeration to say that with the power he has now, he has the power to make the world tremble, and even the world government does not dare to confront him head-on alone. Moreover, he also knew a lot of secrets, and he is about to know the secrets of the world. There are only a few things that can interest Shajurching. For example, the real body problem of King Uranus. It's just that the world government is really willing to talk about it. Shajurching didn't think they had that courage. Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku. Coming to the hall, looking at Sengoku and the others who were already waiting here, Shajurching suddenly showed his signature smirk. It's been a long time indeed. The little devil who could only be protected under Whitebeard's wings in the past is now a towering tree, and he has been able to shelter others from the sun and shade. Sengoku's beard and hair are all white, holding a bag of senbei, afro head, flower shorts, slippers, revealing 2 words everywhere, easy. Marshal Sengoku is in such a good state now, and he has a good life, so why bother getting involved again? After Shajirching was seated, he looked at Sengoku and asked in a leisurely manner. Hey, what you said, the old man hasn't fully retired yet. Marine came to the door specially, the old man can't help showing face. Sengoku waved his hand, looking like an old urchin. Where can I see the figure of Marshal Sengoku who was all-powerful and scolded the heroes? Then, I wonder what Marshal Sengoku wants to talk about. Shajirching raised Erlang's legs and leaned on the chair. Vivi closed his eyes and said. Anyone who knows him knows that this is the performance of his real talk about things. Sengoku naturally understands this too. My negotiation idea is actually very simple. Sengoku couldn't help issue when he heard the words, say your terms, we'll see if you can accept it, and you'll be satisfied. Shajirching immediately laughed when he heard the words, oh, are you sure you can pay for what I want? You should know that with what I have now, general things can no longer satisfy me. Shajirching laughed immediately upon hearing this. Unless you can tell me something more secret, such as the truth about the king. Shajirching is like a poisonous snake, swallowing greedy snake letters. Hee, do you feel that there is nothing else that can satisfy you except this kind of thing? Sengoku couldn't help laughing after hearing this, which made Shajirching stunned for a moment, and then his brows moved. Is there something else that attracts me? Of course. At this time, the masked CP0 member of the world government beside Sengoku spoke up. But this voice made Shajirching very familiar. Batong Wan, when did you become the lackey of the world government? Is it so exciting? An LT, P and GT. Hearing this, the man immediately took off his mask. It was Red Ogre Batong Wan. It sounds really hurtful, but in fact, there is one thing in this world that can make you tempted. Batong Wan's face was full of confidence. Shajirching cast a glance at him. Marshal Sengoku, are you negotiating with me, or is he negotiating with me? Chapter 866 I really thank you yo. Sengoku Isho. Of course it's him, I'm just making a reference, lest he be taken into the pit by you. Hearing this, Shajirching couldn't help being a little surprised. Sengoku is not the main negotiator. Okay, then tell me, in this world, apart from the truth of the king, what else can make me tempted? Shajirching crossed his hands, and then, as if thinking of something, Vivi's eyes suddenly twitched. Hee, you guessed it too. Batong Wan keenly captured the change in Shajirching's eyes. Hee Isho. That's right, it's the way to bring you back to your original world. Shajirching's breath suddenly became rough, heavy when he heard the words, and the fingers that were beating his arms suddenly stopped. How about it? Let me tell you, you will be interested. Seeing this, Batong Maru Isho is quite complacent. Oh, back to the original world. You are joking, aren't we the only world? Could it be that besides the moon, have you discovered other planets with life? Shajirching said with a bit of a cover-up. You don't have to hide this in front of me, Your Excellency Shajirching, I think you should guess that I'm not from this world. Similarly, I know that too. You are not from this world. Hearing this, Shajirching opened his eyes again and looked at Batongmaru. It's a bit bad to break each other down like this. The identity of a traveler is Shajirching's greatest confidence. Suddenly being dismantled, he was a little uncomfortable. I want to know, what's in it for you? What conditions did Marine give you to do this kind of thing? Shajirching's tone is a bit bad. It didn't do me any favors, I just discussed the matter. It's like you call yourself ordinary and build a business empire. I also want to easily see the calmness of the sea. Thinking about it, if you want to do all this, you have to start from your source. If you don't do it, the sea will always be in your hands. Batongmaru's face is full of smiles. No one has ever taken advantage of Shajirching, and no one can gain the upper hand in Shajirching in negotiations. But he did it. Oh, then I don't know how you are going to do it. Let me return to the original world. Relying on Vegapunk that surpassed the world's technology for 500 years. Apart from this god, Shajirching couldn't think of anyone else. Clever, only Dr. Vegapunk can do all this, so this news is enough to attract you. Ba Tongwan looked at Shajirching with confidence and a smile on his face. I am really interested, but you overlooked one thing. Are you sure I want to go back to the original world? Seeing Ba Tongwan's smile suddenly stiffened on his face, Shajirching said, the choice is mine, even if you can develop this kind of machine, I'm not sure if I agree or not. As soon as these words came out, Ba Tongwan couldn't laugh anymore. Based on what he knew about Shajirching, it was really possible that Shajirching would not agree to this request. Let's talk about reality. Shajirching Isho pulled the topic away from this. But Tongmaru couldn't help but secretly said a hateful voice in his heart. In the words just now, he has revealed that he is also a traveler. Vegapunk already has the possibility to travel through time and space, and plans to disintegrate the situation in the sea. And Shajirching lost only the identity of a transmigrator from beginning to end. Moreover, it is uncertain whether he will recognize this identity or not. It can be described as a white wolf with empty gloves. What's wrong? Isn't this normal? Shajirching couldn't help laughing as if he saw Ba Tongwan's face. I am intriguing with all kinds of cunning old foxes in the sea every day, and my negotiation skills are not very superb, but it is more than enough to deal with you. So, come on, talk about something I'm actually interested in, otherwise, the negotiation will probably not go on. Shajirching changed his posture and said. Sengoku spoke at this time. It seems that our preparations are still a little insufficient, so see you next time. I think next time we will be able to bring you an answer that will satisfy you. Let's go, Batong Pill. Sengoku is still the same Sengoku, not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Batong Wan also sighed, and had to admit that he was good at fighting, and he was still too lacking in language skills such as negotiation. In the face of Shajirching, the giant crocodile of the era, he is still too tender. Well, it's actually not completely unprofitable, at least, we know his true identity. On the way out, Sengoku was chewing senbei while comforting Batong Maru who was a little down. In Marine, Batong Maru's life can be said to be smooth sailing, as long as he wants to. There's nothing he can't do. It's actually quite good to give him a little blow. In this way, only with shame can you be brave. Vegapunk, do you really have the ability to travel through time and space? Do you really want to go back to the world of your previous life? Shajirching covered her face with a book, whispering like this. He was completely accustomed to this feeling of standing at the top and pointing the country. Let him go back, maybe he will become the bottom layer. Even with today's ability, if you return to the original world, you will definitely be able to mix yourself up. But Shajirching, he doesn't want it. Let him just give up his sweet wife, top power, and wealth that is incomparable to the world, he can't do it. He just wants to be a layman. Miss Bajin really regretted it. She felt that she should not take a chance and go to Dabalu Island to join in the fun. The result is good, I didn't get what I wanted, and in the end, I was deprived of what I shouldn't have lost. In her hand, she was holding a roll of newspaper with a big headline, Whitebeard 2 Weibo, sure as a fake identity, no blood relationship with Whitebeard. The signature is, Shajirching, in 3 big characters. When Miss Bajin found out about this news, the whole person was stunned. Then, there is quite a feeling of wanting to cry without tears, regretting it too much. Now that's it, I can no longer pretend to be a fox under the banner of Whitebeard. Her various benefits have suddenly lost a lot. Those who were respectful to her in the past are now all detached and perfunctory. And this is all because of the deprivation of the title of Whitebeard too. Shajirching, why are you so ruthless? What's wrong with using his name as Whitebeard? I'm not helping him promote his prestige. Miss Ba-jin gritted his teeth and said that he was full of hatred and looked like he was a victim. If Shajur knew what she said, she would probably say, I really thank you. Chapter 867 Resolutely Confess. Miss Ba-jin, under the banner of Whitebeard, is frantically accumulating money, suppressing and squeezing out his beloved, full of style and cruel. According to incomplete statistics, in just 1 year, she already has a fortune worth 4 trillion. Greatly ruined Whitebeard's name. Even the Summer Chamber of Commerce has also been affected, and people all over the world are full of grievances, and the pain of being squeezed by her is unbearable. That's it, can it be called just borrowing a name? I'm afraid not. This Shajur is so hateful to make my mother so angry. Seeing her son kill him for you, vent your anger for you. Weibo kept his nose and was about to go to Nine Snake Island and kill Shajur nest. Stop, you stupid son. Hearing this, Miss Ba-jin certainly couldn't make Weibo mess up. Just kidding, who is Shajur? The strongest man in the world. Weibo could kill him. Impossible, it will only be easily killed by him. At that time, she will not be able to hold the chicken alone, and I am afraid that she will be eaten up by those evil thieves in the sea. If someone messes with her, Miss Ba-jin will definitely retaliate back. But Shajur, even if Shajur said in the newspapers that he was almost threatening, if you dare to do it again, you will kill the thief yourself. How can you use the name of Whitebeard indiscriminately? Miss Ba-jin can only recognize it and dare not take any substantial revenge against Shajur. No way, she can't afford to offend this one. Talking about black eating black, this is a professional person who stands at the top of all black people who eat black. Miss Ba-jin dare not offend him. That would just leave him dead without a place to be buried. Maria Joy. Sure enough, such a condition cannot be satisfied for him. When Gorosei, 5 elders got Sengoku's reply, they had an unexpected look on their face. Obviously, they already had a rehearsal in mind about the outcome of this negotiation, and there was a general speculation. So, what conditions should we use to impress who? This question is important. It's so important that the Gorosei, 5 elders have to worry about it too. Also, don't feel at ease until the problem is resolved. The combination of Shajur and Zephyr is really bad. One knows most of the secrets of marine and the world government, and one knows most of the secrets of the sea. It would be really bad news if they were working together. After all, they all want to subvert the world government. Maybe we need to think differently. After thinking about it for a long time and couldn't come up with any countermeasures, Gorosei, 5 elders could only think of changing their minds. Shajur opponent is really a headache. Hat the Straw Hat Luffy finally fought in Dressrosa, interesting. I heard that Doflamingo plans to invite me over to help out. In a room on Sky Island, Shajur looked at Enel in front of him and said. That's what it should be. After all, there are also our elements in his industry. If the Straw Hats are allowed to mess around in Dressrosa, our industry will be affected more or less. Enel took a bite of the apple and said indifferently. Then go take a look, just to see how far Luffy has learned. Shajur is very busy now. When he is free, he can teach his 2 sons and tease his own daughter. The only thing that worries him now is the whereabouts of the 4th historical text. Other than that, there's nothing to worry about. He has diluted the management rights of the entire Summer Chamber of Commerce and handed it over to the top management talents on the sea for safekeeping. He just needs to make the final call. Going out to sea, this kind of thing must be a follower of Shajur. There was nothing Anna could do about it. Oh yeah, out to sea. Shajur happily competed her hands towards the sea, as if she could fly. Dressrosa. Fur. Straw Hat Boy, come on, let's make trouble, I want to see if you can escape from the attack of the 2 emperors. Doflamingo sat on the windowsill, watching all kinds of troublemakers on the island, laughing recklessly, everything under control. Originally, Even if he didn't rely on Kaido of the Beasts, Shajar Ching's power, he also had to deal with the Straw Hat, Heart Pirates Alliance. And after the two emperors joined in, he was even more confident and had a better chance of winning. Don't you see, Drought Jack has already started chasing down the Straw Hats. Fur. I wish you all the best, Straw Hats. Even if other pirates join in, Doflamingo is not afraid. Because Marine Admiral Fujitora is here. So much protection, what is he afraid of? There is no need to be afraid at all. Just sit on the Daoyutai. Only after the major forces have appeared, it will be the death of Straw Hat Luffy. When Shajar Ching arrived here, 3 hours had passed since what Doflamingo said earlier. Things have changed a little bit. When Shajar Ching came ashore, he happened to see Luffy blowing Drought Jack out with one punch. Whoa, what a mess, Jack. He couldn't help but jokingly said, with a look on his face watching the show. You guys are here too. Humph, things are starting to get more interesting. When Jack saw Shajar Ching, it was rare that he was not angry, but instead showed a happy smile. Shajar Ching, who looked at this smile, was a little confused. He is here, why does Jack show such an expression? What a suffocating operation. He didn't come here to punish Luffy, he came here just to watch the fun. He just came to see Luffy growing up. Jack. While they were talking, Luffy had already turned into a humanoid jet and flew over. Straw Hat, your good days are over. Jack swung the big knife and rushed over, fighting with Luffy again. Their current strength has almost reached the level of high-level combat power in the sea. Therefore, the battle scene is also quite large. Not bad, the strength has been condensed a lot, and the control of the fourth gear is also a lot stronger. Looking at Luffy who fought back and forth with Jack, Shajar Ching sat cross-legged on the roof, hugging Shajar Ching who was watching the fun, and kept nodding her head. Fur, I didn't expect you to come in person, I thought you would send someone else. At this time, Doflamingo flew from the sky and landed in front of Shajar Ching, smiling very unruly. I'm here in person, isn't it normal? After all, there is my property here anyway. Who made me the most idle person in the entire Chamber of Commerce? Hearing Shajar Ching's words, Doflamingo was obviously taken aback for a moment, and then laughed lowly, as expected of the Emperor of the Sea, he does whatever he wants. Chapter 868 Jack, lose again. Do you think you can handle the Straw Hat Luffy? Don't underestimate him, it will be too late to eat. Looking at Doflamingo's reckless expression, Shajar Ching asked. It's just a supernova, it can't make a big wave. Doflamingo never took Luffy in his eyes. Because the levels are completely different. Really, being overconfident is a good thing, but sometimes it's a bad thing. If Shajar Ching pointed, however, the current situation is indeed different from the original. Luffy's strength is stronger than this time in the original. But now there are more forces joining in, he and the 100 Beast Pirates. How it will go in the end, he can't tell. But there is a high probability that the Straw Hat Luffy will succeed. After all, he's just here to be a spectator to make sure his industry isn't hurt. It doesn't matter who the partner is. He is the first person in the underground force, and he can cooperate with Doflamingo, the second person, or with other people. For the influence of the war situation, he is precisely the smallest. But Doflamingo doesn't think he's going to shoot either. He invited the people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce to come, just to use the prestige of Shajar Ching to let the people on Dressrosa throw the rat. For some people, existence is a deterrent. Just like Shajar Ching. Fur, this is just a reasonable judgment I made based on my own strength. Straw Hat Luffy, I can't make waves. Doflamingo is still very confident, Shajar Ching can't deny it. It's all good to speak with facts. Even if Shajar Ching never made a move, he was just watching the fun. But his appearance still cast a haze on the entire Dressrosa. The battle situation has also changed a little because of his appearance. Everyone who originally thought there was a lot of hope for victory, suddenly became a little more uneasy. Everyone knows who Shajur Ching is. If he joins, everyone knows what that means. When they think that they are going to be enemies of this level of existence, their scalps go numb. Against this level of people, they feel that their chances of winning are almost zero. So far, I have never seen anyone who has the upper hand in the battle with Shajur Ching. Don't be complacent. What if Big Brother Shajur Ching joins? I just need to blow you away. The rest will be discussed later. But among them, only the Straw Hat Luffy, never panic. In the face of Jack's fear now, Shajur Ching is here. Do you think you have any chance of winning? Surrender early and admit defeat. In this way, maybe your partners can still have a way to live. He refuted it as always. Then, he entered a more powerful form and even suppressed Jack. As expected, the Straw Hat Luffy is reckless enough. With such a personality, it's a shame that he can come here today. Doflamingo disdains Luffy's words. A reckless and indifferent person like Luffy is the existence he despises the most. One general is incompetent, and the 3 armies are exhausted. I'm talking about people like Luffy. Hearing this, Shajur Ching said in his heart, it's a pity that he has great luck. And after Luffy expressed his opinion, others were also encouraged by coincidence, and their morale even improved. As expected of a man who wants to become One Piece, King of Pirates, there is really a bit of a doorway in it. Admiral Fujitora presided over the operation of encircling and suppressing other pirates. After hearing this, he couldn't help showing a smile of admiration. Then, the second leader of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo of the Dragon, why did you appear here? This is the second time Fujitora has played against Sabo. The two are not familiar with each other, but they are not strangers to each other. I have my reasons for coming, but I can't let you besiege Luffy and the others like this. Please stay here until Luffy wins. Sabola pulled his hat and said confidently. As expected of a family of brothers, they all behave in the same style. However, why not? There are still evil people on this island waiting for me to punish. The old man must not stop here. In this old man's ears, Dressrosa is crying. This old man has to stop the crying. Hearing Fujitora's words, Sabo smiled. I think my comrades have already done this. Mr. Admiral can rest assured. I think on the issue of Dressrosa liberation, you and I should still be in the same position. Hearing Sabo's words, Fujitora laughed, but even so, it's still not good. First a Marine after all, and you are a revolutionary army, but your position is still different. After speaking, he drew his sword and launched an attack. However, judging from the fact that he didn't even use his abilities, it seemed that he was just going to pretend. Knowing this, Sabo suddenly had a bottom line. Back to Luffy again. How can it be repaired, you bastard? Jack was defeated, and he was so unwilling to lose. Of course he will not be reconciled. Who is he? He is one of the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts pirates, one of the big Kanbans, and one of the heroes who has been famous for a long time in the New World. Now, he has just been defeated in the hands of a newcomer like Luffy. How can he be reconciled? He was Drought Jack, famous, but he was defeated by a supernova like Straw Hat Luffy. It would be shameful to say this. But the fact made him unable to resist. He lost to the rookie Luffy. Furfur, it's amazing, he can beat Jack. I take back what I said earlier, I did underestimate the Straw Hat Boy. When Doflamingo saw this scene, the original cynical and rebellious expression on his face suddenly disappeared and became solemn. Then, he broke through the air and rushed straight to Luffy. Such a good opportunity is not grasped. When Luffy recovers, Jack's end will be his end. He may be even more miserable than Jack. He didn't think he was stronger than Jack. Take advantage of people's danger. He does have Doflamingo's style of doing things. Let me see if there will be a miracle. Shajur Ching looked at Trafalco, who was standing in front of Doflamingo, and showed an expectant smile. Drought Jack has been bound by Jinbei's chains. I don't know where he got the seastone chain from. Jack is really out of temper when he's tied. Luo, do you think you can stop me? With your strength, you're just dying in front of me. Doflamingo completely fought Luo with crushing strength, completely forcing Luo into a disadvantage. Chapter 869 Doflamingo regrets it. Yes, Doflamingo, do you really think you have any chance of winning? Listen to the voices around you. It's all the screams of your Don Quixote family. Your defeat has already appeared. In the end, you were only defeated, your reputation was discredited, and in the end, you were imprisoned in Impel Down. Do you think you are the Shazher Ching with blood pupils? So many pirates are rampant in Dressrosa. Shazher Ching has the ability to control the situation at any time. Do you have it? I think you don't have it, otherwise, the situation will not stop at what it is now. Doflamingo, have a good taste of the anger that has been hiding in Dressrosa for decades. Although Trafal's Luo was at a disadvantage, the offensive on the lips was not forgiving at all. The blue veins on Doflamingo's head are really bursting out, killing intent. Then let me see if it will really happen as you said, Luo. Doflamingo's voice suddenly icy several tunes. The attack in his hand also became stronger and stronger, and Luo was not lightly injured. Don't forget the old man, Fishman Karate. At this time, just when Luo was about to lose his hold, Jinbei joined in. Very. Ping. Doflamingo naturally knows Jinbei's strength. Once he joins in, he has no advantage. Was immediately forced out. As a member of the Straw Hats, the old man is naturally a member of this war. Facing Doflamingo, who suddenly had blue veins on his forehead, Jinbei said indifferently. Doflamingo, it looks like you're going to be in trouble now. Looking at the changes in the battle situation, Shazher Ching felt that things had returned to their original state in an instant. In addition to Zoro, who split Pika with the sword in the original book, now it has been replaced by Kira. The rest doesn't seem to have changed at all. The enemies that should be confronted are still facing each other. Cyrus, after all, liberated himself, returned to his original form, and defeated Diamante, who tried to hurt her daughter Rebecca. The other pirate alliances are also colliding with other family leaders of Don Quixote. Maybe the extra accident was just him as a spectator. Shazher Reading is really fun to watch. This battle in Dressrosa was brilliant and dizzying. Just got what she wanted. However, Shazher Ching came here, not entirely because of the industry in Dressrosa. Not exactly to watch Straw Hat Luffy grow. There is another reason, because the person he sent out to find the historical text has news back. They have found the fourth piece of road sign history. And, it will pass by Dressrosa. And in order to ensure their safety, and in order not to make extra troubles, Shazher Ching is here. He wants to personally confirm the authenticity of the historical text and escort it in person. Laugh Tail, wait for me, I'll be right there. Shazher Ching looked at the distant sea and smiled. He already knew the location of Mercury Island. With his intelligence ability, as long as he thinks about this kind of thing, he will know. And after gathering the 4 historical texts of road signs, Laugh Tail is at hand. Therefore, even Shazher Ching was a little excited. Laugh Tail, where only one piece, King of Pirates Roger can reach alone. Now, his Shazher Ching will also set foot. Doflamingo is starting to regret it. Sorry for being so big. Being entangled by Jinbei alone, he couldn't get away. Seeing Straw Hat Luffy recovering slowly, he has nothing to do. If there was a regret medicine, he would really rush to Luffy when Shazher Ching said those words to him earlier. Besiege Luffy with Jack and finish him off. In this way, you don't have to face this kind of thing now. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine. 4th Gear Elastic Man. Luffy rested for 10 minutes, then, entering Gear 4 again, rushed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo can't help but feel a little scalp tingling. One Jinbei is enough for him to drink a pot. Now add a straw hat Luffy. He felt like he was done. This feeling of pressure all over his body, he hadn't encountered it for a long time. 16 holy murder bullets, God's execution. He broke out a trick and wanted to force Luffy and Jinbei away. But this is his stranger. Ape King gun. A single shot of the king of the monkey spear smashed 16 sacred bullets and killed the gods, and the one who had the upper hand defeated it. The moment the fist came to him, he felt that his brain was about to be punched out. This heavy blow, like the heavenly power thunderbolt, smashed all his combat power and was irresistible. It also shattered all his arrogance and conspiracy. Bang! Doflamingo smashed into the ground like a sandbag, overturning the ground several hundred meters nearby. The entire Dressrosa trembled violently, and the waves rolled. At this moment, the entire Dressrosa stopped all at once, and then looked in the direction of Luffy and the others. Later, Luo took the opportunity to spread the news of Doflamingo's defeat. Immediately, it caused an explosive effect to the entire battle. The army of the Don Quixote family was suddenly unstable, and the people of the Pirate Alliance were morally boosted and more confident. After all, Doflamingo, the culprit, has failed, so what threats do other people have? It's nothing but a lost dog. The battle situation, by the way, turned over. As expected of Luffy, it's really powerful. Since that's the case, then we have to speed up. Everywhere else, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates thought so in their hearts. But victory is indeed at hand, and they have enough motivation. Sabo here. Hee, as expected of the Straw Hat Boy, he is really good, even a character like Heavenly Yaksha still lost to him in the end. It is indeed a man who is good at creating miracles, very good. Fujitora fought with Sabo one after another, and from time to time he swung out a series of gravity sword waves, which made Sabo a little struggling. He is not like in the original book, he eats the burning fruit, and he can use elementalization to ignore gravity. The ability of gravity is simply the nemesis of fighting techniques. It seems that it won't be long before the old man will be able to complete the task. Fujitora doesn't have much fighting spirit. Not only Marine can see this, but the rest of the Revolutionary Army can also see it. This uncle, it's really strange. They thought in their hearts. And the Marines are messed up in the wind. Chapter 870. The fourth stone tablet is here. What is there Mr. Admiral doing? Why don't you solve Sabo for a long time, and then go to encircle and suppress the pirates? This is not scientific. Shajirching is here. Is it finally here? Just when Shajirching was impatient and wanted to fight Luffy, the phone bug in his arms finally rang. This is a silver-white phone bug, specially used to contact those pirates who are looking for the historical text of road signs. Lord Shajirching, fortunately not humiliated. Hearing the words, fortunately not humiliated, Shajirching finally felt at ease. Then, he took Shajirching to a certain port in Dressrosa, on the island where the little people lived. There, he saw the exclusive ship belonging to his summer chamber of commerce. There is a Sea King's breath device installed on it, and the nearby ferocious fighting fish do not dare to approach. Lord Shajirching, the mission is complete. Seeing the arrival of Shajirching, the heat on the ship was very excited. Shajirching smiled and greeted them one by one, making them feel that the hardships they suffered these days were worth it. Thank you for your hard work. As a qualified leader, the ability to buy people's hearts must be guaranteed at any time. It's not hard. With the words of Lord Shajirching, I think everything is worth it. Yes, it's worth it. Recognition is a very important thing. Then, Shajirching came to the cabin and saw the historical text of the road sign that was covered with moss and had some marks of sharpening on it, and said, the fourth historical text of the road sign, I finally meet you. Fortunately, there is an approximate range provided by the president, otherwise, we may not really find this thing. Yeah, who would have thought that this precious treasure that everyone is flocking to on the sea is a useless whetstone and stepping board on that island? It's a loss that we got there in time, Otherwise, it will become a brick of a pyramid on that island. This shows that it still has fate with us. Listening to these people, Shazher Ching has a general understanding of the process of their journey. Warriors, let's go home. With Shazher Ching's words, a new era is about to begin. 2 days later. What? Straw Hat Luffy defeated Drought Jack, Doflamingo in a row, and successfully liberated Dressrosa. Marine Admiral Fujitora-led Marine even failed to stop Straw Hat Luffy. Also, led all Marine to kneel to King Liku. Shazher Ching with Blood Pupil got the 4th road sign historical text and has gone to Laugh Tale to become the second One Piece King of Pirates. The news that came one after another shocked everyone on the sea. Straw Hat Luffy is a supernova. Someone sighed. I seem to see Martial Marine jumping like thunder. Someone joked. However, is Shazher Ching really going to become One Piece King of Pirates? Is this news true? The first 2 news were directly stated in the newspaper in a positive tone. But the last news is a big question mark. Maybe, we shouldn't be surprised what that person does. Some people are relieved, it has nothing to do with him anyway. It should be just fake news, how can it be so fast? Some people don't believe it. But all this is not the point is what Marine thinks. Marine Headquarters. Bastard Isho, Bastard Shazher Ching. Akainu simply wants to kill. Forget about Shazher Ching's, after all, it's just an unconfirmed piece of news. However, the fact that Fujitora Isho knelt down really made him intolerable. What a joke. Fujitora Isho is Marine Admiral, representing Marine's face. Now he is publicly kneeling and apologizing in front of the world. Marine lost his face. Is he going to make the whole sea think that Marine Admiral is a serval kneeling with weak knees? Of Marine Admiral, where is the reputation? You bastard, don't come back if you don't give me a perfect solution. After the phone bug roared at Fujitora, Akainu hung up the phone. Fu. The sound of his breathing was incomparably heavy and rapid, which was really irritating. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was really depressing and terrifying. Then he arranged for the crew to escort Doflamingo to Dressrosa. This guy's status is extraordinary, don't slack off. Maybe Kaido of the Beasts will get a kick out of it. Gotta send a few heavyweights there. But compared to Akainu's anger and depression, Luffy is full of laughter here. Ha ha ha, the bounty has gone up again. Luffy took the reward order that he just released, and the 200-pound fat men were happy. I saw that his bounty had reached 663 million Bailey. Not far from him, Ji Liang also has a bounty in his hand, and his bounty is 312 million Bailey. For the rest of the people, the bounty has also increased more or less. However, the biggest improvement is of course Usopp, who suddenly reached 200 million. Who let him destroy Doflamingo's hard work over the years, the damage caused is very big. Moreover, while his blow defeated Sugar, it also changed the entire Dressrosa battle situation, which had a great impact. 200 million bounty, very normal. However, the most conspicuous is Jinbei's bounty. Before this, no one knew how much Jinbei bounty was. But now, he has a bounty of 555 million Bailey. Become the second highest bounty member of the Straw Hat Pirates. No two in the limelight. Not only that, Luffy has also gained a lot of younger brothers. The Straw Hat Grand Fleet is officially established. Luffy also has the power of the top Shichibukai in an instant. There is still one last crucial step away from becoming the Emperor of the Sea. Down with the Sea Emperor. Dressrosa, the biggest beneficiary was the Straw Hat Pirates. It was also after this battle that the various forces on the sea also realized that a force that could attack the Emperor of the Sea was born. The name of the Straw Hat Luffy has spread all over the world. Are you already a pirate with a bounty of 600 million? Isn't that you, Luffy? Somewhere, the red-haired Shanks looked at the reward order handed over by Hawkeye and smiled happily. Moby Dick. Cool, is this kid finally emerging? It's just a pity, with Shajur on top, he wants to become One Piece, king of pirates, and the road will be even more difficult. Whitebeard also smiled happily. Since Shajur performed the operation on him, he looks younger and younger. This is what everyone on the boat knows. Chapter 871 Head to Laugh-Tale. Whitebeard's body became majestic, and he became energetic. And Vivi's blonde hair turned yellow. All of them explain one thing. Whitebeard is rejuvenating. Marco was even more surprised to find that the organs in Whitebeard's body also exploded for the second spring, and became energetic again. An island in the New World. Not bad, Luffy, but I won't give up. One Piece, king of pirates, it's mine. Fire Fist Ace sat on the shore, looking at the reward in his hand, grinning Isho. The first half of the Great Route, even East Blue. There are different people who have successively received the news that the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates has soared again. Everyone is happy. Let's go, everyone. And on the windless sea, a treasure ship, with a big summer flag, set sail. On the ship, Shajur, Anna, Enel and others are all here. Bentham couldn't help his inner excitement. Can the slave family also reach Laugh-Tale? God, I'm so happy, so excited. Enel, is this day finally here? Exciting to look forward to. Anna, after so many years of planning, it has finally come true. It feels good. Shajur. Looking at the man who was standing on the bow of the boat, looking at him, Anna's eyes were full of confusion. When I get back from there, I'll be almost ready to challenge Hawkeye. They've been sharpening my knives for many years, and it's time to see how big the gap is. Zoro's eyes are hot, as if he can see through the ocean, as if eagle eyes are in front of him. The rest of the people didn't react so much, but they couldn't hide their excitement. Hancock looked at Shajur with admiration and fell into an infinitely beautiful fantasy. Sea Circle Calendar in the autumn of 1522, near the Nine-Snake Island, the Summer Chamber of Commerce headquarters team took the summer number and set off. This ship is 66 meters high, 287 meters long, 88 meters wide, and has a draft of 15 meters. Just like this, we set off on this sunny day and the breeze is not dry. This is a ship built with the precious wood Adam and Eve. Moreover, the armor is plated with superalloy material, which has unparalleled defense power in the world, and the appearance of the ship is quite concise and beautiful. Its appearance caused a huge sensation in the sea at once. After all, his size is so large that few ships in the entire world can compare with it. Moreover, the ship wrapped in all alloy armor is really unprecedented in the history of pirate ships. This style, only Marine will have it. But this is an out-and-out pirate ship. That coercive roar, that terrifying size, even the pirates of the New World, who are used to seeing wind and rain, can't help but be shocked. The most important thing is that the flag hanging on the boat belongs to the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Many people guess the owner of this ship at once. Shajur. Definitely Shajur. Many are absolutely sure. Apart from him, no one could have a luxurious battleship of this size. There are many pirates who can build a ship of this size. But only Shajur has the financial resources and fighting technique to turn a ship into a battleship and be fully armed like this. That integrated technology is not something that others can have. Then where is he planning to go? So grand. After being surprised, it was time to guess Shajur purpose. It's impossible to go out on a leisurely trip, but it's definitely impossible to use this kind of warship for travel. Moreover, the staff of the Summer Chamber of Commerce are all there. This scale makes me feel that they are going to do a very important thing. Someone thought like this. Then, another person immediately guessed, is he going to Laugh-Tale? Isn't there news that he has obtained 4 pieces of road sign history text? As soon as this guess came out, it immediately got strong approval from everyone. Then, the world boils over. My God, Shajur is actually going to Laugh-Tale. Hey, Hey, this news came too suddenly. Hurry up, keep up, this is a good opportunity to witness history, maybe you can follow to laugh tale. Different people have different thoughts and ideas. But after reacting, few fleets are willing to miss such a good opportunity. So, behind the summer number, a group of people followed. For these people, Shazher Ching has no plans to expel them, because they will soon understand that this is impossible. Without traveling 800 miles, the extremely harsh climate appeared. Boom. Roar. Woo tilde. The terrifying gust of wind, the explosion of thunder and lightning, and the clamorous tidal waves all have the power to destroy everything, sweeping over a radius of more than 10 kilometers. In this climate, there is no way out without enough experienced navigators. And Shazher Ching just had all of this. The left rudder is full, the big sail is deflected to the left, the wind is 10th, and the condition is good. It is ready to go. Perhaps only a top navigator like Nami would dare to say such a thing. Not good. Quick, quick, turn. Rewind, rewind, rewind. The rest of the pirate groups don't have this ability. Either run away in embarrassment, or the ship is destroyed. Of course, those who dare to follow are not all hotheads. There are also quite a few people who have real strength. They either followed the wind and waves, or dived into the sea directly because of the special nature of the pirate ship. After the first storm, there were only 3 or 4 pirates who could keep up with them. This is the harsh climate of the New World. And next, there are more things that will test these pirates. A more severe climate, powerful sea kings, whether there is enough fresh water, food, and fuel. And when the state is intense at sea. Marine headquarters. What? Shazher Ching has just found the historical text of the 4th road sign, and has already gone to laugh tale. Akainu was shocked. He was still struggling with how to deal with Shazher Ching. As a result, Shazher Ching had already gone to laugh tale. To do something big. To surround and suppress him while his strength is empty now. Such an idea suddenly popped into Akainu's heart, and it was completely irresistible. This idea is so tempting. If you want to destroy Shazher Ching, now is undoubtedly the best chance. When the staff of the headquarters leaves, it is the time when the interior is empty and people's hearts are floating. At this time, the resistance to the invasion will definitely be much less. If you miss this good opportunity, wait for Shazher Ching to successfully arrive at Laugh Tale and come back. Then everything is over. At that time, Shazher Ching, who became One Piece, King of Pirates, would have unprecedented fame, and it would be impossible to move him again. There is no possibility at all. Chapter 872. This time, it's your death. At that time, the sea might really enter the era of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. But when he really wanted to make the decision to attack, Akainu hesitated. In case. What if you can't win? This is the first time in Akainu's life that he hesitated. Don't look at his mouth every day saying that he wants to destroy Shazher Ching and destroy them, these sea emperors. But when it's time to practice, when I think of Shazher Ching's terrifying strength, he couldn't help but be terrified. This force that has been established for only 10 years has already become a behemoth. Even if it is only the corner of iceberg that is shown, it is powerful enough to make the scalp tingle. If you do something to him, all aspects of the whole world will be shaken. There may also be irreversible negative effects, and even Akainu cannot afford such a responsibility. Also, he had no idea what the Gorosei, 5 elders thought. In case these stubborn guys refuse, even if he insists, he will not be able to prepare much troops, nor will he be able to destroy the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he will startle the snake and embarrass Marine. Purr. But just as Akainu was weighing, the world government line phone bug in front of him rang. Akainu, we have decided to launch the plan to destroy the Emperor. You Marine must transfer all the troops to cooperate, make no mistake. Summer Chamber of Commerce is our goal, understand? The cold voice of Gorosei, 5 elders came from the phone worm, firm and sure, making people shiver. But this news is really great news for Akainu. Got it, he replied with a sharp face. Then, without any hesitation, the order was issued. The whole army should gather and send troops to Nine Snake Island. Maria Joy. Since there is no way to live in peace, then there is only war. Starting with great fanfare will definitely be the biggest mistake of your life. You will pay the price for your arrogance, Shajir Ching. The sea, after all, belongs to our world government. The biggest voice of the sea must belong to our world government. All out, the target is the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Laugh tail, this is the last bottom line of the world government. There is a truth they want to hide, a truth that can make the world turbulent. Anyone who goes there will become an existence that the world government will do their best to destroy. They can only rest assured that the truth out there will not be spread. Shajir Ching's trip has already touched their inverse scales. So, they must die. Therefore, this time, they brought that killer with them. It was an existence with the power to destroy the world, even Whitebeard couldn't resist it. New World, Ghost Island. Is this day finally here? Humph, Shajir Ching, your end has come. Every time I mention you, the wound in my chest starts to ache, and it should be over. Kaido of the Beasts took a sip of wine, and then smashed the bottle. His eyes were even more fierce. I saw a deep scar on his waist, and it was almost as if he was going to be cut in the waist, hideous and scary. This scar comes from Shajir Ching's original sword. New World, Cake Island. Well, is it finally time? I've waited long enough. Begumum put down the phone bug in his hand and ended the call with the world government. Her eyes were full of excitement and greed. Summer Chamber of Commerce, what a big piece of fat. In the entire sea, there is no one who does not covet the resources of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Such a big family business, if you can take a bite, then it will really be released. After planning for so long and saving for so long, it is indeed time to act. Otherwise, this sea is about to forget our existence. Begumum said this, with a chilling gleam in his eyes. Another place. Baldic, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Did Shajir Ching set off like this? Is it a little too impatient? This is not a great opportunity. Going to sea at this time will only cause the pursuit and suppression of major forces. This is their best chance. Shajir Ching, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Dragon stood on the rooftop, thinking like this. He felt that Shajir Ching was really too reckless. If it were him, he would never go out to sea at such a time. Instead, it will only go to sea after planning and arranging all the interests. However, your behavior has never been able to be viewed with common sense. Maybe your approach is reckless in my opinion, but it is your careful strategy. Dragon felt that Shajir Ching was too reckless. This was just his opinion. It does not mean that Shajir Ching is also like this. Different people have different ways of doing things. HMPH, these guys really can't stand it anymore. Come on, don't think you can take advantage of the emptiness of our Summer Chamber of Commerce. Come on, Marine, and show you what we really are. Gia, the background of our Summer Chamber of Commerce is even stronger than you think. On the Nine Snake Island, there is a team of fully armed forces. Flags and flags fluttered on the sea, and ships were in groups, cutting off the ocean. Robots, warriors in battle suits, legions of artificial devil fruits, and other mighty pirates. Divided into 4 formations, arranged in an orderly manner. Among these people, Mamoruo and Charik stood at the very forefront. Judging by their position, they should be at the level of captain. Little ones, don't be afraid. Mamoruo looked at the sea and said with an unusually excited expression. Gia, Captain, how could you be afraid? We are the people of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. That is, only others have always been afraid of us, and there is no reason why we should be afraid of others. Our strength is not afraid of anyone. A group of people is quite fearless, with only pride on their faces, excitement about the upcoming war. Look, the team of the flying pirates in the sky is here too. Look, Daddy Whitebeard's team is here too. And the troops of the Revolutionary Army, as well as the supplies and weapons sent by the major kingdoms. There's no way we're going to lose. A group of people pointed at the changes around Nine Snake Island and said enthusiastically. And in a certain team. Captain, aren't you afraid at all? Bildy's crew looked at Bildy, who was indifferent in his pockets, watching him swing his hammer, and asked in a panic. Chapter 873 War is coming. What's there to be afraid of? Where we are now is the center of the times, even bigger than the war 2 years ago. The vortex of the times has wrapped us in it. One step back is death. If that's the case, then why not kill it? If you are afraid, just hide behind me when the war starts. Beardy said proudly. Ha ha ha, you're right, if you're afraid, just hide behind, where there are battle robots that will protect you. When the other pirates heard this, they all laughed. A big compliment to Billy. Even if I die here, it will be praised by the younger generation of the sea for a long time, and it is worth it. Bildy showed a crazy color, which made the people around him look at him in a different way. Not bad, you are very good to our taste, ha ha ha, there are no weak people in our summer chamber of commerce. And behind them are all the female warriors of Nine Snake Island. And in some unnoticed place, stood a special group of people. I didn't think we could meet Marine one day. It's heartwarming. Come on, I can't wait, Marine cubs. This is from a team of special powerful troops whose mind was controlled by Shazher Ching. The former Blackbeard gang, headed by Shiryu of the Rain, now exist under the code name, Destruction. This is a team that cannot be underestimated. Cool, this kid, he really has plenty of soldiers and food, and he will gather stars. On the sea not far away, Whitebeard's iconic laughter came. The mighty power of this sound directly shook the air and made the sea boil. Gia ha ha, Newgate, you still haven't changed at all. In the sky, a middle-aged man with long yellow hair descended. With the shape of the rudder inlaid on the special head, you don't have to think to know who it is. Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, you're not the same. It's rare, I didn't expect we would have the chance to fight side by side again. Whitebeard's big ship approached, looking at the golden lion who fell on his ship, dressed in finery, said. Gia haha, for all this, I have to thank that kid Shazher Ching. I didn't expect my golden lion to have a chance to turn the tables. The world government is no longer the threat it once was. Golden Lion sat down and said with extremely sharp eyes. However, this guy really dares to mess around. With such a big fanfare, aren't we afraid that we will lose? Golden Lion suddenly joked, and Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. I am Whitebeard, failure is impossible. The entire sea danced for it, and in the majestic waves, the two approached the team of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. I don't know where that kid is now, he's going at full speed, and he should have gone halfway now. Whitebeard put down the bottle and said. Why, are you worried? When Golden Lion saw this, he couldn't help joking. That place is not so close to the area, the ultimate natural disaster is there, even if it is him, it can't help but make people worry about it. Roger did a lot of hard work to get there. For Whitebeard's words, Golden Lion agreed, and then he said, however, don't underestimate him, his strength is more terrifying than we imagined. 2 admirals were hit hard in the battle on the top, and Kaido was almost beheaded with one blow from the Sea of Onishima. Even if it's Roger, you and I can't do it. But he did it easily. With this kind of strength, those extreme natural disasters are not necessarily more terrifying than him. I didn't see anything that could suffocate him. Golden Lion is very confident in Shazher Ching. That's right, cool, it's up to him over there. Nine Snake Island is up to us here. Marine, world government, come on and show you our strength. Whitebeard laughed again, and without any extra worries, he drank and fought with Golden Lion. Where did they come to fight in this state? It's obviously a trip. Shajirching is here. As expected of a new world, the weather is terrifying. However, I like it. If there is no challenge, can that still be called the final island? Standing in the thunderstorm, Yiyun was not at all worried about lightning hitting him. The gust of wind in the sky blew a huge wave of 100 meters, but it couldn't shake his figure. The wind and waves are big, and the summer number is bumpy. But Shajirching remained motionless as if he was rooted on a boat. He is naturally majestic, and Renner is east and west. Behind him, Enel is also beating the thunder drum behind him indifferently. Thunderstorm weather is his favorite weather for Thor. Thunderbolt is his kind and his strength. Of course it is impossible to fear the power of lightning. If you don't come to the sea, I really don't know that there are such interesting places in the sea. What an unforgettable journey. Enel's eyes are full of desire to find out. The truth of the sea is about to be revealed in front of us. There is indeed enough to look forward to. The world government, what are you trying to hide, so that anyone who touches this thing will be so afraid? Shajirching's heart is also full of desire to find out, and excitement. Years of wish fulfillment, how can people not be excited? Enel glanced at the back of the battleship and said, however, those people in the back are really a little stubborn, and they were able to chase here. Shajirching, isn't that of course? The road ahead is One Piece, this is the dream land of all pirates. Can they not get excited? If I were them, I would too. Enel curled his lips and said, it seems to make some sense, but they won't be following for long. The road ahead will be even more difficult. We will soon leave them behind. Shajirching turned around, then let's wait and see. In the cabin, Shajirching was holding a can of fruit pudding and enjoying it. In summer, Sha Chen walked around on the ground, climbed up and down, as if it was an amusement park. The rest of the people are either drinking coffee elegantly and dignifiedly, or in a daze, or maintaining knives. It's just that no one showed a little panic, solemn. The waters near Nine Snake Island. This lineup is really scary and scary. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get 3 points in the top battle. Kuzan looked at all this and said with a headache. For the first time, he has shown a solemn expression before the battle. Chapter 874. The remnants of the era are fighting again. Is it right after all? Summer Chamber of Commerce. Fujitora sat on the floating cushion, holding a bowl of ramen, and enjoyed the deliciousness. Kazaru was playing with his nails, Ryokugyu was lying on the specially made grass deck, basking in the sun, and humming a song comfortably. There is only Akainu, very serious. Behind them, Garp and Sengoku were chatting, spanking, eating senbei, and Suru Vice Admiral shook his head helplessly. Beside them, Momoshiki, Chaton Tokikake, Batongmaru and others sat up, each doing their own thing. On the warships behind, the Vice Admiral stands majestically, without anger. Almost all of the Marine elites have been summoned, and the number is only a lot more than the top battle. On the warship behind, there are pacifists, and a new combat robot, SSG. Shichibukai also only came to Mahawk, the Eagle Eye, Buggy the Clown, and the Bear who has no self-consciousness. Wable dared not come, because Miss Ba Jin dare not mix in. Said to be Shichibukai, but in fact there are only 5 Shichibukai. Hawkeye Mahawk. Tyrant Bear. Clown Buggy. Wable. Trafalco. But the last 2, one dare not come, one won't come. Moreover, it is foreseeable that after the real war, only the unconscious Tyrant Bear will exert all his strength. Hawkeye Mahawk is a casual person and has a good relationship with Shajirching, so it is unlikely that he will do his best. As for the Clown Buggy, apart from being funny, the real increase in actual combat is not that big. Behind Marine, ships from the world government. Most of the power of the world government is gathered on it. Among the world governments, there are not many truly powerful people. After all, the main armed forces of the world government are in Marine. But the world government still has its own dedicated elite team. Named CPX, above CP0, can monitor Gorose, 5 elders. Without IM's order, it is impossible to dispatch. There are 3 members in total, and they are all beings capable of fighting Admiral. At this moment, they are leading the CP0 members, as well as a group of fighters from the world government, here. Behind the world government, the 100 Beast Pirates and the Big EPUB Pirates also showed some traces. With its own strength alone, the world government certainly does not have the confidence to challenge the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Whitebeard Pirates, Flying Sky Pirates Alliance. Without the addition of the other 2 emperors, they would not have been able to win. Knowing these 2 guys would come, cool, after all, this is the best chance. Looking at Kaido, Big EPUB, Whitebeard smiled, and there was a look of nostalgia in his eyes. The last time we got together like this was decades ago. At that time, the name of the sea was still called Rocks. Roger is also just a rookie. And now, they, the Rocks Pirates, are together again. But this time, it is from the position of the enemy, not the companion. Well, it's really an amazing meeting. Big EPUB stepped on Thundercloud Zeus, as majestic as the Queen of Gods, looking at Whitebeard, Golden Lion. And Kaido, incarnated in the shape of a dragon, looked out at Nine Snake Island, his eyes filled with hatred. And when they were near here, all of a sudden they were surrounded by reporters from all over the world. This is an unprecedented war. If this is missed, it will be a lifetime regret. All details must be completely recorded and spread to the entire sea. Don't lose, Summer Chamber of Commerce. Our future depends on you. Marine, come on, defeat these evil pirates, and bring peace to the sea. There are those who support Marine, and there are those who support the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Those who support Marine are naturally mostly civilians from the allied countries. Of course, those who support the Summer Chamber of Commerce are the people of the major non-joining countries. Is there going to be another battle? It's still a battle of 5 emperors on the sea, and the world government, Marine is all involved. This kind of battle, I'm afraid it will subvert the sea. Someone said with such a headache, and then went to work as if resigning themselves to fate. This is a war that covers the whole world, no one can stay out of it, and there will be no peace if you flee to the ends of the earth. This is bound to be a war that has surpassed the Battle of the Top and the Battle of the Valley of the Gods before the war. The scale, the number of people, the situation, and the impact are all unprecedented. This is an unrepeatable miracle. And the person who caused all this was Shajir, a legend who is in the middle of the vortex of this shocking battle, but doesn't care. Gia haha, there are a lot of new faces, I hope it will be enough to be cut by then. Golden Lion Shiki looked at the Marines and laughed quite ferociously. There are not many people from the past, but Garp and Sengoku are as strong as ever, and they are still as strong as ever. Whitebeard put down the bottle and looked at the 2 of Garp Sengoku who were chatting and spanking, and also showed hot eyes. It's time to finish. Whitebeard, give up your resistance, or today will be your end. Akainu on Marine's side was the first to speak. Cool, Akainu, you are no longer a child, but you are still so childish. Whitebeard raised his head and smiled, we're all here, do you think we'll be shaken? If you want to fight, stop talking nonsense. Whitebeard's remarks that he didn't intend to be long-winded at all aroused the high approval of the pirates on their side. Gia, yes, stop talking nonsense, fight if you want. Isn't it just fighting? We are not afraid of you. Hearing the roaring words of the pirates, Akainu's face turned black. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for 2 years, Whitebeard, you've grown a lot in your mouth, and it's quite the same as back then. At this time, Sengoku came over with a pack of senbei, smiling. Sengoku, since you retired, why don't you stay in the back and run to the front? Why bother? Your existence makes me quite uneasy. Seeing Sengoku appear, Whitebeard's face couldn't help but appear solemn. The old guys of your era are still holding on. I don't dare to relax, so I am here. Sengoku said, quite relaxed. Then don't talk nonsense. Come on, let's talk by means. Hearing this, Whitebeard stopped talking nonsense, stood up, and clasped his fists under his waist. A huge aura of destruction erupted from him. Chapter 875, Not to be underestimated. Is this the power of Whitebeard? It's terrifying. Yuanding Yuaji, don't be moved. Sure enough, when you really face this guy, you will understand how powerful he is. Just feeling the breath is already despairing. The man who has the power to destroy the world really deserves his reputation. Feeling the terrifying power of this sudden arrival, as well as the scene of the sudden waves and turbulent waves on the surrounding sea, the Marines were immediately stunned. Empty. The sound of air being smashed cracked. Then, the 100-meter giant wave, which was even more terrifying than the previous battle, rose into the air again. It completely enveloped all the teams on the Marine side. Hey, why is this guy getting more and more terrifying? He didn't have such terrifying power when he was fighting. Is he really 74 years old? How does his body support it to burst out with such terrifying power? Seeing this scene, Kuzan was a little uneasy. Whitebeard is actually more powerful and terrifying than when he was fighting on top. Moreover, looking at him like that, it is not difficult at all. Ice Age. I thought so, but Kuzan did not hesitate, activated his ability, and froze the monstrous waves. Then, he exerted his strength again to freeze the surrounding sea. On the home field advantage of the sea, it is still Kuzan who is good at it. Up. Let these marine bastards know how good we are. When the pirates saw this scene, they rushed out immediately. Little ones, let's go too. Whitebeard waved his knife, and all the captains under his command rushed out immediately. Then let's go too. Golden Lion Shiki also gave orders to his men. Destroy the eagle, come on. Seeing this, Akainu immediately gave an order with a gloomy expression. Immediately, a group of Marines rushed out. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the entire sea turned into a noisy scene of gold and iron booming. There is blood everywhere with sparks flying, extremely intense. Another piece of sea, Shajirching. At this time, Daddy, they should have a fight with Marine. Shajirching held the video phone bug in his hand, his face full of anticipation. If you start, you should be able to receive the signal with the phone bug. Enel said with his hands on his head. Come on. Shajirching said suddenly. I saw the phone bug that was sluggish with eyes closed, suddenly woke up, suddenly regained vitality, and was in good spirits. The picture was also connected, and the scene of Nine Snake Island appeared in front of Shajirching. Damn pirates, eat my stick. A Marine middle school college swept towards Beardy with a grim face and a very confident look. Hammer sparks. Facing the swept iron bar, Beardy swung the heavy hammer and collided with the middle school college. Give me. Before the middle school words were finished, his face changed suddenly. The iron rod in his hand slumped directly, and was slammed into his chest by Beardy's hammer, and he vomited blood and flew out. Then, Beardy swooped in and slammed it out, hitting 4 or 5 middle schools, colleges in a row, without any rivals. How is it possible that an ordinary member of the Summer Chamber of Commerce has such a powerful strength? When the sailors saw this scene, they couldn't help being horrified, and some said with numb scalps. The navy below the colonel has retreated. That's a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Hammer Billy, don't treat him as an ordinary pirate. The opponent is the most vicious pirate group in the world. Any carelessness will lead to death. When a vice admiral saw this, he rushed over and slashed down, knocking Billy back out. Vice Admiral, exactly what I want. Crazy Hammer, mad demon god. Billy grinned, and rushed over, fearless. Don't underestimate people, Hammer Beardy. Seeing this, the Vice Admiral shouted, wrapped armament hockey on the knife, and slashed again. The power is heavy, the power bursts, and the air retreats. Boom. The sound of bursting gold and iron makes the scalp tingle. I saw Beardy, like a demon, constantly swinging the hammer and colliding with the Vice Admiral, sparks flying wildly. But this Vice Admiral didn't move, no matter how crazy Beardy was, without any effort, and then, with a stare, "Fuck me." Bang. As if it had exploded suddenly, Beardy stormed out. "Make it up to me, evil one." Vice Admiral deceived himself, and the big knife fell again, to split Beardy in half. Hey, I can't let you get away with it. Go back, Lord Vice Admiral." At this time, just when Beardy was horrified, Mamoru suddenly appeared in front of him with a shaved, and a Renkyaku Tempest kick chopped out. Bang! The ear-piercing roar erupted along with the huge wind and waves, causing the surrounding Marines to resist and go away. Boom! Mamoru and this Vice Admiral collided continuously, and this Vice Admiral was forced to retreat again and again, and it felt like he was not an opponent. How could it be so strong? Even Lord Vice Admiral is no match. Is this the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce? Any team leader is so powerful. The surrounding Marines were shocked and felt that their worldview had been subverted. It was Mamoru who captured Caesar Island's troublesome pirates a while ago. What? It turned out to be that guy. He is so powerful. Is he only a team leader in the Summer Chamber of Commerce? How strong must the captains be? The sailors felt a chill for no reason. Get out of the way, let me come. Just when Vice Admiral was about to lose his hold, there was a sudden burst of drinking from behind him. White fist. A fist that wraps armament hockey and shoots. But Mamoru did nothing at all, as if he couldn't escape, or he didn't have time to escape. All the sailors couldn't help looking forward to seeing the scene of Mamoru being blasted out. How about that? But when the fist was about to hit Mamoru, a black fist slammed into the fist. A wildebeest was seen behind Mamoru, looking at the owner of the fist. Smoker said, "White Hunter, I've been admired for a long time." "Who are you?" Smoker can't help squinting, but he can't help but feel a little scared in his heart. He doesn't know this guy at all. However, the strength of this person is faintly below him, making him feel a huge threat. This huge background made him a little uneasy. "A mere nickname, not worth mentioning, you can call me Charik." Yes, it was his comrade who saved Mamoru, Charik. Artificial devil fruit, wildebeest fruit ability. Summer Chamber of Commerce's really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. When Smoker finished speaking, he launched a brazen attack. Chapter 876. Today is your day of death. Shipslayer, T-Pain. Right. Bildy, who was knocked into the air, found a new target. An almost equal opponent. Hit Beardy, didn't expect you to join the Summer Chamber of Commerce, it's tingling. Pen is now a rear admiral, and his strength is naturally not the same. But in the face of Bildy, he still feels a huge threat. Then come on, risk my life, and destroy you. Pen doesn't talk nonsense, just go straight to work. Ha ha ha, exactly what I want. Seeing this, Bildy laughed and smashed the hammer. Aside from the mid and low end games of this piece, let's take a look at the high end game scenes. Whitebeard. Marine Marshals Akainu directly attacked Whitebeard with a hideous face. Today, here is your day of death. The Great War did not become your grave, but here, it will definitely be possible. Akainu's hands turned into billowing magma, wrapped in a terrifying high-level armament hockey, and collided with Whitebeard. Cool, isn't it? Akainu kid, don't be too arrogant. Whitebeard laughed arrogantly, and his ability was pushed to the extreme state. One punch can move the world, chaotic waves. The entire battlefield was turned into chaos, and a large piece of marine was rolled out. Back then, the old man was seriously ill, and you were beaten down by the old man. Now, where did you get the courage? Whitebeard's eyes widened, his strength increased again, and the air shock was unparalleled, and the space was about to shatter. The world-destroying force was all bombed on Akainu. Jin's Akainu groaned directly, and there was blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Even if his strength is not much different from that of the emperors. However, even if they are both emperors, their strengths have a certain level. And Whitebeard is one of the best. Dark Hound. With a wave of his left hand, he delivered an extremely hot blow. His body is ready to elementalize and leave. This power is so terrifying. Cool, this trick doesn't work. Whitebeard's left fist cracked out, wrapped in vibrational power, and slammed into the magma giant dog. Boom. The magma dog was shattered, and Akainu was also smashed into the ice by Whitebeard's punch, blasting a big hole. Akainu kid, don't underestimate the remnants of our era. Whitebeard looked at Akainu, who moved to the other end and quickly condensed his body, and said with a smile. Whitebeard, you bastard. Akainu's face was gloomy, and there was blood running down his face. Gia haha, interesting, you are really strong. Golden Lion and Fujitora had a fierce sword fight, and the sword wave fluttered. Two people with almost the same ability, the battle between them is really pleasing to the eye and evenly divided. I didn't expect that there are people in this world with abilities so similar to this old man. It's incredible. Fujitora said with a serious expression. Is it the powerhouse of the previous era? Even if he is old, his legs are still terrifying. In the gap between the battle, Batamaru looked at the golden lion dancing around the ice block, turning it into an ice lion attacking the sky. His heart couldn't help but feel extremely hot. If possible, he also wants to fight against such a strong man. It's just a pity, in such a battlefield, an existence like him can't make it to the final stage. After all, the person in front of him had already stopped him. He didn't know this man, but he was very strong. That's Shiryu of the Rain, be careful, that's a strong man who can fight against Admiral. Someone beside him reminded him to speak out, so that he should not take it lightly. I dare not take it lightly. Hearing this, he couldn't help laughing bitterly. Looking at the Whitebeard pirates alone, most of Marine's forces have been held back. He couldn't help sighing. The Emperor of the Sea is really terrifying. A Whitebeard is already so strong, so how strong is the Golden Lion and the Summer Chamber of Commerce? He couldn't imagine. But looking at the pirates under the Golden Lion had already blocked Kaido's way. He felt that the final victory of this battle was still difficult to say. Although the main force of the Summer Chamber of Commerce has gone to sea, these remaining forces cannot be underestimated. Boom. Boom. The Summer Chamber of Commerce's battle droids and Marine's pacifists are bombarding each other, damaging each other. But overall, it is the pacifists who have the upper hand. After all, it is Vegapunk's handwriting, which is different. But that doesn't mean Marine has an advantage. Go on, support the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Show them the strength of our sky pirates. Combat robots are not just patents of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Boom. Boom. I saw a group of golden combat robots that were completely different from the Summer Chamber of Commerce in black and red, appearing directly behind the pacifists and started sniping. All of a sudden, it caused huge damage to them. Damn, why is there such a thing in the Golden Lion pirates? Is this their true strength? All the Marines were stunned. It's not in their message at all. Gia haha, I'm a Golden Lion, if I don't have any background, can I still be called the Sixth Emperor? Upon seeing this, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing, full of pride. Well, Dragon, have you surrendered to that guy's feet too? Looking at Dragon standing in front of him, Bigu Mum smiled gloomily. This is just a strategic cooperation. There is no word of surrender. Dragon said expressionlessly. This is really exciting news. However, with the strength you are showing now, you can't fight us. It's not unreasonable for Bigumum to say that. Whitebeard pirates did almost stop Marine. But that's on the basis that Sengoku, Garp hadn't shot. In addition, there is the support of soldiers from other forces. This stopped the most powerful marine. Stopped a marshal, 4 admiral, 3 alternate admiral, 1 vote of vice admiral, and hundreds of thousands of marine elites. Golden Lion pirates were able to stop the Beast pirates because Kaido didn't make a move. Who made their boss Golden Lion fight against Fujitora? The rest of the Bigumum pirates were resisted by the other strong men of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, plus some support from the Revolutionary Army. Marine still has a secret weapon that has not been used. This battle, you are sure to lose. Listening to Bigumum's confident words, Dragon's heart would be false if he was not vigilant. But he has not yet been able to judge and make a decision to deal with it. What if Bigumum tricked him? Chapter 877 Conquer Me with Strength. It's really a terrifying lineup. If you don't pull the 2 emperors, you can't have the slightest chance of winning. Watching this scene, Sengoku and Garp said. Garp also stopped eating senbei and nodded in agreement. Then, he couldn't help looking at the young man who was competing with Kuzan, with a very complicated expression. Ace, do you want to stand on the opposite side again in the end? He struggled to say that if he could, he really didn't want to fight his grandson. But the reality is, it's simply not possible. He's Marine, and his grandson, Fire Fist Ace. It's a pirate. Or the son of the great pirate Roger, the descendant of the bloodline of Sin. However, if nothing else changes this war, then we should be won. No matter how strong their background is, this time, they have to be planted in our hands. Sengoku didn't seem to see the look on Garp's face. Or, I saw it. But it's not going to be dismantled. But even if this is the case, we will still lose a lot, at least more than half of our troops. Besides, be careful about the counterattacks of those 2 after the fact. It's easy for God to send God off. Garp gave Bigumum and Kaido a sharp look and said so. This is really a headache. But with that weapon, there should be no problem. Looking at the troubles caused by the personal marine of the flying unit of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, Sengoku's face has never been better. Beside them, Suru Vice Admiral, the commander-in-chief of this battle, is paying close attention to every change on the battlefield. Even if it's just a simple fight, in the face of such a large-scale battle with a total of more than 300,000 people on both sides. Any small change may have irreversible consequences. She can't relax a little bit. It was a battle that was almost all out from the very beginning. There is no temptation at all, hidden means. Because both sides have mutual understanding of each other's strength. It made her feel exhausted. Sengoku, don't just stand and talk, let you come and share a little pressure on me. Suru Vice Admiral looked at the bad old man Sengoku next to him and said with a pale face. It is a pity not to use this kind of talent. Sengoku, who is both civil and military, is the world's top talent. Well, Suru, don't be mean. I'll share the burden for you. Sengoku looked at Suru Vice Admiral's labored look, and put away his joking mentality, and split half with Suru Vice Admiral, each staring at one area. In an instant, Suru Vice Admiral felt a lot less pressure on his shoulders. Refreshing, so refreshing. Very good, I haven't had such a fierce battle with anyone for a long time. Fire Calamity, right, you are very fond of me, but you need to work harder. Bullet, like a god of war, suppressed the blazing embers, the leader of the beast pirates Big Kanban. Is this the strength of Bullet, the descendant of the devil? Even the boss has praised the strong man, he is really powerful. Flame Calamity maintained its animal form, holding the knife and collided violently with Bullet. The true strength of Bullet is definitely comparable to that of Admiral. After all, in the world of the first law of the protagonist's strength in the theater version. It takes so many people to attack him together to defeat him, but one can imagine how terrifying he is. At the beginning, Shajirching used all his strength, and he was severely injured by overloading before defeating Bullet. And today's Bullet is different from the past, its strength has become stronger, and it is not an exaggeration to have such a record. Bullet, let me meet you. At this time, Kaido, who has been drinking on the boat, finally plans to join the battlefield. Oh, finally don't plan to continue to be a turtle. Then come on. Bullet mad Isho, violently tearing the air, and came to Kaido. The violent punch that could shake the world hit Kaido hard. Boom boom boom. Before it collided, the air exploded at a high speed, the surrounding air was distorted, and the wind was blowing. Get out of here. Kaido's arm wraps the senior armament hockey, punching out. Boom. Just like a mushroom egg exploded, the area for several kilometers was suddenly shaken, and the air shook violently. Boom. It was just the aftermath of the air, and the edges of the surrounding islands had already exploded. And being in the center of the collision between the two is as terrifying as hell. Not everyone has the ultimate power control that Whitebeard has. Bullet and Kaido, the battles are extremely rude. Roar. I saw a strong gust of wind that blurred everything around, and vented wildly. It shrouded all the lifeforms in the vicinity for a few kilometers. In an instant, people turned on their backs, the crowd was stormy, screaming in panic. Almost all the people below Vice Admiral flew out. Even the General Vice Admiral can't hold it. It must be those giants, Vice Admiral, who are so powerful that they have become humanoid barriers, providing shelter for many Marines. Pirates are much simpler here. The Devil Oz, the Little Oz stood at the same time, and there was a huge battleship Sanyuan Wolf. Like three big mountains, under this gust of wind, it does not move at all. Hey, a little too loud. Whitebeard Vivi squinted, and the entire battlefield had to stop because of the battle between these two. What a terrible collision, but there are a lot of people who can cause this kind of power at this moment. Kobe was clinging to the thigh of the giant Vice Admiral, and he still felt like he was going to be blown away. He couldn't help but say very solemnly, "Ha ha ha, come again." Bullet and Kaido punched in the front without falling, and they punched out again, and the air screamed. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Kaido was quite angry at the sound of Bullet. Then use strength to conquer me and shut me up. Like the guy back then, he didn't look very strong, but in the end I even lost to him. Bullet's face is full of provocation. Seeing this scene, some people from the Beast Pirates couldn't help shouting in fear. No, the boss is going to be angry. The result in Bullet's mouth is the boss's taboo. Then, they even ran away subconsciously. This made all the people in the Flying Sky Pirates first bewildered, and then they couldn't help laughing out loud. Don't bring me about that bastard. But like those people say, Kaido of the Beasts is furious. Thunder and lightning lingered all over the body, and the unimaginable knots in the muscles exuded an aura of ultimate destruction. With one punch, Bullet's face changed. Chapter 878 I am no longer the boy I used to be. PFF'd. He actually persisted for less than a few seconds, and was blasted out like a sandbag. Hi. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Kaido is so powerful. In other words, each of the Sea Emperors has this kind of strength. Frightened stupid. Then accept our crushing, scumbags. Let you feel our anger. Drought Jack took this opportunity, like a bulldozer, turned into a giant mammoth and rushed out into the battle formation. Unstoppable, invincible. The captains of the Golden Lion Pirates can't stop this guy from being so powerful. Jack, don't mess around, you're too deep. Seeing this scene, Yan Jajin couldn't help shouting. Roar. As soon as Yan Zanjin finished speaking, a huge palm that covered the sky slammed down and hit Jack. Boom. The ice surface trembled again, cracking one after another unimaginably huge cracks, and the ice surface under Jack's feet exploded and dented. Boom. Then, Jack couldn't bear the crushing force and knelt down. This change made the presence a little quiet, and everyone couldn't help but look around. But seeing the Devil Oz roar wildly, he actually grabbed Jack's nose and picked him up as a weapon. Then, he swept towards the Beast Pirates. Everyone in the 100 Beast Pirates saw this scene, and their faces turned white. Crazy want to escape, but it was too late, and was shrouded in awe. Immediately, people turned their backs on their horses, and the torrential rain flew out like pear blossoms, and instantly emptied a large crowd of people. Damn guy, too arrogant. Seeing this scene, the Plague Queen felt that she couldn't hold her face anymore. The three disasters are the same, and they are so vulnerable, so what should others think of them? Don't be impulsive, let's go together. But just as he was about to incarnate and rush up in his original form, Yan Calamity caught him. This guy is not easy to deal with, it's safer for the two of us to go together. Although Queen is a little unhappy about being too careful about Yan Zanjin, because he is the eldest brother, he can only recognize it. Jia haha, you did a great job. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing out loud. It's really powerful. It's possible to transform the demon Oz into such a terrifying weapon. Science and technology are no worse than our marine. Seeing this, both Sengoku and Garp couldn't help but look solemn. The situation is becoming more and more pessimistic. This is because Shajir Qing's core team is not there. If you continue, you may be overturned by the pirates. It seems that it is time to deploy those weapons. Sengoku talked about those weapons. His face was obviously loose, and he seemed to be quite confident about these things. Maybe it's time to deploy those weapons. We really underestimated the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Shajir Qing, this guy has turned his subordinates into super warriors. Although the number is not as good as the other emperors, the average strength of these people under him is the highest. The level of 10 to 30 million Bailey bounty prisoners per capita. It's terrifying. He is a pirate group. If all members are assembled, it will be enough to shake Marine's entire power. Suru Vice Admiral looked at the valiant warriors at the bottom of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. His face became more and more solemn. In front of these people, their marine elites are not opponents at all. Almost every person has a combat suit, and can use the power of various sciences to fight. Simply terribly tight. Coupled with those fighting robots and the people of the Artificial Devil Fruit Legion, it can be said to be impeccable. Also, just because a supernova like Billy can only become a team captain, it is enough to see how high the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce is. And the one in Sengoku's mouth was developed to replace Shichibukai. Let SSG play. Hit them head on. Suru Vice Admiral picked up the phone bug and said to the phone bug. Understood. There was a cold voice over there, and then, no more. The Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Come on, brothers, it's time to build a career and make a name for yourself. Ha ha ha, Marine, it's a surprise, I didn't expect it, we will be so powerful. Today, let you understand, I asked why the Summer Chamber of Commerce is called the strongest pirate group. Do you really think it's just because our president is the strongest? Listening to the complacent shouts of the people in the Summer Chamber of Commerce, all the sailors just wanted to say, no. But if it was changed a few hours ago, they would definitely not think so. They definitely thought that was Shajir Qing's credit. Very powerful, these people are even stronger than us. However, we are not weak, brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates, go ahead, don't embarrass the brothers. Whitebeard Pirates saw this scene, and they all moved forward with high fighting spirit. That's right, their overall level is not as high as the Summer Chamber of Commerce. But there are so many of them. Their Whitebeard Pirates are the most among the 6 Emperor Pirates. How many? 50,000. Just by the number of people, it can be comparable. Brothers of the Flying Sky Pirates, we can't be left behind either. Go ahead, a better tomorrow is just around the corner, let's fight for it. Seeing this, the flying pirates in the last ring will naturally not fall. Really crazy guys. Seeing this, Big Umum couldn't help but say, sure enough, we have to take this opportunity to suppress you. Otherwise, we are in danger, you are too powerful. She is very jealous and envies this kind of strength. It's really terrifying. You emperors of the sea are so powerful that you can't sleep. Kizaru is still so relaxed and free, it seems that there is nothing that can make him move. Aren't you all equally powerful and terrifying? You ruled this sea for 800 years. This kind of background is the most amazing. Marco's eyes are sharp, with a reckless smile on his face, and he always maintains the form of an eudemons. When you were fighting on the top, you should have been decisively beheaded, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so hard today. The old man has indeed miscalculated a little. Kizaru looked at Marco, and said with a rare trace of murderous intent. Marco, that's a shame, you missed your best chance. This sentence, Kuzan also wants to say to Ace. Era, 2 years of absence, you have become stronger. Looking at Ace, who is fighting against himself, Kuzan's face is full of confusion. Of course, this sea cannot survive without strength. Ace was burning with flames, and said with clear eyes. Chapter 879. It's really a bit too big. But it's a pity that you will still lose in today's battle, and your Three Emperors alliance will also become a thing of the past. After this battle, the sea will once again return to our marine's hands, unshakable. Kuzan got serious and said. Ace pushed his hat and said with a smile, it seems that you have a lot of powerful secret weapons, which is really exciting. However, we may not have, let's wait and see. Although Kuzan didn't want to agree with what Ace said, he had to agree. After all, among their opponents, there is Shajir. As expected of Admiral, it's so powerful and tight that we both struggled a bit. Ryokugyu, the king of evil and the big wine barrel both looked a little labored, and reluctantly blocked Ryokugyu's going. Really, Shajir has too many strong men. Ryokugyu also looked at the two of them solemnly. Although these two are not his opponents to fight against him alone, but together they make him unable to make an inch. Marine, give it up, we've won this war. The pirates fight more and more bravely, this is destined to be a war with no way out. So, all they can do is keep moving forward. Damn pirates, don't be too arrogant, justice will win. Don't underestimate people, pirates, look at tricks. But how could a group of Marines give up? The justice behind and the honor of the mission are all urging them to fight the enemy bravely and defend the people. We must win, Marine, and get rid of these wicked bastards for us. Marine, please, victory. People from all over the world are all praying in their hearts at the same time. Summer Chamber of Commerce, hold on, you must hold on, otherwise, we will be bullied by those bastards from Tenryubito again. Marine, why ruin our happiness? What's wrong with the Summer Chamber of Commerce? The people who are attached to the non-joined countries, the rich and powerful, have a deep hatred for Marine in their hearts. Marine's righteous image, and it's not all bright everywhere. Ha ha ha, what an exciting punch, good, worthy of Kaido of the beasts, come again. Bullet got up, activated the fruit fusion ability, and then, formed a large steel robot, and rushed to Kaido again. It's really overpowering, thinking that if you fight a robot, you can fight against the boss. HMPH, what descendant of the devil, I think it's just an Iron Man. He has strong muscles and a simple brain. Seeing the enthusiasm of the 100 Beast Pirates, they couldn't help sneering. In their eyes, Bullet, who was kicked back by Kaido just now, is no longer their boss Kaido's opponent. They joked, maybe it's honest to be beaten into a pig's head by the boss. Get away from me. Kaido roared violently, the thunder and lightning on his body became more violent and fierce, and he punched out. Bang! There was another sound like a mushroom egg exploded, and it exploded, destroying the harmony of the entire battlefield again. But this time, Bullet was not defeated again as the people from the 100 Beast Pirates imagined. Bullet resisted this blow head-on. Since I lost to that guy Shajir, I have been honing myself, now it seems that the results should be good. The only pity is that there is no way to fight against that guy, that is the true peerless powerhouse. Kaido, you are still far from him. That guy is an existence that can make me feel cold with just one look at full strength. If you want to seek revenge for him with such strength, I am afraid that you will still have to humiliate yourself. Bullet, words completely angered Bullet. Asshole. He drank violently, and there was a sound of blasting the air, causing the 7 orifices to bleed. Boom. He exploded with the strongest power in an instant, and his arms bulged directly, lingering with the aura of destroying the world. Conqueror Haki was released with a bang, dominating the world. Come on then. Conqueror Haki, he will too. Buzz. Boom. Conqueror Haki, and the collision of extreme strength, made people extremely panicked. This is a tyrannical terrorist force that can destroy everything. Thousands of meters in range, all exploding and cracking. Oh, so wonderful. Far away on the summer issue, Shajariang watched the rebroadcasted screen, her eyes lit up with excitement. Shajarching, is it really good to do this? Wouldn't it be too risky? Even if your real body remains in the 9 Snakes Island, but our powerful forces have all evacuated, is it a little too confident? Anna said worriedly from the side. Don't worry, this war will not end so easily. When the world's focus is on us, it ignores elements elsewhere. Look, it won't be long before the beast pirates will retreat, they won't stay long. Shajarching said confidently. Looking at Shajarching's confident appearance, Anna said, but there is that destructive weapon in the world government. Looking at their posture this time, they may not be able to use that weapon until they die. At that time, can you really be the opponent of that weapon? The weapon in her mouth is Uranus. A terrifying weapon comparable to Hades. Don't worry, even if there is, the price to be motivated must be very high. Otherwise, the world government would not be so nervous about the research of historians. According to the information that Robin has interpreted over the years, 800 years ago, the world government destroyed the country called the Country of D, and obtained 3 weapons, the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of Hades. But even in the Country of D, there has never been a record of using this weapon several times. This only shows one thing, either it is too expensive to urge, or it is too harmful, or it can only be used once. Shajarching clenched his fists. I have already learned about the strength of the Sea King. If they can really show the King of Heaven, that's even better. In order to cope with it, I have not been less prepared. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves, and a scarlet 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye appeared impressively. Seeing this scene, Anna's deep expression towards Shajarching was different, and she was a little afraid of panic. Hey, it's just a precaution, I'm not the kind of evil scientist who wants to do weird research. Seeing Anna like this, he couldn't help laughing, and put it back on his sleeve. Can you do it with just this eyeball? Anna said in disbelief. Of course, this is my magic weapon. Shajarching issued, and then said, calculate the time, the Straw Hat Luffy gang should have invaded Wano-Kuni at this time. Chapter 880 New Weapon, SSG. And the Kid Pirates, the Magician Pirates. Humph, the most evil generation of them will not miss such a good opportunity to bite a piece of meat from the Emperor. Especially for Momonosuke and Kinemon in the team. This kind of opportunity is really wonderful. The sea really doesn't need so many emperors. Then, the first fallen emperor, it starts with you, Kaido. Sipping the wine, Shajarching said calmly, but everyone present couldn't help but feel chills in their hearts. This man is really scary. The entire ocean is under his control, easily toyed by him, changing according to his ideas. Just like a chess player, all the living beings are his chess pieces, and he will play with him. Before that, they never thought that calculating an emperor was so easy. I'm afraid there is more than one beast pirates who is being calculated. Marine, world government, and even more. An LT, P and GT. Nico Robin turned a page and said this. 9 Snake Island. In a place that no one has noticed, a smiling man is drinking fine wine and watching the battle below. How pleasant. Opposite him, an old man with glasses, a strong body and snow-like beard, also looked at all this with a smile. Do you really want to take such a risk, and you are not afraid if things go beyond your expectations? The old man asked. Of course, I've been thinking about this plan for a long time. After confirming that there is nothing missing, I started to implement it. Besides, isn't this the reason I'm here, because I'm afraid of something going wrong? With a smile on the corner of the man's mouth, he said confidently. Sometimes I really feel like you are a strange person. Like now, cold and wise, hockey's ambition. Calculating people can be so easy. But at other times, you are sunny and kind, sincere and friendly, and you will never be associated with a sea giant. You are really scary enough, Shajirching. The old man sighed like this. The man next to him was actually Shajirching. Well, Mr. Rayleigh, both are me, just to suit different needs. Shajirching waved his hand, but he also brought out the identity of the old man next to him. Hades Rayleigh. Then let me see, you're directing a good show. Rayleigh Isho, just keep looking. On the field. Ah. Bang. Damn. The members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, who were still very high in fighting spirit, suddenly burst into panic. What happened? This is of course because of Marine's new weapon, SSG. It's a robot about the size of a pacifist. But smarter than the pacifist, the material is more advanced, and the strength is more powerful. The most important thing is that they are all devil fruit power users. Yes, they are all devil fruit powers. Hey, what a joke, why can a robot become a devil fruit person? It's not scientific. The people of the Summer Chamber of Commerce were directly messed up in the wind. What are you panicking about? Since it has already appeared, then accept it. Didn't the president say it? The world is so big, there are all kinds of surprises. Since it comes from the hands of Vegapunk, which has surpassed the world's technology for 500 years, it should not be surprising that anything appears. But soon, a large group of people spoke up, instantly regaining the morale and boosting the morale again. But boosted morale does not mean the situation can be saved. SSG, each one has the strength to fight against bounty criminals with a bounty of more than 500 million. Therefore, when these 10 SSG robots entered the middle and low-level battle situation, they almost had a crushing advantage. No one could stop them at all, and in cooperation with the pacifists, they instantly wiped out the battle robots of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. The loss is huge. Surrender, evil pirates, there is no hope for you. Gurunth once again punched a member of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, shouting loudly. Pirates, your doomsday is here, lay down your weapons if you don't want to die. Doberman is also talking about the same thing. Never. But the people of the Summer Chamber of Commerce will never admit defeat so easily. You are not the only ones who have the trump card, we also have it. Someone shouted, quite confident. Then let's see, pirates, don't make excuses, it's not convincing. On the contrary, this will only show your powerlessness, and the trend of defeat is unstoppable. Onagumo cut down a group of people, and said scornfully, if you talk big, you must have a basis. Jia haha, then let you guys see it. At this time, the laughter of the golden lion suddenly came, which made Onagumo's heart suddenly burst out. Could it be that these guys really have trump cards? He couldn't help but murmured in his heart. Come on, babies. Golden Lion let out a loud roar, and the sky above the battlefield suddenly became dark, and everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky. Then, their eyes widened. All eyes are full of shock. They saw a huge island and landed directly. Fast rewind. Seeing this scene, Marine generals at all levels hurriedly issued an order to retreat. Flee. Don't get involved. All the sailors also fled very fast, for fear of being affected by the island. They have seen big winds and waves in their lives. But attacking an island directly, such an incredible thing, they have never seen it. This is so frightening and shocking. As expected of the monsters of the previous era, the existences that once competed with Roger's guys to dominate the sea are really terrifying. Seeing this, Kuzan couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp. The entire Nine-Snake Island is a child in front of this island that fell from the sky. It's too big. Golden Lion, he still likes to mess around. Looking at this overwhelmed island, Shajirching couldn't help but sighed helplessly. All I could hear was the animals on the surrounding islands, all making sounds of panic and fleeing in panic. Can't let you mess around. Golden Lion. Facing such an island-level attack, Fujitora rarely showed a dignified expression. He shook the Golden Lion away, flicked his knife, and split a circle of purple light waves, which slowed down the island's falling trend. Jia haha, why panic? I didn't plan to use this island to fight you. If that's the case, that guy is coming to me to get the theory. Calm down, boys. Golden Lion laughed loudly, made a majestic sound, and waved his hand. I saw a huge monster like a monster, floating up, and then fell heavily. Chapter 881 Whole cards, we have them too. Roar. None of these huge animals is less than 20 meters tall. The eyes were extremely red, exuding an aura that even a vice admiral like Onagumo felt depressed. Brother Indy, these children will be handed over to you, but you have to play with Marine and the others. Golden Lion to a man dressed in a clown costume. Of course, boss. This man grinned Isho, waved his whip, pointed directly at the SSG battle robot, and said sternly, "Target, these robots, demolish him for me." Roar. A group of animals roared into the sky, and then rushed to the SSG. Bang. An SSG robot marked with O1 on its body rushed in front of a huge ant with a body like a gem, and punched it out of the air. But what shocked the seamen who were looking forward to it was the ant was unscathed, and SSG-01 was thrown out with a single flick. No, they are all so strong. Watching this scene, all the sailors felt their brows beating. If they are so strong, how can they fight? Boom. Fortunately, at this moment, a giant snake was knocked into the air, making them realize that not everyone is as powerful as that gem ant. But even so, it's a bit too powerful. Look at these behemoths who can easily match the pacifists. The sailors will be severely injured even if they are not careful, and the Vice Admiral's scalp is numb. All those below the Rear Admiral position stand back and go to support other battlefields. Here we are. Momonga made a sound and blocked the incoming mammoth, looking a little hard. Yes. The Marines below the Rear Admiral rank immediately dispersed to join other battlefields. Everyone in the Rear Admiral position and above, get on it. Momonga swished away with a shave, then snorted. At this time, the role of the giant Vice Admiral is reflected. They became the main force. Their enormous power becomes the best weapon against these monsters. With a normal physique like Momonga, even if he is very strong, it is a bit of a struggle to deal with it. But even as, these monsters are too big. Ronsa Vice Admiral struggled to push a giant bear away, but was immediately blasted away by a monkey. The battle situation became somewhat uncertain because of the addition of these monsters. Damn, nasty monster eats my punch. Gurrent was still not convinced, and even rushed away under the obstruction of a group of colleagues. The red blood vessels in the right arm burst out and smashed into the body of a red and white zebra. He originally thought that the power of his own punch of the devil could shake the monster out. After all, even Vice Admiral can't catch his punch. He's still capable of participating in this situation, but... Bang! The zebra didn't even move. Then, it twisted its body, and its legs exuded the breath of armament hockey, and kicked it, and the air burst. Not good. Grant's pupils shrank, but it was too late to react, because the zebra had thrown its tail and bound him. Frozen. Just when he was about to be frozen, a calm voice came with an icy aura, freezing the zebra. Kuzan Admiral. Gurrent doesn't even need to look to know who saved him. Go back, this is the battlefield you can participate in. These monsters can be high or low, you can't tell the difference, it's easy to fall into danger. Kuzan turned his back to him, and after that, he fought with Ace again. Kid, don't make trouble for us. Kuzan Admiral brought you into the marine, not for you to mess around. At this time, a large knife slashed Washin Mountain and tore apart the zebra ice sculpture in front of Gurrent. I saw a giant vice admiral with medals on his chest, very rude to Gurrent. John Giant, a man who dared to attack Whitebeard in the battle at the top. Little devil, this is not a family game, it's not a good thing to be too brave. A giant vice admiral with a steel helmet and a two-headed axe also came over and said. The giant vice admiral Ronsa, who attacked Whitebeard in the top battle, was counter-killed by Whitebeard and shattered the weapon, the one with the helmet. Yes. Grant lost his temper this time, and immediately retired. This kid, he still needs to hone in on it. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing. Seeing this scene, John Giant couldn't help sighing. Then, facing the rear admiral who couldn't resist at all, he felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. He shouted, "Don't give up, stand up, the admirals are fighting with us, Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Garp are watching us. Fight until the last moment, until the end, going, kill with me." Oh. Hearing John Giant's voice like a thunder, all the rear admiral felt inexplicably a huge power suddenly emanating from their bodies. Gee. But at this moment, a screeching sound suddenly came from behind John Giant. The gem ant I saw was attacked by double clamps. Be careful, don't get caught, it's a terrorist attack that can directly shatter pacifists. A Marine Vice Admiral quickly reminded me. Crack. John Giant knows this without anyone reminding him. Because, the big sword he wrapped armament hockey actually cracked. Moreover, even the axe that Ronsa slashed down was shattered. Damn, to kill this monster. John Giant felt that he was wrapped around armament hockey's body and was about to be crushed, and he couldn't help but despair. Fist bone Kaishin fist. At this time, a heavy voice came, with inexplicable power. I saw the person who came to smash the gem ant with a punch, which made it make a sound of pain and let go of John Giant. He couldn't help but see who had rescued him. But I saw Garp punch out in the air, smashing the gem ants out. Monsters, don't underestimate people. Garp landed, and immediately attracted many seamen to shout. Cool, Garp, you can't resist joining the battlefield, it seems that your marines are almost at their limit. Whitebeard's words immediately made the seamen who were so excited just now show their consternation. Then, even more uneasy. Yes, even Garp has joined, doesn't that mean that their marine heritage is over here? Damn Whitebeard, what a vicious tongue. Hearing this, Onagumo and other vice admiral couldn't help but secretly murmured nasty. Garp's debut would have been a very inspiring event. But when Whitebeard said this, it instantly became a manifestation of Marine's lack of background. Although what Whitebeard said is true. Chapter 882 Unexpectedly, the tower was stolen. Little ones, come on, victory is just around the corner. Whitebeard raised his arms and suddenly, all the members of Whitebeard were excited, ooh. Like a pack of wolves, it makes the scalp numb. Damn, there is no advantage. A group of Marines suddenly felt a strong pressure hit. This warm fighting spirit makes them a little overwhelmed. It's scary. Kizaru is still the same, lazy. But as long as you look at the injuries on Marco's body and the damage on his own body, you know that this time he is still quite serious. Well, Dragon, how long can you stop me? Look at the fate of those people in the Summer Chamber of Commerce. They are already under my 3 generals. They can't be embarrassed anymore. Bigumum smiled quite happily, and said proudly to Dragon. As long as you can block it, then block it for as long as you can, it's fine if you don't. Dragon's words are few, but full of firmness. Well, then I'll wait to see your good show Dragon, it's a very bad thing to not see the form. Marine doesn't have the upper hand, but that doesn't mean she and Kaido don't have the upper hand. In fact, they both have the upper hand. Especially her pirate group, the high-level combat power is almost unstoppable. Because the most fierce ones are those in the middle and the bottom. Few people like Katakuri fought them. Only this crescent moon hunter Katarina Devon, and a thick-skinned Sanyuan wolf, are a fighting cracker. As for Lafitte and Buggies, their strengths are just that, and they have been in contact with Daifuku, but their influence is not very big. And just when Bigu Mum was so proud, there was a sudden commotion in the beast pirates. What? The old man's base camp was attacked. Who is so courageous? Kaido's mentality exploded when he heard the reports from his subordinates far away in the new world that Onishima was actually attacked. Then, he heard from his partner, Wano-kuni Admiral Army Kurozumi Orochi. Kazuki Oden, as well as their retainers, gathered again and launched a revenge plan. Supernova Straw Hat Luffy, Death Surgeon Trafalco, Captain Eustace Kid, Magician Hawkins are involved. Especially when he heard that their goal was to overthrow himself, the four emperors, Kaido's mentality exploded. He didn't teach these new bastards a lesson, they were good, and actually stepped on his head. It is bearable, and it is unbearable. Damn guy, watch me destroy you. Bastard, take me Kaido as someone, you little bastards want to challenge me, but I'm still a little tender. Kaido's roar attracted everyone's attention, and both Tsuru Vice Admiral and Sengoku couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. What happened suddenly? Why did this guy Kaido go crazy all of a sudden? Tsuru Vice Admiral said with some ominous premonition, and Sengoku frowned. According to what he said just now, it seems that a few ghosts attacked his base camp. Sengoku's head twitched, and suddenly he came to a somewhat unbelievable conclusion. Shouldn't it be the Straw Hat Luffy, provoked him? An LT, P and GT. As soon as this conclusion came out, he felt more and more likely. If it's the Straw Hat Luffy, he thinks it's very possible. This person, anything is possible, and there will be no surprises. Then doesn't that mean, Tsuru Vice Admiral couldn't help showing a solemn look after listening to Sengoku's words. Yes, probably. Sengoku could finish speaking. Kaido roared. Jin, you three disasters bring 10,000 troops, and immediately return to Oni Island, give me back to Oni Island immediately, and destroy all those bastards. As soon as he said these words, all the Marines exploded. Originally it was only able to stabilize the situation, but now the 100 beast pirates have suddenly withdrawn from the three major forces. Isn't this adding chaos? Kaido, what do you want to do? Retreat at this time? Where did you put our efforts? Immediately, Marine roared and questioned, extremely angry. Boss, Jack, Queen, go. After Jin got Kaido's order, he immediately forced back the demon Oz, and turned into a phantom and rushed towards the battleship. At the same time, there are also a large number of people from the beast pirates who are retreating very quickly, preparing to return to the New World to suppress the rebellion. It's really daring. You dare to invade our 100 beast pirates. Jack's face was gloomy and his body was hurt. Then, they also set foot on the battleship together and prepared to return, completely ignoring the anger of the Marines. Damn. Seeing the beast pirates doing whatever they want, they didn't pay attention to them at all, and all the sailors couldn't help but be inexhaustible. They couldn't help saying at the same time, pirates are pirates, and it will never be a big deal. It's a miracle to have such a disorganized discipline to have today's results. Then our new target is you. The people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce who were freed directly rushed towards the Big Human pirates, and the Demon Oz rushed towards Katakuri. This time, Katakuri can't stay out of it either. Kaido, what are you trying to do? Leave suddenly, are you going to break the covenant? Sengoku and others didn't say anything, and people who don't represent the world government won't say anything. I don't need you to take care of what this old man is going to do. It would be good to help you fight against the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance. The old man is not your subordinate. If it wasn't for Marine's sake, you would be dead. Kaido's face was gloomy, and he gave the world government official a murderous look. The latter stared straight at it, shaking like a sieve, and didn't dare to say a word in an instant. Ha ha ha, this is a good opportunity, brothers, come on, the dawn of victory is already waving to us. The sudden departure of the 3 Kanbans of the 100 Beasts pirates relieved a lot of pressure on everyone in the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Damn, the Summer Chamber of Commerce has too much mid-level combat power. A vice admiral said with a tingling scalp. Looking at the Mamoruo in front of him, he felt very tired. And there are hundreds of people like Mamoruo in the Summer Chamber of Commerce. It is simply stronger than their Marine's mid-level combat power. Are you surprised? That's right. This is the wisdom of Lord Shajirqing. It can always be arranged reasonably, and the enemy will come first. Mamoruo couldn't help but smile smugly and reverently. The mid-level combat power that Vice Admiral mentioned actually refers to the artificial devil fruit troops. This unit selects endurance talents between the ages of 18 and 30. Chapter 883 Appear, King Uranus. Then, after scientific and reasonable training, they are awarded their respective devil fruits. Let each of them have strength against Vice Admiral. The leader among them, like Mamoruo, has the strength to completely defeat the ordinary Vice Admiral. It even gave them a higher status as a team. In the Summer Chamber of Commerce, except for those members of the headquarters, they are the highest. Almost on an equal footing with those fleet captains. Damn, where did the Summer Chamber of Commerce find these monsters? Kaido pirates evacuated 20 to 30% of the people. Immediately, the most laid-back members of the Bigumum pirates felt the pressure. All the fleet captains of the Summer Chamber of Commerce were once good players. After they joined in, the ministers of Bigumum were completely unable to stop them. Ha ha ha, what about the 6th Emperor Charlotte Linlin, is that all the strength of his subordinates? A sword knocked back the nut minister Amand, and the fleet captain with a paw tattooed on his chest couldn't help sneering. Damn bastard, stop looking down on people. Seeing this, Opera, the minister of Cream, rushed over, trying to knock this madman into the air and teach him a good lesson. But what kind of hero is a sneak attack? This is the virtue of your Bigum pirates. A big man directly blocked Opera, and after blocking him, he said with contempt on his face. Damn, who are you? Looking at this big man who was standing in front of him like an orangutan, motionless, Opera asked with a frown. The mere name is not worth mentioning, you just need to know that I am your opponent. Of course, even if you lose in my hands, it's not a strange thing. After all, you won't be ashamed of losing to our Summer Chamber of Commerce. It's okay not to say this, Opera got angry when he said that. His dignified minister of Cream of the Bigumum pirates was so despised by an unknown person. It's bearable, he can't bear it. Arrogant. He took a step forward and rushed over. Seeing this, the big orangutan laughed, wrapped armament hockey with both hands, and collided with it. In the World Government Team. Marshal Sengoku, General Staff Counselor, Chief of Crane, did you use that weapon? A World Government official asks Sengoku. Tsuru, what's your opinion? Sengoku did not express his opinion immediately after hearing this, but instead asked Tsuru Vice Admiral for his opinion. I don't have a problem, I think it's time. Tsuru Vice Admiral nodded. The situation was out of control now, and it was a good thing to have that weapon on the field. Okay, let's go. This time Gorosei, 5 elders really went out of their way, and this powerful weapon is actually thrown in. It seems that they no longer intend to tolerate the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Sengoku sighed. Just after this island will really become a deserted place. After many years, there may be no life. The windless zone will also become a restricted area for life. Tsuru Vice Admiral said. Although this weapon is easy to use, the cost of activating it is too high, so it cannot be used often. Otherwise, why let the sea be in chaos for so many years? Sengoku smiles wryly. If that weapon can be used along with it, I am afraid that the pirates in the whole sea will instantly unite to fight against the world government. Tianwang, start. Immediately after Sengoku's words were finished, an emergency retreat order came from among the Marines. Evil guys, accept the punishment of fate. Akainu hit halfway and suddenly retreated. This was the first time he had retreated voluntarily, without any hesitation. This made Whitebeard a little puzzled. When did Akainu speak so well, and insist on so unprincipled? But not only him, Kuzan, Kizaru, Ryokugyu these admiral. Anagumo, Momonga, Yamakaji, the vice-admirals. Even after doing rear admiral, he suddenly moved towards the marine headquarters in a frenzy. And Kuzan waved his hand and created a huge wall to stop the pirates from chasing. What are these guys doing? This time, let alone Whitebeard, even Golden Lion was stunned. Hurry up, don't fall, you will die if you fall, hurry up and gather. Marine resounded through the sky, and it was rare for the pirates to not let out a little cheer of victory. They only felt that there was an extremely depressing breath coming. This feeling is very bad. This kind of feeling makes them not feel the slightest victory, only the horror of imminent disaster. Cool, what is it? Whitebeard also had a solemn expression on his face, and he also felt a strong sense of crisis. This feeling gave him such an unreal feeling. As the overlord of the sea, he has not felt this way for a long time. And Shajar Ching, who had been watching the fun from far away, suddenly stood up. The world government has really come up with something incredible. It's no wonder that you are so confident, and dare to bring this big killer. Very good. Shajar Ching took a long breath. The weapon deployed by the world government made him feel a strong threat. But that weapon, only he can fight it. Even Whitebeard can only regret losing. Because it is so powerful. It is so powerful that it has surpassed the dimension of the world's peak combat power. It has the power to reduce the dimension and strike against all the strong. Even he himself does not have enough confidence. It's true that I'm a little overwhelmed, but fortunately my body stayed. I didn't expect these people to be so decisive. Shajar Ching walked away, leaving behind a side railing. The only person who can do this is you. These guys, shouldn't they use that weapon? Golden Lion looked at the excited, hesitant sailors who gathered away, and had a not-so-good guess. Maybe it is. Whitebeard also has a bad feeling. In the end, what kind of weapon makes them so excited? Marco and others couldn't help but look over, even Kaido, Bigu Mum couldn't help but stop. Pirates, stand trial. Anagumo and other hawks, Vice Admiral, are all excited. What the hell are you doing? If you have any tricks, use them quickly, we have no time and leisure to talk to you guys. There are pirates who are not used to the sea soldiers, show off their might, and can't help but scold. At the moment when the pirates' words fell, a wave that trembled violently together with the air came with a buzzing sound. Then, under the watchful eyes of a group of pirates. One is 4 meters tall, with a streamlined body, full of sculptural mechanical beauty. The same robot that came out of the future appeared in front of them. Chapter 884. Not surprisingly, Shajar Ching appeared. The robot has wings behind it, and a corona-like halo appears, which is extremely shocking. Most importantly, the robot's chest is round and hollow. But there was a blue bead that exuded a mysterious heavy breath, but even Whitebeard felt a burst of heart palpitations. Eurylos, the King of Heaven. It actually appeared. When Whitebeard saw the robot, his scalp tingled. What, this is Uranus. All the pirates and the sailors were shocked when they heard the words. Kill. But Uranus made a cold mechanical sound, and the 6-meter body disappeared in an instant. Then appeared in front of Whitebeard and punched down. Cool. Whitebeard be a little bit afraid. The power of shattering burst out, facing each other. Boom. Heaven and earth were destroyed, thunder roared, and the ice surface exploded for several kilometers. In the violent wind and waves, I don't know how many people were blasted out. But what is shocking is that Whitebeard's devastating punch was slowly suppressed back. Hi. Everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath. Whitebeard, a top powerhouse, but he was actually suppressed in the first round. What the hell is this? Die. Oranos uttered an icy cry, stretched out his left hand, and a little light cannon was condensing. In the face of this condensed light cannon, even Whitebeard can't help but frown. He immediately backed out, but the robot was like a shadow, with rolling waves on its fists, which was extremely infiltrating. It zoomed in again in Whitebeard's eyes, and the world moved. Boom boom boom. He and Whitebeard clashed violently, and all he saw was Whitebeard's body constantly flying with blood. His expression was extremely dignified and labored. Whitebeard is no match at all. Boom. The robot stomped heavily on Whitebeard's body, knocking him back more than 10 meters. The light cannon in his hand was aimed at Whitebeard and released. Roar. The air was exploding, and circles of air kept appearing, reaching Whitebeard like light. Hey, a little too strong. Whitebeard couldn't help but his pupils shrank, and he punched out. It is a powerful shattering force that confronts and blocks this cannon. Boom. But just when everyone thought they could calm down a little, there was a sudden thunderous explosion from the light cannon. I saw Whitebeard backed out with a painful look on his face, and the corner of his mouth hit a warship with blood. Only then did everyone realize that the robot had disappeared. Daddy. Seeing this scene, Marco and others couldn't help being stunned. Who is Whitebeard, the strongest man in their minds, but now he can't beat a robot? What a joke. What is the origin of this robot? Is it so powerful? All the Marines were even more stunned. It was the first time they saw Whitebeard in such a troubled situation in a duel. That was Whitebeard, the strongest man ever. So embarrassed. This is too powerful, Kobe couldn't help but say. He was deeply shocked by the strength of the robot. Bang! The robot pulled out a lightsaber, buzzing at a high speed. With the power to cut everything, it rushed towards Whitebeard. Bang! Whitebeard raised the knife to resist, but couldn't help but spit out blood again. The robot's chest that I saw shot a ray that penetrated Whitebeard's body. Boom! Whitebeard was blasted out again. Ooh, blood spurted out again. The robot is going again, trying to kill Whitebeard. But wherever Marco is willing, he rushes up to stop it. However, the robot just raised its hand and pushed. Boom! As if he was suddenly hit by some invisible force, Marco suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground weakly. Seeing that Whitebeard was about to be hit hard again, a phantom suddenly rushed over. A cold light flashed across the crowd. Then, the power and sharpness that stirred the world slammed into the robot's lightsaber. Boom! The air wave against the chaos of the surrounding sky shattered the ice layer, rolled up an ice block, turned into a vicious bullet and smashed into the surrounding air. In an instant, the number of casualties. After a long time, everyone looked at it and saw another robot-like life form in front of Whitebeard. A purple energy giant, the same height as the robot, holds a long sword in his hand and collides with the robot, without falling behind. Sha-Jur-Ching. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, all the sea soldiers were immediately stunned. Didn't Sha-Jur-Ching go to sea? How could it possibly be here? This guy. Seeing Sha-Jur-Ching, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a chill. It was hard for him to imagine if they didn't use this ultimate weapon, or if they didn't think about bringing this ultimate weapon. And when they feel like they're about to win. Sha-Jur-Ching suddenly descended on the battlefield like a divine soldier. What kind of scene would that be? That should be a shadow in the hearts of all the sailors for a lifetime. As expected of Sha-Jur-Ching, it really is a good strategy. This trick is really consummate, and the art is bold. Sengoku was very emotional about the book, and then, he changed his words. However, even you are useless today. In the face of absolute strength, you can only surrender. Era, it's really been thrown around. Kuzan shook his head and said with some headache. He didn't know that Shazher Ching had the ability to clone. So, I just thought that the news of the summer sailing was an action to attract their attention. Not really to find the final place. Today, let you understand that evil can never resist justice, and justice will prevail. While Akainu's face was gloomy, there was a trace of contempt in his eyes, proud and relieved. A big worry is about to be removed here. How can people be unhappy? Shazher Ching is here. Dad, leave this enemy to me, go and support other places. Shazher Ching said to Whitebeard behind him. Cool, be careful you kid. Whitebeard heard Isho and stepped back. You look younger and kinder than the reward. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the robot's body, low and cold. Who are you? Shazher Ching not only frowned when she heard this, but she didn't seem to expect that this robot could actually speak. I am, a voice came from the robot, and Shazher Ching was a little surprised again. Chapter 885. Is there really no one to balance it? I didn't expect it to be you, and you will actually come to the battlefield in person. What an astonishing news. However, is this the so-called Heavenly King? A Gundam, or is it controlled by you? No wonder you can control the entire world government. Yes, in Shazher Ching's eyes, isn't the King of Heaven a Gundam? With all the appearance of Gundam, and even performance. I didn't expect you to dare to show up. Since you are so stupid, let me clean you up. After ending you, no one can stop us. After all, the power in the hands of the king suddenly increased several times, and he wanted to withdraw Shazher Ching. But Shazher Ching's Susanoo was completely motionless. The eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel in his eyes slowly turned. If you want to solve me, you have to see if you have the strength. To be honest, in order to guard against you, I have been exercising my strength, for fear that I will not be able to cope with you. But for now, it should be enough. While speaking, Shazher Ching was still forming the seal, and then shouted, Lay done, heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. Boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds in an instant, and then, one after another violent tribulation thunder blew down directly. All aimed at IM, and he had to control the king to retreat. Where do you want to retreat? Shazher Ching's voice suddenly sounded from behind the king. Yinyu couldn't help being surprised, but saw that Shazher Ching had disappeared from his sight, appeared behind him, and stabbed with a sword. Bang! IM hurriedly manipulated the king to resist immediately, and a terrifying voice broke out, which was extremely harsh. Boom! The violent storm was terrifyingly destroying the surroundings. Boom boom boom. The two giants launched a violent counterattack in this way, with swords, lights, swords and shadows, and the sound of gold and iron roared wildly. The sky is also constantly shattered with the battle between the two. Chidori's spear. Chidori. Lay done furious thunder tiger. Shazher Ching developed the ultimate, immortal mode, with a 15-fold increase in Sharingan. The violent attack made the Heavenly King unable to bear it for a while. The light cannon that could make Whitebeard retreat was completely unable to cause much damage to Shazher Ching. On the contrary, it was the King of Heaven who was slashed by Shazher Ching twice, slightly damaged. No way, Shazher Ching is so strong. Looking at the king who pushed Whitebeard into the disadvantage just now. Suddenly facing Shazher Ching, he still fell into a disadvantage, and Sengoku felt unbelievable. Can't even the ultimate weapon defeat this guy? A group of Marines no longer had the excitement they had just now, and said with some trepidation. They faintly remembered the fear of being dominated by Shazher Ching. It is the eternal darkness. Ha ha ha, the president is mighty. As expected of the president, he is invincible. Come on, president, defeat this guy and show them how powerful our pirates are. A group of pirates in the Summer Chamber of Commerce has changed from being apprehensive and panicking just now to being excited now. They are all thinking, as expected of the strongest man in the world, this strength is unimaginable. Whitebeard pirates and the flying pirates were also encouraged, and couldn't help shouting. The entire battlefield has become the mad cry of the pirates. In contrast, Marine's side seemed a little depressed, and morale suffered a great blow. Shajirching has appeared. Will they have other conspiracies? Do we really have a chance of winning? The enemy is so strong, it is unlikely that we will win. Otherwise, just admit their status, we really can't win. Some sailors couldn't help thinking like this in their hearts. And I obviously knew that this situation was not good for him, and immediately gave it up. Even if you want to consume a lot of the king's reserve energy, you must destroy that guy. Even if the energy of the king cannot be replenished, it doesn't matter. Shajirching must get rid of him. If he doesn't get rid of him, maybe even the King of Heaven can't do anything about him in the future. Maximum output. I drank wildly. The moment the words fell, the heavenly king he saw suddenly glowed, as if covered with a layer of light, and Yimu was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Why can't the king be easily motivated? Energy cannot be replenished as a point. More importantly, those who manipulate him will also be backlashed by this power. If the body is not strong enough, it will be easily shaken into pieces. Boom. Only an explosion was heard, like thunder, and Shajirching was directly knocked out, far away. Suffer to death. The crown behind the king is like a burning flame, and then, it turns into a thick energy cannon and hits Susano directly. Hi. Whitebeard and others who were present couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. They knew that if they faced this blow, they would definitely die miserably, and it was impossible to stop it. So, what about Shajirching? Boom. Unbelievable energy light cannon exploded. It was like a shower of inflated balloons, rapidly expanding around. The aura that destroyed everything made everyone present suddenly change their color. A group of Marines panicked directly, and then ran away. In the face of this apocalyptic force of destruction, all disciplines become extremely fragile. Ice Age. Kuzan immediately created a huge ice sheet and wrapped all the Marines in it. Gri. Ryokugyu even created unimaginable thick vines that entangled the ice cap and added a layer of protection for him. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora drew the knife and added a powerful repulsive layer to relieve pressure in the air. And in Whitebeard, the Golden Lion is here. Lion Mighty Scroll Overlord. Golden Lion activated its ability and created several huge ice lions to wrap everyone in it. Then, after touching everyone indirectly, using the ability of the fluttering fruit, let everyone fly into the air instantly to escape. Face to face, they dare not. But even so, it's not that easy. Everyone who was blown by the terrifying rising air waves swayed around, and there were few people who could stay stable. Seeing this, Whitebeard smashed the air with a punch, creating a chaotic force to fight down, which made the situation a little better. And when they were fighting like this, everything below was completely annihilated. Nine Snake Island, the nearby islands, and the frozen sea have no resistance at all, and are eroded like tofu. The sea opened up instantly. Nearby islands are completely gone, wiped off the map. Countless times more efficient than Buster Call. Chapter 886. Is it really indestructible? Hi. Looking at this scene, the pirates in the sky can't help but feel an inexplicable chill. They never thought that erasing an island would be so easy. You know, Nine Snake Island is not small. The east-west length can reach 32 kilometers, the north-south is slightly shorter, but it is also 25 kilometers. But such an island was wiped out in an instant. It even took several surrounding islands and was wiped out. This kind of power is really terrifying. The violent waves, as high as 100 meters, covered a radius of several kilometers, and fell fiercely. The banging sound of the slap on the sea makes people tremble with fear. Such a terrifying explosion, those two people. Whitebeard and others don't pay attention to how Marine is doing, they only care how Shajirching is doing. Boom. Maybe just to let people know how their situation is the same. The sea suddenly exploded with a huge wave, and the king appeared from the sea. But looking at his situation, It looks like he was blasted out by someone. Immediately, a half-crippled energy rushed out of the sea and landed on the sea as if walking on the ground. Suffer to death. The King of Heaven is still as powerful, radiant, and powerful. No matter how you look at it, he is the one who has the upper hand. I Am is even more energetic and has a strong self-confidence. Shajirqing manipulated Susanoo to retreat quickly, and just after landing on the sea, Shajirqing coughed inside. Then, a mouthful of blood spit out. Whitebeard and the others noticed that there were burn marks on half of his body, extremely red, and Vivi's chest was sunken. Completely fall into the downwind. Hey, this situation is not very good. Seeing this, Whitebeard had a bad feeling in his heart. If this trend continues, Shajirqing will lose. Hey! Shajirqing hit again. Seeing this, I Am couldn't help laughing proudly. Shajirqing, let me see how long you can hide. Bang! 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 For a time, Shajirqing only had the power to dodge, and there was no possibility of fighting back. No, the president is going to lose. Impossible, how could the president lose? President, come on, how can you lose to such a person? A group of people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce quickly cheered Shajirqing. HMPH, resisting in the corner, your president, it is impossible to turn over again. Who do you think I am and what weapon do I use? This is an ancient weapon, the Heavenly King who can destroy all enemies. You guys are no more than mortal, and you want to fight against me. HMPH, death is his final end. I Am snorted loudly, his voice resounding in all directions, with great disdain. Yes, that's it. Evil should be eliminated, justice must prevail. At this time, Akainu's voice suddenly came from everyone's ears. However, the losses on Marine's side were quite large. Almost all the warships that came were destroyed, and the number of people decreased by nearly 20%. There are still about 50% of the wounded supporting each other, and it seems that they have no fighting power. Fujitora and Ryokugyu had blood on the corners of their mouths, gasping for a feeling of being too exhausted. Marine is already like this, so of course the Big Human Pirates and the Beasts Pirates don't need to talk about it. Loss boss. Even Big Mum himself fell into the water, and all the sons were thinking about the rescue method with frowning. But apparently, they couldn't think of a way. Kaido is better. Also know to transform into a dragon soaring above the sky to avoid. However, the loss of the subordinates is also heavy. Dragon is wrapped in a hurricane, pulling all the members up to the sky to avoid, the same idea as Golden Lion. Cool, Akainu is panicking. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Yes, Marine suffered so many casualties, while the pirates suffered almost no casualties, can he not panic? As for Nine Snake Island, there are no residents in it for a long time. It has long since completely migrated to an island in the air. Shajirqing, give it up, you have no chance of winning, surrender and I can let you live. I Am still talking nonsense, wanting Shajirqing to surrender. Surrender. I Am, do you think it's possible? We are in this situation now, do you think I can survive after I surrender? Shajirqing couldn't help sneering, besides, do you really think I was cornered by you? Hearing this, I Am was taken aback for a moment, then asked, what do you mean? Amoy. Shajirqing didn't answer him, but told him what happened with practical actions. He saw his left eye retreat from the eternal kaleidoscope to a kaleidoscope. Then, he heard a loud noise from the sea. Shajirqing no Susanoo almost recovered, and approached him. I Am couldn't help sneering, and he fought away with his knife. If this is your last move, then I think you should save it, you can't have a chance. He looked disdainful. Really? Just as the two were about to collide, Susanoo suddenly stopped. Then, as soon as the waist was twisted, the long sword in his hand turned into a thorn, and he broke through the defense line of the king and stabbed at the core of the king's chest. How could Yimu let Shajurching succeed? If this core is destroyed, it will be over. He quickly pulled back to defense. But he clearly saw that Shajurching's mouth suddenly showed a hint of ridicule, and there was a feeling that the conspiracy had succeeded. He couldn't help but let out a thump in his heart, but he saw Susanoo suddenly accelerate, turning into an afterimage without him passing by. Not good. I.M. was in great panic, and a honeycomb-shaped energy layer appeared around the king's body, which turned the defense to protect him. One-shot profound truth, execution. Shajurching's voice sounded from his ear, like a lullaby, which made one feel a scalp tingling. I.M. hurried to check on Tian Wang's condition, but nothing happened and Tian Wang was not harmed in any way. Not even a trace. Shajurching's slash tore through the endless long sea ahead, creating an infinite terrifying scene, but it did not have any effect on the King of Heaven. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard and others looked a little bad. Whitebeard's face was solemn. With such a terrifying blow, can't it cause damage to the king? Golden Lion is also solemn. This strength is a bit too much. This is not good. Both of them do, not to mention the others. Worried. Only Marine will show a happy color. There is a feeling of seeing the dawn of dawn. See battlefield. Shajurching, give it up. The king is made of super alloys. 15 times harder than diamond, indestructible, you can't break it. Seeing Shajurching, who was panting and consuming too much, Yimu couldn't help saying proudly. Chapter 887 I.M., you lost. Really, I.M., you're so confident in the king's defense. This will make you suffer. But Shajurching laughed, full of mockery. Pretend to be mysterious, suffer. I.M. was very unhappy with Shajurching's appearance, but he stopped abruptly before he said anything. Bah! I heard a sudden slap in the waist of the king, sparks appeared, and then a crack with a thick arm exploded. The debris is flying, and the energy barrier has no effect at all. It should be said that there is no time to block Shajurching's sword. How is that possible? I.M. was horrified. It's impossible. Even Kong, plus 4 admirals attacking at the same time, can't make the king suffer any damage. There can be no damage, king, in this world. How did you do it? I.M. feels like his worldview has been turned upside down. One knife style profound truth, Canry. But Shajurching's voice is already close at hand. When Yimu came back to his senses, Shajurching's sword had torn apart the sea and stabbed. It easily ripped through the barrier defense, hitting the middle core. Bang! With an incomparably piercing sound of golden iron, the sky was also torn apart, and a scar of the sky was torn apart. As if it could collapse at any time, it was infinitely terrifying. Boom! An unimaginable shock erupted from behind the king. The sea showed the traces of this impact, and it was stirred into a violent wave, and the situation changed. The more violent fluctuations, accompanied by the thunder and lightning from the sky, and the terrifying atmosphere of destruction, spread wildly around. The sea once again entered the world-destroying raging waves, 100 meters high, roaring furiously. The space in all directions is blurred, trembling wildly, it is impossible to shake the sky down. Golden Lion's face changed greatly, and he quickly manipulated everyone to continue to avoid further away. Marine also behaved well this time, and with a wave of Fujitora's gravity knife, he took everyone to the sky. Only the most hard-working Bigumum pirates were left, and they were once again submerged by the waves. Crack! Suddenly, the core energy crystal ball made a sound of shattering. Immediately, his pupils shrank together, and his heart felt cold. No. I.M. wanted to back away, but 6 arms suddenly appeared behind Susanoo, grabbing the king tightly, unable to break free. I said, where do you want to go? Shajurching kept her hands in a knotted gesture. The gift I prepared for you in the sky, you have to leave before you accept it. It's a bit too impersonal. What? Hearing this, I.M.'s head was big, and he immediately looked up at the sky, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The few kilometers that I saw turned into dark clouds, and a Thor's face condensed out, staring at him. Then lay done thunder punishment supreme. With Shazher Ching's words, a roaring face, with a thunder of billions of strength, completely enveloped Shazher Ching and Yimu. In an instant, a radius of several hundred feet became a sea of thunder. Then, it exploded, and it spread to a radius of several thousand feet again, turning the area into a zone of thunder and punishment, and life was not allowed to enter. Countless sea kings floated up from the deep sea screaming and their fish maws turned white, and the sea was full of wild. After the terrifying thunder and lightning bombarded for more than a minute, it stopped. The sea has long since become a forbidden place for life, floating full of sea kings and fish corpses. Terrible. And when the dust settles, the king is still the king, still looking like new. However, there is no longer the slightest threat, and that palpitating aura has disappeared. Look, the core of the king is gone. The sharp-eyed pointed at the core of the king, and said in surprise. It's really gone, don't tell me. Sengoku and the others immediately looked over and saw this fact, and instantly had a very bad idea. Cough cough, as expected of the king, the last blow is really powerful. Shazher Ching saw that half of the flesh on his shoulder was gone, and his right arm was paralyzed. Susanoo only had a few skeletons left, his mouth was full of blood, and his breath was a little sluggish. Just when he shattered the core of Heavenly King just now. From the shoulders of the king, a ray that even the full-body Susanoo and armament Haki couldn't cancel out actually shot him, causing him to look like this. In front of him, Im's top hat was crooked, the 7 orifices were bleeding, and the breath was even more sluggish, like a dead person, extremely scary. I won. Shazher Ching raised her head, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said. Ho tilde ho. I wanted to say something, but couldn't say it at all. Only the eyes full of unwillingness can let people know what is on his mind. Oh. Seeing this scene, the people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce were directly excited and cheered. How is it possible? Sengoku was directly shocked and could not help but back out and take a few steps. Dare not accept this fact. I am lost. Their marine also suffered a lot of damage in the battle just now, and they seem to be even less dominant. Keep playing, it seems even harder to win. Justice, never admit defeat. But Akainu definitely didn't agree with this result. His eyes were burning with fire, and he launched his ranged big move against the sky, Meteor Volcano. Boom boom boom. The sky turned red because of his actions, like a cloud of fire. Then, a group of giant magma fists with a terrifying impact smashed down with a roar. Bury me in the scorching heat of absolute justice. Akainu roared and shouted, his eyes full of madness. He knew too well that if he didn't take advantage of the fact that Shazher Ching, who was not in good condition, would be severely injured, he would have no chance later. Shazher Ching's horror, he had experienced it in the top battle 2 years ago. Jia ha ha, Akainu, I can't let you succeed, don't treat people like this old man as non-existent. Seeing this, Golden Lion couldn't help laughing, and quickly fell to the sea. Lion Power Sea God. He saw that he used his ability to create a group of roaring sea lions, and pounced on all the falling magma fists. Era, if that's the case, it won't let you succeed. Glacier Breath. Kuzan touched his head, and suddenly a misty and cold breath flew out of his body, covering the whole sky. Crack, crack. Everyone listened to the sound of freezing in their ears. All around them, condensed ice crystals fell, and their bodies began to condense, which could not be stopped at all. Chapter 888. Even when you are sick, you need to see the object. Even a person of the level of Diamond Jozu can only watch his body freeze. And there is no way. Only Whitebeard's body was not frozen, but there was also a little frost. Below, the giant sea lion made by Golden Lion was frozen as soon as it touched the ice. The surrounding sea was also frozen again, and the waves were sparkling and dazzling. But what is shocking is that the meteor-like magma fist is completely unaffected, and it is still extremely hot. Formed a unique scene of ice and fire double sky. He, since that's the case, the old man can only show his ugliness. Fujitora also drew his sword, gravity knife oppression. I saw a circle of purple light waves spread out. Then, everyone, including Whitebeard, felt a gigantic gravity pressing on them. Let them lose weight in an instant and smash into the ice below. Hey, don't underestimate people. Fujitora. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion was unhappy, and his ability was strengthened. The ice layer roared again and a huge palm caught Whitebeard and the others. And the frozen giant lion of ice roared again and rushed towards the giant magma fist. Whitebeard, there is a hole behind you. Kizaru didn't know when he touched behind Whitebeard, his fingers lit up, and he wanted to hit Whitebeard hard. Do you think I don't exist anymore? Marco fluttered his wings and rushed out, wrapping armament hockey with one foot and blasting out, making Kizaru's chest turn into light and disappear to avoid the blow. Since you are here, don't leave. Whitebeard's knife was wrapped in the power of shock, and the senior armament hockey ripped apart Kizaru's body with one knife. Even Kizaru turned into light and left the moment the knife arrived. But a knife from Whitebeard, how could it be so easy to deal with? When Kizaru appeared in the marine, there was blood on his chest. By who's Kizaru murmured with a rather unkind look, and the murderous intent spread. When the ice-releasing giant lion collided with the magma giant fist, Akainu had broken free of gravity and floated, rushing towards Shajirching. One punch, great major eruption, will burn Shajirching. But just as he was about to approach Shajirching, Dragon stopped in front of him. Sneak attack on the injured is not a good thing, he said. Damn. Stopped by Dragon, Akainu's lungs would explode. Mingming Shajirching is right in front of him, but he can't get rid of it. This kind of unwillingness is really maddening. Dragon. Akainu roared with endless rage, smashing the dragon with a fiery fist. This made Shajirching stop the idea of shooting. Although he can stop Akainu, but having someone help him, even better. Both sides landed again, but the situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Shajirching, take your life. But Akainu is definitely not the only person present who wants to fight against Shajirching and defeat him. And Kaido of the Beasts. In the eyes of Kaido of the Beasts, there is no better opportunity than now. The current Shajirching is unimaginably weak, which is a good opportunity for him to take revenge. You dare. Seeing this scene, when Whitebeard drank violently and prepared to attack with a punch, an unexpected person appeared. Seeing Garp exuding a rolling armament hockey breath, he punched Whitebeard's fist and stopped him. Garp. Whitebeard did not expect that Garp would suddenly appear at such a time and stop him. I'm sorry, Whitebeard, it's about Marine's safety, I can't just sit back and watch. Garp's expression was extremely firm, and Whitebeard couldn't break through for a while. The whole army attacked and eliminated the pirates. Even when Vice Admiral saw this look, they were all excited and kept giving orders to charge. Sure enough, you can't be too presumptuous. Kuzan touched his head and appeared in front of the members of the Whitebeard pirates with a headache. He reached out and released an ice storm, freezing everyone. Fire Fist. But how could Ace let him succeed? With a punch, the place instantly turned into a sea of fire. The scorching temperature is almost comparable to the magma of Akainu. Brothers, come on, let Marine see our strength. What a great fight, it's so exciting. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team rushed out with excitement on every face. Golden Lion Pirates will naturally not fall behind, and the battle robots, those terrifying beasts, all charged away again. They are never afraid of fighting. Damn pirates, don't be too arrogant. Seeing them being so arrogant, the sailors were extremely angry. Marine, surrender, you are sure to lose today. The members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce are the most excited, and there is nothing more happier than fighting side by side with their own president. Stop talking nonsense to me. Listening to their words, commanding the SSG, the pacifist Zon Taumaru immediately shouted angrily, and the sound shook the entire battlefield. Kizaru, get entangled by Marco again. Ryokugyu, this time caught by Bullet's eyes, fell into a furious battle. Fujitora, still being fought by the Golden Lion, there is bound to be a moment between the two of them. Can't we get on? Outside of this battle, the members of the 100 Beast Pirates who were supposed to join in, hesitated. It seems that the most correct way now is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, watch Shajar Ching, the others and Marine consume each other, and let them reap the benefits of the fishermen. But not joining, it seems a little unreasonable. They clearly saw Suru Vice Admiral, and Sengoku's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Ah! Boom! Damn! Marine's side had suffered heavy losses from previous battles. Now, they have to face the forces of the three emperors at the same time. How can they be blocked? The battle is completely one-sided. The worst is yet to come. Looking at the Bigu Mum pirates, the Beast Pirates watched, and Sengoku's heart sank. Originally, dealing with a summer chamber of commerce was already tricky enough, not to mention joining the Flying Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates. Not to mention that Marine has suffered heavy losses and morale is not good. This battle, from the very beginning, had almost no hope of victory. Chongchong, brothers, the president is fighting with us. We have an absolute advantage. What is Marine to be afraid of? The people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce are so fierce, they don't know what it means to be afraid, and they cut Marine into two pieces abruptly. One is from the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and the other is from Whitebeard, the Flying Pirates. But no matter which one it is, it has an absolute advantage. Chapter 889 What odds do you have? Kaido, this time, you still have to submit to me. At this moment, Shajar Ching's voice came again, and everyone couldn't help but look at it, and then they all couldn't help but take a deep breath. I saw Shajar Ching standing in the middle of Susanoo with his chest folded, swinging the heavy sword, pressing Kaido and hitting him. A knife fell, Kaido's chest was bleeding. A knife was stabbed, Kaido couldn't resist, and a hole was opened in his body. With one cut across the board, Kaido vomited blood and went backwards. Completely pressed and beaten, there is no way to fight back. Just like the previous Whitebeard was cornered by the king. The majestic Kaido is so fragile. Ha ha ha, the president is mighty. Brothers, go. This scene immediately made the people of the Summer Chamber of Commerce even more excited. Katakuri, what should we do? Do we continue to participate, or retreat? Looking at Bigu Mum who was rescued but unconscious in front of him, Perospero asked. Continuing to participate, or retreating, is not a good way. Katakuri Vivi squinted and continued to participate in the war. Don't think about it, you won't get anything cheap. Previously, their troops were complete, Shajar Ching did not appear, and neither of them had the upper hand. What about now? Bigu Mum was in a coma, 30% of his troops were damaged, and the dragons were leaderless. If you rush up like this, there is only one dead end. But retreating from this, the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance will inevitably settle accounts after the fall. Marine is possible. Things that kill you while you are sick often happen at sea. And now, they are caught in such a dilemma. Neither advance nor retreat. Marine here. Hold on, justice will prevail. Don't give up, the admirals are fighting against evil with us. The generals are constantly boosting morale, but the effect is not satisfactory at all. In the face of the three-way alliance of the Summer Chamber of Commerce who suddenly gathered together like wolves and tigers, they are almost on the verge of being crushed. It is no exaggeration to say that it is losing ground. Faced with this situation, Sengoku was also a little uneasy, and he looked at the Beast Pirates again. The Beast Pirates, the guys of the Bigum Pirates, are you going to continue to stand by and watch until when? Do you think Shajar Ching will let you go after you stop interfering in this matter? Wake up, we Marine lost, you are the first to be liquidated. If you don't want to be destroyed, then join forces with us and defeat the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Hearing this, Katakuri and the others couldn't help flashing a bit of struggle on their faces. Join? Can you really defeat Shajirching and the others? Previously, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shiryu of the Rain, and some of the Summer Chamber of Commerce fleet captains blocked Marine, the people of the World Government. The remaining members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, as well as the battle robots, united with the Revolutionary Army and fought against the Big Pirates. The Flying Pirates resisted their 100 Beast Pirates. Even though Marine took out the SSG later, the Flying Pirates responded immediately with violent beasts, and even gained the upper hand. Later, the birth of the King of Heaven did bring despair to everyone for a short time, but all of this came to an end after the King of Heaven was defeated by Shajirching. On the contrary, there are two pirate groups, and Marine suffered a lot of damage in the battle between Tianwang and Shajirching. Now, Shajirching still has combat power, and the loss of the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance troops is not too big. Did they really have a chance of winning if they join in? Katakuri doesn't think so. But we really don't seem to have a choice. If you don't join, you will be settled by the autumn. And obviously, the people from the 100 Beast Pirates thought so too. However, just as they were about to join in, a scream came, making them fall into an ice cellar again. I saw Shajirching and Kaido passed by again. Then, Kaido, known as the Undead, actually fell down with a scream, his eyes turned white, and he lost his mind. Under him, there was a pool of blood, and on his chest, a hole that could almost tear his internal organs came out. What a bloody scene. But this scene, the blow to the people of the 100 Beast Pirates, is not an ordinary big deal. Their boss actually lost to Shajirching again. How is that possible? How can it be like this? No, it's impossible. The people of the 100 Beast Pirates are going crazy. That is Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 6 emperors, who will not die if he falls from a height of 10,000 meters, a man with an immortal body, Kaido. Did you fail like this? Moreover, the injury was so bad. Shajirching, how strong is it? I don't know how many people think this way in their hearts. Kaido was defeated so easily. What would the battlefield look like when he joined the battle? Nobody knows. But one thing is clear to everyone. That is, they are even less dominant. The addition of Shajirching will inevitably make the situation more inclined towards the Summer Chamber of Commerce. They didn't have much advantage originally, and now that Shajirching has joined, how can they fight? Everyone, do you want to continue? However, continue at your own risk. Shajirching's eyes swept to the sea soldiers, the Beast Pirates, the Bigumum Pirates, and said with a smile. But this made everyone shudder. Whenever Shajirching showed this smile, nothing good happened. Cool, your kid's strength is really invincible. Kaido's level is not your enemy. Even though it's happened once, it's still shocking to see it with my own eyes. Whitebeard laughed. It's a bit old, it's not good, it will be your young people's world from now on. Marshal Sengoku, do you want to continue? If you continue, the loss will not be ordinary. Shajirching looked at Sengoku, not Akainu. Because the former is more calm and better negotiating. I'm not a marshal, I have no right to carry out this matter. Sengoku looked at Shajirching and said seriously. His implication was to ask what Akainu meant. After all, he is not a marshal now, so he should do less of the things he does. Then it seems that you are going to continue fighting. That's just right, let's destroy you here. But Shajirching didn't have the heart to talk to Akainu, and there was no way to talk to him. Arrogant, do you really take us as heir? Let us see your strength. Shajirching, don't be too arrogant. At this moment, there were several loud shouts from the world government. I saw 3 people dressed in special agent clothes rushing over, exuding the same breath as Batang Maru. Chapter 890. You really have changed. When the 3 of us join forces, even Admiral can only admit defeat and tremble at our strength. The three of them came together to attack, with confidence on their faces. One blade stream Libo. In the face of the three rushing in, Shazher Ching spoke indifferently. Then, everyone saw a cold light whizzing past. Immediately, there was a dull explosion, three figures burst out of the air, and a huge wave was drawn on the sea in the distance. What if Admiral is not your opponent? Will Admiral be my opponent? Shazher Ching proudly said softly, the voice is not loud, but it is like the voice of hell, making people shudder. When everyone looked again, they saw that the three had completely disappeared. In connection with the scene just now, it is not difficult to imagine what happened. So strong three people, just one blow and it's over. The three people have no resistance at all, this is really too strong. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but say this in their hearts. Marine's morale was even lower. It is too frightening to fight such an enemy, and there is no hope of victory at all. Shazher Ching looks so sluggish and so terrifying, that Ghost knows how terrifying he will be when he recovers. Akainu, do you want to continue? Shazher Ching looked at Akainu who was fighting with Dragon and asked. The faces of all the sailors I saw were a little pale, their eyes panicked, and they were sweating profusely. I don't mind being your opponent if you want. But trust me, you won't last a minute in my hands. If someone else said such arrogant words, they would definitely be regarded as insane. But unfortunately, this person is Shazher Ching. No one would think so. Everyone believes that he is just telling the truth, he has this strength. Damn guy, don't be too arrogant to me, it's just evil, justice will definitely suppress you. Akainu roared loudly, but no matter how he heard it, he felt a little lack of confidence. And this scene was broadcast in real time to the whole world through reporters from major newspapers. This kind of battle made the whole world panic. It was the pirates who had the upper hand. This is not great. Moreover, this situation is a bit strange no matter how you look at it. The 100 Beasts pirates, the big human pirates are leaderless. The rest of the people were also at a loss, looking like they were throwing a rat. On the other hand, the people in the Summer Chamber of Commerce are all as if they have taken stimulants, and their fighting spirit is extremely high. According to the current situation, it seems that after this battle, the biggest force in the sea is the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance. And such an alliance, is it good or bad? Many people have no idea. So, they are quite anxious. In the scene, the situation is also very anxious. Katakuri and the others finally built up collapsed again in Shazher Ching's performance just now. The battle situation can be said to be tilted towards the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance. If possible, could you please give me a face? At this moment, a steady voice came. Yes, that man is here, and he comes with the power of face fruit. The last of the 6 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, join us. Yo Shanks, long time no see. When Shanks arrived, Shazher Ching greeted him very kindly. I didn't expect you to have reached this level, amazing. Shanks also looked at Shazher Ching with a smile on his face. Then he said with a serious face, give me a face, Shazher Ching, stop the war. Keep fighting, it's not good for the whole world, and you don't want to see the world in turmoil. When Shazher Ching heard the words, she couldn't help shrugging. I'm fine, it's up to Marine and their opinions. I can stop the war at any time, but whether they can stop the war or not depends on whether they want it or not. He said that the situation is light, of course, he also has this capital. Damn, stop saying such kind words, of course you won't have back pain when you stand talking. His words immediately made the sailors angry. Isn't that true? Shazher Ching heard the words and shrugged again. The Marines were really speechless, but they gritted their teeth in hatred. Marshal Akainu, what do you think? Shanks looked at Akainu again and asked for his opinion. HMPH, what conditions do you have? Akainu isn't that rigid either. Knowing that with the current situation, if we continue to let the war go on, Marine will have nothing to do except sacrifice in vain. So, take it easy. But it still looks very ugly. The terms are also simple. Reparations, and a peace agreement to designate the Windless Belt as a marine forbidden area. Then, give me a few waterways of your world government, and give us a copy of the right to use the Red Earth continent. Shajur Ching said it casually, but Akainu's face turned black. What is the difference between this condition and robbery? Give them a copy of the right to use the Red Earth continent. What a joke. Will the Tenryubito group agree? Would the Gorosei 5 elders be willing? It's impossible without thinking, it's just hitting them in the face. If you don't agree, then you have to continue, right, Shanks? Shajur Ching's indifferent look made the Marines really want to slap him twice in the face. But can't beat it. The condition is that we can't be the master for the time being. Why don't we do this, temporarily stop the war, and both of us will withdraw our troops. Then, how about waiting for us to communicate with the Gorosei 5 elders? Sengoku spoke up at this time and made a pertinent opinion. How about the red-haired Shanks being the witness? Sengoku, in the end, the opinion is really old. No problem, I'm sure the Gorosei 5 elders will agree. After all, I'm still the boss of your world government, and they will never refuse. Shajur Ching is, it doesn't matter, he has a bargaining chip anyway. Sengoku was speechless. Shajur Ching's robber-like logic is really impeccable. But unfortunately, Sengoku has no way to refute. Are you sure what you say really counts? At this time, Akainu's voice came again, still full of gloom. Of course, when I talk it doesn't count. Shajur Ching said unequivocally. Okay, I hope you can count. I promise a truce. Hearing Shajur Ching's words, Akainu actually agreed to a truce. If it was before, Akainu would never agree to such a condition. But now, after all, his identity is different, and he can no longer do things in the same way as before. You would actually agree, this is really the sun coming out of the west. Shajur Ching said in surprise. He thought that Akainu would be tough to the end. Chapter 891 Unprecedented Power. HMPH, the old man is not the kind of person who will do useless work. Akainu said coldly when he heard the words, his face was very ugly. Could it be that in Shajur Ching's eyes, is he so unbearable? Little ones, close your troops. Since both sides support a truce, there is not much to say. Oh, victory, Tilda. The members of the Summer Chamber of Commerce couldn't help shouting excitedly. Faced with their voice, although the sea soldiers were very unhappy, they could only acquiesce. No way, really, according to the situation, if the plan continues, the final loser must be theirs. The pirates won. Marine voluntarily admit defeat. The people of the allied countries all over the world couldn't help but be stunned, and then couldn't help but curse. Bah, shame, this is Marine. Is this enough to keep us safe? What a joke, you can't even beat pirates, what's the use of raising you rubbish? Thanks to our trust in you, so you repay us like this. The world is boiling. Mariajoy. The Gorosei 5 elders also knew the outcome of everything through the telephony bug. Now, what to do? Gorosei 5 elders, wearing glasses and holding the second generation of ghosts, asked with anxiety in his expression. Bearded Gorosei 5 elders. Damn, we should have followed Lord I.M. Hornbird Gorosei 5 elders. Kong should also go with him. If he was there, why would it be like this? Blonde Gorosei 5 elders. It's too late to say anything, let's discuss how to negotiate with this fellow Shajur Ching. Curly-haired Gorosei 5 elders. Lord I.M. can't fail. That's the heart of the whole thing. On this point, the other four also agreed. I.M. was the emperor, and they were the prime ministers, and Kong was the admiral army. The world government cannot be without the emperor I.M. Before the war, no one would have thought that things would turn out like this. It was the sudden appearance of Shajur Ching, which was beyond everyone's expectations. But I can be sure that the Shajar Ching who went to Laugh Tale on the far sea is also real. But in two places at the same time, how did this happen? Could it be that he can't be cloned? At this point, they are quite puzzling. I've never heard of Shajar Ching's twin brother. But if you let them know that Shajar Ching has a technique that does not belong to this world, they will probably be relieved. In the end, the world government agreed to Shajar Ching's conditions. First, open to world government exclusive waterways, which will be used by the Summer Chamber of Commerce for free for 10 years. All waypoints on the road will be checked by the Summer Chamber of Commerce. Second, open up the right to use the Red Soil continent for a period of 10 years. Third, the indemnity is 125 billion Bailey. Fourth, this war, just like this, was over under Marine's aggrieved admit defeat. In later generations, this battle will be called Rise of God's War, also called Sea Battle in the Windless Belt. But is all this really over? Akainu felt that all this could not end like this. Marine's humiliating battle must not just let it go. He had to make Shajar Ching and the others pay the price. But he also clearly knew that it would be difficult to do all this. What kind of enemy Shajar Ching is, after this battle, I believe the whole world has been clear. Bounty, now has no effect on him. Marine's prestige also fell to the bottom after this battle. Only 5 days until the end of the war. Every day, Akainu receives abuse from people all over the world. However, he couldn't retaliate, which made him extremely depressed for a time. However, when the sea fluctuated because of that battle, the small waves also continued. Among all the small waves, the one that attracts the most attention is probably the story of the beast pirates being stolen from their homes. At the time of the sea battle in the Windless Zone, there was also a big battle between Onishima and Wano-kuni in the New World. The remaining retainers from Kazuki Oden, with the young master Momonosuke, launched a battle of revenge against Kurozumi Orochi, the current Admiral Army of Wano-kuni. And in Ghost Island, Straw Hat Luffy Alliance, Kid Pirates, Magician Pirates. He clashed with the pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates who were going to Wano-kuni to support him, and rescued the prisoner in the Totten. The face of the Beast Pirates was completely smashed. Afterwards, Straw Hat Luffy and others fought against the returning 3 calamities. In the end, the 3 disasters were outnumbered and defeated. In one fell swoop, he achieved the name of the Supernova 4 Giants. The Beast Pirates' reputation plummeted. In addition, Kaido was severely injured, and the news of the casualty version was also spread, and people on the sea began to act restlessly. Countless pirates have all started to take action, preparing to devour the huge cake of the Beast Pirates. Even the headquarters of the 100 Beasts Pirates, everyone's hearts are floating, and many people have directly defected. Either crack the earth and become king, or turn elsewhere. But when these people get there and want to start their sweet dreams, but helplessly discovered that the site of the 100 Beast Pirates had already been swallowed up by the Summer Chamber of Commerce, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flying Pirates, the Big Human Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. All the pirates suddenly woke up. Who dares to fight with them? No. All back down. This is a force that even the world government has to back down. The remaining beast pirates are either fighting or on the way to fight. Or, become a homeless, wandering ronin. This sea is really terrifyingly swollen. Someone sighed and said, extremely worried. Even an emperor-level pirate group like the 100 Beasts Pirates has fallen. This kind of dream thing has happened, and then there is nothing that can't happen in the future. This kind of turbulent feeling makes people very uneasy, and there is even panic in many places, and the law and order is suddenly chaotic. After all, now that Marine has been defeated, its prestige has plummeted, the Beast Pirates have been swallowed up again, and the pirate power is unprecedentedly strong. There is nothing to deter the pirates, and the end of a common people seems to be coming. The people feel that it is impossible to expect the pirates to protect them. Not to mention, that's the truth. The Summer Chamber of Commerce, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army issued a joint statement. The sea needs stability, and people in various regions are asked to settle their duties. If there is a loss, you can ask for support, and they will immediately send people to attack. For this statement from the Summer Chamber of Commerce, people all over the world couldn't help but be immediately stunned. When did pirates talk so well? It will also protect the interests of their people. Chapter 892. The sea has changed. But although I don't understand what's going on. However, with this statement from the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance, they have something to fight against other people who want to make trouble. According to their words, with the support of the Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance, they have enough confidence. Not afraid of any enemy. With such an operation, there are countless people in the sea who want to scold Shajur-Ching. But no one dared to mess around. In the end, he was still afraid of Shajur-Ching's majesty. And on the other side, on the summer issue, we also welcomed a heavyweight guest here. Shajur-Ching's deity. President, you've come to the fore. Without your deity, it's really uncomfortable. Enel said with a sigh of relief, beating the thunder drum as if to welcome Shajur-Ching. Yeah, that really worries you, but it's not easy to catch up with you guys. The ghost weather in this new world, even at my speed, took several days. Shajur-Ching glanced at the other self on the boat, made a seal, and the latter slowly turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared. It turned out to be Ray's clone. Then, go all out to laugh tail going. The secret of the final land is already open to us. Shajur-Ching said proudly. It's just a pity that I couldn't participate in that battle, it's really a pity, I think it must be fierce. Enel said frantically, looking quite excited. Don't worry, there will be another battle waiting for you in the future. The world government will not just let it go. We will have a fight with them. Also, that day is not far away. Shajur-Ching said with a smile. Well, then I'm relieved. Hey, that sounds pretty good. With Shajur-Ching's words, Enel was relieved. You are not injured, why don't you let us take the burden of such a fierce war? Anna looked at Shajur-Ching with a look of resentment, and groped around him to see if he was injured or not. Hancock too, wished he could melt into his arms. Don't worry, it's just a world government, what can I do? Listening to this, Shajur-Ching is bold issue, endless hockey. Everyone present couldn't help but smile when they heard the words. This is their president, a man with a hockey skyrocketing. And when they were heading towards Laugh Tail going, the New World, Cake Island, also welcomed their enemies. Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance, Revolutionary Army. Is it really necessary to fight? Big Umum said with a rather gloomy expression, with a faint hint of humility. But she couldn't help but bow her head. The situation has no advantage at all for him. Cool, it's all doomed the moment you decide to fight. If you want to blame, it's your choice, right? You should know the rules of the New World, the stronger is the greatest. Whitebeard grinned at Isho, not much killing intent, but the meaning was unusually determined. Damn, the old lady is fighting with you. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Big Umum was directly angry. Cool, let me see how much power you have left, Linlin. Whitebeard rushed out, blasting out like a knife that shook the world, and collided with Big Umum. Om. The world trembled violently, and the conqueror haki of the two emperors was released with a bang, causing a terrifying storm of the king, and I don't know how many people were stunned. The sky and the ocean changed color because of the confrontation between the two emperors. But what the final result will be, one can imagine. The Summer Chamber of Commerce Alliance has no reason to lose. The Big Umum pirates became history. The occurrence of this incident also greatly shocked everyone on the sea. Although they knew that day would come sooner or later. But they did not expect that this day would come so quickly. It was only a few days before the sea battle in the Windless Belt, and this kind of war broke out again. In this way, there are only 4 remaining emperors in the whole world. It seems that the situation has returned to its original state all of a sudden. But you must know that in addition to the independence of the red hair, the three emperors of the adventure are in a cooperative relationship. In other words, the emperor of the New World is almost monolithic. Marine, the world government can no longer compete with it. The power represented by the title of the four emperors has reached unprecedented power. The world is completely out of balance. This world has begun to get out of our control. Mariajoy, when the Gorosei, 5 elders got the news, the whole person was covered. Then, only a wry smile. There is absolutely no way. One wrong step. The Windless Belt naval battle misunderstood the strength of the Summer Chamber of Commerce and their strength, and did not expect to say that Shajirqing would be there, and the Revolutionary Army would also intervene. This led to their failure, and from then on, they could only humiliately live under others. Who made them less powerful than others? In this regard, the Sea of the New World has once again returned to the situation of the four emperors. On that day, the ship that was escorted to the backbone of the Bigumum pirates who were imprisoned on Sky Island caused a shock to everyone in the entire sea. That's Bigumum, the female emperor who has been in the sea for decades, and now, being caught like this, it's really numb to the scalp. It's really terrifying strength. In the future, this sea will be the world of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. I feel like our end has come. What's the future for us? A group of pirates who have been fighting on the sea all their lives suddenly feel a little confused. They suddenly couldn't see where the road ahead was. Sky Island Wetland Prison. It's quite lively here today. What's the matter? What happened? Zephyr opened his eyes. He saw a group of people from the Bigum pirates who were escorted in, all dejected. Hey, has Bigumum been arrested? What is this kid Shajirqing going to do? Zephyr couldn't help being a little stunned when he saw that the huge Bigumum had been caught. So exciting. You don't need to worry about our affairs. You should worry about yourself and cherish the time you have now. The jailer spoke with an expressionless face and locked Bigumum in the number 2 prison cell. This made Zephyr frown, then, shrugging, leaned back against the wall. The jailer didn't seem to be wrong. These things, what did he do? Why bother? Anyway, he couldn't do anything even if he was worried. But in the sea outside, the fall of the Bigumum pirates caused huge fluctuations. All the forces that once cooperated with the Bigumum pirates were suddenly all partners or lost their asylum. Chapter 893 One Piece, King of Pirates, I'm sure. They are already busy looking for the next one. But there are not many objects they can choose. Summer Chamber of Commerce. Whitebeard Pirates. The Flying Pirates. The Red Hair Pirates. Revolutionary Army. There are only a few options in total. They can only choose their partners from among these people. Others are not enough to bless them. Marine Headquarters. Damn pirate, how dare you be so arrogant. One day, I will let you know how good I am. I will destroy you all. Justice cannot be desecrated. Akainu was quite incompetent and furious, and shouted angrily. Well, compared to that, let's take this opportunity to strengthen our own strength. Now the situation is quite unfavorable for us, we must change our development strategy. Kuzan is still calm, but he is also very uncomfortable with the current situation. He is not at ease when handing over the security of the sea to pirates. In this world, Shajirqing's existence is only a minority after all. Giving the sea to pirates is a very unwise choice. Although they have no chance to resist now. But that doesn't stop them from trying hard. HMPH, that's all, just wait, scumbags of the sea, I'll make you regret it. Akainu agrees with Kuzan's idea. Maritime. Has the Bigumum pirates been wiped out? The sea may finally calm down a little. When the news of the destruction of Bigumum reached Shajirqing, he seemed quite calm. Everything is happening according to his ideas, naturally there is no surprise. At sea, there were no other ships behind the summer. The closer it is to the island of Mercury, the worse the environment will be. Although it can be said that it is almost sailing within its own sphere of influence along the way, even so, there are many dangers encountered by the summer. Natural disasters, as well as biological attacks from under the sea, and attacks from the natives of certain indisputable islands. Just like the place called Qianlong Island that the summer cruise passed by the day before yesterday. It is full of familiar styles from Xia Zhiqing's previous life, and the people on the island use a fighting method called Nei Jin, which is quite powerful. If it wasn't for knowing that he was still in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, Xia Zhiqing would have already traveled through it by himself. Sure enough, the sea is as big as it is full of wonders. Xia Zhiqing smiled and became more interested in the Shui Shenxing Island ahead. I didn't expect such a magical place in the world, it's amazing. Beside him, Anna's face looked incredible. However, their food is really delicious, and the architecture is so beautiful, it makes people feel like going to heaven. Hancock also praised the gifts that the women gave to the concubine. The effect is also very good. The concubine feels that the skin has become a lot smoother. As for Enel and others, they are enjoying the deliciousness of Qianlong Island. They bought a lot of Qianlong Island's specialties, and all of them were full of intoxication. Daddy, the candied gourd in Qianlong Island is so delicious, can we establish a cooperative relationship with him? In this way, Sakura can eat this delicious food every day. Xia Zhiqing said to Xia Zhiqing like a little greedy ghost. Come back and talk about it, Sakura, although candied haws are delicious, you can't eat too much, otherwise, you won't be able to eat them after you get tooth decay. Xia Zhiqing looked at Xia Zhiqing, whose mouth was full of candy, and said helplessly. Well, in order to continue to eat delicious food in the future, then I will eat less. When Xia Zhiqing heard the words, she immediately looked very aggrieved. All the people present couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is really cute. 3 days later. They have reached the last big level to Laugh Tale. The Whirlpool. Just like its name, a super severe weather composed of countless vortex groups. Moreover, each vortex group is terrifyingly large, and the smallest one has a diameter of 500 meters. It is the king of the sea, and the sea emperors can only stay away. It is necessary to dive into the deep sea to escape the power of this whirlpool. And the most terrifying thing is that in front of this vortex of 10,000 currents, there is an abyss waterfall like the island of CFA. It was a place with a diameter of 20 kilometers and was called the Devil's Eye. It is a magical pit, connecting the center of the earth, and the water of the vortex of thousands of streams will be poured into it from there. Hundreds of millions of tons of water, accelerated by tens of thousands of meters of potential energy, is a terrorist attack that can destroy any object. Nothing can stop the confrontation. If you want to pass, you can only dive into the bottom of the sea, and then you have to avoid the eye of the devil and pass through the only life tunnel on the bottom of the sea. It is unrealistic to want to fly through the sky. Because the sky is full of thunderclouds all year round, it is very sensitive. As long as any object passes by, there will be no scum that will be obliterated by the thunderous punishment. As expected of a new world, it really is scary enough. Xia Zhiqing directed the ship to dock towards the surrounding islands, looking for a place to coat. If you want to enter the seabed, you can't do it without coating. Asahi Island. This is a very prosperous island in the second half of the New World. It is the sphere of influence of the Summer Chamber of Commerce. However, the manager is the original owner of the island, and the people from the Summer Chamber of Commerce are only responsible for business activities. The reason for this is because the personnel composition on this island is too complicated, and only the original island owner can satisfy everyone. Therefore, under the special approval of Xia Zhiqing, this special management method was formed. At this moment, the people of this island are boiling. The reason is naturally because Xia Zhiqing is here. What? Lord Xia Zhiqing is here. My God, don't hurry up to meet him. This is the biggest opportunity to get in touch with Xia Zhiqing. The manager of the Summer Chamber of Commerce branch is extremely excited, and it is obvious that he will finally have the opportunity to show his face in front of Shajurching. Is Shajurching here? Can I finally meet the real person? It's really exciting. And the original owner of this island couldn't help showing a smile after hearing the news. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen Shajurching. Let me see if this man is called the strongest man in the world. He has 3 heads and 6 arms as rumored. The island owner is a rather elegant person, dressed in white, swinging a fan, and wearing a style that is quite out of tune with the world of pirates. It seems that they are quite excited. After landing, Shajurching couldn't help laughing as he looked at the swarming islanders. That's right, you don't even look at your own status now, you are here, can they not be excited? Anna couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. Chapter 894. Can the miracle be repeated? Is this the car of the strongest man? It's really powerful. It makes people feel despair at first sight. This kind of ship, I am afraid, has the ability to capture an island at will. As expected of the 6 emperors, that's enough hockey. The island owner looked at Shajurching and said this in his heart. Lord Shajurching, you are welcome. Before the island owner could speak, the staff of the Summer Chamber of Commerce had already stepped forward excitedly. Hello, hard work. Shajurching nodded kindly to each of them. All of a sudden, they were all very excited, and they felt that they had reached the peak of their lives in an instant. They felt like they were full of motivation. Then, Shajurching looked at the island owner. Islander Tarkins, I'm bothering you. Tarkins was a little surprised that Shajurching could call his name correctly. In my heart, Shajurching couldn't help but look at it a little higher. He is just one of the many partners of the Summer Chamber of Commerce, and he is the most inconspicuous existence. But it was really not easy for Shajurching to be able to call out his name. Obviously, Shajurching was either born with knowledge, or had done his homework in advance. But no matter which one, it will make people very good. I've admired the name for a long time. I finally saw you today. Please, I have set up a banquet, and you are welcome. Although Tarkins felt that in terms of his own strength, he did not need to fear too many people. But if this object is Shajurching, he thinks it is better to be cautious. Shajurching was not an ordinary person after all. That's the trouble. Thank you for the reception. Shajurching thanked her, took the hands of the 2 women, and introduced, my love, Anna, Boa Hancock. I have seen the 2 ladies, greeting you. Tarkins said very gentlemanly. Hello, Tarkins Island Lord. Anna said calmly and gently. Hancock, on the other hand, is naturally proud and luxurious. In addition to slandering Shajurching, he seldom looked at others differently, so he just nodded. Tarkins also knew Hancock's temperament and didn't care. 3 rounds of wine. Your Excellency Shajurching is here for the purpose of coding, but, if you want me to say, the Wanliu Vortex and the Devil's Eye are not easy to deal with. If you're not in a hurry, I think you can wait a bit. When the tide of the sea ebbs, and the strength weakens, the danger will be much less. Tarkins looked at Shajurching and said very sincerely. It's okay, Tarkins Islander, don't underestimate the summer. This is what I spent all the money to create, and it's more powerful than you can imagine. Stop talking, come and drink. This island is really good. It has natural geomantic treasures, forests, plains, and deserts. Shajurching raised a glass and invited him to drink, and Tarkins was also Isho. It seems that I underestimate your excellency, so let's drink it today. The gongs were staggered, and the 2 of them soon drank almost the same. Surrounded by the crew and the people on the island, the whole island is happy and auspicious. By nightfall, the banquet was over. Shajurching got up and said goodbye with alcohol, and Tarkins personally sent them to the hotel. At the moment when Shajurching closed the door, Tarkins, who was still full of drunkenness just now, suddenly turned into the elegant appearance before. Shajurching, can you be the second Roger? Just let me see. Whether the miracle of One Piece, King of Pirates, will appear again is really exciting. If I hadn't been able to go out to sea, I would really like to go to the sea to see it. With that said, he left the hotel. In the room, Shajirching was standing in front of the window with a smile on his face. Where was the drunkenness just now? Even the smell of alcohol is almost gone. Is this Tarkin's reliable? Why do I feel a little unreliable? This person looks very shrewd. Anna appeared beside her and said, "Don't worry, Chungfushan doesn't mean it's an enemy, and Tarkins won't mess around." There is a sentence Shajirching didn't say. He doesn't have the guts. How long do you plan to stay on the island? Anna asked again. After hearing this, Shajirching said, "We will set off when the coating is completed. You can also take advantage of this time to replenish supplies on the island. I have to say, going is good within your sphere of influence, and you have all kinds of materials you want." I was so wise, quack. Hearing Shajirching bragging, Anna couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him and, lightly, stepped on his feet. Just in time to be bored. Why don't you do something interesting after drinking? Anna suddenly spit out a coquettish sound, her eyes became blurred, and her body exuded fragrance. Shajirching immediately reacted when she heard the words, but before she had time to act, Anna threw herself on the bed. You don't play cards according to the routine. Shajirching would never lose the initiative. As soon as her waist was twisted, she would counterattack Anna, but Anna was not Hancock and obeyed every word. Anna is a wild horse, and it is not easy to subdue her. But after a world of reversal, after the battle between dragons and tigers, Anna still suffered a physical loss and lost to Shajirching. "Hey, little girl, I want to counter this uncle, but there is no way." Looking at the beautiful woman under her, Shajirching lowered her head and kissed her flaming red lips. 40 minutes later. Technology has improved again, little man. Anna stroked Shajirching's face with her pale fingers and said with a smile, "That's right, you don't even look at who I am." Shajirching isho, and then said, "Just in time for the day's journey, take a bath and call Hancock along." No matter what, he laughed a little bit evilly. "HMPH, whatever you want." Anna snorted, sticking firmly to Shajirching like an octopus. Shajirching got up, wrapped the two of them with the sheets, and walked to the bathroom. "By the way, I took Hancock, who is always shy about this kind of thing." The Mandarin duck bath is the dream of many men throughout the ages. And now, Shajirching is enjoying this kind of blessing. These days are really good. No wonder they say Wenru Township, Hero Tomb, it's true, it's really hard to let go. But it's a bit tiring, and that's probably the price. Shajirching leaned in the oversized bathtub and said rather tiredly. And Anna and Hancock were talking quietly, laughing happily. And when Shajirching was enjoying the treatment of Gentle Township. In Tarkin's office. "Islander, is it really good for those people to stay on the island? Those people are Shajirching's life and death enemies. If they knew that Shajirching was on this island, they would not miss this opportunity." Chapter 895. You'd better weigh in. Would you like to take some precautions? If there is an accident, we can't explain it to Shajirching. A woman who looked like a secretary, reminded aloud. "Don't worry, Shaji, I have already asked someone to do this. Of course I won't ignore something so important. After all, we can't afford to mess with this man who lives on the island now." Tarkin's isho, he pulled the woman into his arms, and his hands began to be dishonest. And in another room on this island. 3 of them were very large and dressed differently. "Have you heard, that bastard Shajirching has settled down on this island? I think this is a great opportunity to get our revenge. Brother Jin, what do you think?" As soon as the name Jin came out, the identities of these 3 people could be imagined. It is none other than Jin, Queen and Jack of the 3 calamities. "I think it's possible, but I'm afraid it can't be done." Jin's first half sentence made Queen and Jack very excited, but in the second half, they couldn't agree. "Why can't we do it?" Is there anything we can't do with our strength? Jack said very confidently. Queen was also puzzled. I can create all kinds of germs and kill them silently. Even if he can't handle Shajur-Ching, he can still make him pay a huge price. He was quite confident in these words. Well, it's certainly no problem if it's on our own turf. But, you forgot, we are just wanderers now, and we are still on someone else's Shajur-Ching's territory. Do you think Shajur-Ching's subordinates are vegetarians? They have already monitored everything we said just now. Jin sighed, then looked out the door with extremely sharp eyes. Right, Absalom. What? Hearing his words, Queen and Jack immediately became alert. As expected of Jin, the leader of the three disasters, he is really powerful. I didn't expect that I was already hidden so deeply, and I was still discovered by you. Absalom appeared, full of amazement. If it wasn't for Shajur-Ching's territory, and he happened to be on the island, you would be dead now. Jin looked at Absalom, showing no mercy. This made Absalom's just raised self-goodness vanish in an instant. But he still leaned against the door gracefully and said, "It doesn't matter, but I have already spread your conspiracy just now. So, if you want to do something, please weigh your strengths." What does it mean to be backed by a big tree to enjoy the shade? This is what Absalom is doing now. HMPH, so what? I can strike right now and throw the island into chaos. At that time, we can still execute our plan. Jack was very displeased with Absalom's tone. In the past, he didn't even look at things like Absalom, and he dared to be presumptuous in front of them. If it was before, he would have already killed Absalom. If you don't have anything else to do, you can get out of here, there's nothing to do with you here. Yan Zongjin opened his mouth and directly issued an expulsion order, which was quite rude. HMPH, it's not up to you guys. If you want me to go, you don't have this right now. Absalom Isho, leaning against the door, you three are too dangerous. If you suddenly do something dangerous, I won't even have a place to cry. You'd better not go too far. Do you really think we are easy to bully? If it weren't for Shajur-Ching's face, you would have died many times now. Give you 3 numbers to leave, otherwise, I can't tell you to let you experience our methods. Queen was smoking a cigarette, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Cut. In the end, Absalom left the door and squatted in the corridor. His duty is to watch over these 3 people, and although he is also afraid of the power of these 3 people, his duty is his duty, and he cannot deviate from it. I didn't expect these 3 people to be on this island. Interesting. After the Mandarin duck bath, Shajur-Ching hugged the 2 girls like this, lying on the bed brightly, enjoying the blessings of everyone. However, it's a little surprising that they can hold back. But it doesn't matter, it's just a prodigal dog. As soon as Shajur-Ching closed his eyes, he fell asleep. The summer number is too large, and the coding takes about 2 or 3 days. Therefore, during this period of time, Shajur-Ching and the others can have a good time on this island. Shajur-Reading was quite excited about this. Being able to stop and play is really great news for her. It's just that, no matter how you look at it, Shajur-Ching, who has 2 faint panda eyes, looks a little lacking in energy. On the contrary, Hancock, Anna and the 2 daughters are radiant, and Isho's frown has attracted many people's spring hearts. On this island, Shajur-Ching also saw a different kind of scenery and met a few familiar people. Such as Moria, Absalom. I didn't expect them to choose to stay here, this is also an interesting thing. Shajur-Ching said calmly. Tarkins shook his fan and said, yeah, I didn't expect that they would choose to settle in a place like me. After all, he is such a big man, different from a small man like me. Hearing what he said, Shajur-Ching couldn't help laughing and couldn't deny it. If Tarkins is weak, how can he suppress the strong men on this island? On this island, the people are sturdy, and everyone has the strength to subdue about 5 million baileys of bounty criminals. If Tarkins is weak, it is absolutely impossible to convince these people. However, I didn't expect this final place to be so difficult to walk. No wonder it has been there for many years, and only one Roger has been there. Listening to Shajar Ching's emotion, Tarkin said, but right away, you can become the second one. Shajar Ching said, then it's your blessing. 3 days later, Shajar Ching and others